Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch Contenders, and this is the final day. Yes, we're in NA playoffs. Yesterday, we had the EU playoffs, where EU United went all the way, and now we've got even more on the line as we go into North America. Joining me on the desk, I've got ZP and Hex. How are we doing today, gentlemen?
Fantastic. North American Overwatch. I'm super excited for today. I would want to watch every single one of these. I think we picked out some good games for you today, and as a fan even, I would want to watch every single one of these, but I get to actually watch it here and cast it, so hopefully I don't let everyone down.
Well, there are some expectations that we all hope to meet, but yeah, I mean, this is really great as far as we've had a long road in Contenders, and starting out today, we have two teams that have great storylines behind them. So, I mean, really, all paths are open for teams here today.
Yeah, and just taking a look, we'll look at the bracket here a little later, but just all the teams were exciting to potentially watch, and we're going to get to see some of them on stream. Let's go ahead and fill you in on the overall format of this event, if you're unfamiliar with it. Of course, we started out with hundreds of teams in 2 open qualifiers per region. 16 teams made it through the group stage. We filtered out 8 of them, and now 8 remain for the playoffs, and that's the teams we're going to be watching today. And if you watched EU, it is a little bit different than it was for EU. EU, all 8 teams qualified for Season 1 of Contenders, which will be taking place later on. But only 6 of the teams that we're going to be watching today are going to be able to make it on into the Season 1. Let's actually take a look at Season 1, some details for that. If you missed it yesterday, this is when we announced some of these details. It will start the week of August 14th. It'll be 6 weeks of regular season play, followed by an offline finals. That's a LAN-style type, something local, maybe not local here, but local somewhere, in October. And of course, you see the prize pool there. And we're looking today for 6 teams to join Envious and Rogue, which means there's a lot on the line here in the quarterfinals.
Well, the key thing to note is that Season 0 has effectively been one large qualifier for Season 1, and though we found all 8 of our EU teams just by going through the group stages, in NA it gets a little bit more complicated, where teams do have a lot to play for today, because every team wants to go forward and get into Season 1.
Yeah, someone's going home. I mean, that's tough. The tough part about it is they've worked so hard these last bunch of weeks, have put in so much time in Overwatch. I think a lot of teams have improved just from the beginning of this tournament to the end. And the sad thing is someone's going home and is going to miss Season 1 of Contenders in this qualifier. And I look at all these teams, and it breaks my heart that 2 of them aren't going to make it.
When you say it breaks my heart, it actually kind of, it really, we say that, but it really is rough. Of course, it had to happen on some level. And of course, it's not the end for these teams necessarily. There will be other opportunities to show their stuff vis-a-vis Overwatch esports in the future. So keep an eye on all of them, because we have so much talent right here. Let's take a look at the teams that have indeed made it here in the bracket and how things are going to shake down. So we're happening actually right now. Immortals and FaZe Clan are facing off. I believe they're in map number 3. Immortals up 2-0 in that one. LG Evil and Kungarna are playing in as well on that side of the bracket. Renegades and FNRG will be our first streamed match of the day. And then on that side of the bracket as well as Team Liquid and Envision. So what are your thoughts just taking a look at the bracket here?
Well, Immortals being up 2-0, I don't think that's too much of a surprise. Immortals, I would say, is the front runner for the entire tournament right now. They looked very strong throughout the group stages, and it's just the recent roster changes they've made have elevated them to the next level. So they're a scary team right now. Clearly, I think the scariest in the entire bracket, but there's a lot of good matches here, Hex.
I think the general feeling for the whole studio and everyone around is that Immortals should be in the finals, and if they don't, it'll be an upset. LG Evil could possibly lose to Kungarna. It's supposed to be pronounced Kungiana. Sorry, I'm American. I'm going to call it Kungarna.
Right.
So that one is interesting, because LG Evil, we haven't really seen what they have yet, because they had a pretty easy group to get through, and of course, who knows what's going to happen with LG or Liquid and Envision. And then this is the one that, as fans of both of these teams and all these players, we really wanted to see. ZP and I were talking about this like 2 weeks ago. Like, man, wouldn't that be great if these teams met? It'd be really cool to watch these teams play.
Well, the key is for both of these two teams is that they are surging right now. Yeah. Renegades looked very good all throughout the group stages, and FNRGFE, they made a key roster change, and they looked very dominant in their final day of group play. So this is a case where both these teams are sort of symbolic of what you want to see in a tournament like Contenders, and it's hard to say which of the 2 of them will come out on top.
No, this is definitely going to be one of the closer ones as far as being able to predict it, just because of how these teams have been playing. Well, let's go ahead and dive into the first matchup of the day, that is. It is going to be Renegades versus FNRGFE. Some amazing logo going on right there. But yeah, I mean, these teams already kind of dove into it, but they've been on the uptick. They've been looking very strong. And, I mean, we've got a lot of players that'll look very familiar.
Yeah, the Dogo logo. And, of course, just, for the people who don't know, FNRGFE, man, I'm gonna be fine with that. I know I've been good with that for, ever. Weird.
You got a little...
It's an amalgamation of teams. FN, of course, Fnatic, NRG, GFE, Gillfrost Esports. So that's why their name is just a bunch of nonsense letters together. It's because it's old teams.
With an honorary 69 at the end for
Cool Matt. Yeah. FNRGFE 69.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the first roster coming into this one. We'll get to Cool Matt here in just a bit. But first up, we've got the 5-hour energy Detroit Renegades, or the 5E Detroit Renegades, as it says on the overlay there. But when we look at this team, there's a lot that we can talk about. But the first thing I want to bring up is Primo Dolce coming in as a somewhat recent pickup, but that was definitely something that bolstered their roster, right?
Absolutely. It's a case where when you take a look at the 5-hour energy Detroit Renegades, you have a case where they had inconsistent tank play for a long time. If you go back and look at Juvenile's stint on the team, he was a player that tended to gamble on his engagements, but overall, Renegades was not able to put on a consistent product, which is in stark contrast to how they have played in the group stages here so far, where they have been remarkably consistent. And it just feels like some of the roster changes they've made have really helped solidify the team in a solid way.
Primo's not necessarily been a secret to people behind the scenes of the Overwatch competitive scene. Is someone who's trialed with other teams, has worked in scrims with other teams, and has a lot of good things said about him. I think the addition of Zachary helps them out a great deal, too.
Definitely.
Just his hero pool, he's run a lot of different things in this tournament, and it takes some of the pressure off. Maybe Jesus doesn't have to swap off Tracer as often, as he's kind of their Swiss Army knife, too. You see Zachary on the screen now is playing Diva. That means that you can keep Jesus on Tracer, which is his best hero by a mile, in my opinion. So the changes that they have made have been very, very smart, and you can see the results coming to bear.
No, it's really opened things up for them because they've had these threats. I mean, Jesus, of course, being one of them. Mangachu, he obviously has been well known for his Pharah play. He's been playing a lot more of that flex tank role, but they have multiple ways that they can dish out the DPS and find one team fights. Well, let's take a look at their opposing roster, FNRGFE. And there you have it. Cool Matt, of course, we talked about earlier. And just talk about the importance of having a top-tier diva. Cool Matt has really shown himself to be able to make the right decisions when it comes to using defense matrix and protecting the backline.
So when you take a look at a player like Matt, Matt has been a big boon to this FNRGFE roster where, as you mentioned, he is one of the smartest divas in the game. But what we saw from FNRGFE in the last week is that they were very good at controlling space. I'm not sure how or why, but even in the short amount of time they've been together, both Muma and Cool Matt have had incredible synergy with each other, which means that in most of the fights that FNRGFE was taking, they were able to get a very good control of the fight and, generally speaking, push the other team back. So it was impressive.
And it's very much just how well Cool Matt plays with other tanks. It's one of the reasons that he's on the Overwatch World Cup team for USA is because he plays very well with Factor Fiction, and they got Matt because he is the best diva in North America right now. You said about controlling space. I want to talk about controlling time and space, and that would be my buddy, my buddy Clockwork right there. Everyone knew I was going to talk about Clockwork today. I'm unashamedly a Clockwork fan. He is the best TF2 player in all of history, and he's rededicated himself to Overwatch. There were questions about him early on where he would have streaks, and you could see just the pure mechanical skill and his just abilities overall in this game. But now he's rededicated himself, and he seems to have found a new start here playing with these players that he likes to play with.
Hex, is it his gameplay or his dreamy hair?
Both. In equal measures,
they both help.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, right?
Absolutely.
No, and I think the summary here of FNRGFE is that we have a lot of veteran players. We've got players that know the game, they know esports. In contrast to some of the newer teams, because it is a newer team, but the players are not necessarily new, and this is maybe one of the things that they brought to bear to make it here into the top 8, and they're going to see if they can carry that into the top 6 and hopefully even further.
Well, if you were the draw point of comparison, you have your teams like LG Evil that really are just full of people that came to Overwatch a little bit later and are younger people, but FNRGFE, it's a team just chock full of veterans from many games, not just Overwatch, but going way back. These are people that have played FPS games for a very long period of time, and they all had somewhat different levels of success in Overwatch up until this point, but this mix on FNRGFE has seemingly been very potent.
Yeah, no, and taking a look across on the other side of things, a little bit of news for the Renegades. They, of course, have a new coach. I think he just flew in like this week, so I don't know if that's going to really come to bear in today's matches, but they do have that. the best of 5/7 situation is a question we've always had for them. And it's hard because we haven't really been able to necessarily pin it down, but it has been said about the Detroit Renegades that they maybe don't have the staying power. They tend to potentially drop off in these long series.
Just so ironic given their sponsor that they run out of
I would
energy
expect them
through these tournaments.
I think it's somewhat of a failing if they're not lasting for at least 5 hours. At some point, it is false advertising if they're not able to just keep up to that standard.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to see if they can last a little bit shorter than that on Lijiang Towers. That is going to be our first map of the day. Any thoughts between these two teams as far as map strengths coming into Lijiang Tower?
Renegades is very, very good on Assault, and that is going to be one that you have to expect them to win. I believe they're 6-0 on Assault in this tournament overall. They're 5-0 on Anubis.
And that's going to be the third map, by the way, in the pool.
Right,
Yeah.
so that's something to look forward to. And generally, Renegades is just a little bit better on maps overall than FNRGFE, but it's difficult to really pin down because FNRGFE has very little data. We've only really seen this tournament, and they've been playing really well throughout the tournament.
Well, there's this tournament, and then there's also the part where they roster changed in the middle of the tournament. So
Right.
even their group stage data for week 1, it's sort of how much can you count on that? Because they have really changed their overall gameplay style.
Right.
I will say overall, though, that I will expect Renegades to take Assault. I don't think Assault will be a specialty of FNRGFE. I think the only scenario where they take Assault is where they were stomping perhaps the first 2 maps and then Renegades just demoralized by that point. Yeah. But in theory, Renegades should be rather good when you get to Assault, regardless of which Assault map you end up going to.
On this map in particular, I have FNRGFE at 0-2 on Lijiang, so maybe a different control would have been better for them.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see as we will be going to map here in just a bit, but the one question I have is, are we going to see any Roadhog? And I have a very pointed reason for asking that question, in that I've been working on my cosplay skills, and I just really want my left guy rings. We'll see if you. Oh wow, that actually looks pretty good. I thought they might be too small, but I'm really hoping that we see some Roadhog today, so that I can bust out my.
Well, the joke is, I troll Jesus's Twitch chat a lot in his channel, and I always make fun of his Roadhog play, and it's a joke because he's a good Roadhog player. But the joke about Renegades was always, if Jesus is on Roadhog, it means that Plan A, Plan B, and C have failed, and they were throwing anything at the wall possible to try to bring it back. Yeah, so it was always a bad situation. His Roadhog play is fine by itself. I don't think teams are still comfortable running Roadhog. Yeah. I really don't think it's going to happen.
I would
despite your rings.
Jesus being on Roadhog is the canary in the coal mine. It's not so much that there's anything wrong with the canary. It's just it's a impending warning sign that everything is going to die, including the canaries. So it's usually not good for them if he's on that hero.
And it's key to note that this is not their second plan. This is their third or fourth plan.
Right.
They will go through multiple different iterations of their team before they even reach that. Well, we're going to see their first iteration, I hope, anyway, on Lijiang Towers. We'll go into that in just a bit. Thank you for indulging my Roadhog discussion, by the way.
That's nice. Looks nice.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
They turned out great. I just got to give a shout out to our 3D printers, I guess, for this one.
How many men have you killed with that fist
so
far?
None yet, but
I
needed you for the rest of the day.
All right. Well, guys, if I disappear after the stream, you'll know why.
No, but I seriously though, shout out to Bo and his roommate for making me those. Bo's the guy that cuts together all of our clips, by the way. So thank him for a lot more than just these rings, because he's making this in a very enjoyable
Video
experience.
editor extraordinaire Bo, movie connoisseur Bo. We all love him here. We could shout out everyone in the studio. It's been such a great event so far, and everyone's worked so hard on it. But we'll do that at the end. We have a lot of Overwatch to go through today so far. We're going to start off on our first set, as you mentioned, between the 5-hour Energy Detroit Renegades and FNRGFE. This should be a good one. I'm really looking forward to it. We're going to start on Lijiang Tower. We'll see exactly which map we go to. The biggest question for me is sometimes Magachu's stubborn. And stubborn on the Pharah sometimes when it's not working perfectly. And I think he needs to be a little quicker to switch when it's not working.
I agree, and on the same note, I don't really want to see Mangachu too much on D.Va here, where his D.Va is all right, but I do think that leads to a bit of a mismatch in between the two teams.
Yeah.
The question here still is going to be, though, Cool Matt versus Mangachu, where Cool Matt does do a very good job of getting into the opposing D.Va's face, and we've actually seen, if you look back to old matchups like Complexity v Renegades, where a D.Va could mitigate Mangachu coming in on the Pharah.
Should be one of the better Tracer v Tracers in North America, should they choose to go after each other. Clockwork and Jesus both at the very top of their game on our favorite British time traveler. Little poke coming in so far as they try to get in here towards the edge. Clockwork has gone a deep dive. Zachary gets very low, but finds his Mercy to help him out. Stays alive. Bloodless so far, ZP. Never
Really
mind.
good for Zachary to be able to get out there that quickly, but while he was retreating, Primo wasn't able to get out. So now FNRGFE is able to come in with a 6v5, but it's going back and forth. Coolmat gets demeched, and Renegades, despite the early tank loss, is now able to come back in. So this is going in and around on the outskirts, and it's really, you see both Mangachu and Bud just looking for their opportunity.
Well, another D-Mech, though, takes that Zachary out of the mech. Jesus answers in turn with his own Pulse Bomb, able to take down Muma very back and forth, but Resurrections come on both sides. This is an interesting battle to start off. Nygaard still no control yet.
Very quick sound barrier coming out from Renegades, and that will be the turning point. It was the ultimates built up midway through the game that were able to allow Renegades to come in and secure this point, but very close between both teams. Oh. Did anyone call for Winston fireworks?
Oh, I just like that he laughed at it at the end. That was great. Mangachu, one of the best in the game as far as mid-airs and Farah's V. Pretty good. Zarya, maybe his Diva's not at the good level of cool mats, but let's be fair, whose is? A lot about his Farah, and for good reason. He has worked really hard on trying to expand his...
That much is for sure, but FNRGFE, they're going to be rolling right back in. They almost have a sound barrier of their own, so this is where Renegades, it would be very useful for them to get an early pickoff here before that comes into play, but no, they're not able to get it. Sound barrier comes in, but Mangachu drops the Justice right on top of Buds' head and evens things up here for Renegades, and that's going to be the determining factor as Mangachu goes off.
Mangachu is one of those Pharahs that I think we still think it might be the best 10-minute straight of Pharah we've ever seen that we saw a couple months ago, where he just, when he's on, it is a terrifying and beautiful thing to behold.
Mangachu has had the highest peaks of any Pharah. I think that much is very safe to say. The problem is that he's not able to sustain it over a full map in many cases, but so far, this has been a very good start for Mangachu, and FNRGFE already in a rough spot here on Lijiang as they come in here once more.
Absolutely. They're going to need to get in this fight and sustain it, hopefully get a resurrection through, as Banny, that is not TF2 Banny, by the way, is going to be in here on the Mercy. It's just a coincidence he's playing with these old guys. Trying to get in so far, but 85%. Jesus comes in with the Pulse Bomb, takes out 2 himself.
And that's getting rid of the threat, but Bonnie is right there. Resurrection is in, and that's going to give new life to FNRGFE as they take great advantage on it. Clockwork and Buds working the outside, and now the tanks can start moving in, but Pullback gets taken down. He's not able to stay alive, but it's Buds who finishes the cleanup on the outside with that final barrage.
Bud's, of course, known for his giant plays in the Beyblade meta. Reaper is back in the meta. We might see Bud's flex onto that a little bit later. Of course, on the other side, Zachary would be the one to play Reaper if those things come to fruition. But Bud's a very talented player. He's got a deep pool. He can play a lot of different things, and I think you need someone on that team who can play a lot of things. You need someone who can flex on all sorts of different DPS.
You do need that flexibility here in Overwatch, but now the real question is, will FNRGFE be able to get in on Sherlocky? He's still alive, and they're already down 1, so Renegades has a great opening here. They lose Jer, but it's not really going to matter too much in the beginning because Sherlocky is holding in the back. He can bring these fallen heroes back up, and now he's going to move in. Comes in, only gets 1 off the res, but that 1 is important. Jesus, very good at working around the outside here on Night Market, and Hex, for now, Renegades has a pretty sizable advantage in this fight.
FNRG comes back in right now, but there's going to be a counter barrage of Jer, or a counter barrier if Jer can stay alive. They do just that, get a couple of kills. Sherlocky now out of this fight as Mangachu holds sway over the skies. 5-4 looking for the cleanup. FNRG does flip it back.
And the problem with Renegades flipping that back there is that FNRGFE, they're not going to be able to come in and really delay this too much. They just lost a big fight. Coolmat won the last hopes, but his team is dying all around him, and I don't care how good of a diva you may be, when you are surrounded by this many people, it's difficult. That said, Muma comes back in, and they're doing more work than can be expected. Coolmat picking up 2 kills in an uneven number situation, but still might be too little too late here, Hex.
They try. They had a couple tanks in a Lucio, which is decent. Clockwork gets there just a second too late, as does Banny. That does not count for time on the point.
No, but they were actually really close to pulling that back just because of the delay they had there, more so than you might have thought. If Clockwork was maybe half a second quicker, overtime continues, they get the resurrection, and who knows where that fight goes.
Very close between the two, and I think that's what we're in for today. We expect it to go maybe 5. This is just... I mean, he's dead anyway, right? He might turn the corner around there, but...
Muma was leaping to just throw himself off anyways, but he got a little bit of a helping hand in the form of a rocket to the rear.
Yeah, you gotta take that alt charge where he can get it. He wants to not give it to you, and he just takes it away. Mangachu now off of that Sphera. Very difficult stage to run a pharmacy combo on. Always has been, almost always will be. So they're going to move him over to Zarya, and they're going to pair him with a Reaper.
And the question is, how effective will Zachary be on this Reaper? Teams have been looking to mix it in, but I would say most teams aren't all that familiar with moving in Reaper right now because they haven't played him in a while. So this is an X factor, but it could work out really well for Renegades, and teams have had success. And already they focus down Matt, they get him out of the fight, and now Zachary is free to clean up the rest.
Yeah, Jesus is able to get in there. Jesus is also a phenomenal diva too. We talked about how it might be Mangachu there, but Jesus has a Tracer and diva in his pocket. Jesus just has amazing self-destructs as well. So despite them getting a couple of kills here on the other side, it has been taken by Renegades. They get first control of the point.
Well, this is really troublesome for Renegades. So they lost 2 people right towards the end, and now FNRGFE can roll right back in and retake. So that was really brutal because now FNRGFE is going to be fully set up. Renegades is not, and this will very much work in FNRGFE's favor.
The thing I like about both these teams is that they both have a lot of flexibility. Right now, you're going to see Buds move over to the 76. He can run that. They can put Clockwork on the 76. I mean, all their DPS can play a ton. A beautiful opening salvo from Clockwork as he jumps in on Sherlock. He gets the Pulse Bomb.
And they fall through the Transcendence here. They just want to finish this out strongly. They already have the 6v5, but why not use the Transcendence and make that fight even cleaner? So they're going to do just that. And now the question is, can FNRGFE balance their ult economy against the Renegades as they move back in? Because here's one downside, is that they're going to have to use a sound barrier to deal with both an opposing sound barrier and a nano boost. So Renegades, depending on who they put this boost on, they're going to have a big advantage in this fight, especially with the Graviton coming online.
You can do it onto Zachary, actually, too, if you want to get the boost in there. It's not the same as it used to be. The Graviton does come out, grabs a couple in the backline. You have to Primal Rage out of it, gets slept and awoken immediately.
And you see the nano boost going to Mangachu. They just want to build another Graviton as quick as possible, but it's not really working out. Mangachu couldn't even get good target selection there. And FNRGFE, they take the fight to the outskirts. They get 3-1 on the trade-offs here, and they played around Renegades really well in this fight.
Just bad execution, I think, on a lot of those ultimate abilities, most notably the nano boost there towards the end. It got him 10%. That's not the trade you want to be getting right there. And great positioning to rotate out of that. You don't want to fight in these corridors against a Reaper who's going to have Death Blossom up, try to sneak up on you. When you've got long-range DPS, you saw Buds on the cleanup there, and that's just keeping their distance correctly.
Right, and I think the plan there for Renegades was that Mangachu would go into the middle and fight it out, but everyone fought the outskirts, so it didn't really work out. In any case, Renegades is going right back in again. Zachary has a Death Blossom at the ready, but he has to find a way of getting in around Coolmat, and Mangachu, just a little bit too far deep, ends up falling as FNRGFE uses a Transcendence and comes right back in. So they have an advantage early on this fight, and it's overtime, Hex. Renegades cannot back out of here at this point.
Getting a couple trades back and forth. It is alternating there as Jesus is still alive in his mech, and he's going to get the sound barrier too. It's going to mitigate a lot of the damage on the ground. Cool Matt trying to get his pistol work going on so that he can get back in the mech. Clockwork will rejoin them. A Pulse Bomb could swing this the other way for his team. They do get the boost to Jesus, but he gets demeched.
Jesus is going to get demeched here, and Matt is going to get back into his mech. He was bunny blastering away, gets right back in, and now reinforcements are coming in for FNRGFE. It's been close, but Renegades getting just piled on here as it's going right back into a straight 6v6. And here's the problem for Renegades, Hex. They weren't able to retake this at a point. They were very close, but not there yet. So even as this is delayed, they're not getting any progress. Graviton comes in, though, and that is exactly what Renegades needed to finish out this fight.
Matt was in it as Baby Diva getting his Bunny Blaster going, almost got another mech yet again. At the professional level, ZP, you can't let a Diva get back in a mech. You can't let a mech recharge. It doesn't happen very often. You cannot allow that to happen.
Look, Hex, this is a term I'm very familiar with, but sometimes you need to finish your play. Yes. After you get the Diva out of her mech, please finish the job. Do not let her get back in. Yeah. That is a disaster for all parties
involved.
You
said plate singular as if you've ever had a meal with one serving.
That is absolutely not true. I go for multiple attacks, but here comes the Renegades. Sound barrier's out, and they are moving right in, but FNRGFE, it's a nice disengage, followed up by a great self-destruct, takes down Sherlocky and Zachary, and with the Transcendence and counter-engage, FNRGFE is going to fully wipe out the Renegades and likely take the stage.
They will take this back rather easily. It was a beautiful self-destruct. I mean, at least a zone, and then you just get the gravy on top. Is that 2 people unable to get away? Great way to start a fight there. This is going to be a battle. I've got a feeling we're going to see a lot of maps from these teams. Could be wrong, but I hope to see a lot of maps from these teams.
This is one of the series when we looked at the quarterfinals, we thought this could very easily go to 5.
Very easily. So I believe we're going to have a Zarya grab right there. They do grab a couple, and this is actually during a sound barrier too, but both of them with pretty low health regardless of that, and the cleanup there. The Graviton, I think, was about 50-50. One of them just got a Winston who Primal Raged right out of it. Not an ideal target. That one's okay, you know, considering they struggled to kill a Pilot Diva before, I guess you have to use grab on her now.
Apparently. I mean, well, if you put her in grab, Hex, she can't even use what little mobility Baby Diva has.
80.
Thinking back to just Matt moments, he's actually one of the more lethal players with the Buddy Blaster, where it's just like, oh, he actually killed 2-3 people with that.
It does a surprising amount of damage, but it shouldn't. Not at this level, and not when Jesus was also still in his mech. He should have been able to zone that out.
All right, well, FNRGFE and Renegades fighting out here on the garden. Both Pharahs taking it out on each other, but Primo is punished again. You saw Matt just dive back, deal with the dive in, and now FNRGFE with a 2-man advantage, and they can really press this here, Hex.
Jesus also down too, so that's a lot of the flanking, and I think they know it. Zachary, maybe of his own volition, goes off the edge. The combo gonna back out too. First point given up rather easily to FNRGFE. Buds and Banny doing a good job against Sherlocky and Mangachu, and we're gonna see combo battles. I really do think it's not about air v air, it's about who can help out the ground better.
Absolutely agree, and even though the air v air is the flashy part, the Pharah that is able to win the ground war first gets a lot more support in turn. But the next fight is underway. Bud's in the air right now, and he's focusing on the ground, but when the other Pharah's on the ground, why not take a pot shot? Mangachu and Buds getting into it, in over the top, but while the ground war's going on, Primo is getting just hit every single time. FNRGFE is isolating Primo Dulce, and the resurrection is forced out.
While we're watching that, meanwhile, Muma takes down 3 by himself on the ground. Sherlocky is forced to use the resurrection before the other side, which is good for FNRGFE. It means that Banny's going to have the res, so Buds can feel safe to barrage at any time, but they don't need to. Muma has been running wild, one of the more underrated tanks in North America, in my opinion.
Oh, no.
Keep an eye out for him.
Winston Violence, he's able to jump back up. Muma not going to quite get that kill, but it was close, Hex. It was close.
Yeah, the old guerrilla warfare right there. The tactics going on over the side, but nothing really comes of it. Still holding on to that res is FNRGFE. It's going to be huge.
This is up to Zachary here. Zachary going to throw in the self-destruct over the top. This is a better moment for it, but FNRGFE able to dodge it. So they get nothing off of it. They just zone it back a bit, and Mangachu comes out with the barrage, and it's a beauty. D-Mex Cool Matt takes down Buds, but Bonnie is right there with the resurrection. So this one perhaps not over just yet.
Not over just yet. Meanwhile, too, they also took out the opposing Mercy, which is probably the big signal to go there. Mangachu finally comes alive in what has been a battle of attrition in the skies between both of these Pharahs. You have to hit 2 out of 3 rockets, and you've seen them hit opening rockets, but they're never able to hit the second or third to really follow up. But there's a Mercy in the pocket. You have to hit multiple rockets in a row, and neither has been able to really do that so far.
For both Pharahs, it's about the pressure they can apply to the other Pharah while then swapping off to the ground and making the ground war a good thing. And so far, Buds has actually done better in that. He's helped the ground war more. He's really focused on Primo as he's left in, and that's given FNRGFE a big advantage. But again, you look at Primo right now, even with the Primal Rage, getting focused on heavily, FNRGFE trying to take him out of the fight, even as they come back in the contest.
Come back into contest, but there are some bodies down there stalling out on the point. They do shift their focus to collapse onto that point to try to take out these bodies, even propping a Primal Rage as well. Will force out the barrier. Banny getting very low right now, in trouble. Gonna be chased down. Not finished by Jesus. There it is, finally. He's slippery, but not that slippery. Jesus will find him and execute him. And that is a couple of kills that they needed to be able to push the pressure off this point.
Jesus was nothing if not persistent there. And for Renegades, they're starting to bring this one back. FNRGFE did have a bit of buffer room to go with here. And honestly, I think this next fight is probably more their window where they will have a bit of an advantage. They have a barrier while Renegades does not. So they can engage a little bit more aggressively. And then if anyone does die, they do have Banny there at the resurrection. The problem is that if they don't get Sherlocky, it could very well be neutralized out. So where Sherlocky is and how he gets focused on here is going to be very important, as here comes FNRGFE.
It's about as simple as it can be. Which Mercy goes down or does not go down might dictate the rest of this fight. Clockwork spending a lot of time trying to finish this. Lucio still unable to get there. Resurrection first used by Banny gives Renegades the small advantage here. They will use it just like that. A beautiful barrage as Sherlocky brought a couple alive too. They have the advantage now.
Well, they have a really big advantage now as FNRGFE is going to struggle just to get back onto the point. 95% to 89%. Now, this is desperation. We have seen teams pull it back from this point, but it's going to be difficult. They do get onto the point just in time. Coolmat throws Smek on, but Renegades is looking to solidify. They drop the sound barrier, and they use it to great effect, picking up 2 immediate kills right after it. FNRGFE, they don't have a lot in the tank here, Hex. They have to delay and hope for a miracle.
That was going all the way back when Clockwork died in an off-screen Tracer v Tracer to Jesus. I said that was going to be such an important battle between them. And you want your Tracer alive to be able to dance on the point, to be able to stall this out. It's so important, and they don't have him there. He might be able to get back now, already low. It's all over but the crying, I do believe.
So let me ask you this, Hex. Would you like to see FNRGFE go to what they've done against Pharahs in the past rather than what they're doing now, where instead of trying to match Pharah v Pharah, you put Buds on the 76 and you put Matt on a duty of just really getting the Mangachu's face? Because I feel like they've been trying to beat Renegades at their own game here, and Mangachu is still a very good Pharah in the Pharah v Pharah battle.
Yeah.
Even though there were points where Buds was clearly getting the better of it, Mangachu exploded towards the latter half of that round.
I don't necessarily want to take a Pharmacy combo versus Mangachu's Pharmacy combo. He puts more time in it than anyone. It's still his home hero. He thinks it's his best hero by far. And yeah, they have the people to be able to run a counter to this in the 76, but it wasn't one-sided enough that I think you have to do it, but I think it's something that has to be an option in your mind right now, that if this starts to go poorly for us, we need to have that transition ready to go.
Well, the one thing that I think is really clear to point out here is that the one round that FNRGFE won was a round where Mangachu wasn't able to win the Pharah, or run the Pharah. It was on Control Center, so I do think there's something to be said for maybe not going Pharah v Pharah right now.
It's completely possible. I would agree. I also think that Sherlocky's playing really well. He's giving a lot of people heals, whereas Banny seems to be stuck a lot on just Buds right now. Some of that is the positioning of Buds, though, too. So I think the combo overall, not just the soldier, the Pharahs are playing really well.
This is a very even fight here so far. Both teams trading out, and it's Renegades off of the Pharah of Mangachu, able to get the final few kills and pushes one back in their favor as Coolmat is executed by Jesus. He thought he was going to hit the pavement, but no. Pulse rifle ammunition hit him first.
Ah, Jesus. Jesus is one of my favorite players, J3sis. He's a Tracer main, and he's plays so well on it, and that's why the addition of Zachary has been so important to him, is because he can stay on that Tracer more often than not now. He doesn't have to flex as often anymore.
No, he doesn't, at least. And now FNRGFE going to be coming right back in here. Clockwork and Jesus both with pulse bombs, looking for targets in the back, but Jesus strikes first and even gets Clockwork in the process. That was a 2-for-1 special, but Bonnie is there at the res, and that's going to undo some of that and keep FNRGFE still alive. The problem is that Sherlocky still has his resurrection, and I would say he hasn't really been pressured much at all in this game so far.
You don't really want to use the res there, too. Using a res to bring your team back to full strength is not ideal. You want to use the res to tempo and to bring it back, that you have the advantage off of it as well. Sherlocky's going to use it just like that to bring back Primo there, who went down. It's a solo res, but it's completely fine. I think the less people you res is often a better sign for your team, that, oh, it's fine, we'll just bring him one up.
Well, just bringing one up can be completely fine, especially if it is a tempo resurrection. So
here's a triple res.
Yeah, the triple res comes up, but here's the problem: is that this is just letting them tread water here. It's not giving them an advantage; it's giving them a second chance.
Exactly.
If you can resurrect and bring up 2 people when both teams are down 2 people, now you have a 6v4, and that's a much better position to be in.
Well, they still have yet to fully deal with the combination that is Mangachu and Sherlocky in the sky. And what I was trying to say earlier is that I think Sherlocky just played a little bit better than Banny on that Mercy so far today. As you mentioned, he's been very difficult to get to. Buds comes in. They will find Banny eventually, though, as Zachary takes him out with his self-destruct. So that's a small advantage here for FNRGFE, looking to finally take control at this point.
Oh no! Sherlocky took down Buds with a headshot Mercy pistol towards the very end, and then threw himself off the cliff. So you want to talk about parting shots as you depart. Won't really affect the next fight too much, but highly entertaining nonetheless.
Style points.
Yes.
Style points indeed. Well, it maybe affects it a little bit. Banny was going to have the resurrection much earlier before Sherlocky. Should have it in the middle of this fight. Going very low. They have to use Sound Barrier to keep Banny alive.
They have to use it immediately, and FNRGFE, they don't have any more room to give. If they lose a single fight here, that's going to be it, and they are getting poked down heavily from the sides. Bud's trying to do the same, and does. Finds Jur on the outskirts, and this gives FNRGFE an enormous advantage in finishing out this fight.
Damage Twisted Rockets are going to make that Diva's life very difficult, and down to the pavement goes Diva's. Muma gives her a helping hand off the edge. Couple of 1 fights in a row here for FNRGFE. Again, simplistic analysis incoming. Mercy's going to be pretty important in the next fight. Both will have their ultimates ready. You want to use it second if at all possible.
Indeed, and one thing I'm going to note here is I don't think either team has really been going after the other Mercy super hard here, so it's just weird. You can almost assume that both teams are going to get a resurrection off. It's just a matter of how greedy do you want to be as a Mercy here.
Well, it's the stage, though, too. It's very difficult to get to Mercies on this stage as they're just kind of found a different area to fight outside the edge. That Mercy's on the ground. That is ground beef right there. And Sherlock, he goes down to Boink.
Lucio on Mercy violent. Sometimes Boink takes matters into his own hands, but that's going to greatly aid FNRGFE. Mangachu cannot be anywhere near as aggressive when his lifeline is taken out, so FNRGFE, a team that was on the verge of losing this round and losing the map, is now 1 fight away themselves, Hex, and they're looking pretty good for this next fight. The one thing that's going to be tricky, though, is that Renegades has a small window where they can come up the barrier and catch them off guard.
Sure Lucky dying there is kind of Mangachu's fault, in my opinion. He was on the ground. Where's Sure Lucky supposed to be if you're Mercy or if your Pharaoh's on the ground? You need that sky escape for them. They will open with barrier here, ZP.
They open with the barrier, but they're not able to get any kills, and that means FNRGFE can roll right back in. And here's the thing, is that they lost Boink. They don't get a barrier of their own, but Banny can res him back up, and there's the resurrection. The resurrection comes in, but it doesn't hit Boink. They're not going to get a barrier here, and it's still very close, but a bit in favor of Renegades because of how that played out.
Resurrection into barrier is one of the best support combos as old as time. It gets you up and back in fighting shape as quickly as humanly possible. Still very close back and forth here as ults pop all over the place. Mangachu solo-handedly rains justice on the opposing combination, and that might just be it.
What more can you ask from your Pharaoh? Mangachu, his own cleanup duty here towards the end, and Renegades just a little bit away from taking this first map away from FNRGFE. Overtime ticks down, and that's going to be it.
Something that we've talked about, and we have somewhat varying opinions on this, is Mangachu's heroes that aren't Pharah. And I agree with you that the best bet against him is to make him not play Pharah. And whether that's 76, whether that's Zarya, whether that's anything, you can't let him do this. You cannot let him do this. And maybe it's just the map, right? It's a great map for Pharah. We've always seen her on it, but man, he went wild on that. And Bud's actually had a pretty decent game, but nowhere near Mangachu's game.
And especially on Night Market, honestly. Night Market, and this was a good RNG for them coming into that 4th point. To get that again, he just had free reign generally of the outside, the free air. Because, well, you don't really want to be on the Night Market side as a Pharah. You don't have nearly as many.
No, Courtyard doesn't exist if you're going to run a pharmacy. They don't fight there anymore.
Yeah. It's a little bit confusing to me because we've seen FNRGFE deal with Pharah combinations in a much more coherent way where you don't have to run a Pharah. You just put Buds on the 76 and have Matt go up and deal with the distraction. And I feel like when it became apparent that they were losing the Pharah v Pharah setups, even though, yes, there were points and moments where Buds got the better of Mangachu. Mangachu was doing disproportionate amounts of work on his Pharah, and I do think that at the very least for the final Night Market, FNRGFE needed to change something up there. I don't think they took the ideal compositional fight.
Yeah, and it ended up being close at the end there, but there was never a moment where you felt like, wow, Renegades are really not doing what they want to do here. They lost a few fights, but it never seemed like they were out of control. And I think that all points contributing because Jesus was landing so many pulse bombs there as well. I mean, he looked really impressive. Talking about making fun of him on stream, that's what I make fun of him on stream for, is missing pulse bombs.
Well, I mean, you can make fun of him for a multitude of things on stream. That's what I do. I try to vary it around, just to try to kind of keep his confidence as low as possible. We will be heading into Gibraltar. FNRGFE has been okay on it. Just like, again, we don't have a ton of data on them, but they've been 5-3 on Gibraltar. But Renegades, I think, has also been a little bit better on Gibraltar overall, too. So everything that FNRGFE can do, Renegades has just done a little bit better. So maybe they can bring this back.
I'm going to disagree in one respect going to Gibraltar. And here's the thing about Gibraltar is that it's not a very welcoming map to a Pharah.
Yes.
You don't see teams try and run Pharah here often. And if you took a look at how Control Center played out, I kind of feel like when Pharah isn't in the equation, FNRGFE still has matchups that play very favorably for them here. So now that you don't have to expect the Pharah coming in from Renegades going to Gibraltar, which is why I think the map was picked, I do think that they have a little bit of an edge coming into this.
Look, bottom line is Renegades are going to rely on whatever they get out of Mangachu. Because you know what you're getting out of Jesus, right? He's the most consistent player on this team, has been for months. Mangachu will give you great Pharah. What is he going to give you otherwise?
And this is where I expect him. He could potentially play 76. And of course, especially on, well, first and second, that high ground could be potentially very important. Well, but he's he's played a lot of Diva as well, and they might actually just put their faith into Zachary and Jesus. They have done that in the past. As we saw, actually, Zachary on Diva as well. They actually have 3 people that have played Diva here and there. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, and this is definitely, I would have to say, one of the key contributing factors as to why FNRGFE 69 did not pick a fair-friendly map.
I don't know if they actually have a lot of faith in Mangachu and the Fairy here, because you stop and think about the decision they made on Control Center. They put Jesus on the Diva in a map where that's a really good Tracer round.
Yeah.
Legion Control Center, and they didn't put Jesus on Tracer there. Instead, put him on the Diva, which makes sense in the idea that he is a very good Diva, but that's also troubling in that you're not putting your best Tracer player on Tracer on Control Center.
It is, but they wanted to run Zachary on the Reaper. I think that was the strategy, to put Zachary on the Reaper and then bubble him so he can get in for... I think it's just a different strategy.
They were doing
I want to see Tracer at every map, you know that.
We're not saying it's the best strategy. Obviously, though, they were like, you know, this is a coherent strategy. 3 tanks, try to protect the Reaper. It just, as it turns out, did not work. Well, I don't think we're going to see that on Watchpoint Gibraltar, but we're going to see what else Renegades and FNRGFE can pull out of their hats, as this is going to be the second map. FNRG down 1-0 to Renegades.
So, Hex, when I take a look at this and we sort of look at the teams here, if we can expect Mangachu to come in here in the 76, I think this is going to be a little bit tough for him, because the thing that Mangachu excels on in Soldier really isn't so much his raw mechanical play. He's not a soldier that's going to be getting tons of kills without ultimates. He does have very good tactical visors. The problem is that when you're going up against a very good opposing Diva, you're going to get pressured in both of those phases. And I think particularly in the phase where he doesn't even have his ultimate, it's going to make things tough for him.
I think a lot of it could be dependent on Sherlocky, because if they set up in the spot where a lot of soldiers like to set up, very far and back in the corner, a lot of that dive defense is based on, can you hit the sleep dart when it comes in? So I think Mangachu, this is not Mangachu 3 months ago, which I would have 100% agreed on you that his 76 was subpar at best. I think he's playing better lately. Now, if that's better is going to be enough, that question remains to be seen. But I will give him the benefit of the doubt. You know, he's put a lot of work in on widening his pool. And I think a lot of help that he's going to get is from Zachary. They hadn't had like this great Genji play before, and Zachary has been a great player for them.
Well, they have had good Genjis in the past, so I mean, even though Zachary has been great on Genji, there were moments where they had side-buying out for the team, and he was very good. So I don't think Renegades actually had a dearth of good Genjis for them over time. But in any case, this first fight is underway, and Renegades is being really aggressive defense, but they dive back on the Primo Dulce. FNRGFE just dove back in response to that dive, and Primo got caught out in that early room, so they grab a very quick 6v5 here.
That's 101 how to catch a dive. It wasn't really even a dive because he was the only one who went in. Apparently Zachary missed the memo. He does equalize a little bit, takes out Buds early on, but this should be it for the very aggressive first defense, especially taking on Jer, who's trying to get out of there. They're going to have to back up, wait for your horses to come back in, and then they should be able to set up on the high ground here again, and that's where essentially your biggest fight's going to come on Gibraltar first.
I just feel like there was a signal cross there because Primo went really deep and then looked around and went, wait, no one else here is with me? Now I have a Diva boxing the end? It wasn't great. Renegades, though, they do get an opportunity to come back in. Pulse Bomb is out from Jesus and does not connect. Zenyatta on Tracer Violence going to set the tone. And already, FNRGFE getting a whole lot of momentum, and they should be able to grab first rather easily here, especially with the Transcendence, keeping them healthy in this fight.
Yeah, they did have to force out the Transcend. It just seemed like they never got their feet under them after that first set, whatever. Really, after that first Winston dive, they went in, and as you mentioned it, Wires looked cross there. Why do you not give him at least a little bit of support? Because even a Genji going in there with a deflect might keep Winston alive a little bit longer, keep some bullets off him at the very least. Clockwork says goodbye, Primo.
That is animal cruelty. Primo was just trying to get back to his team off the split spawn, and Clockwork. One clip, a pulse bomb, and good night. That's a really big swing in momentum for FNRGFE as they continue to apply pressure here, Hex.
They need to find a way to stabilize here. It has not been stabilized yet. Again, since that first jump, they were never able to get the high ground setup that they want. You want essentially your 76 and 2 supports up there, if at all possible. Though Zachary chasing people away a little bit. A single kill from Mangachu's Diva does take down Buds. These might be the kills they need to finally stabilize here.
this is a swap up that we've seen from Renegades. They realize that they need the Diva and they put Mangachu onto it, but this could be very much in FNRGFE's favor because, as we were talking before, in terms of Diva matchups, Coolman has a big advantage versus Mangachu, and in terms of just coordination, FNRGFE has been playing better with their dive tanks, and so far, Renegades is not able to even get any semblance of stabilizing here.
No, they got a couple of kills, but then still unable to bring it back, and now with the split spawns of Gibraltar, they're going to be in trouble. They find a hiding Tracer, almost take her down. Clockwork has just been on the super cleanup. No escape from this man. He has crushed it time and again, and I love how aggressive they're playing here.
Clockwork probably does not have a back key on his keyboard right now. His Tracer can only go forward, and speaking of going forward, he has a Pulse Bomb up right now. He's waiting for the triple blink to come in on the side and find someone, but Jesus has had enough. Pressures him back, stops a preemptive Pulse Bomb, but FNRGFE is still getting all sorts of payload momentum here.
Finds the check. They force out a barrier on the defense. You like to turn this into some aggression or some kills. They are able to demech Matt, at least with the help of a Jesus Pulse Bomb. So that's nice for him. Still trading back and forth. However, ZP, this is where you generally see defenses stabilize on Gibraltar, even if the map goes as poorly as it did the first two.
Jesus finishing his play, getting rid of Cool Map there, but FNRGFE, they double down. Bud says, I got this. They sound barrier, and Buds picks up a 3K. What an opportunity taken by FNRGFE here, and they have Renegades perhaps in check right now, because Renegades is going to find it really hard to get out of their spawn hacks.
How many people has Clockwork killed while they were in spawn? That is just demoralizing right there. Throws a Pulse Bomb in there, takes them out too. This is something you never want to see. A Tactical Visor from the high ground. Defense Matrix will get some of it, but not all of it. That is 2 kills and a demech before Buds goes down.
Buds went down, but he did the job before falling. Puts FNRGFE in a great position, and now it might just be a matter of time. Renegades desperately trying to stall out, but they're in a tough spot here. Self-destruct comes in, and FNRGFE just keeping on the pressure as we see a random Reinhardt come out.
Oh, it's Sherlocky on Reinhardt. Makes a ton of sense. Your main support to switch him over to Reinhardt.
I don't know. Just, why not? Sometimes you call for a burly German man to solve your problems.
Buds to switch over to the Widow as well. He wants a little more precision in his firing scope over the top. Clockwork hits another Pulse Bomb onto Sherlocky. Zachary's out here on the May just trying to stall. I think they know they're not going to stop this from happening, but they're just trying to buy time.
I think that is the method of their madness with Reinhardt. Just it's another like thick body to put on the cards. Buds. Buds with the Widow play the back, shot after shot, flick after flick. He is going off his own personal shooting gallery. But to set a incredibly quick time here on Watch Point Gibraltar.
That's great play, but it's the best point to be a Widow. When like the team is, they can't afford to send anyone after you. You can just sit back. You're going to get zero pressure on you, and they really have to fight on the cart. So yes, great play from Buds, but nah. We'll see it. We'll see it in first person here. Actually, we're going to get a nice replay.
This is Buds turning Overwatch into Duck Hunt. Just imagine the little dog laughing. Everyone else is ducks, and he's with the old Nintendo light gun. That's how I envision the scenario.
Yeah, I was really good at Duck Hunt because I just put the light gun right up to the TV.
Wow.
Yeah, I nailed it.
I thought that would be something I would do.
Yeah, you are scummy. You're scummy in the way you play your video games.
Thank you for the qualification, as opposed to just leaving it at scummy. Like,
yeah.
At the very least, like, give a title to it. Just call me a scum lord.
Okay, sure. I mean, if that's what you want.
Well, I mean, I just feel like if you're going to do something, you go full out, right? You become the lord of it. Like, you got to own it.
I was going to let it go. I was actually going to apologize, but I think if you want to own it, you can own it.
Look, you know what? You can be a villain. You can be a hero. Yeah. So, you just got to choose a side.
So as we look over to the beautiful ocean and what could possibly be a BioShock crossover where Winston is the villain in the next one.
You know, if Monty and Doa didn't say that they already got their furniture, I'd just say that their furniture is on that boat.
On that boat, yeah.
They were waiting for all. It's like, don't know when it's going to get there.
The old cargo ships over there. Those frighten me for some reason. They're so tall and so massive, and they're all made of metal and they're underwater. Like, I don't understand how physics works in general, so, like, science in general frightens me, as do lights and loud noises. But, like, just those giant boats, I find them terrifying.
They're efficient. They're very efficient.
They really aren't, are they? I thought they weren't. All right. Anyway, that is something I can get down to. I understand Winston. I understand Groovin. I understand the twist. Well, Renegades needs to find something different, and they are going to look for something different. You know, I would not mind Mangachu actually staying on this Hanzo. He's got a pool that includes a lot of weird and strange things, and it's not just for the Sonic Arrow to check the door so far. He's staying on the Hanzo, and I like it.
I'm happy that he's coming out in the Hanzo just because it's something that could catch FNRGFE a bit off guard here. And it was something that used to get played quite a bit on Gibraltar openings. It's not like we haven't seen this before. The problem is that it is feast or famine. This is the path of Hanzo. You either get a great headshot and the fight is easy, or you sit here wondering why your team isn't asking you to switch, but there it is! He gets onto Boink early on, the arrow hits its mark, and this is gonna open the way for Renegades.
Oink, oink, there goes the boink as he's taken out immediately, and it's so great. He was doing a lot of little damage though. He's almost gonna have a Dragon Strike, which you would love to combo with a Graviton or any sort of CC, of course, but you know generally where teams are gonna reinforce from here, so it could be a good ult just without those things.
Very well could be, and I mean, more than anything else, it's a nice area where people might be wanting to come in through that side.
Yeah.
Well, now they can't come in from the side, and he finds Clockwork, arrow to the dome. Mangachu coming alive here on the Hanzo, which FNRGFE has not quite prepared for.
You can say whatever you want about Mangachu, and people have said a lot, good and bad. But this man is entertaining to watch. He plays Torb, he plays Hanzo, he plays May, he plays everything.
But FNRGFE, they're coming back in. They're still delaying this out. Clockwork versus the world. Still in and around. Matt is down. It is just Clockwork here. This is beautiful delay, but it's not going to be enough to clear the way.
Discord, it does give his team time to, if they got split spawns, to get into better positioning. So he sacrificed himself so his team could live. Tracers have been on the chase. Jesus decides to give that one up, which is smart because the rest of the team was reinforcing right over the top.
Death was coming from him, and it wasn't even a Reaper. But one thing to note here, too, for Mangachu coming in is that he still can stand the Hanzo for now. I think he's going to swap if this next push doesn't work out, but it's still a threat that particularly Buds has to be careful of. You don't want to fall to a random arrow as a 76 when you are dependent on dropping in the damage. But both teams Hex dropping the beat and going in here.
Mangachu, Clockwork taking a little revenge. Getting hit by a Hanzo as a Tracer does hurt your feelings, even though he's a pretty good counter to her. And he will take his pound of flesh away from him in the form of a pulse bomb, as it does seem like Renegades still getting the kills that they need here. Some stabilization kills coming in.
Well, this is surprising. Mangachu is staying on the Hanzo, so he did not skip geometry class. He is going to ride this Hanzo until it is ineffective, and for now, Renegades feels like this is still working. The problem is that they haven't really pushed a payload much in this last fight. It's been skirmishy, there's been trade-outs, but FNRGFE is still a bit ahead, so I do wonder when the breaking point for this Hanzo is going to be.
I wonder, they are getting other kills on the ground, even though we've been watching mostly the Hanzo here, and it has been their tank and supports doing some work. I think you don't give it up, especially with Dragon Strike. If they try to set up and they restabilize, you can always throw a scatter shot into the shuttle, and, you know, knowing my luck, the scatter shot will somehow hit me in the studio. But Mangachu is going to use the Dragon Strike, so the next life is going to be the really important one, right, of if they come through. But he does make them burn out some ults.
The Transcendence comes in from FNRGFE, possibly in reaction to Dragon Strike, but Pud's going deep, gets rid of the problem in that Hanzo. And now the real question is, will he swap now? He has no more ult charge. Exactly. Does he do another round of Hanzo? No. As this fight has not done well, and no. He's going to go to his 76 for better or for worse.
A little more consistent damage on that 76. A very late sound barrier on the side of the defense that I think Boink would rather have back. But for a bit, Mangachu did put the fear of Hanzo in the hearts of the team, and they had to play around him. You saw that they started focusing him, too.
We put the fear of Hanzo into both teams. Just a delayed reaction from playing ComQX. Both Renegades like, wait, that's right, we planned around this. This is not a random pick. But FNRGFE being more aggressive in this counter engage. You have the Zens fighting each other, Bonnie gets it, and the sound barrier from Renegades doesn't really result in much. Mangachu under heavy Winston pressure, not able to do much right now, but gets some support from his Lucio and stays alive, even as the rest of his team falls down.
The problem is he was pushed into the corner, and it forced Jur to come with him and help him there, and that's where everyone else fell outside of that hallway. So they trade the Primal Rage to knock him around, take him out of the fight, even if you're not eliminating him. Say, you know, you don't necessarily have to kill people to neutralize them. Completely neutralized, forces the Lucio out of the fight, and then they won the fight off of the back of that, outside of that room.
This is a real problem, though, for Renegades, is that Hanzo shenanigans aside, they have been stalled out here for quite a while. Most of their time that they had that was going much in their favor has gone away. So if they don't take this fight, Hex, they're only going to have one more fight left. They engage with the Transcendence and take it on the ground. But the self-destruct is able to mitigate the benefits of that. So it's 5 versus 5 here as Primo tries to make something happen in the back, but he's not able to neutralize Buds at all.
No idea how Jer died there. The Transcendence was up. He was unable to hide behind the cart or get himself out of the bad position. And it has gone from bad to worse for Renegades here on their offense, trying to push in. They've not found really any sustained success. They've had a couple of kills, but nothing really to write home about. And now we're nearing about 60 seconds left just to get second point.
Well, we've focused on Mangachu a lot here, Hex, and as Renegades comes into what could be their final fight, the question is, will he be able to find room for his tech visors? Something he's very good at, but Matt's also very good at neutralizing it. And FNRGFE, they're going to engage here at the sound barrier. They don't want to give the opportunity, and this fight is already over. The one upside, though, it's so decisive that Renegades does get one more shot.
They do. It was going to be reset time, but then Muma just jumped on Mangachu and sent him back to spawn in a hasty fashion, as they will take the top of the shuttle. Renegades has not done much to try to take over the top of the shuttle, which is fine. You can run this strategy, especially given where the cart was, that you can ignore it and just take the low ground, but you are giving up the advantage of the high ground. And high ground has always been a thing in combat that you want to hold. Mangachu's still the only one with an ultimate ready here, and he's going to have to find a lot with it.
There's a lot riding on his shoulders, but this is not an easy point to get a great tack visor in from an offensive 76 anyways. And again, Primo, focused on early on. He does not get the support he needs, and this room could become a tomb for Renegades as FNRGFE starts pushing them back.
Renegades getting a little pressure on the carpet. Sherlocky goes down to Clockwork in the back line over there too. Here comes the visor, gets absolutely shut down by Buds there. And this is going to be FNRGFE 69's map.
The thing about that on the last part too, it wasn't even Matt there, it was Muma. Muma kept Mangachu in check, moved in, dropped the barrier on top, and then Buds just had the world's easiest cleanup and giving him a little bit of a present to shut down that tactical visor. So here's the thing that scares me a little bit for Renegades, is that even though Renegades is able to play a dominant Pharah on maps where you can get away with it, when you break down Control Center and Lijiang, and certainly Gibraltar here, their tank engages and control of fights has not quite been on the same level, and that's why FNRGFE was able to snowball so hard, and also what gave Buds such an enormous amount of space here.
I mean, that just looks like a solo player game where they just set it up for you. I agree. The one thing I would say in a counterpoint to that is that Renegades, if we get to a fifth map, it's going to be Control again. Yes. And Control and Pharah go well like peanut butter and jelly.
And all they have to do is win one more map to guarantee a fifth map. Now, of course.
And it's going to be Assault.
And it actually, yes. Wow, there it is. And next up, we do have Assault. And this is where the back and forth may continue. But I do have a question for you real quick. Two questions, actually, for you, Hex and Scumlord.
I respond to that title favorably. Thank you.
We answered the question, Mangachu, Buds, Pharah, a little bit last map. What about Mangachu 76, Buds 76? What do you think?
Go ahead.
Buds played a better 76.
There it is.
It's not even close. I mean, Mangachu did not cover himself in glory, but on the same note, I'm not sure he really had the chance.
Yeah,
he was suppressed by tanks the entire time, and there is this unfortunate trend here for Renegades where you see Primo going in early, and it's either he's not getting support or he's going in on his own. But there's way too many fights where Primo is dying really early. And part of it is, I think, FNRGFE, more so than other teams, is very willing to not match dive with dive, but simply pull back their forces and punish someone that's diving into them.
Yeah, no, they did a really good job of that. We saw United do a good job of that yesterday, and you can see when you can do that really well, it's very difficult to break. But it just looked like, honestly, Mangachu and the rest of the gang, they were having maybe issues with focus fire and target selection, because there were moments when Jesus was trying to kill someone on the flank, but the rest of the team was up front trying to, but they just weren't able to find the kills. And then, of course, eventually they were out of position enough that, well, they just died.
Sometimes they just do break down a little bit. It reminds me a little bit in the other region of Misfits. When things start going bad for this team, they continue to go bad. They need to be pulled back in the right direction. And as you mentioned, they have a new coach, former Team Liquid coach Oris, but he just got there. So really, how much authority is he going to be able to hold on these players? But also, I just want to highlight Muma, because I think we talk about a lot of these players on this team, like veteran talent, been on this team, been on that team. Muma's relatively unknown, and I think you got to keep an eye on him. He neutralized 1v2s a lot of times. He completely took Mangachu out of the game.
You could even see there when we had two Primal Rages back-to-back against the 76s, and with one of them, he was completely nullified. Mangachu was in the side room there, the pack room, didn't do anything. And the other side of things, yeah, he had full range. So
right. The great thing for FNRGFE right now with how they're playing their dive tanks is that they're really giving just enormous amounts of room to both Buds and Clockwork, where whether it be on the 76, the Widow at the end, Buds was able to work with space, and you can't give a player like Buds that much space because he is going to punish you severely if you do. So I really do think that part of the problem here for Renegades is they have to find a way to make things more even on the tank game. And again, this is why going into this, I thought that this was a matchup issue for Renegades in some of these maps.
Well, we are going to the Temple of Anubis. These lovely pyramids. We were talking a bit about Cairo last night and Egypt as a country. I really, really want to go there. So if there's any sponsors out there who want to send me to Egypt, I'll blog about it or something. Is that what people do? They blog and vlog?
Is that fair compensation? Just a blog? Just writing about your experiences as you get treated to luxury in Egypt? Is that fair?
How do you not know this about me already? Is that I'm fascinating, wonderful, and articulate? And yes, that's completely fair. For
every word is worth like $100.
I was gonna invite you too, and now I'm not going to.
Well, that's why you have that license plate on Hollywood.
Yeah.
It's the power of your words.
Exactly. I'm rich. Defensively, I think this is exactly what we're gonna see, and I think this is what North American teams have to bring to their game. And bottom line is, I think Sombra's pretty good on Assault. Sombra's great on Anubis right now, and we're going to see what Vanny can do with it.
And this is a bit of a wild card. When we haven't seen proven Sombras, oftentimes it does not go well. There's a handful of elite Sombras in the game, and a lot of Sombras that play Sombra because they're told they should play Sombra. So we're going to quickly find out where Vanny is going to rank as far as that goes, as Renegades begins their Pharah-fueled offense.
It's an offense that you can run. You can run Pharah on defense on this map, too. She's actually always been good. It's one of her home maps. Early on, Clockwork strikes on Jesus, and that's going to take out the threat of the Widow. It's actually going to hurt a lot of the power of this offense.
Jesus is a Battle Widow. Never forget. The problem with going Battle Widow is that Tracer can actually shoot you. You're no longer on high ground, and Clockwork cleaning up the scraps. And this is actually very momentous because you don't see teams have a clean Anubis defense all that often. Even just getting one puts you ahead of the curve. The problem is that Renegades comes right back in, and Jesus out on the hunt here on this boosted Widowmaker.
EMP already up in the mix, just looking for a little bit, and now they're going to send Mangachu over the top to try to flush them out into sightlines. Good discipline on the side of FNRGFE to not respond to that.
The problem here is that I'm not sure Renegades is playing around the Widow super well here early on. They went in before Jesus really had a good beat on anyone, and FNRGFE, they take the quick 6v5, collapse on the Renegades, and they're going to push them right out here again. Mangachu trying to go for the D-Mag and doesn't get it!
What?
Doesn't get it! Gets charged out!
He was so low!
Oh, that can't happen! They could be dealing with a baby diva, and instead, they've done mech repairs. They called in Korean mech specialists to bring that back up to full HP, so problematic.
That was pretty cool, Matt.
You've said this 69 times.
Totally have. All right, well, the offense is not looking great so far. I think the barrage comes out somewhere. I don't see it or any results in the kill feed, so what's it really matter anyway? Zachary has had enough of this, and he's going to go in, but they get EMP'd.
EMP comes in, but it's a little bit late. They already suffer really crucial damage on this fight. It's still something FNRGFE can bring back. They have a self-destruct in reserve, but now they're down 3 players. It's a 3-on-5, unless it's the self-destruct of the gods, which it's not. It's probably going to go in the Renegades, but it does force out the resurrection. That's fine.
No, that's fine. Why did Boink use that sound barrier?
That's not fine. That's not okay.
No, not okay at all. I mean, I like music as much as the next guy, but come on. That was a terrible sound barrier. Would love to have it for the next fight. And here's the problem. They have ults for the next fight, but they're not the ults you want. You want EMP. You want sound barrier. Even self-destruct would be good. Muma can stall out. Maybe Clockwork can end it before it starts, but eesh.
I think it's fine as far as this goes here because they have the Dragon Blade, which alone only needs to grab 1, and Primal Rage can really stall out. Muma has to plop it early. He's almost taken down very early in this fight. Clockwork not going to be successful with the Pulse Bomb, and Mangachu making a mess of FNRGFE there. Taking down 2 with that barrage, and I'll tell you what, Muma's Primal Rage, it's over. There's not going to be much stall, and FNRGFE in a really tough situation here, Hex.
Already got 1 tick, already a pretty good push in my opinion, able to ride the momentum of that first point capture, and chunked onto Banny, who had EMP ready.
That was a big kill there because FNRGFE, they have enough people back onto the point that the EMP could have brought it back. However, Clockwork says, I don't need an EMP, I'm gonna get 2 kills. The problem is that Sherlocky has a resurrection, so the pressure is not going away here yet. Banny, Suicide EMP comes out to very little effect. There wasn't enough fall through to make the most of it, and now Renegades is starting to put on more progress. Almost at 2 ticks here right now, and no sign of relief in sight for FNRGFE as they futilely trying to get back on the point.
I think Fair is so good at this second point. You don't see her too often, but I want to give Renegades a lot of credit because they're good in this map and just the bum rush and getting all the kills they need, but there was some ult mismanagement issues to a large degree on FNRGFE. I mean, that sound barrier crushes me right there. And then for Benny to not be able to get out when he had EMP, to just not be invisible and roll out and get chunked by a rocket there, not great. Not great at all.
No, it was very rough, and they could have very much benefited from having that sound barrier back up. They did have ultimates that could have done well, but the problem is Buzz went for the blade, wasn't able to get anything from it, so even from the ultimates they did have, they weren't able to get good contribution, and now. This is the thing that will haunt Megachu's dreams. The really weird thing about this, by the way, Hex, is that how often do we see a team have a better point A defense than a point B defense?
Not very often at all.
That is rare. That does not happen very often in Overwatch.
Well, FNRGFE, with the best logo remaining in the tournament, a Dogo logo, if you will, is going to be running Clockwork on the Widowmaker, for the moment at least. Of course, a hit scan specialist can run a lot of different hit scans, and we'll see if a Sombra does come out for the Renegades defense. It does not look like they're queued up on it just yet. I don't know who would play it. I guess Sherlocky?
The weird thing is that when Renegades has run in the past, it's been Mangachu that was trying it out, and I think that would be an abject disaster if they tried to run what is effectively almost a 3 support comp if you run a Sombra with 2 support. So I hope for Renegades' sake that they don't go down that path, but they very well might, because Renegades would usually throw Mangachu onto that as they win in the second. So could be a thing. For FNRGFE, the real question here is that how effective is Clockwork going to be, and how will Renegades deal with it, where for Mangachu, he might have to dive very deep on a diva, and usually that doesn't work out super well for him.
Maybe. I mean, they've got Sherlocky and Zachary who can team up and take down a Widow as well. On the second point, if we get to that point, I would not mind seeing Mangachu swap over to the Diva, not a Diva, sorry, a Mei, another hero he has in his kit who can be very good on this point as well. Early on, it's just going to be small rotations, looking at each other through the matrices, trying to get as much damage as possible, but the man of the hour is going to be Clockwork. See what he can get done early on, but already out of this fight thanks to Jesus on the ground.
He was really close to getting that DMAC. The headshot led the way, and the thing for Clockwork is he's been accurate here. He just hasn't had many opportunities early on, and the rest of FNRGFE died really quickly going in the dive. So Renegades, a good early defense coming out here, and things can go from bad to worse, Hex, if coming into this next fight, Renegades wins another and starts getting ultimates into the fray.
Zachary just tries to get a little bit going there with his shurikens. Need to be a little better on the offense here. Clockwork's still on this Widowmaker, and as you mentioned, he's been accurate, and he might be able to break this open.
Well, he might, but I like where Renegades is positioned here, where everyone is into the alley, which is a rough sight angle for Widowmaker. Probably one of the better attempts we've seen of dealing with it. Recon sight's gonna come out. Clockwork very much would like to get that Tracer pick, and no, he's gonna get a Winston in his face. No, he didn't even drop down. The Winston messed up the jump, but he fell down anyways. But all this is going down. Everyone is getting cleaved in the alley by Muma, so bunching up like that there did have a downside.
Absolutely. I do like that Jesus was kind of just messing with Clockwork. He was just peeking out his Tracer every couple of seconds, and Clockwork would have to give him a little bit of attention. Renegades knows that they have to give up the Ghost here on first point at the very least, and perhaps an adjustment. Sherlocky will be moving over to the Sombra. They understand you can't really run triple support with it. Mangachu's staying on the Diva for now, so they have made the small adjustment. However, the late transition on the Sombra means that the next push is going to be very good for FNRGFE.
They're not going to get an EP here, and Sherlocky, you are really far out. I hope he has a translocator back, and he does. It's always scary as a Sombra when you go a little bit too far out and don't have a way out. But FNRGFE, they're not going to waste time. Buzz has the blade, the barrier is out, and this blade should be coming out soon as FNRGFE looks to put this one away with a 3 very quick kills.
He just knows that's exactly where Sombra's going to be. He just absolutely predicted it down there on the Mega, getting the swipes, and Clockwork on the cleanup. Everyone dead right now, and they're going to have to go through the bouncer that is Clockwork. Way too late. Wow, this is a close match.
It's close, but FNRGFE, because their first point defense was so good, they have a time edge here now, Hex, and don't forget the overall narrative here. For Renegades to cleanly beat FNRGFE, they really need to leverage their good record here in Assault. Because not every payload and escort map can really be worked well with a Pharah. And so far, Renegades have seemed very dependent on the Pharah for their wins and good moments here thus far.
I think that every Genji should just start the Dragon Blade with a swipe on the Mega down there. Now that everyone's running Sombra, there's a very good chance that there's going to be a Sombra or someone else down there trying to get healed up, and that swipe ended up taking out 2. Beautiful blade from Buds.
So, just to keep people updated here, Immortals has defeated FaZe. Not quite sure on the match score. The last update we had was 2-0. Might have been a 3-0, but they will be going up against the winners of LG Evil versus Kungarna right after the set. Is going to be an action-packed day of North American Overwatch.
Yeah, I think we kind of predicted that LG Evil would beat, or not, I'm sorry, that Immortals would beat FaZe, mostly just because how well they've been playing as a team together. FaZe, on paper, a great roster, and probably need a little bit more time to actually click and come together. However, we are tied up 1-1 here in a best-of-5 between FNRGFE and Renegades. We're tied up 1-1 also on the map, which is Temple of Anubis. Well, technically 2-2. Both teams have successfully completed it, as Renegades will take their second shot out about a minute and a half behind the time bank of FNRGFE.
FNRGFE, we'll see if they can put forth a really good defense once more. It was great the first time around, but this time they're getting poked down heavily. Buds, no way out. They lose their Genji immediately, and Mangachu aggressively coming in over the top. No one is on him, and it is dangerous to leave Mangachu unattended like this, Hex.
Especially when he's getting damage boosted. Those rockets are hitting for 1.5 million hit points, just about, approximately. It's not a total number. 1.5 million is just my guess, as look at these people fall and fall again to damage boosted rockets. Clockwork comes in, kills Joe. That doesn't matter.
So, the downside here for FNRGFE, they do not have anywhere near as good as an early defense. The upside here is that they do have a chance to show that they can actually play defense on second. And they don't have to worry about Renegades rushing in with a whole slew of ultimates like they did last time.
Banny with a good delay there as well, just to keep them off the point for a second, and also got a little bit more of his charge. So EMP will be ready here for the first defense of FNRGFE. Buds has moved over to Soldier 76. A little bit interesting. You don't see a ton of defensive 76 here.
No, you don't see 76 as often here in Anubis. It is a little bit rough for his sightlines, but 76 is still a very good hero. It's not the worst.
Good kid.
And this is interesting how deep FNRGFE is going on the defense. Usually defense holds back, but they go more aggressive. We'll see if it works out. They've got enough kills here where this should be perfectly fine in holding down the fort.
I don't love the dive and Primal Rage by Primo there. They had already lost a couple, and he used Primal Rage to get in. He was all alone. And there has been some questions about Primo in active tournament situations. He can get a little nervous sometimes. Relatively new to the scene, plays really well when there's not pressure on the line, but some of these choices, you have to bring that up.
I do think FNRGFE is making Primo look worse than he is at points, just because
definitely.
More so than other teams, they have very good calls to go, actually, why don't we fall back and kill this Winston? Why do we fight Winston v. Winston when we can just kill their Winston and go from there? Primo, gonna charge in, this time well supported by his team. Zachary has the blade in reserve. Buds is down, and this blade might be coming out in just a moment, and there it is. The blade is out, the resurrection is in, and Renegades looking great right now on this push.
They've got everything that they want going for him. Clockwork Trust Equalize, that's a huge pick for them, too, to be able to take down Sherlocky. That's such a bulk of their healing. However, Sound Barrier should be up to bring them back to health as well. They only need a couple of kills on the defense to be able to pull it back. So far, not able to find any of them.
No, and they're piling on. The Sound Barrier is in. Renegades, they sense blood in the water. FNRGFE, they just need to find some way of getting hope, and they find Primo. Primo wasn't getting healed during that, and now, with the Winston down, FNRGFE is soaring back onto the point. Renegades is not clearing them out as quickly as they could be, and that is leading them to incur losses, which means that FNRGFE might pull this one back.
Able to get yet another kill is cool. Matt able to take down Sherlocky. Again, hitting the healers is really important. The stall has been just great for them as Matt picks up yet another kill. And that should be the tipping point now with Mangachu down to Banny. They're going to have all the kills they need. Visor, I believe, came out from Buds during that time. Now the chase is on. Matt's going to get another one.
So, X, we talked about it in the lead-up, but what do you think of Banny's Sombra here so far?
It's been okay. I'm actually pretty impressed with it. The first time he ran it, he died, I think, a little too early, and I think he needs to know when to use Invisible and get out here. This is fine. I like this. I like being super aggressive with it and getting out, and he's been good. He's getting the charge fast. That's all that really matters to me.
Well, the good part of that, about that for Sombra. Not only are you getting charged from doing damage, but your damage, you go back to your health pack, you get your EMP back up, which he has right now. Now, he can drop the EMP, but it might be too late. Zachary into the backline, the blade already striking. They've lost Sherlocky early on in this fight, though, so the sustain for Renegades might not be there as Clockwork gets to work right into the back.
You know what's really cool about that translocate that he threw? He threw it up on the top pillar, where sometimes you see maybe a Widow or something set up, but that's so that he can translocate out of trouble, not to a health pack necessarily, though he gets to that Mega, but it's so he can be and helping against the combo in the air, so he's got a good angle on Sherlocky and Mangachu when he does retreat and translocate. It was cute.
Indeed, and now you take a look at Renegades. There's only 30 seconds left remaining to try and get that last tick. They would love to add on a little bit more progress here. They're at 72 or 73.3.
Yeah, it's pretty
that
good.
Counts. So they're already in a pretty good spot here as they look to move forward, but they would like to get that last little bit. FNRGFE, they have great support ultimates to deal with this next push. So if Banny can just set up with a good EMP, that might be all that's needed, and he hits quite a few with that EMP.
Summer still does come in. Clockwork able to take down Primo, and that is 3 quick kills. That should spell, well, never mind. Resurrected, beautiful by Sherlocky, who's lurking in the background.
New game, extra life acquired. Renegades right back in with the Beta 1 combination of Resurrection in the sound barrier, and the barrage coming in over the top, but Mangachu, this time, not going to get too much. They are trying to get more on the point. They just need one more tick, and this is a good position here so far as they start to rack up the kills.
They really just want any more percentage. They'll take every bit's going to matter. Now they've gotten 4 there. Goes up to 83. That's another 10% progress on the point as Jesus continues to just reign above. They will finish it out. Beautiful engagement from Renegades, and a lot of that is just Sherlocky, just able to come in, bring his team back to life. And you have to expect that, but it's hard to play around.
I will say that that is one of the bigger hero resurrections we've seen in all of the Overwatch Contenders series here thus far. And it worked out. Renegades was able to keep their momentum off of it. They used the sound barrier right after to keep everyone healthy, and then, even though Mangachu might have died with the barrage, the damage was done.
So 5 minutes and 42 seconds, and FNRGFE must complete both points, and that's, you mentioned it, giant hero res, beautiful, just comes in. The only way to stop that is to shoot her before she gets there, and it's difficult to do.
Flies in from the heavens like a descending Egyptian god. That was my take on that, but here's the only problem here for Renegades is that so far in the series, we've only seen them really get the better of FNRGFE when they're running a Pharah.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a point where they just run defensive Pharah even on a setup like this?
I think defensive Pharah is good. I mean, not on first. I think she's good on second. I think you can absolutely run defensive Pharah on second because it's so difficult to get anyone in there. I think it just can actually sit there.
You can sit there. And we've been seeing Tracers actually find really sneaky areas to use a sit emote on. I'm not sure it's really intended gameplay functionality, given that I think you have to buy that emote, but, you know. In any case, people have been kind of interesting in how they've been setting that up.
Well, Clockwork will be the man to watch yet again, as the opening Widow is always what we like to keep a little bit of eyes on here. See where the defense is set up if they're going to fight out of sight lines. They are. They're back tucked away in the corner. Don't want to give Clockwork any chances, so what the rest of the offense has to do is try to flush them out. Jesus is going to find a Zenyatta, think better of it as his team comes in to help him out.
Well, he draws Cool Matt's ire, but that's pretty good. I mean, if Cool Matt is looking back at the Tracer, he's not looking to dive in through the front, and Clockwork getting no work right now, as there's nothing to shoot. But once he gets into his face with Primo, alone again! This needs to stop happening to the Primo where he goes in without support, because now FNRGFE has a golden opportunity to really slam Renegades.
You've got the support to help him out. I mean, Ana could be in his pocket there, helping him out a great deal, try to keep him alive. I think, though, Clockwork might have hit the entry headshot on him. He was very low health by the time he landed, able to get taken down there. Bud's very low, taken out before that blade can come out either. All right, now it is Renegades cleaning up the kill feed.
Renegades was able to buckle down and get out of what was a very, very tough situation. FNRGFE, they're going to have to restart from the beginning. And remember, this is the second attack. Both teams have been really rough on their Anubis defenses here so far. FNRGFE with 4.5 minutes to get through the rest of Anubis, so they don't necessarily have a ton of time here, Hex.
Yeah, I'll give Clockwork this ult, then it's time to change. They're playing around you too well. It's not your fault. You're hitting shots when they're presented to you, but when you're only getting a shot every 30 seconds, it's not an ideal Widow situation.
Jesus creeping around from the back, Pulse Bomb at the ready and armed, looking for his ability to just drop it right in. Drops it to the side and does not connect. Meanwhile, Buds is connecting into the back, finds Jur, and sets up Muma, who makes it into one heck of a party room, bopping people in and around.
Now the question is, do they need to use any more ults? I would love to see if Boink can hold on to this one. He's able to take down Jesus. Yeah, they should be able to hold everything that they need. And now the transition from Renegades in full effect as they try to get Sherlocky over there. Again, this is the problem, though, of not running D.Va on first. You're not going to have EMP on the first push. You just aren't. And you have to be able to hold the first push without that, but the first push is always the offense's best push. I don't get it. If you're going to switch, run it on first.
This is also really tough, too, because FNRGFE does have an intimidating suite of ultimates coming up here, where Mangachu can go for a self-destruct to zone it out, but that's always hit or miss here on the back. So Renegades has a storm coming from them here. They need to get an early pickoff.
Yeah, self-destruct can come on over the top here and clear out the way. It can be the blocker to get in. Going in through the right, they do end up getting stalled out a little bit. All ults off the table. Self-destruct comes in over the top. Doesn't find anything. Zoning ult.
Zoning ult indeed. Muma gets Zachary early on. Mangachu with his self-destruct gets Muma, but will it be enough? Clockwork is in cleanup mode here on the Reaper, and though FNRGFE is bloodied, they do have a bit of advantage on this fight, and they're piling on. No one is dealing with Clockwork as he rains hellfire on his enemies.
Well, he finds a Reaper on the other side of things, but he's going to be having all the support of his friends, and that is a single dome shot. Yes, Reaper is sometimes a little easier in close quarters, but aim does matter, as Clockwork showing you right now, using less bullets to kill more people. Generally just an efficient Master of Death.
Clockwork is really good, but Reaper in general is very good on this last point. So good at cleaning up. Monty Doer called him the janitor yesterday with the time to sweep comment, but that's what's happening right now, where Clockwork is getting all sorts of contribution and just punishing Renegades as they desperately try and delay.
Sound very, very good. Remember, 2.5 minutes. They have to close out this point, but they're doing so in great fashion, unless Renegades finds a miracle, which does not seem to be on the board. Primo switches to Reinhardt instead of Winston. That might just be frustration here, as Winston can be a little bit better stalling. Clockwork continues to clean house. 2:23 left on the clock for them.
This is just a memo to all teams in Overwatch. Run Reaper on point B Anubis. Do it.
Do it.
Just do it.
Do it. Do it. 2:23.
This is a really good opportunity for FNRGFE because
that's huge.
Both in terms of the series and, of course, this map, where all they have to do now is get one tick on first. That's easy.
33.3333333. Stop me anytime. 333%. And they will be taking Assault away from Renegades, who is coming into this 6-0 on Assault, 5-0 on Anubis. But FNRGFE has cracked the code.
And this is where it would be prudent to...
Kungarna won.
Yeah, exactly. Give everyone an update here and note that LG Evil, despite a really good showing in the group stage, they were unable to carry that over into playoffs, where Kungarna, they have been the spoilers of this entire tournament. First they kill C9, now they kill LG Evil. When will the body count cease, Hex?
I think it's just really, really important to mention that I called it. Totally called that. It's really important. Well, for me anyway. All right. Well, FNRGFE is going to be looking to clean up on Assault. As you mentioned, very easy win condition. 33%, one tick as we colloquially refer to it here. And they will take Anubis, one of Renegade's best maps, away from them.
They do not have to do much here. Even a single pickoff from Clockwork would be tragic here for the Renegades. And Zachary is too far deep early on. He's going to fall. And FNRGFE, the path to victory could be easy indeed. They are cleaning up kill after kill. And Hex, this one, just about over.
They have to fight back there, which is just puts them right into Clockwork's purview. That would be a team kill horn if Zachary didn't die so quickly. But that is it. That is FNRGFE stealing Assault from Renegades.
This is the worst possible omen for Renegades. They needed to take Assault in the series. Now they have no more room for error, and they have to win the next 2 maps in a row. That's going to be difficult unless they can find Pharah-centric strategies to really accentuate Mangachu's influence on the game, because thus far, Renegades has been weaker than FNRGFE in any compositional setup that does not have Mangachu on Pharah.
I agree. Buds has been great. He's been playing so many different heroes. He's jack of all trades, Swiss Army knife, if you will. You need a player like that on your team, and he's been playing at a high level on all of those. It's one thing to have a player on your team who plays all those things, but to get the work you're getting out of Buds is just so important for a team.
Yeah, and having the importance of Sombra, and Bonnie was playing Sombra, of course, in that one. one way to deal with that is potentially a Dragon Blade, as we saw Bud's Blade busted Bonnie in that one. But I really have to give it over to Clockwork. He actually was a huge impact, especially on attack. First Widow on first, Reaper on second. I could almost make that just like, that's a good template to use, actually, as they used it every time. And well, we saw the result.
Yeah, I mentioned this about Reaper, too, or some people have to get the feel for it as well as we go on, and he's back in the meta. But you saw it's really important to hit just that headshot, and then especially when they're busting out a Mei. So you hit the one headshot, she can't ice block. You hit the one headshot. There is aim and skill required in Reaper, and I think he's always been good on that point. We will start seeing him in more situations as well.
And in general, this is where Clockwork's versatility comes into play, where is the hero in question hit scan? Clockwork has a lot of natural talent to play it well. I'm not sure he's always utilized that natural talent for various reasons, but he has been very motivated with this FNRGFE team, and his resurgence into the game has been very good for them. So it's a great day for Clockwork here so far.
Which makes it a great day for me.
And it makes it a great day for FNRGFE as they now find themselves 2-1 in the series going into our fourth map, and it is going to be the hybrid map Hollywood that we will be going to. And yeah, of course, as you guys had mentioned earlier, by the way, Immortals and Kungarna are going to be the two that have made it through to the semifinals. It also means that one of the two, LG Evil or FaZe, is not going to be making it through to Season 1. So we'll keep you posted on that as much as we can. But let's talk about these teams coming into Hollywood. This, of course, being Renegade's pick. Do you think Farah is a factor for them picking Hollywood?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, they're 3-3 overall in a score, but this one makes a lot of sense for Farah. More sense than maybe I don't know, any of the other escorts really. This one is the one that you could always run for her. She's always been not only capable on this map, but good on this map.
This is an excellent Pharah map, but there is one thing to keep in mind is that this is also a very excellent Diva map, and there's a lot of room for a soldier to work here too. So this is a case where we're really going to see the skill limit of Buds, of Matt, and of Mangachu in his combination, because going into this, there's multiple scenarios where either side could come on top. But if you did want a good Pharah map for you when you are facing elimination, Hollywood would be one of the very best maps that you'd want to bring things to.
This is also a map that if that fails, Renegades has shown us a proclivity to run tanks a lot too. And Hollywood first, especially just taking first point, you can run a triple tank into if you so choose. We saw Primo toying with the idea of playing a Reinhardt. It's one of the very few Reinhardt maps left in the game.
And they need to keep him alive. He was dying early in a lot of those fights, and it's hard to really pick apart without watching that VOD in more detail to see what the key factor is, but they need their tanks to stay alive, and especially him. I wouldn't also be surprised to see if we see Zachary on Reaper. They played him on second multiple times throughout the group stage, specifically when they were able to defend on second, so the payload only needed to make it to second. They even played it on attack.
Reaper used to drive me nuts on this map, especially on defense. He would hide out behind the trees, and I don't know how many times I've screamed, check your corners, which I'm sure my neighbors thought was something completely different. But hide out right in that alcove there, you can see on screen in the left-hand corner. So it's not happened too often lately. We also see Reaper off the top rope there, too. This is a map you actually can run Reaper on, especially on second, because of his teleportability to get on top of the roofs quickly. Really, no composition would surprised me from either of these teams. Hollywood has been a bit of a lab lately when teams try out different things.
Well, this would be really interesting if this holds true from what we're seeing on Matt, and this is actually one of his pocket heroes. So I go way back with Matt in terms of talking with him and figuring out what he wants to play, and one of the things he played even really early on in Overwatch was a lot of Torbjorn. It's a secret fact about him, but here's the thing. It's not just about the turret with Matt.
No.
He has some of the best primary fire aim with Torbjorn. You will come across that point where I've been tilted playing against him, so this is interesting if they do come out with this, but I think it could actually be very effective.
Well, they're running a lot of different things right now, and yeah, he can too. On the other side, Mangachu is the exact same case, where when he runs Torb, he's very good at that primary fire as well, although I think he was just trolling you.
I'm really disappointed because he does play good Torb. That would have been nice.
Okay,
but
well,
he's just going Diva. Feels bad.
The one interesting switch up is that they are going to be playing just, here comes a set nade actually over the top from Banny, very likely trying to get that in there. Not the overarching one, but we'll see if it ends up finding anything. Does not, ends up missing that nade. Actually might have gotten eaten. But this is what Renegades are going to do. They're not going to run the pharmacy. They're going to roll into triple tank instead.
And the key to this composition is that they want to make the Reaper more powerful, where you get the Reaper in, you give him a bubble, you make him that much stronger with the aid of the Zarya. So this is a very much up the gut, punish FNRGFE on the ground war type of composition, but Movement doesn't care, ignores the Reaper, takes down Jur, and that has already made things very tough here for Renegades as they try and just muscle their way in.
It's also meant to be somewhat of an anti-diva composition too, because you get the Zarya in there and allegedly that you're going to be charged because of the Reaper bubble early on, and you see Cool Matt goes down immediately after. Mangachu ends up firing himself out of this fight, and that's a trade that's not great for them after they just got Matt. Still going to be in here, though.
They're running the war of attrition right now, though. Because they got those 2 kills, now this is where Reaper can get in on cleanup duty. He can turn that cafe into a hail of bullets, and this is actually working out quite well for them. Clockwork is a pain in the back, but unless Clockwork gets another kill or 2 here, it might not go as well for Renegades, or as well for FNRGFE as they want. The problem is that Renegades doesn't have the ability to deep dive right now. Zachary feels like he's under pressure, and they're giving FNRGFE time to get back onto this point.
Well, Soundbearer is going to come in because FNRGFE wants to take it. Buds is going to bust out the blade, but Transcendent's going to ruin his plans, but that means both support alts should be up in their team. Beautiful Death Blossom should end up closing out this point as Buds and Banny fall.
How many times have you said beautiful Death Blossom in the last few months here?
Oh, not very often, actually. 0. I think 0 would be the actual answer to that question.
Good to see you back, Reaper.
It is.
And we missed you. But now we do see Renegades getting through the first point, and they have a Graviton Surge on the way. One thing Mangachu's got to be careful here is that Cool Matt is very good at eating grabs. So you talk about mind games within Overwatch. The Zarya Diva mind game is one that we've seen quite a bit. Not as much recently, but definitely one to keep an eye on.
Absolutely. Mangachu might just want to hold it, and see until Matt's desuited. On the other side, though, Jesus is on his Diva, and we talk about him so much. Great player on Tracer. His Diva generally gets 3 and 4K self-destructs. It's amazing.
Renegades coming in here with the sound barrier, trying to clear up this fight. The Graviton will hit pay dirt, pulls in 3, and here comes Zachary for the cleanup. Gets bopped away, but the damage was done. Luma falls, and Renegades finding a way through here on Hollywood, and they're doing it without the aid of a Pharah.
Mangachu saw the Diva go up above him and just launch it right at the ground. Very smart to make sure that that Graviton will actually find purchase. And Mangachu just had a decent life on Zarya, actually good life on Zarya, and decides that he would rather attack the Gibson instead. He will move over to the Sombra.
I am not in love with the Zenyatta Lucio Sombra comp, especially given what we've seen of the players involved playing it before. I liked him better on the Zarya. He was dealing more damage to Matt. He was keeping him in check. I'm willing to be surprised, but this could be a very big mistake for Renegades. They do have a bit of an ult coming in here. They're coming up to Transcendence, and Zachary looking for an opportunity to Death Blossom. Wants to spin to win this one, but Transcendence from FNRGFE making it a little bit rough early on.
Give Sherlocky a ton of credit. He has made Bud's life miserable with these blades. Both time they've come out, he has transcended and stayed with his team very, very well. Scrappy on the card as Clockwork comes out. EMP will come. Clockwork so low. Can't get that pack because it's hacked. Someone chased down Clockwork. He's so low.
Well,
Mangachu
did. He finished his meal. Clockwork is out of it, and even though it's still a little bit wary, it does work out. You get the early MP, you take the fight. So FNRGFE actually struggling a bit to deal with this adaptation.
Thinking about it, there's a lot of decent packs on this map to be hacking as well. There's a couple megas in close proximity to where you're going to be fighting. This one in particular comes to mind. The one that was just out there that Clockwork tried to get and failed as well. And now he's going to hack it right outside of the packs in front. So they're bullying them out a lot. Yeah, you don't see a ton of this on this map in particular, but so far it's worked.
Well, the real test here will be how long it takes for Renegades to get through the last point. Usually teams can get through here quickly, and it would give them a very quick time for this map. The question is, how effective will they be with the Sombra and FNRGFE? They punish Mangachu and now dive right back in as Buds. The skies, the ground, they're clear for his 76 to just rain in the cleanup.
Maybe we'll get it there. Yeah, the triple support is the most difficult part about it, but it does allow Sherlocky a little more leeway and a Zenyatta to focus more on DPS, perhaps. Maybe that's the idea. I would say one more EMP, and then we'll rejudge where we're at with Renegades.
Here's one thing here, though, is this putting too much pressure on Zachary? Because you think about who's actually doing the damage here for Renegades. I feel like you're putting a lot of your faith in a relatively immobile DPS to get things done, because no one else is going to be laying in tons of damage unless you get a big Diva ult or something like that.
But think about EMP and Death Blossom as a combo. I mean, we haven't really seen it because they've never been in the meta at the same time, so I think it could be beautiful.
it could have options here, absolutely, and we'll see if they're able to land that, and maybe we'll see Zachary just come back in as Reaper, get play of the game. Renegades are going to double down here. The Transcendence is in with the EMP. The self-destruct from Coolmat, though, neutralizes everything. Takes down 2, and the sound barrier from FNRGFE will allow them to somewhat stabilize here. There's still a lot of Renegades up and alive on this point.
Banny's in a really rough position in the back line. Somehow he is still alive as they try to get back in here. He is able to win that 1v1. He was in a tough spot back there. Still, defense has stabilized, as you mentioned. I think they were going for the EMP self-destruct combo, but I would have much rather seen EMP Death Blossom combo. Goes and switches heroes, does Zachary, without even using the Death Blossom.
Zachary's going to the Genji. The question is, will Mangachu stand the Sombra? And I believe the answer is yes. So let me just ask you, Hex, given that teams do usually get through last rather quickly, are you sold on this Renegades offense right now?
Not really. I think there's not enough damage. I mean, I think that's probably what the hero select screen would tell you right now. Not enough hero damage.
I usually don't pay attention to that because I think it's wrong in many cases, but in this case, Hex, it might be right because I just don't know who's going to be cutting through most of FNRGFE. They do D-Mac and Coolmat here with good focus fire, and that's why they sound barrier and EMP in. They feel that this is their opportunity, but they're not able to finish off the kills off the EMP. There's still plenty of FNRGFE members alive. Clockwork was low, rewinds out. They're still winning this fight on momentum, though. It takes its toll, and FNRGFE might not be able to get back in here in time.
This is actually pretty crazy how they've done it. One of the bad things is running a Genji in low damage situations is he's not going to get the dash resets and kills, but Mangachu did enough actual clip damage with the Uzi of Sombra there to help him out. And despite what should have happened, clearly they had a plan and it worked out. The EMPs, they got several EMPs, so there was something working well with the Sombra at the very least.
One thing I really liked here is that they knew when their moment of opportunity was, is that once they demeched Matt, they didn't want to give him a chance to get back into his mech or for the defense to resettle. That's when they threw every ultimate they had back into the fight, and they were able to find their moment of opportunity. And it's interesting. I mean, I do like seeing new looks, and I would still argue that it took them a long time to get through last, more so than it probably should have. But they still finished the map with 1:18 left, so this isn't a bad position for Renegades to be in as they are facing elimination.
That's a fine and, dare I say, standard Hollywood time to be able to pull 1:18 on it. So it took a little bit, but I mean, it's the last point on a hybrid map. Those generally take a little bit of a long time to get through. So I liked the new look. I actually did. I thought there's some tweaking that could be done there. I think ideally you would still rather have one of your supports play the Sombra instead of one of your DPS, but it worked out for them. And you're right. They called it correctly. When they noticed their window, they went for it.
So in terms of adjustments here, you have Mangachu back on the Zarya. How is Zarya doing in just limiting Matt's options and being as aggressive as he was in the earlier maps?
It makes Matt have to think twice because going into a Reaper and a Zarya, what are you really going to do against it? Reaper's going to be in your face even with Defense Matrix up, and Mangachu is going to be on Reaper duty anyway, keeping Reaper alive. What you want, because when you have a frontliner like that who's going to be taking damage and then also healing, Zachary should be the battery for Mangachu's beam. That is the plan overall, and then Mangachu is going to be dealing with Matt, and then Zachary cleans it up. They work well together. It is an anti-diva comp.
It's also worth noting in terms of defenses here, we haven't seen as much Ryan recently, but this is sort of a return to old school level defenses here.
Right.
You have a Reinhardt-Zarya combination, and it's more 2-2-2.
You can run it because now if Ryan gets dove upon, you can have the allied shield from Zarya to keep him alive and then charge up Zarya yet again. It all is supposed to work in concert together.
Well, we'll see if some of the old can beat some of the new when it comes to meta strategies here as FNRGFE. They have to take this a little bit more slowly. They can't dive in as aggressive as they want, but look at that. Bud's coming in to protect his supports. Gets Jesus off of the back line, and FNRGFE still dancing here with Renegades, finding a way in, and yet Renegades holding strong. This has been a cool dance to watch here.
It has been. They had Jesus in the hallway, decided to think better of that one and get out. Clockwork has been going after his opposing Tracer on the ground in Jesus, but sees that the supports that are coming to every time there's a little skirmish is so cool to see. These rotations are on point both sides.
They're on point for both sides, but it's Renegades who's coming out on top. They've drained a minute off the clock, and FNRGFE looks stumped right now on how to get in on this. It might change when ultimates come in the fray, and there it is, Banny with the Transcendence. It came out first, supported by the sound barrier, and the early ults from FNRGFE tilt the scope of the battlefield. That's going to take down 3 on the Renegades and likely cause the point to go the way of FNRGFE.
They better win that fight using both support ults into it. If you don't win that fight, you're in deep trouble. And it was just a matter of their poke being a little bit better and also healing up their team a little bit better. Because if you look at it, all the same ults are now just coming online for Renegades. They had a small window and they went for it.
For FNRGFE, I mean, the funny thing about how support ults work, though, is that FNRGFE was taking more damage during all of that.
Right, exactly.
But they got rewarded with earlier support ultimates, so it sort of backfired on Renegades in a sense.
Just to know the timing like that, though, is so perfect from them. It does speak to their experience as well in other games of knowing your perfect timing windows.
Well, Renegades going in deep right now. They do not want to give up even an inch, let alone a mile. They transcend highly aggressively, but they get very little from it. I don't think they had an exit plan set up. And now FNRGFE going in deeper, right into the Graviton Surge. That's going to be a clean setup for Renegades, but the problem is that FNRGFE is still keeping payload pressure up, and the respawns are coming in, and Renegade is feeding kills towards the end, so they gave up a lot of ultimates for this delay. I don't know if what they purchased was actually worth it.
Well, any sort of trades for the offense there were going to be great because their spawn is right over there behind the dumpsters, whereas the other spawn is way far away. It does favor the offense in this kind of war back and forth when you're getting the trades, and beautiful right click there from Banny. Every time I see this guy, I'm more and more impressed. He plays a lot of different support heroes, plays them all pretty well. Clockwork's gonna have Pulse Bomb probably lurking somewhere, looking to nail that and end the fight before it starts.
The problem here for Renegades, too, is that they are behind in support ultimate, so winning this next fight, it is going to require Jesus to come in and get an early pickoff, and with the aid of Jur, he's able to get that. Lucio on Lucio violence to the back, and Renegades trying to double down and make this fight their own. They go through the support ultimates and still finding good trade-outs here, so this is a boon for Renegades that they've been able to delay as they have, but they are starting to lose a little bit of control in this fight.
FNRGFE has de-tanked both of Renegades. Maybe they can get in here and get some damage on, but they're going to choose to retreat instead. Oh,
from downtown.
The triple shuriken does find the dome of Clockwork, and that should be all they wrote for that particular push. Anyway.
Big shout out to Jur for getting one started off, found a way to get into the back, and now the tide has shifted entirely. FNRGFE had a really good opportunity to finish out second. They lost that opportunity, and Renegades not only gets great positioning, but the ult situation is much more in their favor, so long as they can avoid Coolmat blowing them up with the self-destruct.
Sound barrier is going to be so important. Generally, you want to go second. That sound barrier now off the table. If they want, they can slam it down right now as Boink still has his.
Buds and Banny combining into the back, and Coolmat piling on. The self-destruct taking down 2. Buds opened the door. Coolmat kicked it wide open. And FNRGFE, one good team fight deserving another, perhaps, where Renegades came out strong, but FNRGFE striking right back with great momentum now into second.
They didn't have to use Sound Barrier either because that self-destruct came up and ensured the fight victory right off of that. I think had that not hit, they might consider using Sound Barrier. Now just holding through the door. Sound Barrier comes out first for the offense. A nice disengage early.
The disengage comes out. They just want to get out of Zachary's way, and Zachary isn't able to get anything. The blade falling on no one, and Zachary under pressure, barely able to get out, and no, he does not! Buds finishes the kill, and FNRGFE with 2 kills to their team here so far, applying the pressure of the Renegades as Mangachu desperately trying to get out of the hotel.
Sherlocky also used Transcend there post-disengage. They were already running away, and he transcended on the cart. I don't love it.
Well, he had to transcend on the cart there because what happened is that Mangachu was ripping him up. His mech was almost down, but he would have gotten that kill on the Zen, so that's a nice party gift from Mangachu to force out that support ultimate, even in a losing fight.
Fair enough, both support ultimates out, most of the ultimates out. FNRGFE will come out on top, add a little bit of time to their clock, a little bit over 2 minutes and 30 seconds remain, and it seems like they're switching to the Sombra too. Are we seeing the development of a new Hollywood strategy?
It is a possibility, and yeah, I mean, you take a look at this here. The one thing that is really worth noting, though, is that take a look at who swapped. It's going to be Banny that's going to the Sombra as opposed to one of the DPS players, so they're playing the Sombra a little bit more close to the vest in terms of who swaps to what.
It makes much more sense. I think that's what we've seen throughout other regions, is that your support really should be the one playing Sombra. She's a support hero misclassed as DPS at the time currently because those packs so important.
Well, here's the thing for FNRGFE. They don't have that much more time to work with here. They have 2 minutes. They can still technically beat Renegades' time, but everything has to go right with them here. They don't have the time that Renegades did in the same situation. They use the barrier, but Matt, forced out of his mech, has to do a panic self-destruct and ends up dying anyways. So Renegades applying pressure, and yet towards the end, perhaps a little bit deep, FNRGFE trying to bring this back, only to run into Zachary's blade.
Zachary does get the one, and I don't know if it's going to be enough. They're throwing everything they have at this Banny with a panic EMP. Will end up EMPing a couple, but no follow-up there at all.
Soundbear coming out here from Renegades, trying to clean up the rest of this messy fight. They haven't gotten anything out of it here just yet. I don't think they're ready for the barrier, and they go in even deeper. They drop the Transcendence, and they're going in. They haven't gotten anything, but Jesus, finally, going to the back, takes down Coolmat as he's in the process of getting demech'd. So they come out at least with something from that dive, but FNRGFE is well positioned to come back in here in a moment if Renegades is not careful.
And trying a little tracer violence there. Jesus does finally take down Clockwork on the defense. Bud's trying to equalize things. It's still in the Renegades' favor at the moment, though. They've just gotten more kills every single fight.
The problem here is FNRGFE is kind of trapped. They've been keeping themselves in this long, messy fight that they believe they can win, but they are not winning. Time is going away. They could have had multiple resets here, and instead, they get nothing. They have one final attempt with 35 seconds left. That was a big win for Renegades.
You get nothing. Benny will switch off from the Sombra back onto his home hero of Zenyatta there. And they needed to reset, you're right. They thought they could bring it back. They thought they were going to get hero plays, and they simply did not get enough kills that they needed. Bud's going to have Tactical Visor. That could be huge for them as the D.Va's low on the other side already.
And Renegades is already in a great position here because FNRGFE is not going to finish this with time remaining. Renegades had over a minute, so even if they finish this out, they're looking at best, a tie. This is so good for Renegades right now, no matter how this map finishes.
Able to take down Jesus there bodes well for them. Self-destruct will come out in an unideal situation in the corner right there as Buds continues to lay down the consistent damage. Back and forth we go as everyone who gets a kill then gets killed in turn in some sort of terrible game here. They continue to push in overtime. Can't get off the clock, can't get off the cart.
No, they can't get off the cart at all here. They are in desperation, and frankly, Renegades is doing better at trading out right now. So FNRGFE, they're still trying to find a way in, but time quickly fading for them. Even as Clockwork, doing some hero work, has two towards the end, still working his way in and out, and FNRGFE is starting to take control. A Transcendence comes in, and that's going to push this payload to the limit.
It's a very nice Transcendence. Matt was getting very low. They have all 6 up now in this fight. Every kill very crucial for them as they continue to push. If Renegades can stop them once, they will take Hollywood here. Let's see, though, it has been all FNRG off that Transcendence by Banny to bring them back all up to health. It has been kill after kill. FNRGFE will finish the map, but still not an ideal situation there, ZP.
No, and the tail of this game could really come down to 18 seconds because, again, the way that Hybrid works is that if you're able to finish with over a minute remaining, the other team does not get anything. FNRGFE now is stuck with the really unfortunate circumstance of having to defend A and not giving up a full tick for a minute 18. That's actually very doable and would force a tiebreaker on Oasis, but that's also the problem. Renegades gets you on Oasis, so still not great for FNRGFE no matter how this turns out.
Yeah, look at this. Matt very low, his other tanks very low, and you need those pools back up to full health. A beautiful Transcend from Banny there. Probably the sparking moment that allowed them to even finish out Hollywood and give them this chance.
Well, Renegades has to be feeling good here no matter what because their worst case scenario is a tiebreaker on Oasis to decide this map, and that is very good for them indeed. And still, getting one tick in a minute 18, they're going to get 2 good attempts at this Hex.
The issue is it makes FNRGFE fight on the point. You really can't fight Cafe and give up, oh, let's just give up a little bit and then we'll fight onto it. It does not work out that way. Buds will probably be on the Cafe, but it makes the tanks have to sit down here on the limo and just take it.
Hex, does it hurt you to see one of your many fleets of cars getting defaced there by that spray?
No, that one's fine. That's my old Junker. That's the one I drive in winter.
All right, yeah, they can't even see the banana.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was my rental because my Maserati's in the shop. The one on the point is just garbage.
That is completely fair. Renegades moving up the gut once more with the Zarya Reaper strategy. This is a high-powered strategy designed to brute force FNRGFE off the point, and perhaps a little bit more effective this time around, given the fact that FNRGFE can't give up a tick. The problem is that Jesus is focused down early. They no longer have the D.Va to support it, and yet Zachary doesn't care, gets his pound into the back, D-Mex cool, Matt, and the pressure is still very much on.
Gets his pound, and you can hear the Zarya beam charging up. One of the most horrifying sounds in the game is a fully charged Zarya, just at 100%, now going a little bit down as Mangachu Ghostbusters down everyone. It's his second best hero in my opinion, and his tracking has been good on Zarya.
And this is all but over. Renegades just powering their way through this first point. And I gotta say, I thought that composition was decent as just moving in and taking control of something quickly.
Yeah.
But when you're in a situation where the other team can't even play around the sides because they have to contest the point, it's even better. It's just raw brute force right up the gut.
Any composition where you can put Mangachu on Zarya if you're not going to run him unfair, I think is a composition you should roll with. As I said, I think it is his second best hero, and he plays very well on it. You saw right there. And especially with the emergence of this guy right here. Zachary and Reaper as well. I think a combination with Zarya does a lot of great things, and you see him right here. Death Blossom gets it, but they work so well together in how they work. I think you're going to see a lot more compositions in North America especially toy with the idea of bringing Zarya back into the mix.
And the other great thing too is that they found an answer to win a map without putting Mangachu onto the Pharah.
Yeah.
And part of it I do think comes from the idea that you have Zarya just checking cool Matt a little bit more because you cannot mitigate the damage coming in with Defensive Matrix. So it means that Matt, who's very good at playing around on the lines, had way less room to work with than he normally does.
Well, and they stopped playing more scattered, because one thing I noticed is they still maybe have some questions around target focus and cohesion. They're very much heroes that can make plays on multiple sides. I mean, Jesus loves to be on that flanking. If you're on Pharah, you can kind of do your own thing on some regard. And of course, if you're all focusing on the right place, which on Control is a lot easier, it's good. But one thing I noticed that they were doing is they kept pulling FNRG into the style of fighting that benefited the most. You saw it there at the very end. In overtime, they were able to, overtime rounds that is, you play 3 tanks, you pull them onto the point. You have to fight on the point. Well, now we've got a Reaper in your face. But they even played it there at the very end of third defense. Those were some chaotic fights. And as it turns out, they're really good at chaotic fights and drawn out fights like that.
Now, I do think there is one interesting caveat as we look ahead to map 5. We don't know quite what they've picked yet. But if they end up, or let's put it this way, if this was reversed, if FNRGFE was just coming back on Hollywood, I think we would be going to Oasis because there are really good fair stages there. In this case, I don't think we're going to be heading there. I think FNRGFE will bring it to, say, a Nepal or something just to control the narrative a little bit more.
You are correct.
It is Nepal, yes. Sorry, go for it.
Yeah, we are going to Nepal. I agree with you. There are stages you can still run Pharah. Not her best control map easily. But I think one of the things you can still run on Nepal successfully is more tanks. And I think you can still run Zarya on Nepal, and you can make that work for you. So while it's not ideal for Renegades, because obviously if they had their druthers, they would be running a pharmacy combo. They'd be going to Oasis. They'd be going to like only one stage of Oasis. Yeah. But this could be good. And we expected it all day. We're probably going to 5. We're going to the 5th map here in Nepal.
Well, not only are we going to 5, but within Nepal, we could go to 5.
Yeah.
It's just going to depend. I do think if there's one key round for FNRGFE to win here, it is almost certainly going to be the Sanctum, where you send other people to search for Mondada's gold and all that fun stuff, but it's also very enclosed and something that I think they'll play around better. However, Renegades could shock us by coming back out with the Reaper comp that actually caught FNRGFE a bit off guard.
And this is where I would expect to see it potentially here on Control. Nepal would be, well, now it's not there, but Village, I think, was it them who played May, Wall plus Reinhard? There's that, very square points. I don't know. Yeah. But, I would not be surprised if we see that 3 tanks with Reaper there. But I guess we're going to have to find out as we're in Game 5 between FNRGFE and Renegades. Both of them want to make sure they solidify their spot in Season 1, not to mention a shot at getting to the top of the playoffs here as we're going into map.
Hex, we have fond memories of Mangachu here on Sanctum.
Mangachu's played a lot of things on Sanctum. He plays Bastion, he plays May, he plays everything. I think that's the team you're referring to.
Wait, you're forgetting the most important hero, Hex.
Go ahead.
Junkrat.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, thank you. I was setting you up for that.
I forget that Junkrat is in the game, so that's not necessarily my fault here. On Sanctum, of course, Mangachu used to chunk through with the Yeah, the good old chunk rat there, the trash mouse, as we like to refer to him here, but no such luck thus far. It seems like both teams want to run. I believe those are identical compositions.
I don't think you'd be wanting to run the Junkrat in the Divas, as is the standard of play now. It was really good against Reinhardt, though, but both teams in the melee over the top of Mangachu. The first to be desuited here as the poke war goes on, but Jesus is able to equalize. Wins a TBT battle, as you would like to say, Hex, and this is very close so far.
Very nice for him to be able to take out Clockwork in the TVT. Of course, it now opens up some flankers for him that he's not going to be checked on the side there, but desuiting is pretty important. They're going to put a little bit of pressure on the point with Jesus. He gets Discord, is going to rewind out, and that pressure is going to force them to rotate on. Where is the rest of the team to help them out on this rotation?
Renegades is counter-rotating onto them as they rotate onto the point, but Primo is taken out. He did not get the support he needed there, is isolated once again, and it's Jesus that's keeping things even here for Renegades. Whenever FNRGFE gets a kill, Jesus is right there, and the more important thing is that FNRGFE wasn't able to stand the point. They're giving up progress.
They had people in the room, they just didn't get on the point, which is a little bit interesting. Zachary with a very late visor will take out Matt, but is that worth? Not really. This is a strange map, though, because putting pressure on the point, I don't think is even a good idea. Usually you want to be the second one on the point to be able to clear them off. You saw that worked out well for them. FNRGFE will take the point back immediately, and 11%, I don't know. Is it worth it?
Not in this case, certainly not. I think if they could have delayed more, yes, but that is the power of hindsight, Hex. We get to look back and judge and usually try to be right.
I love judging people. It's my favorite thing to do.
Well, FNRGFE tries to dive into Renegades as they come in, but they get punished immediately. This has been a tough round for Clockwork here so far, and nerf that, it goes into the pit. Why are you trying to destroy Bandana's gold, cool man? I will never understand, but clearly not the self-destruct he was looking for. Unlike Mangachu, who does get the self-destruct he's looking for. Moves right in, D-Mech's cool pat by calling down his mech once more. And Renegades very well might be retaking this point.
Stall comes in.
Boink, Stall's coming in.
Boink comes on. Yeah, Boink comes on and just crushes Mangachu right off the edge. Clockwork is able to get a bomb. The stall came in. Will end up at 50%. Can you even destroy gold? You can just smelt it, right?
I mean, surely you can transmute into some other element with heat and pressure, right?
Guys, I usually want to turn other things into gold. That's what alchemy is all about. Here comes the
I'm a bad alchemist. I turn gold into other, more useless things.
That's why we can't have the gold standard anymore, ZP. You're the problem. Ron Paul hates you. Anyway, Cool Matt comes in up over the top. Defense Matrix comes in, dueling battles right there. Meanwhile, it has been flipped back over for Renegades. We will be at about 50% each here as a nice visor comes in for Zachary. He's got a lot of space.
Zachary has space to work with, but doesn't necessarily have the targets early on. Does find movement towards the very end, but FNRGFE still applying pressure, but not able to retake the point here just yet. They do roll right in, and oh no, Renegades is right there. They could have prevented that at least a little bit, and both teams struggling with point control right now, but as they trade out, FNRGFE is coming back in, and yet it's so back and forth.
Struggling on point control might be the nicest possible way to say it. They keep forgetting that the point is actually what matters here, and they're just not toe tapping onto it. They need to keep bodies there, and they just keep forgetting to do so. It has been a sloppy point on Sanctum thus far. No real clean fights. This has been about as brawly as Sanctum gets, man. Usually you see resets here, and it's very hard for teams to get back in.
Sanctum, yeah, it's usually a fight where you see more coordinated 6v6s, and no, farewell Clockwork. That might have been more of a reset.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Off the edge, but I mean, a reset while Buds is visoring would be a little bit interesting. So
yeah, I'm not sure that was the plan.
Yeah, maybe TeamSpeak servers are down and these teams are just not communicating. This has been a very strange version of Sanctum, to say the least. However, FNRGFE at 80%. Renegades, however, in control of the point as they tick their way towards 80 as well. Next fight very well might decide it.
Two support ults on deck, though, for FNRGFE. They have a big advantage, so as no one gets picked before they're used, and they don't. The sound barrier is in. The Transcendence comes out right after. They are staggering out the ultimates, but that's not enough to save Matt from Zachary, moving in with the tac visor. And yet, Matt, he was in bunny mode. He gets 2 kills under both supports in bunny mode. What in the world?
Matt's a jerk. That's what. I mean, really, you kill people with a bunny blaster. That's surprising amount of damage.
Oh my god.
Regardless of that, still having a hard time flipping it back over. The stall will come out, and they will stay up to 99%. FNRGFE now has control of the point at 85% of their own. Yeah, like I said, in professional matches, you cannot let that happen with your diva. You cannot
let the baby diva gun down both supports. Oh.
I mean, the pistol's pretty solid, but still.
Yeah,
Still,
clearly.
I can't make enough excuses for it. Like,
Clearly, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it shouldn't
you
have.
can also just kill the 150 HP Diva. In any case, we are in overtime, and Renegades, with their last opportunity to pull this round right back. Jesus with Pulse Bomb doesn't get what he's looking for. And FNRGFE starting to choke out Renegades here as they are looking for any form of life. But Mangachu gets it! Diva on Diva violence might not be enough. There's still a numerical disadvantage, but somewhat of a ramp.
Low-key MVP being boinked. That is his second and or third environmental kill so far. Zachary is going to have to come back in, and he will go down. A very close match here on Sanctum, thanks to a couple of kills you don't see very often. Baby Diva. And it's not the first time Renegades has struggled to clean up the Diva. They struggled on the very first stage of the very first map, Control Center, on Lijiang Tower, and that wasn't even that bad because he just did enough damage to get his mech back, which also, by the way, can't happen in a professional match. But to die, that's it's demoralizing.
To have your baby Diva's like, okay, Diva's out of the fight. Oh God, Diva's killed both.
No, they're probably thrilled that kill cams are off in tournaments because you don't want to see that one happen to you again.
I don't want to see it happen in my personal games, let alone in a competition with serious pride on the line, because don't forget, what's also on the line here is not only going forward today, but if you win the series,
you're in.
Yes, you are into Contenders Season 1, so this matters a lot.
When FNRGFE, a team that's not necessarily sponsored either, could be absolutely huge for them in real-world kind of consequences. They're going to go and take a page out of the Renegades book themselves. Buds and Banny have gone skyward here, trying to get a lot of damage in over the top, and wow, they are actually chunking in some damage. But they will trade out 1-to-1 on the points so far. Clockwork to Jur to Clockwork, but now Renegades taking the lead.
I gotta say, for FNRGFE, I think they should swap back to the standard if they don't take this here to begin with.
Yeah.
You're not even having to worry about Pharah v. Pharah. I understand Buds wants to play with Pharah here, but please, go to what's working. You beat Renegades in these mirror matchups.
This point especially, if you don't have control as the pharmacy combo, it's hard to wrestle it back. They might get in just for one res because Banny is so close to that. But look, they can hide in the house. There's a roof. That's a nice pickoff though. Ooh. Jesus out of the fight.
That is something you don't see as often, but it is brutal when it does. Jesus takes a rocket as Tracer, and that opens the way for FNRGFE to come back in with a vengeance. And you know what? They don't have to swap off the Pharah here just yet. Buds opens the door, and this should be a retake.
Well, they also wanted the res too. Res charges so fast that they knew they could get one in there in that fight. A nice stall out there means 30% on the clock for Renegades. Now Bud's going to have Barrage, and they will enter their ultimate phase of the game, and in a much better point to be holding the control point as Pharah rather than taking it because of this right here.
Indeed, and now this is where Buds you can set up for sneaky barrages. Mangachu, though, probably one of the people that is very good at denying barrages. He goes for the move all the time. He knows the matchup pretty well. And Buds right now just creeping over the top. Doesn't want to throw it in the Mangachu's defense, but for now, content to poke from above as the Transcendence comes out.
Transcendence comes out for one side, Sound Barrier for the other. We'll see which one ends up being more valuable there. His self-destruct comes in, does not necessarily land itself in the best spot as some progress being put on the point by Renegades.
Matt got his mech back there. They did not finish him off. He gets back into the mech, and FNRGFE is able to avoid what should have been an early pickoff as Muma goes to town, pushing everyone into this room. Lucio just says, get me off this wild ride.
I want to get off Mr. Muma's wild ride.
I need an adult.
All the kills come in now as Clockwork combines with the Mercy. Actually gets a couple of little bits of damage in there. They will hold sway on the point so far. And FNRGFE already up one stage, in good position to take the second one. And though control was the foray of Renegades, FNRGFE has found an answer using Renegade's kit, actually.
Yeah, they're using the Pharah. Like, we thought this would have been a little bit more reversed, given we know that both teams, but no. Renegades not running the Pharah, FNRGFE running it, and they're one fight away, perhaps, from taking this round and being on set point.
They have to find Banny because he's got Resurrection available. We'll bring them back into the fight as we go into 85% on the board for FNRGFE. Bud's still not been dealt with. They're going to try to Primal Rage onto him, but now with Zachary out of the fight, he should feel a lot safer too. Couple kills straight back and forth.
They have the res. Banny can just come in. There it is. 3-man res, and that fight is very much going to go the way of FNRGFE, and I don't know about that for Renegades. I mean, I guess they have to stay in. It's 99%, so normally you'd like to reset. You can't in this case, and unfortunately for Sherlock, he falls right after his spiritual enlightenment. And FNRGFE, very likely now to be up 2 rounds to 0 here on Nepal.
It's the best kind of res. It comes in after trades, turns it into a 6v4 immediately, and that's a tough ask of any team to be able to bring it back. It is a slaughter on the point as FNRGFE now 1 stage away from qualifying for Overwatch Contenders Season 1.
There is one really good thing here for Renegades. What was the best round of Pharah that we have ever witnessed? What stage was it on, Hex?
This next one.
Yes.
Shrine, I believe it's called. I've been casting Overwatch for like, it's coming up on 2 years now, and I still sometimes struggle with these stage names. It is Shrine, though. Yeah, this was where Mangachu put on an absolute clinic.
It was the best round of Pharah I have ever seen in all of professional Overwatch across all players, and yet...
Same.
We're not seeing Mangachu go Pharah here. I mean, he has failed on the stage before to good Diva play, but for now, he's not going with what was once his tried and true. He's going to stand the Diva.
Right. Okay. Oddly enough, FNRGFE seems like they were expecting the Pharah. I mean, you put Buds on the 76, you're running Banny on the Zenyatta there too. I mean, they're both good heroes for this map in general, but that would be my anti-Pharah comp.
It would indeed, and Renegades going to try and win this in more of a somewhat mirror setup. Not identical, but still running the Diva and trying to control space, and they do get a bit of an advantage early on. They push FNRGFE back, but FNRGFE is in such a case that they can heal up, so they are able to come back in, but not so much anymore. Zachary catches Clockwork and sets up Renegades for the 6v5.
They get pushed out right there. Muma trying to escape, ends up finding himself right in front of a Diva Mac, and this is about as clean as a first fight as you can take. They've already taken the points, so now just cleaning up the remainder. A nice stall here from Matt, but...
No, it's not stall. They're actually in abject fear. They're in abject fear. They know that he can kill the entire team, but no, not quite. That is actually just a stall.
I don't see that very often, but why not, I guess.
I don't know. I just feel like the supports are just recoiling in fear, like, oh god, the demon is back. Please, kill her. Well, in any case, this is a very good opening here for Renegades. 31% to 0 when they have no more room for error. They must win this round, or their Overwatch Contenders Season 1 eligibility will be in question. Nice self-destruct. Threads right to the back and already putting FNRGFE on the wrong foot.
Yeah, that's really tough. Maybe Bonnie comes in here with a Transcend, but after losing one of your supports already, you don't really want to double down on this fight. 50% already on board for Renegades, and we haven't really even seen another fight after that first one. They just kind of crushed it before it's even happened. The entry has been brutal yet again as Bonnie goes down before it even happens. Don't fight here. It's like fighting in a basement.
Yeah, FNRGFE, please go the other way. I mean, I understand that you might have a love of Gill, but you don't always have to go left. You can go right. There's no law against it, but Renegades might have gone a little bit too deep here. They lose their Diva as a result, and maybe this sets up FNRGFE, but they also lost 2 people, so I don't know. This is just getting messy.
They're going to get reset here a couple times as well. Buds narrowly avoids a pulse bomb, and then I guess they're going to try to come in now, but they're going to be met by a Blade and a Transcend. However, Clockwork is able to take down Jesus through all of this noise.
Ugly Blade. Bad Blade. There's no other way to say it. That wasn't good for Zachary. And now they're not going to have this as FNRGFE tries to get back in with only 5% remaining. Still a really good position for Renegades to be in.
Yeah, somehow during all of that, while the Blade was happening, while the Transcend was happening, they did get the 1 kill onto Jesus from Clockwork. It just opened it up for them. They will be in here to stall, but there's no point stalling this anymore, really. I mean, it's 99%. What are you gaining anymore? You're just feeding ults. So, 99% to 0. Again, FNRGFE 1 stage away from moving on.
Let's speculate for a moment. Let's say Renegades takes this round. How important is it for RNG for them to avoid Control Center again?
Well, I mean, Sanctum?
Yeah, Sanctum.
See, I told you.
I think enclosed area, it's like, yeah, Sanctum, yes.
It's pretty important. They did not show up well there, so the RNG gods will be in play if Renegades is able to pull this one back, but to do so, they will have to take control of the point. Banny's going to be really interesting here. They lost Sherlocki. Transcend should come out. It does. He has to save himself.
And I don't know if this Transcends was needed per se, but bear in mind, FNRGFE is, get off the ledge. Just go. FNRGFE, I think, is very aware that they can't risk a single fight going against them. So they sacrificed a little bit of ult economy there for security, but they do have a sound bear in reserve, so I don't hate it.
It's totally fine. I was fine with that Transcend. Keep Annie alive. You do need that. I mean, entry kills can be such a thing here with this Zenyatta anyway, that he can get a charge shot going. And also, knowing that you have sound barrier for the next fight means that you're more willing to use at least one support ultimate. And you can't take it to your grave with you. You got to win a fight.
Well, we'll see how much both teams lead out here. Zachary goes in with the blade and immediately takes down Buds. The barrier is too late to save him, and FNRGFE is already in the hot seat, getting poked down heavily despite getting a few early kills. The problem is that Clockwork, still healthy, still around, gets a little bit poked down there, but he's around, and Muma has done a good job of keeping this somewhat even though Renegades had a much better opening.
Clockwork's recall just came online when he was at about 12 HP. He needed to stay alive there. Won't put the bomb on the ground. That's fine. Ends up doing a little bit of damage. This is a late Transcend that I'm not necessarily in love with, as most of the kills have already gone to FNRGFE.
There was no one around to take advantage of the Transcend. That might have been nerves at best. And now FNRGFE, 8% away from qualifying for Overwatch Contenders Season 1. Renegades trying to pull this one back. They still have an option to do so. 99% to 99%. We are in overtime, and Primo making space. Zachary comes out the blade, trying to put Renegades over the top, and yet FNRGFE, they are bloody on the point right now, but not removed. Getting key kills as Clockwork works into the back, and Renegades is in a tough spot indeed.
Mangachu's trying to get his mech back. He's got the Bunny Blaster out now as Clockwork has been living inside the Matrix. They will finally take down Cool Matt, who was brave on the point, staying with his team. They have not flipped it over yet. Beautiful barrier, but a Transcend comes up over top as well.
They use both support ultimates there, Transcend and Sound Barrier. FNRGFE, they feel they're close, and perhaps they are. 4 kills, 5 kills for FNRGFE. It's only Jesus up, left, and around. He is the last one remaining between Renegades and Failure, and that is going to be it. FNRGFE takes the series and qualifies for Overwatch Contenders Season 1.
So glad we picked this match.
Yes.
Zachary had himself a decent game. I think he's been a great addition to the Renegades squad. Renegades not out of it yet, mind you. They will have a chance to get into the Season 1 of Overwatch Contenders, which FNRGFE has already punched their ticket to. And for a team without a sponsor, that's absolutely huge. Could see some rumblings there, but so close between these two teams. And FNRGFE, what makes this team so remarkable is they barely played together. This they added Matt. And you would never guess it. You would never guess it by watching how they play.
I thought they did have a sponsor. The corn dog, some kind of corn dog baron sponsored them. No.
Sponsored by the Minnesota State Fair. The unofficial mascot of the Minnesota State Fair.
No, and then anyway, well, yeah, it was a great match. They obviously picked Nepal for a very good reason. We didn't see any Pharah from the side of Renegades, but Buds was even able to play it to great effect, and they took the fight to him, able to 3-0 him here. Right. Now, that said, FNRGFE will move through the bracket here in the playoffs, but also into Season 1, Renegades is not out of it yet. Of course, 2 of these teams are going to be dropping at some point, and this is not 100% complete. Immortals and Kungarna are in the semifinals on the top half. FNRG has made it, of course, through there as well, and I believe we're still waiting on their opponent. But what are our final thoughts coming out of this match?
Very close. I think both of these teams will probably end up in Season 1. Renegades, when it's not Pharah, they are looking a little bit different, and that still remains a concern. It's always been the concern for them.
They had one thing. They had the 3-tank Reaper that was able to find some success, but they do have to find a little bit more.
We focus a lot on DPS play in Overwatch, as DPS players are the most flashy of the roles. But I think if you drill deep into this one, tank play was the story of the tape. Muma and Matt had very good coordination throughout the entire series. And then you look at Renegades. Primo was dying early way too often. I don't think Primo and Mangachu, when they were working together as tanks, had anywhere near the same level of coordination that we saw from FNRGFE. And when your tanks are outperforming the tanks on the other side, you get more space control and you open up your DPS to do more. So tanks matter in Overwatch, and this match was a great example of that.
Well, that's part of the issue, though, too, is who is their second tank?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we saw 3 divas today from the Renegades. Of course, Megachu primarily playing that one when he wasn't, on Zarya. Well, let's take a look at that bracket again. I think we do have it just so that you're very clear as to what's going on here. So Team Liquid and Envision are playing. As last I checked, Team Liquid was up 2-0 in that best of 5. So there's a good chance that we're going to see them in that semifinal match, which will be 3rd on stream today. But I want to take a look at what we're expecting out of Season 1, just to remind everyone what that is going to look like. We do have an update on some of the teams that at very least have made it, and of course it's going to be taking place in mid-August with a offline final in October. But joining Envious and Rogue, we've got Immortals, Kungarna, and FNRGFE. We're still waiting on 3 more teams to break through. But other than that, do we have any final thoughts before we go to break?
No.
Yeah,
I'm satisfied right now.
Yeah.
That was a great opening to a day of Overwatch. It went to 5. It was exciting. I want more.
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and call it at that then. We've already had a great start to the North American playoffs. We've got even more yet left to come. Other than that, I guess if we just want to...
predictions
maybe coming into this one. Since you guys don't have to cast it, I'll allow it.
That's... I think Immortals, like I said, I think they're going to the finals. I actually kind of want to think about FaZe versus LG Evil. One of them is going home.
That is a little bit scary.
Yeah.
And honestly, if I had to predict that one, I think it might be LG Evil. I think even though FaZe has been underperforming, LG Evil has good days and bad days, and this might not be their day. So maybe a slight edge to FaZe. I do think going into the very next matchup, though, that even though Kungarna, which might mean the Kings, they have been King Slayers, but Immortals has been so good recently that they feel, I'm not going to say invincible, but they are a tough juggernaut to fight.
Well, let's talk about Kungarna, who's now in Overwatch Season 1, Overwatch Contenders Season 1, who had to reverse sweep on Oasis against Cloud9 in a tiebreaker not too long ago to get there. So those guys, I mean, you talk about playing with house money. Right now, I think they could be out of the tournament and be fine. Like, I can't believe we're in Overwatch Contenders Season 1. I think most of people can't believe that they've made it.
Yeah, and talking about King Slayers, well, they're 2 very different kings that they potentially can have slayed. Cloud9 was looking a little shaky. They weren't 100%. They weren't necessarily on the uptick either. With that, Immortals has looked only stronger the last several weeks. We've seen them, not to mention, honestly, the last couple of months that we've seen them. They've gone through a lot of changes, and they're definitely coming up from that. Outside of that, of course, Team Liquid, they are currently 2-0 against Envision. If they do indeed make it through, what are your thoughts on the potential Envision Renegades matchup?
I don't know. Renegades has to play another match. Maybe they have 5-hour energy.
Timing them out here.
But generally, the longer the days go, the worse they look. And right now, they have to feel a little bit defeated. But it was super close. And it's not like they lost to a team that's not full of just chock full of godly talent on that team. You would have to just favor Renegades. You'd think that they pull it back. It's a veteran team, been established. Envision, I mean, if it was Europe, they'd already be in, and great for them. And they gutted it out against Toronto to get here. I don't know. I find it hard to believe that Envision would beat Renegades, but anything can happen with Renegades sometimes.
I think for Renegades, you're right. Anything can happen, but I think Renegades will be able to pull that one through. I think Envision, while they've been promising, I do think they're just lacking a little bit in power across all levels compared to what Renegades can bring in. But I think as we saw from the set, Renegades does have an Achilles heel, and right now that's in their tank play.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not to mention just a general cohesion, which is brought together with your tanks. They were just looking like they weren't focusing the right targets to finish them early enough. They did find 2 out of 3 maps, I suppose, or 2 out of 5 maps, but I would have to favor them as well. Well, we're going to find out who wins that matchup, or even if that happens, as well as a whole lot more here in the North American playoffs at Overwatch Contenders after a short break. We'll be right back.
Before the good diva play, but for now, he's not going. This play should be coming out soon. As FNRGFE wants to put this one away with 3 very quick kills.
He just knows that's exactly where Sombra's going to be. He just absolutely predicted it.
Down that Jesus spoke with pulse bombs, looking for targets in the back, but Jesus strikes first and even gets clockwork in the process. That was a 2-for-1 special, but Bonnie is there at the res, and that's going to unfuse the ultimate.
Welcome back, everyone. Gillfrost here once again. We're one match into 4 matches that we're going to be streamed today, and that means we're into the semifinals. All of the teams we'll be watching from this point out have made it into Season 1 of the Overwatch Contenders, but now they want to give us something more. They want to make it to the finals. They want to show their hand as potentially the best contender in NA.
Well, they're already not that. I mean, it was basically a competition to get wrecked by Envy and Rogue, right?
Yeah, Envious and Rogue are still out there, man. Contender Season 1, so it's a little bit scary.
They punched their ticket to the beatdown already.
They did indeed. And we need 3 more teams as well.
Good practice.
Yeah.
There you go.
And a little bit of prize money here at the end.
That's the important stuff.
And seeding, I mean, there's a lot of reasons to play hard, obviously. And, you want to look good for potential, Overwatch League teams later on. We don't know who is going to be where, and so it's always good to look your best. And Immortals have definitely been looking the best of the best that we've seen on NA in Season 0 here.
I would say they've been looking second best. You guys are looking quite fine as well.
Naturally. I mean, I wasn't including us in that. But if you want to, then you're right.
Otherwise, it'd just be unfair.
Also, we look so good. Man. We're already with Overwatch League. So,
that's true.
We already made it.
You've already punched your ticket to that.
We're in there. Yeah.
I'm still waiting to punch mine. But either way, let's go ahead and take a look at the next matchup that we're going to be watching. And of course, it is going to be the first semifinal match. Immortals and Kungarna are the 2 teams that made it through. Any high-level thoughts? What are you expecting out of this one?
Well, I mean, going into this one, Immortals sure looking like the better team, but Kungarna, you got to credit them for getting this far. I mean, baby-based Soldier is really great, but they're going to need, more than a great Soldier, I think, to take down a team like Immortals that right now seems like they are doing very, very well at all positions.
Well, let's go ahead and look at the Immortals roster then coming into this one. We can talk about these teams a little bit more, but I want to focus in on these players right here. And the 2 on the left there, Grim Reality and Agilities, they have just been popping off today.
They were such a surprise, obviously, because we talked about this as they came through the open bracket. They had just added Fate and Kariv, their Korean tank support duo, and they had come in and just, in fact, a couple days prior to the open contenders call.
Some earlier today.
The synergy seemed to be there nearly immediately, and now they've had weeks to work on it, and it just keeps getting better and better. This team really has demonstrated some of the highest level teamwork that we've seen in contenders, and they are easily the favorite to take first place today.
Yeah, all right. So Agility's lost the point in that clip, but who cares? Because he solo 1v2'd the pharmacy off the side of the map. I love watching stuff like that. And it's that mechanical ability, and that ability to make those plays that's part of what makes Immortals so good right now. But yeah, I mean, these guys have just been looking really great since they picked up Kariv and Fate as well from Korea. Their new coach from Korea is looking great. Ooks, they're really kind of coming together as a team. And we talked about this before, that they're also starting to incorporate some Korean language shot calling in there too. And some things like saying, Reapers on the second floor, some direction call outs are a little bit quicker to say in Korean than English. So if 1/3 of your team is already Korean, it's kind of easy to work that in. And sounds like it's been working.
They've been firing on all cylinders for sure.
Yeah, and also if we just take a look at their flexibility, Kariv was a DVS player before coming over and playing support. When we were watching some of their games earlier today against FaZe, they full held on Anubis, and part of that attack was Kariv back on the Widowmaker. If you've been watching Apex, you know about his Widowmaker highlights, and he can pull out the Sombra too. So there's such a great degree of versatility from Kariv as a player that is very exciting to watch.
And it's a very cohesive flexibility, because you can see Renegades, they have people that can play a variety of different things, but what are they playing towards? And Immortals are definitely playing towards all the same goal, and it's been victory, and they have been finding it. On the other side of things, let's take a look at Kungarna coming into this one. They obviously were able to, many people at least considered it an upset in the quarterfinal match, but what do you think about this roster? And we talked about, I guess, Baby Bay. Let's lead off with him on 76.
Yeah, well, I mean, Baby Bay seems to be kind of the quote-unquote hard carry of the team, right? I mean, his Soldier 76 is really good. They generally have been doing a pretty good job of protecting him so he can kind of, get things done on it. I think Bishu's Diva has been really good at helping out with that, but it just seems like they need a little bit more. This team needs a bit more time to percolate, if you will, before they can take on a team like Immortals.
They've already had their good run, too. I mean, coming through, taking out Cloud9 on their way here in a tiebreaker match to make it into the playoffs, and then now securing their spot in Season 1 is a very good result for this team that lacks the flexibility that we're going to see from Immortals. They don't have a Pharah player. I fully expect that Immortals is going to be trying to take them to Pharah maps, which puts such a huge burden on Baby Bay as a player to shut it down. So they may have found a good soldier composition to work with, but they're not yet that diverse, and I think that's going to hold them back. Not only that, but they have been very poor on Assault and Hybrid maps over the group stage. They're kind of a shocking 1 and 5 on Assault coming into today. So that's something that they're really going to need to improve on, because they're going to have to fight tooth and nail against Immortal to take this best of 5.
Because as it turns out, well, Immortals is really good on those map types. But I think we have our first map, in fact. It is going to be Lijiang Tower. So what are our thoughts coming into Control for these two teams?
Well, I mean, Kungarna is 5-1 on Control coming into today, and that's a pretty good result, I suppose. But again, you know, that all is against teams that are not Immortals. So everything could change once we get into it. I'm excited to see it, but I still expect Immortals.
And they have surprised us before. I think that a lot of that, I mean, we talked about Baby Bay on 76 and how well he can play that. I think that it's going to be up to Michael to really enable him by providing another threat on the map. And of course, he's played a good Tracer, but that's been what they've had. That's all they've had, and we might need to see another element that they can bring.
And Immortals is clearly going to be ready for this as well.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I mean, I really think they're going to have a tough map in store for them. Immortals is going to bring out strategies, going to bring out compositions that they're not ready for, and Immortals should have had an easy time researching this team. And you know, honestly, probably didn't expect them to make it to this semifinal, but now that they're here, they should be ready.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be going into map here in just a bit, but I just want to take a moment to remind everyone that if you're wondering about the bracket and more details about this event, and if you want to know any release details about Season 1, make sure you're checking out OverwatchContenders.com, because that's where all of that info is going to be located. And, well, here we go into Lijiang Tower. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Nice job.
What do you know?
5 out of 7.
If you're not familiar with the website yet, it is great. I mean, you can check the standings, you can find the stream, you can check out all the funny team pictures from all the teams that played earlier but didn't quite make it through. A lot of fun stuff to do. So, here we are. Lijiang Tower, our control map. To start out this best of 5 with Immortals versus FaZe. A lot of stepping up to do for Kungarna, right? Immortals versus Kungarna. Kungarna. I don't know. It's one of those names. At least it's not FNRGFE.
I think we avoided that one for the time being. We'll see if they make a deeper run later today. Worth noting, Immortals did pick Lijiang Tower against FaZe, which they won 3-0. They showed a lot of Pharah on that map, so wouldn't be surprised to see it not on Control Center, but on some of the other points.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to see Fate stick with the Junkrat, but I got a feeling, yep, there's the Winston pick. It's going to be it. It's not Sanctum on Nepal, so the Junkrat doesn't have quite as much of a place here anyway. But here we go. Fairly similar compositions between the two teams, except of course we've got Baby Bay on that Soldier 76 as they make their way onto the point. We'll see what they can do.
Yeah, just a little bit of Winston tickling to start things off. Both teams just hanging back, trying to get that initial poke in. Fate is going to have to fall back behind some of the terrain there just to get healed up. No early picks coming through for anyone just yet.
Yep, not quite. Here we go. Whoa, Grim getting really low. They're really counting on him to be a big sideline pressure, and he certainly is right now. Fate does go down, so Immortals getting aggressive, trading the kills. They will grab the point first, so they'll get a little percentage building, but can they hold on to it? Baby Bay says no as he takes on Grim Reality, but they need more than him. The rest of the team needs to get there too.
Now, the thing for Kungarna is they want to hold back and protect the Soldier 76 and get that damage down from afar, but Immortals got into the corridor and got a good dash off from Agility's Genji to start taking that off. Trance has been traded.
Really fast transcendences, actually, for both of these Zenyatas, but they are both pretty good. Agility's pulls out the Dragon Blade, though, wants to take a little bit more definitive of a fight. Health pack helps for 1/. It does waste a lot of time of Agility's Dragon Blade, though, and with Sound Barrier on Kungarna, maybe they can take this one back. Sound Barrier popped on the other side for Immortals as they come back in. Agility's down already, so Immortals a little bit short-handed coming into this one. Grim just trying to stay alive on the point right now. Kungarna did swap it back a while ago, so if Immortals can flip it back, maybe they can tie it up, but it looks like for now, Kungarna can hold on to it.
Yeah, they are. And had that Dragon Blade gone a little bit differently, had we not seen Baby Bay run back and get that mega health back, the turn could have been faster onto the supports, and he could have picked up a few more kills. But as such, pursues deep for one on that ultimate, doesn't make a good value trade. And now we're sitting back again. Kungarna playing far back on the point, and Agility's looking for some more shurikens and a flank.
Yep. Just trying to push people off. Oh, nice kill onto Pooks. He took a lot of left click damage, and then the long range kill onto Michael from downtown for Agilities. That's going to be a retake for Immortals, and they're going to get some control percent building again.
That's just
got the pulse bomb.
That's just a little bit of mispositioning there from Pooks, playing so far over and getting tickled by that Tesla cannon, and then come in with a dash and get finished off. So Grim Reality looking for the pulse bomb flank right here. Will find Michael.
Yep.
And force that out. Pulse bomb goes down.
I think it's Baby Bay. That's probably the best target. Transcendence coming out anyway. Kungarna trying to go in, but they're kind of being kept to the outside here. Hype blocking the door as well. Kungarna getting a little bit of control meter built up to try to flip it. Getting a bit more now. Michael charging through, grabs a health back before he comes back in. And I don't know, man. The self-destruct gets Pooks, I guess. Grim takes on Michael. So Kungarna looking like they maybe have a chance to flip it, but Immortals coming back strong in the second half of that fight. They're going to keep it going for now.
It is going to be the lead taken over by Immortals at the moment, as we see Agilities of the Dragon Blade up. So will be a battle here. Baby Bay with the Tac Visor could get shut down by that Primal Rage, pushed out of position.
Yeah.
And coming down towards the end of this map right now. Well, they're going to pull it out immediately.
Oh, gets a kill on Baby Bay immediately, too. Add in a few more. And whoa, that is about as one-sided as it gets. Agilities with the 4 kill. 3 with the blade, 1 with the dash, and now the body block. Yep. Just kind of wasting some time. Sorry, Bishu, no mech for you, man.
And that was fantastic, using only a single ult to get such high amounts of value. Dashing in, pulls out the blade, catches everybody in a line in that corridor, making it very easy to pick up the multi-kill with the Dragon Blade.
Well, you saw Hype doing a good job at the beginning of keeping the defensive matrix over the shoulder of Agilities, too, to make sure that he was free and clear to use that Dragon Blade. Looks like they're going to win this fight before I even finish my last sentence. And Kungarna, desperation, but it's really looking like it's going to be Immortals that takes control center here. They're going to grab it. 1 round already for Immortals.
Yeah, Kareev with the fireworks there at the end, popping the trans, looking shiny on the point to close things out.
Yep.
And that's going to be a little bit of an easy round for Immortals. Kungarna did put up a bit of a fight for a while, but Immortals so active. And one thing that's characterized their play since the addition of Kareev and Fate has been more aggressive approaches, more engages, particularly with Agilities, because he has the confidence to go in, that he's going to get the support, that he's going to get the tank in front of him, absorbing that damage. So it seems like they're really positioning around Agilities, and when he wants to engage.
I mean, you also add in, too, Kareev's ability to get kills on this Zenyatta. It's kind of similar to the effect we see Boombox have on a team like United, where you've got this player that's just a really good DPSer as well as a good Zenyatta player.
All right, interesting. Agility is going to be sticking with the Genji here. Did play Pharah on Night Market earlier today.
Wow, they're going deep fast. Dogman dies immediately. Really aggressive dive for Immortals right off the bat, and it's paying off for the moment anyway. Ooh, Kareev finds himself in a rough spot. Has to fight the duel. Gets the kill onto Michael. I enjoy that.
You enjoy that? The Tracer versus Zenyatta duel?
Monte Cristo. Oh, yes.
Well, Kareev should be an enjoyable player for you. Easy first cap from Immortal, and this is where they shine. They shine in their ability to make decisive shot calls and target selections quickly. They just caught Dogman right at the start, and Agility still just wreaking havoc in the back line.
I mean, there's just nobody that seems to be able to do anything about this. He's really been free and clear to kind of fire away as much as he wants, find all the sideline kills. iRemix can't quite get out either. And now the delay again. It's not Orb of Discord, it's Orb of Sadness now on Bishu.
Poor Bishu. They're not going to go and take that final reset, keeping her as that baby diva. So Bishu falls back at 60% back towards the mech. Grim Reality has that pulse bomb. Big ult starting to come online here as Immortals heads towards 50%.
Yep. And a good spot to defend some more pushes. As long as they use their ults effectively. Wow, going into the Transcendence early. Grim gets a kill into Baby Bay. And again, wow, with Baby Bay out of the way, it is just open season for Immortals, and they will slaughter Kungarna again.
I mean, what do you say to that? Kungarna keeps getting in these corridors, which leads to the bloodbath that Agility is able to put out with these Dragon Blades or with these dashes. They're lining up. Kungarna needs to be trickier and vary their approach a little bit more. Maybe not go through these corridors as 5 or 6 and try and split up and make a flank approach or something like that, because this is not working.
I mean, you notice too that Grim Reality has really been targeting Baby Bay here. A lot of those pulse bombs have been aimed at him. Sound barrier, defensive ults on both sides going in. Hype going to go ahead and use that self-destruct. He's getting a little bit low on the HP anyway. No kills with it. Kungarna coming in with a little bit of a one fight here. Fate low, has that primal rage, but he has to back away. Doesn't make it out, and it looks like Kungarna might be able to flip the point here.
At 90%, maybe getting an opportunity. It's still going to have to kill the baby diva. It's going to go back to 99, about just
so close. They'll get it, yeah. But 97 for Immortals, so they've got time to kind of build up ults and come back. Watching this last fight from Agilities again, I mean, yeah, what can you say? When you have the whole enemy team grouped up in a hallway like that, it's a dash fever for Genji.
Against that Dragon Blade. Doesn't end up well. Pulse Bomb will miss from Michael.
Yep.
And we are going to see the self-destruct attempt to get a kill. Does
Fate
actually end up picking off Fate. So shot through the corridor, but Grim Reality scores the frag onto Michael.
Not quite, no. Looking for it. Baby Bay protected by the Diva. Bishu trying to keep his soldier alive. Agilities does have to back up a little bit. Kungarna still building percentage here. Immortals, so they've got time. They've got a couple ults coming up pretty soon. Only about 40% for Kungarna on the point right now, so they don't have to be super aggressive with this. They can be patient.
In fact, they can just eco push right down, try and force ults out of Kungarna, but they're just going to go in with the Transcendence.
It's time, man. All right, here we go. Transcendence used pretty early, I think, for Immortals, but if they can win the fight, it'll work out. Transcendence coming in for Kungarna afterwards. Fate does go down early. Agility's not getting much with this Dragon Blade, so, ooh, I don't know. I felt like that was a very optimistic fight Immortals took, and they are paying for it.
When you're at 40% like that, they were about even when it came to DPS and support ults. So because Immortals had that time and they had the Trance and the Dragon Blade available, could have forced out the sound barrier and possibly the tack visor, and just tried to wipe before coming in for a more powerful attack immediately thereafter. Now they're going to be down with a pretty difficult ability to push.
Yeah, I mean, now it gets scary, because now when some of those ults come back, your enemy team's going to be at like 90%, maybe even quicker than that. Michael with the Pulse Bomb. Immortals trying to get something done here. They do get some early kills here, so the pick's coming through for Immortals. Good start. They've got some important tank ultimates as well and Agilities. Who needs the Dragon Blade anyway? I guess, all right, I guess that's the strategy. Just use your ults when you lose a fight, come back in, win a fight with all ults. That's it. Just Immortals things.
Well, in that fight, it was Verbo with the sound barrier, because Immortals had the support ultimate, and because we saw that Michael was peeled away from the rest of the team, that was one major source of damage from Kungarna. Meanwhile, Immortals is 6 just went into the point, and so here they are winning the fight.
As self-destruct, buying a little bit of time for Kungarna. Bishu having to exit again. Overtime ticking away, going to give time for the rest of Kungarna to come back in again. Poot's dying early. Well, everybody dying early now. There's OT, and that is it. Immortals 2-0 so far here on Lijiang Tower.
I really like that approach from Immortals. They saw Michael on the side, and so they knew the other 5 were going to be in or around the point. And so what Immortal did is, because they had the sound barrier, they didn't need Fate on the Winston to actually be in the point absorbing damage. Instead, they used the shields to go ahead and take the 5v5 on the point, and Michael just stayed on the side with the Tesla cannon, zoning out the big source of damage from Michael. So good call on the approach with just that sound barrier to work with from Immortals.
Yep, good compensation for the slightly over-eager push to try to retake the point slightly earlier than that. That brings us to Garden now. And we do see Agilities, of course, swapping over to that Pharah. Kariv on the Mercy, and we'll see what they can get done. Here's the thing, because we talked about this earlier, the pressure is going to be on Baby Bay to try to take out this pharmacy with the Soldier 76, but he's got Grim Reality to worry about, who's already been targeting him really heavily this series.
Yeah, he has, and they're already on the flank. They've separated several members of Kungarna from the rest of the team right now. Lots of damage coming in from those rockets as they try and approach the point.
All right, Kungarna losing Michael early on.
Well, they just can't get through there. The rocket spam is too severe, so several members have been split off from the rest of the ball.
Sure enough. Kungarna getting on the point now. Bishu goes down, though. I don't know if they have what it takes to hold this one. The spawns are pretty close, so these fights do go on for a little while sometimes.
Immortals is just doing a great job of driving a wedge between the members of Kungarna and fighting these small battles, these skirmishes on the side with a man advantage as a result.
Grieve went down a little bit early, but Verbo came back for the boop onto remix, which opens things up a little bit more here. And Grim has just been untouched, getting pretty close to that pulse bomb already. Another easy kill onto Bishu, and that should finally be the take for Immortals.
Yeah, and they're coming
Soon.
into
There we
it
go.
with 4 ults available already.
Yeah.
Kungarna still trying to get up to a similar pool of abilities to use.
The concussion grenade sends Baby Bay to an early grave. That always feels bad. That's a dangerous bridge to cross.
It's always depressing when babies die young, though.
I know, right? Just trying to sprint across a bridge. What kind of merciless monster is Agilities?
He's got a thirst for blood, I guess.
The kind that knocks babies off bridges, I guess. That's how it is. Oh, Dogman! Babies and androids, no one is safe. He's got the barrage ready to go, too. Kungarna gonna try to push this anyway. I mean, what else can they really try? But look at that.
Oh, he hit it at the end, too!
Baby Bay goes down despite getting the kill on Agilities before that. Immortals, the rest of the team trying to clean it up. Grim Reality, again, I mean, Agilities is putting so much pressure on that Grim Reality has been able to just kind of run around and do whatever he wants here.
And they've only had to use the sound barrier, right? Immortals still staying strong here, holding on to their ult economy advantage.
This next push for Kungarna, though, this should be the big one. They should have 5 ults ready. Dogman's about to get his Transcendence. They need to make something big happen with this one.
How are they going to do that, though? Trying to find an angle onto these players in the sky, and that's going to be one as the self-destruct takes them down, but immediate answer and a tempo res from Kariv.
Yeah, the ults come out for both sides. Agility's still sitting on that barrage, and Immortals winning the fight, it looks like. Agility's staying off the map. A little bit of safety there. Remix booped again, or at least died from the right click. Didn't quite see which one it was there. Either way, 80% now for Immortals as they get ready to possibly 3-0 Lijiang Tower.
Still trying to use that concussive blast just to control the bridge. Couple good environmental kills already this game.
Yep.
And he gets Baby Bay down so low again.
I mean, this is exactly what we were expecting, right? I mean, just so much pressure on Baby Bay. He's a great Soldier 76, but, you know, you can only carry so much, right? Kungarna gonna try to come in. Agilities just pops a barrage, kills Baby Bay. Wow, that was a long-range one, too. And it worked out.
It really is nice what we're seeing from Immortals. You could see Agilities was mostly concerned with controlling the space at the end of the bridge.
Yeah.
Split off 2 members, came around the back of the house, and then killed them with the barrage. So every time, the members of Kungarna are forced to go exactly where Immortals want them, and the cleanup is easy.
I think Immortals are showing us that they are very well prepared to take on Kungarna. They've done their research. They know what they need to do to beat this team, and so far, so good. Which one of the 4Ks do you think this will be?
I think it's going to be... Oh, it wasn't the one I thought. That was going to be the one on the next point in Night Market.
Yeah, it's still a pretty good one.
This one, everybody just stuffed into the hallway, dashing back and forth, easy as it could be, really.
Terrifying.
Yeah, no, I have very few notes from that relatively short 3-point map. The first one is Agilities is disgusting. That's what I learned right here. And I've always been a big fan of Agilities, but yeah, he in and of himself enabled Grim Reality in a lot of ways just with how well he was playing.
But he's the vanguard. He's the one who's going in first in a lot of these fights. And it takes a lot of confidence in your teammates to do that as an FPS. A lot of the other times we might see, I mean, not to say we didn't see it here as well, but there'll be a sound barrier coming in and then people will go in. But a lot of time the trigger for other ultimates to go off is the sound effect of the Dragon Blade being pulled, right? And that's when the follow-up occurs. That's when Fate will jump in on that Winston. That's when maybe the Transcendence will come out from Kariv.
Yeah, no, and Kariv obviously contributing on his own a very, very potent Zenyatta. I do want to give Dogman a little bit of credit. He was fighting back, and he has found some early kills and done some stuff, but the real problem is Kungarna have so many fronts that they have to improve on. There's not just one thing that they have to take advantage of here to make all the pieces fit together.
Kungarna's not a bad team.
Yeah.
Absolutely, they're a good team. But you look at, Dogman, on the other side, you've got Kariv. You look at Michael, on the other side, you've got Grim Reality. So it's just, at every position, it just looks scary for Kungarna, and we're kind of seeing that come true in the first map, at least.
Yeah.
Well, I think we just have to remember to keep looking at the way that Immortals is splitting up the team, because right now, to me, Kungarna looks like they don't understand how to play these small skirmishes that they're being forced into via the zoning, right? Immortals is very patient. They're waiting to spam rockets into certain locations or just to shove people into these corridors for agilities to come through with the Genji. So, but once they are broken out into 2 or more groups, they're just losing all of those little micro fights, and they're not able to really fight in a way as a 6-man unit that I think they would like to, especially if they're trying to play a long-range battle with Soldier.
No, I mean, they're learning a lot about maybe how to do that right now. This is boot camp for them coming in here. I'm trying to figure out like what they could do maybe to moving forward to have better results here on these future maps. And do you think isolating and hyped and taking out the diva is going to open things up to get at the other more squishy people?
I mean, yeah, Hyped has been doing a really good job of protecting the DPS, but the question then is like, how do you get to Hyped in the first place, right? Because and Hyped gets in trouble, it's like, hey, guess what? I can press shift and fly away, and I'm going to be just fine. And not to mention, your whole team is under all this pressure at the same time from the DPS.
And that's the thing is, what is happening while you're focusing on Hyped? Well, everyone's dying.
Exactly, yeah.
And honestly, the best thing Kungarna can do is be more organized in their approaches. They're stringing out a lot, which is allowing Fate to come in and just divide them up so that half the team can't follow up, and then you end up with like a 3v5 or something in Immortals' favor. And the other thing it's hard is that I don't think they want to play on these wide open maps where Farah is playable, because right now it's not like we're seeing Agilities play very aggressively on Farah. He's playing very far back. He's respecting Baby Bay, but there's this Soldier fall-off damage at that range where, because the rockets don't have damage fall-off, as long as the rockets keep going into a single point, it's also serving that same purpose as the Winston does on the more closed-in maps to split enemy teams up, and then Grim Reality just takes over and kills half the team.
We're seeing a difference between how they're playing with that Farah versus, maybe Renegades playing with it, where they're looking for kills. He's straight up, he's going to be in your face, whereas they're using it almost as more of as a zoning tool to say, hey, we're going to pick where we're going to be fighting. Well, you know what? We're going to be going to Route 66. So what are our thoughts with these two teams coming in here? This one, of course, selected by Kungarna. Why would they bring us here instead of some of the alternatives? Like, well, Gibraltar, I guess.
Well,
I mean, it is a map that can be used for Soldier. There is a lot of high ground to be taken on this map, but again, there's a lot of airspace as well that the Farah could come in here very easily.
Maybe they're counting on a point C hold, because you can't really play Farah very well on point C, so that's an option, I guess. We'll see. Here we go to Route 66. Big Earls has been closed for a while, but still very populated. That's got to be a pretty durable building to survive all the punishment that it's been through.
I know, over the years. Yeah. The ravages of time and the ravages of battle combining.
And there's the inn we're staying in for Contenders. The color TV is pretty good, actually, yeah.
It is.
Better than black and white, it's true.
They even have HBO, but it's not in the sign.
Amazing, yeah. And there's the outhouse at the hotel we're staying at for Contenders.
No indoor plumbing in the gorge yet.
There you go. And there's my motorcycle. No, actually, I don't have that.
You don't have a hover motorcycle?
I don't, not yet.
I thought you were such a badass.
I left it in Korea. We have all that technology there. Yeah. Well, here we go. Immortals on the attack. Kungarna taking up the defense early on. Baby Bay going to be on the Sombra, perhaps, here.
It looks like sticking
around.
High five
in the health pack.
On the Sombra for the time being, looking at possibly just controlling that health pack within Big Earls. That's going to leave them with kind of a very low amount of damage.
It really is.
Triple support. I don't know about this. That is such a burden on Michael to get some of these kills.
Yeah, I think they're going to have a very, very hard time. Bishu, too, has a lot of stuff relying on him, in that he needs to keep these supports alive long enough for them to do their minimal damage,
Grim Reality should be checking the cart here. Where's that Sonic Arrow going?
Could be checking the hallway, too, a little bit farther ahead.
He's going to switch off again.
Yeah, there we go.
They're pulling out the Hanzo just to make sure there wasn't a very aggressive defense coming through from Kungarna.
You never know.
Yeah, I am very suspicious about this particular composition for defense here on point A. Baby Bay does get a couple of good hacks through, but
Kareev goes down early.
Yeah, they do find Kareev somehow on the backside, but trading 1-for-1 is definitely going to be Immortals' favor as they start to push this cart past the gas station.
Yeah, the payload's still moving, and there's no high ground defense on Big Earls that Kungarna can really use. They're all sort of inside the gas station, and when bullets and rockets are flying around, inside a gas station is the last place I'd really want to be. So I don't know how well that's going to work out for him.
I learned about fire and gas stations from Zoolander.
There you go. Yeah, you don't want to die in an accidental gasoline fight accident. I screwed that up. Oh well, we've all seen Zoolander. You know what I'm talking about. I don't care. I'm over it. Dogman goes down. Grimreality finds his first kill, and there we go. Immortals winning that fight very handily, and they're going to push the payload.
There's just no damage from this composition. Sure, they've got a lot of healing, but everything about Kungarna's comp relies on an Orb of Discord to actually be able to take somebody out. So if Dogman goes down early on in one of these fights, they don't have the tools. Maybe they can get something done with this EMP.
Oh, well, you kind of need the rest of your team there to get something done, and now the team does show up. Fate already with 2 kills, though, and Grimreality, Pulse Bomb comes in after it gets a lot of free firing done. Kind of unopposed yet again, an I remix sitting on the point for a little while, but that's going to be about that. Michael trying to keep things alive, but nope, Immortals going to keep pushing it. That's point A.
Okay, well now the soldier's going to come out, so Baby Bay making that switch, fortunately. But if that's the degree of flexibility, if that's all that Kungarna's got, I think this is going to be another quick one, Doa.
Yeah, I got a feeling. I mean, the thing is they really didn't seem to, be in a good position to get any good use out of that EMP. I mean, Baby Bay just kind of went in and used it.
I mean, they were planning. Yeah, they were trying just to flip over to the Soldier 76, so might as well use it and see how much delay you can actually get there. And Hype actually taken out before he can get the mech recall. Not sure that's exactly going to be enough, though, as Immortals continue their drive forward.
Yeah, they're going to be pushed back a little bit here, but Grimreality in the back, taking down Bishu. And again, we've been talking about agilities. We've been talking about, Hype. We've been talking about everybody else. But Grimreality, we constantly see this guy behind Kungarna just not being paid attention to.
Well, it's hard because they have to pay attention to Fate in the front line. He is absorbing so much attention from the tank line of Immortals right now because they're trying to get past him, and he keeps on slipping through and cutting off the team.
Oh, okay. Support ultimates used. Kungarna drops that Transcendence early on. Bishu dies to the Pulse Bomb very quickly.
I mean, you could use the Transcendence, but if you're on the low ground and the rest of your team is getting killed up on that high ground, doesn't help you too terribly much.
Not too much.
And now we're going to see the Dragon Blade, maybe. There we go. We got there eventually.
Going back to heal, I suppose. Oh, he does die anyway. Wow, they killed him right before he got the spawn. Agilities trying to deflect the monkey paws, but that is hard to do forever. Michael goes down too, and we've been seeing Michael on the Tracer all match, but we haven't really been seeing him put on a lot of pressure like Grimreality has been.
Are they just going to give this up? They've got to come through right now. They're going to temporarily have a 6v5 in favor of Kungarna.
That's not good.
That didn't last very long.
Yep.
Agilities makes his way all the way across the map.
Yeah, Fate coming in there like, you've activated my trap card. I don't know which card Winston is in the Overwatch deck, but pulled it out there.
Oh man, this is just such a fast push for Immortals so far.
Yeah.
4 minutes, eternity of time to work with in the warehouse phase, and they just keep playing more and more aggressive, buying as much time for that cart as they can.
Yep.
Fate gonna jump in there and delay them a bit. He knows he's got a spawn that's very close to where the cart is right now as it rolls slowly through those warehouse doors.
Oh, Baby Bay trying to get the pick on the Kariv, but can't do it. Verbo comes up for a bit of support revenge. Nobody touches my fellow support, he says, as he kills Baby.
That didn't sound like a Lucio voice at all, Joe.
I don't know.
That sounded like Soldier 76.
We're all soldiers now.
I guess you are.
That's right. Oh, I popped out of the mech. No, I'm sorry, that was Bish. What am I thinking? Agilities. Yeah, you can't leave spawn. Sorry, man. This is hard to watch, man.
It is. There's just nothing that we can really see Kungarna do right now. They've been staggered across the map trying to defend this cart, and Immortals is just sending one person every time to camp their spawn doors and get that little bit of extra movement on the payload.
It's like if I'm in this solo queue game and I'm Kungarna, I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to log off and do my WoW dailies for a little bit to log back on later, maybe. It's looking pretty rough for Kungarna. Grimreality.
He's sneaking.
Pretty close to that Pulse Bomb, yeah. Sneaky Tracer. Oh,
he's looking for oh god, Dogman actually gets dumped on. Look at that coordination.
Yeah.
The jump straight into the double dash from Tracer. Dogman didn't even have a chance to survive right there. So. The target selection too strong.
Yeah, meanwhile, Baby Bay, a lot of that damage blocked by the Winston bubble, blocked by the Primal Rage. Fate gets a kill onto Pooks as well on the outside of all that. Grim just tosses in the pulse bomb, knocks Bishu out of the mech with a little bit of help from Agility's damage. And here comes a Dragon Blade. No Diva, no defenses really for Kungarna. Pooks can't even get to the point, and it looks like this is going to be, 159 on the clock.
Wow.
Great offensive round for Immortals.
That is such a huge amount of time in the bank on this particular map. Route 66 is rare to even finish this one, much less have almost 2 minutes remaining. And Immortals, their coordination is vastly superior. And throughout that warehouse phase, just continually camping that door, but you can see it. Grim Reality, the patience, the communication, waiting for Fate's jump to come off cooldown, looking for Dogman, and as soon as that call is made onto the Zenyatta, everybody goes in, and Dogman has a split second to react, and that's just not enough time.
Looking for Dogman sounds like the next Wes Anderson film or something like that.
I'd watch it.
Yeah, sounds pretty good, actually. Looking for Dogman. Starring the Owens brothers, of course.
Of course, naturally.
Yeah, of course. Bill Murray with a cameo.
Bill Murray with a cameo.
Yep.
Well,
and everybody else is a claymation thing.
Oh, okay.
Or a puppet. You know, you know how it is.
Would one of the Owens brothers be, or the Wilson brothers be Dogman?
It'd be a puppet that only says, wow.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Wow, that sounds like a terrible movie.
I don't know. Wilson Brothers? I don't know his name. I don't follow Hollywood. I follow esports, Monte Cristo. That's what I do.
You follow Overwatch Hollywood. That's
right. That's the only Hollywood I ever look into. That's the only Hollywood
says
gossip.
As he lives in Los Angeles.
I do. Well, the area. Yep. I'm big time now.
You are.
No, not really.
We've both gone full Angelino at this point. I never thought my life would be like this, Doa. I never asked for this.
I never asked for this. Well, what can you do?
Empty your mind.
Empty your mind. There you go. That's great.
Wow,
That's great
that
advice,
is-
Genji. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Point in.
yeah.
That actually does remove a lot of my suffering if I stop thinking about
Just
it.
gonna empty my mind. All right. Huh. Oh, you can always count on Genji to come through. You're welcome. Thanks, Genji. Anytime. All right, well, let's get started. Immortals on the defense. Kungarna trying to equalize, but they have got a pretty tall order if they want to meet the time of Immortals.
We're just going to see more of the same from Kungarna, sticking to that 2-2 composition that they've ridden into the semifinals here in the playoffs. Immortals not looking too different from what we've seen from them either, but it's been working. They've been blanking their opponents so far.
Pretty much. Baby Bay coming around the side, looking for a few kills. Soldier can be great as pushing power on this one, but not when Winston is on top of him. Ooh, Fate goes down, maybe getting a little bit over-eager there on the defense. And Michael finally picking up some kills here. This payload could move a bit.
Getting answered back, tit for tat here.
Yeah.
The payload not even moving through all of this. Discord orb will make Pooks the target, but Dogman finds Agilities. A few orbs right afterwards, and finally this payload will get some purchase towards point A.
Yep, it's moving. And Michael throws out the pulse bomb. No kills out of that one, though. Didn't really even get anyone low, it looked like. But the payload's moving.
And Immortals just playing patiently right now, forced to use the Transcendence as they drop down onto
go.
the card, and here we go.
Baby Bay on the run already, but no, Soldier, you can't run that fast. Agilities with 2 kills already. Both DPS taken out. You know, most Genjis go for the supports. Agilities is like, you know what? I can take the DPS out, no problem. I got it.
Sorry, big guy.
Sorry, big guy. Sorry for killing you.
Wow, that's
Tracer.
morbid. I thought they were friends, though.
I don't know
thought
if
they
she's
were
really
friends.
sorry. That's what you get for fixing the chrono accelerator or whatever it is she needs to wear.
Well, we already talked about this, though. It has
Many
nothing to
times.
do with Chrono.
Hey, I didn't name it, all right? I'm just telling you what it's named. It's the chrono accelerator, even you go back in time? Do I have the right name there? I think I
have
do.
no idea.
I think I do.
You're supposed to be the king of lore, though, not me.
I'm still working on it. Overwatch is a big, beautiful universe. Baby Bay. He's got the tac visor, so maybe if he can get a good position, he can get something out of that. There's the sound barrier for Immortals. They're gonna try to come in on this one. Transcendence used for Kungarna. Baby Bay, there's the ultimate. Oh, he has to run immediately though. Oh, that's gonna waste so much time on that. Doesn't get anything with it at all. Had to run away from the Primal Rage from Fate. They do get a couple kills, though. It's a pretty even trade, but if they can win the fight, maybe they can take point A, but so much of the clock has already been used up.
And Immortals playing extremely well around the upper part of Big Earls. Even when he came back around the other side, the angle, he couldn't find it onto Kareev Zenyatta just because constantly hiding behind the signs up top, and this delay has been absolutely huge so far from Immortals.
I mean, look at this. Kareev even going ahead and using the Transcendence at the end because he knew Agilities had the Dragon Blade and they could just delay more. Agilities gets 1 kill before he gets shot down by Dogman. But that gives Immortals time to get a few more people back to the payload. And they will be able to keep defending a little bit anyway. But even if this does make it to point A, it's a successful defense for Immortals.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. You don't expect to full hold on Route 66 most of the time, but they're getting perilously close with only 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and if you lose this much time on point A, it's really unlikely you're going to finish. So Kungarna in a really tough spot regardless. Baby Bay, oh no!
He was savagely beaten to death against a train car, Doa.
It's true. Nothing friendly about that grade A.
Oh, wow. Fate just cleaning them up before they can regroup. That is such a devastating stagger with this small amount of time remaining and only a pulse bomb. Can they get this trance? Can they get this tac visor up? They are so close. Kungarna might be able to pull this one out just barely.
If they can keep the fight going long enough, get a couple kills early, they will have the ultimates to do this. They're going to start with the Transcendence. Agilities nearly has another Dragon Blade, though. Has to stay alive, has to land a bit more damage. There's a sound barrier for Immortals now. Baby Bay, again, forced out of the fight. They have done such a good job of minimalizing his impact, and that is going to be another one fight for Immortals. And with the Pulse Bomb popping Bishu out of the mech, looks like that is going to be a full hold for Immortals, and they will go up 2-0 in this series. Yeah, it's looking pretty grim for Kungarna, isn't it?
This is a beatdown. There's no other way to say this.
Yep.
So far, Kungarna have not been able to get a single point. They are being entirely shut out by Immortals. So,
well, what can you say?
What do you say about this? And
empty your mind.
Yeah, empty your mind. And I think the most damning thing about all of this, Doa, is Kungarna is now going into Assault where they have been a miserable 1-5.
Yep.
So this is the absolute worst position on paper that we could have dreamed up from Kungarna, which is being down 0-2 heading into their worst map type.
No. Yeah. Reverse sweep incoming, okay?
Hey,
I'd like to believe.
You never know.
No.
I mean, it's we have seen crazier things happen in esports over the years, so you never know. You never know. If you're a Kungarna fan, you can still have a little bit of hope, just not too much hope.
Just not too much hope.
Sorry.
Let's be realistic here, okay, everyone?
We usually are.
Yeah.
Kungarna, they've just been absolutely destroyed on their 2 best map types.
Yeah.
They're 5-1 on Control and 5-1 on Escort coming into today out of those group stages. And they have just been brutalized.
Well, and that's the thing. It would be one thing if it was like, okay, fix this one thing and it'll be different. But it's not even the case. They are just getting beat on all fronts. I do have an update. I looked up I did some research. And it's called the Chronal Accelerator.
Chronal Accelerator.
And it's interesting. I actually learned a little bit.
Instead of Chrono. My bad.
Yeah.
I played too much Chrono Trigger.
And I found out why it accelerates. Apparently, she was involved in some sort of time-related accident.
Testing a new plane or something, I
Yes,
believe.
some experimental Overwatch stuff.
Like you do.
And then she was caught in some kind of weird Star Trekian space-time continuum something or another, and Winston has brought her back to our
and then
time.
she murdered her.
And then she killed him.
She murdered
That is ingratitude for you right there.
She's messed up, is what I'm hearing here.
Hey, that thing with Mandata really scarred her, I guess.
No, but I mean, looking at IMT, and you can just see what they're doing here is they are playing it safely, just basically trying to gain ground, get into a position where they have the superior advantage just by positioning and just not dying until they get there, and then they choose whatever fight they want because, well, I mean, I guess they're dominating, honestly.
Yeah, they're controlling zones so well. That's the whole thing, is that their perception of space and how to divide and conquer. I keep saying it. The roster here from Kungarna, there's just no answer. Like, Kungarna does not appear to be coordinated enough to deal with this, and they can't handle all of the angles that they're being attacked from by Immortals, and Baby Bay is just getting completely zoned out of these fights.
Yeah, when we talk about mechanical skill, I would say that look at a team like Renegades, who potentially is on par with a lot of the mechanical skill that we're seeing from Immortals, but they're chasing kills, they're out of position, they're not playing as a team like Immortals is, and Immortals, they have the tools, and they're utilizing them, and that is very scary if you're any of these teams. By the way, we actually do have another team that should currently be scared of Immortals. Team Liquid has made it on into the semifinals, so they'll be playing up next for a shot into the finals. But no matter what, I mean, they're looking at semifinals right now, but in the back of their mind is looming this possibility that if Immortals keeps playing the way they are, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, I mean, and Immortals won the qualifier that they were in. They didn't look like they were challenged too much in doing that. They haven't looked like they were challenged too much in the group stages, going 5-0-1, just that single draw. And then today, you know, clearly no challenge yet from Kungarna.
Well, it's just scary, too, because they just keep getting better and better, right? Week to week, the improvement has been noticeable from Immortals, and we're seeing it here again.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to see it once again on at least one more map. It's going to be Hanamura, this time selected by Kungarna. And we're seeing some of these maps we haven't been seeing as much of as we've been seeing, well, almost no Hanamura. Is this something where Kungarna are just trying to push Immortals onto something they're less comfortable on?
I mean, I would, having seen what we saw earlier today where they played on Anubis and they full held phase, I would not be so excited about maybe playing them on Anubis. So perhaps you try Hanamura just as to mix it up a bit and see if they are in fact as good on that map.
Well, and it gives Baby Bay the opportunity, maybe a little bit of freedom to find some high ground. Is, you know, they excel when he is contributing the most on 76, but.
I mean, he hasn't been able to really contribute because Immortals have done such a good job of just ending him as soon as he shows his face. So we know Baby Bay is a great 76, but when everybody's gunning for you and it's from a team like Immortals, there's only so much you can do, you know? Yeah.
Honestly, I would not have picked this map. I would not have picked Hanamura. And the reason why is because on that point A, what has been the weakness of Kungarna? They haven't had coordinated engages through choke points so far, and Immortals has been very good about splitting them up whenever they're trying to make an approach. And at least on Anubis, it's a lot easier to approach point A. Hanamura is a map that you can get full held on, especially with the way both of these teams are playing.
Yeah.
So I think I would have at least tried to roll the dice on Anubis and see perhaps if there was a way that you could have snowballed a point A take into a point B take if you're Kungarna, because I think Immortals just has such a huge edge on point A.
Well, we're going to find out right away how the defense is going to go. We do have Immortals starting things off on the defense. Kungarna going to be picking things up. All right, well, that's just how that sentence went. Picking things up on the offense.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sure is.
Oh, goodbye, Anna. At least we got to hear the wonderful Anna falling sound.
Haunts my dreams. See if he swapped back over to the Zenyatta.
No, I think he just wanted to hear Grandma falling to her death.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you just got to practice that jump there. Yeah, Hype made it.
So I think Kariv probably will be sticking with the Ana. Very powerful on this first point because you have some guaranteed high ground to look over the rest of the battle with, make sure that you're getting those heals, and as well as just make sure the Nano Boost gets onto agilities for the big Nano Blade team wipes. Kungarna, they are not going to change anything, Doa. They are just sticking with what they know.
Hey, why not? Hey, did you know if you shoot that Murloc, it makes Murloc sounds?
It does?
It does, yeah. I found that out like a week or two ago.
I think you're just trolling me, and
I did not know it. That was a real Murloc too. That was not Gill right there. All right, Baby Bay already immediately low. It's like the soldier literally can't show his face. They're gonna try to go in. All right, running to the left.
Okay, they didn't get split off, so at least they got through the hardest part, but they are in a very small corridor, coming around from the second level to try and drop into the point. Winston up top, trying to divide him up right now, has to get out immediately, though. No teammates. The back fade up, and he dies. Looks like that was a miscommunication there from Immortals.
I think so. He went in way early, and Kungarna's sticking together, and it looks like they've put themselves in a great position to take this point. Immortals are going to come in at the very end here. Let's see what they can do. Wait for it, wait for it.
They're trying to get onto Dogman.
Yeah, they're trying.
Defensive Matrix is there to keep him from falling all the way down.
Hype flies through. Did he get popped out of the mech? No, not quite. It was very close. They've managed to delay it for a little while. Fate should be able to get back, but Verbo goes down, so still an edge for Kungarna. Oh, man. Wow, they are really committing to this.
Yeah, they are, but they are going to actually take out Dogman. D-suit for hype right now, but all the kills going in Kungarna's favor. So I'll have to eat my words, Doa. They just walked straight through the door.
But the thing is,
and went up top, and then the rest of the team didn't follow up on Fate's engage.
That was a much more coordinated engage than we've seen from Kungarna yet this match, and Immortals seemed a bit surprised by it. Fate ended up going early. They paid for it really hard. It was a nice effort to defend it at the end, but Kungarna, finally pulling through with an attack that served them well.
Yeah, and it also just was a split call from Immortals, so have to see what they can get done, though, as the sound barrier.
Yep. Kill from the pulse bomb. No, not quite. Dogman does go down, and Immortals getting the early defensive win here on point B. Baby Bay comes in, got a couple with that attack visor. Now he's going to take a nap. Now he's going to take a dirt nap. Grim Reality taking him down. Immortals, meanwhile, securing the rest of these kills. Looks like they should be able to get it pretty soon. No, maybe not. Maybe I spoke too soon. Remix, very low, but still alive for the moment.
They're making a bit of progress on the point, but with Fate there, the zoning has started pushing everybody back off, and that Primal Rage going to be tricky as he shoves this Zenyatta out of healing range.
Oh, Kungarna really coming at it with everything they've got. Goodbye, Zenyatta. Experience skydiving.
Without a parachute. The worst kind of skydiving.
So my least favorite, personally. Immortals will hold the point for now, but they've got 5.5 minutes almost to hold this one, and that's quite a bit of time for Kungarna to put together a successful push.
Yeah, that was pretty nice sleep dart to start that things off, making sure that the majority of the damage from Kungarna would be taken out with Baby Bay, and Immortals posting a pretty spread defense here, looking to respond to any attacks up on the high ground. And we are going to see a slow line of players coming through. Oh, Grim Reality's on an awesome flank. Oh, they're going to get caught in there. He's going to get the pulse bomb. This is not good for Kungarna.
Well, both Agilities and Grim Reality very close to their ultimates. They don't even need it for Baby Bay. Just gets focused down.
It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, they don't need it, but they can still use it. Dogman on his own. Uh-oh. Dogman on his own also sounds like a Wes Anderson film. Agility was with the kill there. Oh, this is the blink, but they are getting some of the kills they need. Michael manages to take out Fate, but Immortals able to hold strong for the moment. And they didn't even need to use any ultimates, and that's huge, because Fate's about to have his Primal Rage again. They're going to be so well equipped to keep holding this.
Yeah, the reads from Immortals are so good right there. You're right, they didn't have to use the Pulse Bomb, and they don't end up using it. But we see Baby Bay get split off from the rest of the team. Can't get up that staircase because Grim Reality already has taken the long flank.
Here we go. Agilities pulls out the Dragon Blade. Michael does get a kill with the Pulse Bomb, but meanwhile, the rest of his team dies around him. The Nano Boost helping Agilities out as well.
So decisive.
Oh, yeah.
Waiting again for them to get into a corridor, slicing the way through the nano-boosted Dragon Blade, pushing the Diva back, not going to be able to get the D-suit, unfortunately for Immortals. Agilities just back up to the high ground.
I mean, it's interesting because Immortals made that one mistake on point A, but that's really the only mistake we've seen from them today yet. And they learn from it. I mean, they're able to pull things back, get it a lot tighter here for point B, trying to defend another fight. They go ahead and use the sound barrier, Kungarna that is, as they come in. Agilities takes on Dogman, and again, now they're really running into a hard time where the DPS keeps getting into the back lines and nobody can seem to do anything about it.
I mean, they tried to engage right there with the sound barrier, but again, they were divided into 3 versus 3, 3 on the point and 3 on the bridge, and then they lost their DPS and their supports at the back side as Immortals just came in and cut them off and focus fired. They have no answer to this coming in from Immortals, and the approaches have been sloppy. Very sloppy from Kungarna.
Yes, they have. They had that one really good push on point A. I'd love to see them group up and try something like that again, but I mean, it's really hard to replicate that kind of thing on point B. It's just not the same kind of geography that you can use.
Well, they've tried everything, too. They've tried to come up via the top floor. They've tried to come up through the main entrance, and nothing's working right for them.
All right, Transcendence are waiting for that one. Self-destruct used. Fate still has that Primal Rage. Baby Bay pops the ultimate. Let's see what he can get. Gets 2 already. Yeah, good tack visor so far. Agility's still on the outside. They may have to give some of the control percent up for now.
With Baby Bay dying right there to the Primal Rage, they should be able to hold on to this, trying to get that Tracer, but will be Agilities falling instead. Remix holding on as long as he can, but the respawns are just going to be too much for Kungarna to handle.
Yeah, Immortals all over the point right now, and it looks like that may be it for this push. Kariv does go down, but the rest of his team seems to be doing just fine. Remix flying in at the end. He will die. And Agility's, maybe some split kills here. Oh, that's going to be bad. They got to wait for Dogman to respawn now a little bit longer than everybody else. And only about a minute 40 left on the clock for Kungarna. They used a lot with that, too.
And they did get up to 51%. So at the very least, they accomplished some damage onto point B.
Sure.
So that will be at least the standard that Immortals will be held to on their attack if they can't move the needle any further in this particular attack round.
Gonna try it again. Some ults. I mean, Michael's gonna have his pulse bomb soon, but Agility's with the Dragon Blade right now. There goes Pooks, there goes Baby Bay. Everybody getting taken out. And Immortals again. Talk about decisive. They were so ready for that. They lose Agilities, but that's it, man. It's not a concern for Immortals.
Oh, he actually got the mech back, but that may be a mistake if he gets demeched again.
Well, looks like they might be able to demech him.
And they did actually use the pulse bomb there for that. Did get the demech.
I'm okay with that.
In the end.
It's a short cooldown. It's a short building ultimate. It's fine. Agility's cutting people apart. We're used to seeing it by now. I'm desensitized. But yeah, I think it's worth the pulse bomb at the end to pop him out of the mech.
All right, Hype going to be sitting here with that self-destruct. If they try and pursue this through the high ground, may be able to divide the team once again.
There it is. This could be bad. No kills out of that, actually, and he does go down. The tac visor taking him while he was waiting for that mech to come back. Bishu dying as well, though. And remember, when all of this happens, you just have to ask yourself, where's Grim Reality? Where's Agilities? They're always in the back lines, causing problems for Kungarna.
What do you do with that? Because the mech shot past Baby Bay, so he was isolated. Panic popped his visor because there's such a small amount of time on the clock. It's the only thing he could do. Gets killed. Meanwhile, Grim Reality picks off the supports in the back.
Oh, he's already got a close-range duel with Genji. Gets a shot, though. The reflect wasn't there. Baby Bay needs a lot more than that, though. Already low health. The rest of his team desperately trying to hold the point. Michael does pop Hype out of the mech. Good start. Actually, they may have a little bit of progress here.
Yeah, Kareem dying somehow in that fight. Not exactly sure that happens. And Baby Bay
they may
doing
have
work on the desperation Widowmaker.
All right, Hype coming back in again. Got to try to defend as long as he can, but Lucio can't survive for too long. Gets out.
They're getting percent, though. At the very least, they've added to their total.
Yeah, it's not bad. Fate has that Primal Rage when he comes back, and that might be enough to end it. We'll see when he uses it. In the meantime, though, up to 87% for Kungarna. Very, very close here. And, you gotta be kidding me. Really, there was a disconnect on the Kungarna side. Oh, that
and only with Michael at the end, too. And you know, if there was a disconnect that late, could have been an issue if they were streaming back into the point. They may have been able to pull it out. But
maybe. Well, I mean, we'll see what happens when he reconnects. Unlucky.
Yeah. I mean, it still would have been a very tall order at that point. I mean, based on what we're seeing here. And there's a long walk back. And
Immortals right now, as we're looking at the pause screen over there, Immortals is definitely coming back into this fight. I mean, Kungarna only has 3 people left alive. You know, Dogman's at about half health. He's on Soldier 76 right now. So it's not looking great for Kungarna to finish this one off, but
who knows? Well, especially with Widow, it's a little bit of a wild card there. You could see how it was able to open some things up with some key headshots. But the thing is, you got to have a very serious domino effect with headshots at that point.
Sure. But that's the only thing you can go for because Baby Bay had just used that Soldier ultimate after he got caught between the Diva explosion and the Genji in that last fight. So Tac Visor had already come down. So it doesn't matter if he resets his ult economy, and obviously Widow's ultimate not going to be very helpful, even if you manage to get up to it towards these end battles. But if you have confidence in your skill to hit those shots, sometimes you can snatch a win out as the waning seconds tick down if you switch to that Widowmaker.
Yeah, it's a big sometimes, though. Well, going over to Immortals, one thing that I just noticed that they're doing that you don't see from a lot of tracers is Grim Reality is waiting a lot more. He is not just trying to get as much damage as he can and be that little gnat to the enemy team. He's waiting with good positioning for another one like Fate or Agilities to come in, and then they combine on a strategic kill. I mean, Dogman goes down immediately. And that's something that we're not seeing from a lot of teams right now. A lot of teams are really utilizing that Tracer as their own kind of solo player. A lot of like Roadhog has been used in the past. Can't do that anymore.
Sure.
Where, you just do some damage, you flank, maybe you get some support picks, and free things up for the rest of us, but they're using it very differently, more strategically.
To compare them to our winner yesterday, if we look at the way E United was playing more as sort of a six-man death ball in a lot of those maps, putting the Orb of Discord and using the DPS in front to focus down the tanks, that's not what's happening here with Immortals at all. What Immortals is doing is they're spreading out and they're creating pincer attacks, which are dangerous, obviously, because if you mistime them, then it's easy for the enemy team to collapse on one person if the other one's not there to provide that pressure.
We're back out of the pause. Remember, still in OT. Kungarna nearly has a point. There we go. That's it. GG. Okay, so Kungarna comes away.
I'm so glad iRemix got back in that game.
Yeah. Well, Kungarna, 1 point, about 87.2%.
Well, they're not going to be shut out
B
in this semifinal.
Yeah, they got a point. That's true. Ouch.
So Immortals now, can they just get to that 87.2%? Can be tricky on Hanamura, of course, with the ease of defense of point B.
Yeah.
But Immortals, so far this tournament, 6-1 on assault maps, including today.
And you combine that with Kungarna's record on assault maps, which is only 1-5. You know, statistically, from what we've seen in this tournament anyway, Kungarna definitely looking a little bit like the underdog here.
I mean, them pulling out a win when they have been so, consistently, as you say, poor on assault, then it would be a huge part of that reverse sweep that I know that Gillfrost wants so desperately.
It's going to be a pretty short match otherwise. Immortals, all they need to do to win this one and move on to the finals is just get 2 points on Hanamura. That's it. Graffiti bot, hard at work.
Not even get 2 points, Doa. Just get 87.3%.
Nearly 2 points.
Just nearly there. So Immortals, Fate on the May. Don't think he will actually be selecting that one. And Kungarna on the good old 2-2-2. This time, though, with Dogman on the Ana. We'll see if they can put together a more impressive point A defense. Immortals crumbling nearly immediately with their turn on this map.
Yeah, Fate always messes around with other heroes before the match starts. Verbo on the Sombra, though. That would be kind of interesting. Unnecessary, but kind of interesting. You'd want the Lucio. I don't think he's going to stick with that.
We have seen good Sombra attacks on Hanamura.
We certainly have.
If you spam your way through that doorway, you can actually do a drop-down EMP into the courtyard.
You don't usually sacrifice the Lucio to do that, though. That's the thing. If it was Kariv, I'd maybe believe it. I'd be like, okay, but where's Verbo? No. Definitely swapping back to the Lucio.
Well, I had hope there for a second, but...
And they're going to go right in, getting aggressive. Kungarna right up at the door, too. Grim Reality trying to split the team again. They're on the point already. This is quick. Kungarna on the outside looking in now as they try to dive back in to make a difference here. Agility's in the middle of everybody, dashes his way out back to his team. But Kungarna getting forced off the point right now. The kill's already coming in. And it looks like it's going to be a very fast point A take for Immortals.
Again, Kungarna had 3 members on the point. Dogman.
He reflected the sleep dart.
He did. Kariv gets a late kill onto Pooks there.
Dear.
Oh, that's bad. Dogman going down as the point swaps over. This is going to be an immediate take from Immortals. They sent out 3 players as an advanced squadron to attack early.
Are you kidding me? This is just brutal. Remix goes down again. Baby Bay taken out by Agilities with the reflected Helix rocket before that. Grim a little bit low, but it is rough going already for Kungarna. The control meter building up right now, and this may be the end of our semifinal right here, right now. They got to get there a little bit farther. Pooks can't quite hold them, and that is that.
My
Nearly 7 minutes left on the clock, by the way, when that happened. It's
6:41.
Yeah, that was probably one of the fastest Hanamura attacks I have ever seen in Overwatch.
I can't argue with you, though. That was nearly flawless. And I love how decisive Immortals is, chasing down that kill onto Dogman. It's not like it's Dogman's fault. He was trying to get back to the point. What else was he going to do?
Well, Agility's with the hat trick play of the match, too. Good job there. It's not hard for Genji, though.
It's definitely not bad.
Still with a salty DPS main, or salty support main set.
I just feel so bad for Baby Bay. He's like,
what can I do?
I have nowhere to go.
That was definitely one of those "this is my life now" shots. It's like, what? Oh well. Yeah. What do I do?
Well, I could get some ult charge.
That's right.
I guess I'll just
do please
that.
Let it end.
Well, I mean, I've been wanting to give people, the viewers, more insight into kind of like what am I doing on my iPad? What kind of notes am I taking? I mentioned one earlier. Well, I have another note here.
It was.
And that is brutal news. That was just that was
Forgot
the
Savage and Wrecked.
Oh, one sec. Yeah, see, this is good feedback. Thank you for that,
You're welcome.
Savage.
Yeah,
and-
I've seen this before.
No, that was about as decisive. That not even about. That was the most decisive I've seen second Hanamura taken. They were on it immediately after capping first, and
They
they
had
just
3 people already
rolled
there.
from
That's,
They did what they needed to do, and everything chained in so well for them. And again, it goes back to the comms. You would not expect typically a mixed language roster to be so on point when it comes to these target selections, when it comes to calling out these flanks. These are complex plays, but it's working super well after a few weeks of figuring out that language that they're using on the team. And when you see things like, the Ana's running away, so you just say, okay, 2 of us, 3 of us are going to stay back on the point. The rest of you with these movement abilities start dashing forward, catch that Ana, and then you can transition this. We'll be right behind you into a 6 versus 5 and just snowball that point B beautifully. But I mean, that is a shocking Hanamura result.
Yeah, my notes are really sad. For Route 66, it's easy peasy and got full held. And for Hanamura, I just have yup under Immortals.
Yup.
That's it. It's like the saddest notes I've ever taken in a match.
But let's, well, first of all, so giving Agility some credit as well. I think that he may have a future career in being a sushi chef because he can slice them up for sure. But let's take a look at Kungarna. It was obviously not expected that they would make it even this far. They've already qualified for Season 1.
Sure.
They made it to the semifinals of the playoffs.
It's not bad.
And there were even questions about whether or not they would make it through the group stage, and we've already talked about them a lot. They've got some players to keep an eye on as well. So I'm still looking out for them in Season 1 because they have a long way to go. But I mean, especially with the potential talent pool and a month and a half to work with, we'll see what they can come up with.
I mean, I'll say it again, and we've all been saying this. Kungarna is a good team. It's just they were playing against Immortals, and Immortals is clearly on another level, I think, from like a lot of the other NA teams. I think they're up there with Rogue and Envious right now. I would hope that we get to see them play each other at some point in the future because I think that'd be a great match.
Yeah, well, I want to look at the bracket here real quick if we can. It has been updated slightly at the very least.
There you go.
Of course, we announced that Team Liquid has made it on to the semifinals, so we'll be watching FNRG and Team Liquid face off next as one of them gets the unfortunate privilege to play against the Immortals, potentially. No, but they're going to be trying to get into that final to show what they've got. But that is all the teams that have actually qualified for Season 1 that we have yet. The only other thing I will announce is we do have FaZe Clan who have made it in, and they've knocked out LG Evil.
Wow.
In doing so. So LG Evil will not be in Season 1. Still, I would imagine we're going to be seeing them more in the future, but that is the teams we have so far on the left side there. Of course, Envious and Rogue were already qualified based on their performance, or rather their participation in Apex at the very least. Then, of course, Kungarna, Immortals, FNRGFE, now FaZe, and Liquid have made it in. And we're really just waiting on one more team as Renegades are facing off against Envision. The current score of that is Envision is actually up 1-0. So we'll see.
Interesting.
Still, yeah,
Okay.
right? Yeah, still early enough on. And of course, just to remind everyone to get that hype up, because I'm pretty hyped for it, it's going to start the week of August 14th. It's going to be 6 weeks of regular season play with an offline finals in October. Get hyped for Season 1 as we found.
He's already in there.
Yeah.
The hype is playing.
We don't need to go
We got hyped already.
Alrighty, in that case, do something else with your life. There's plenty more to do. Maybe watch some more Overwatch, as we will be watching some ourselves. But yeah, any other final thoughts on Immortals versus Kungarna before we move on?
Stop.
We literally went through all of our notes at this point.
They were outclassed at every level.
There's not a lot to say,
Unfortunately, the analysis is lacking when you get slapped that hard.
Well, in that case, let's go ahead and go to a break. We'll be right back for FNRG versus Team Liquid in the second semifinal here in the North American Contenders playoffs.
Map right now. We'll pull it out immediately.
Gets a kill on Baby Bay immediately, too. Add in a few more. And whoa, that is about as one-sided as it.
So Grim Reality looking for the pulse bomb flank right here. We'll find Michael.
Yeah.
And force that out. Pulse bomb goes down.
That gets Baby Bay. That's probably the best target. Transcends. I mean, Michael's going to have his pulse bomb soon, but Agility's with the Dragon Blade right now. There goes Boots. There goes Baby Bay. Everybody getting taken out.
everyone, I'm Chris Bupasaurus Lassard, and these are the top 5 plays from Day 2 of the Overwatch Contenders North America group stage. Our number 5 play, Face Off. Who is Bastion's counter? Well, Bastion, of course.
He comes in, takes out Jaru, and this might just be it as he cleans up the Winston. Now they are running out of bodies. Oh, you never expect the counter, Bastion, but it came in.
Our number 4 play, Rocket Fuel. Hydration gets not 1, not 2, but 5 kills, raining death from above for Counter Logic Gaming.
And so CLG will come back as Hydration. It's a huge team fight win just off the back of that.
Our number 3 play, Who Needs Health Packs? Connor J was looking for health, but who needs it as he gets the kill on Sombra and escapes with 1 HP.
Punished!
Our number 2 play, Sleep Flows Through You. Buds gives Freddy Krueger a run for his money in this comical deflect and Dragonblade kill.
Oh no, that is cruelty!
Where was the nano boost?
Oh my god!
And our number 1 play, Jesus Takes the Scope. Jesus played some of the best Widowmaker of the tournament, both on and off stream. This is just a sample of what he was able to accomplish.
At this point, it's a formality.
Jesus turning a loss here to a victory, turning water to wine as they do take this first point.
That's it for our top 5 plays. Once again, I am Chris Bupasaurus Lassard. Be sure to check out OverwatchContenders.com for the latest tournament information.
Welcome back, everyone. Gillfrost here once again on the left side of the desk, and joining me once again for actually the final match of this event. I've got ZP and Hex, and we've made it this far. And it seems like only a month and a half, 2 months ago, we were in this same spot, actually.
Seems like only an hour ago we were on this desk. It's like Monty and Doe have the day off. I guess that's what seniority gets you.
Well, it's a day for speedrunning, Hex, and we're just respecting that in so many different formats and streams today across the entirety of the gaming verse, so why not?
Well, speaking of speed runs, we're going to take a little bit of a speed run through a match that was off stream. I mean, I think speed run might even be overstating it, but here's some clips from FaZe Clan versus LG Evil, and we just wanted to show some of the play that came out from FaZe Clan there, since we weren't able to stream it, but they did come out on top, knocking LG Evil out of Season 1, and you can see there, I mean, Shadowburn coming up big, Spree obviously contributing, but they have really surprised a lot of people in this event.
It's a bit of the converse of having a bit of an easy group, I think, is that LG Evil did have one of the easier groups. I don't think there's any doubts about that. And then you have to wonder if the level of competition and practice they got was really up to snuff with some of these other teams. They looked woefully unprepared for today.
They certainly did, although LG Evil, even if you go back to just earlier competitions, especially after the Overwatch Carbon series concluded, they do have times where they can look really, really good for a long stretch, like consistent for a long stretch, and then randomly just have a day where they don't do well at all. And unfortunately for LG Evil, it feels like today was one of those days where not only do they end up falling to Kungarna, but they also have a really rough showing against the side of FaZe just a moment ago. So I do think it is very rough for them, and we'll see where their future leads.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. There's a lot of questions with the future, and a lot of those are starting to be answered, but it's definitely something that is in the forefront of my mind at the very least when it comes to LG Evil, having watched them over the past few months so much. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and put the past behind us for now, as we've got much more in the future to look forward to. And the first amongst those is our next matchup. It is the other semifinal matchup between FNRGFE and Team Liquid, who each vanquished their foes in the quarterfinals to make it into this one. What are your thoughts, high level, about these two teams?
Well, I wish I could tell you, but this is actually one of the reasons that I love esports. I love this tournament and the Contender Series, is that this one, I think I could see it going either way here. It's really hard. We tried to hash it out between us for like 10 minutes, and we just found, well, this is how Liquid wins. This is how FNRGFE wins. I don't know. This is going to be a close one. I think both teams have a really solid chance of going to the finals.
It is about as close as you can get, and I think one thing that's really worth mentioning here is that FNRGFE, if they had a key victory point over Renegades just a little bit ago, the victory point was in their tank and support play. The problem that they have going in against Team Liquid is that Team Liquid also has very good tank and support play. They have been really supported by it for a long time. So for me, when I take a look at this matchup, I kind of feel like this is going to be somewhat on the DPS players to go above and beyond, because everyone can support, or everyone can expect good tank and support play from their supporting cast.
Well,
no, I think maybe you give the slight edge to Liquid in that regard, because as good as Boink, Muma, and Bounty have been, you still have Dahang, Rafa, and Mezer, and those guys have been around forever, and they've always been the core, solid part of this Liquid team.
Yeah, no, and they've been leveling up over the last couple of months, and there's been several stages of that. But let's actually take a look at the rosters. First of all, for FNRGFE, we'll get back to Liquid here in just a bit, but when we talk about the proclivity for tank play, and specifically Diva coming out and being very impactful in these matches, CoolMat69 has to be close to the top of that list as far as most impactful divas.
The man killed 2 supports with a bunny blaster.
That's all.
Beyond that, though, I mean, he had very, very solid diva play, and we saw that FNRGFE in the last set had superior space control to Renegades, so he's been a big boon to this roster, and I think is a big reason why FNRGFE has gone as deep as they have. I don't think they would have done it without the roster change.
I think Buds stood out to me a lot as far as just your flex DPS, being able to play all those different compositions and play them all at a high level. I was actually down on Buds a couple times during the last 6 or 8 months or so because he didn't show the versatility that I was looking for, but today he has really shined, and you need all that versatility from this team. Across the board, none of them had a bad game at all, and you know what Clockwork's going to bring. Matt on the shutdown, and I think Buds, as long as he can play at the level he's playing earlier, should have a good game.
Right, but the thing is for Buds is that he is in the Genji role, and he is going to be going up against a brand new revitalized setup on Team Liquid, which we're going to roll out here in a moment. But I do think it's going to be a very difficult, because there's going to be a great deal of pressure on both Buds and Clockwork.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Buds on the far earlier. I'd be curious to see if he brings that out a little bit more. It was maybe not the strongest against Mangachu, but they were still able to find victory, and it's going to be a different matchup coming out here, and we'll see. Shatter obviously can do that as well. Actually, let's just take a look at the Team Liquid roster in that case, and we can start things out with let's just start with Shatter 2K, talking about Genjis, talking about Pharahs. He has been a good infusion of projectile DPS for this team.
I'm still a little bit concerned on his Pharah play. I think Buds might have the better of the two if they choose to go Pharah v Pharah, but I think that they would not go with Pharah v Pharah. I think that you can rely on AZK as the hit scan threat to really take down part of that Pharah. He's been relatively quiet just based on the rest of this team because they've all had such big games, but he's quiet in the way that maybe Valutaya is quiet because he's just doing his job all the time and consistent about it.
Well, here's the part where I said I think Buds will have his work cut out for him, is that yes, it's Shatter, and yes, he's been on Team Liquid for a while, but he hasn't been on Team Liquid with low ping. That matters a lot in Overwatch when you're right against a ping threshold and you have situations where you will not get hits that you otherwise had. Now he is on North American soil. Not sure if he's in Canada or the US, so I'm not going to say he's on US soil because that very well could be wrong. But he is in the region, and what that means is that he's going to be even more effective, and already when Team Liquid added Shatter to the roster, he was a big shot in the arm.
No, yeah, he has definitely been contributing in some very big ways. You can even see it right now on the screen, as it is very important for your Genji to be able to get these kind of kills. with or without Dragon Blades. And Shatter has shown that he can do both. Of course, you had mentioned the fact that AZK can be a very consistent hit scan threat. I do want to talk a little bit more about the tank potential. We talked about Cool Matt and the importance of having a good, solid diva and interacting with both of your tanks to be able to protect your front line as well as apply pressure to the enemy backline. But so let's bring up Fury because he is the newest addition to this roster, replacing ID. What are your thoughts on him coming in? We haven't seen too much of him, but what can he bring?
Well, Fury is another sort of continuation of the trend in Overwatch where do you need a good tank player? Do you need a good support player? Look to Korea and bring them over because that is where he hails from. And I think it's a good move. I think that ID was never necessarily the worst player, but he also very much struggled to have huge breakout moments from time to time. He did have some nice moments on Pharah every now and then, but I do think that over time when you look at the Liquid roster, when, okay, what moves do we make to upgrade? It's not a huge surprise that they did swap out ID for Fury.
What makes Matt so good is that he is able to adapt and play well with other tanks. Matt plays well with others, I guess you could say for him. But one question I have with Liquid is because Fury is a newer addition to this team, how well are he and Mezzer meshing together? Because it isn't just about the individual tank play. It's about those tanks working together, taking pressure off each other, and really knowing where the other person is going to be before they're even there.
Well, you know what? We're going to find out how these tanks interact, and I'm going to be at least personally watching these divas or these off tanks, depending on if they don't play diva, on Oasis, as that is going to be our first map, Control being the first and fifth map in this best of 5 series, and FNRG selecting this one. They have brought us to Oasis.
So Hex, as we look at the beautiful sights of Oasis, I'm going to lob a question to you. FNRGFE, when they had their choice of control map against Renegades, brought it to Nepal. Against Team Liquid, they go for the more out in the open strategy and bring it to Oasis. Why do you think there's a shift coming out from them between the two teams?
I think it's as simple as being a map counter pick. Team Liquid is 2-0 in recent history on Nepal, and they're 1-2 on Oasis. So they're not strong in control overall, but Nepal has been their best control in the last month or so. So you just take it away from them. You take them to a map where you can go to the skies. I do feel that FNRGFE probably for the moment has the better combo as far as Buds and Bonnie goes. Dahang's a great Mercy, but I'm not certain that Shatter's Pharah is where it is because he spent so much time leveling up that Genji. We'll see. I'm willing to be proven wrong. Does Muma stay on the Roadhog of all things?
No. No, he doesn't. He plays with your heart. FNRGFE played with their heart last round on Hollywood, in the last set rather, so I'm not really that surprised that they play with it here. And FNRGFE, they got to a point much quicker here than Team Liquid, very much securing a superior position. Team Liquid, though, plenty of room to move in, and they're going to hope that Shatter will clear the way.
This is the best map, maybe in all of Overwatch, or the best stage, at least, for the Pharmacy combination. And a lot of this, the anti-air has been generally the self-destructs over the top, over the ocean. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide on those. We'll see how the ground war ends up going. Clockwork down early, but Cool Matt has found Dahang and Rafa also down for Team Liquid. That's all they're healing.
I am getting Ginger Pop flashbacks all over again in regards to how FNRGFE relentlessly threw Arc 6 out of the tournament by hunting down one of the best supports in the game in Ginger Pop. And if they can do that consistently, if they can have Matt get to the back and harass Dahang, this could be a very quick round for FNRGFE, even by Oasis Hanging Garden standards, which is generally a much longer map.
Throughout being absolutely correct. They 4-0'd Arc 6. Of course, team you may know better as Yikes, changed their name partway through the tournament. Now in a great position. Buds gets a lot of entry damage on these rockets. He's charging up his barrage, looking for it. Still hits one, gonna have to hit two. Oh, clip management an issue there. Doesn't even get a chance to hit the second rocket.
Clockwork right now just working on the outskirts as Team Liquid comes in up the gut, looking for his opportunity. And again, Dahang picked off by Matt. We've seen this movie before, and frankly, Ginger Pop might be a better Mercy than Dahang, so this is a big warning sign for Team Liquid if they cannot keep Dahang healthy, because FNRGFE is very good at hunting down Mercies.
So much recently, we've talked about which type of diva is someone going to play. Are they going to be the bully or are they going to be the defensive diva? Matt has been both, which is what makes him exceptional. It was probably what got him on that World Cup team.
You could say he's both, but right now his pockets are dangling with the lunch money of Dahang because he is double dipped. Dahang went to his mom, got more, still done.
Oh, nice double rocket, though, from Shatter. Will take Buds out of the sky, however, brought right back to life in a Temple Resurrection from Bounty, who's getting bullied down himself. The self-destruct comes over the top. Zoning ult, unironically, actually was a zoning ult. Rafa gets aggressive, takes down Bounty himself.
Bang stays alive this time, but feels pressured. Throws out a res just for tempo. Gets Fury back up in the fight, but that still might be all Team Liquid needs here. Still, though, you have members of FNRGFE alive and around. Matt is still in the area and delaying, so we'll see how long FNRGFE can hold this.
That's the Hang's fault 100% right there. You can't hang out next to a wall. Rockets do splash damage. He should not have been in that position. Perhaps didn't even see the Pharah right next to him and gets himself in trouble. They're still able to almost bring it back, but this is Oasis. It could be there for a while. They will finally flip over the point, 99% on the side of FNRGFE.
The thing for there is that I think FNRGFE could have delayed that more, just they don't need to. They have 99%. They just need to go in and get one more decisive fight, so they let off the gas almost intentionally there. Now, they have plenty of time to come back in and retake the point. Sometimes easier said than done with how teams delay, but it's looked very good so far for FNRGFE, especially if they can keep hunting down Dahang.
Well, the tempo res from Dahang made a ton of sense because they already knew the other resurrection was off the table. They will have the advantage there. A couple of kills very quickly as Buds just as Rain's up. Rain going up this time. AZK will take down Bonnie from the ground, trying to equalize.
That was poor judgment by Shatter. He was not in the right range for the barrage to do the work there, and because he went down that quickly, it really hurt Team Liquid for holding on here, and it's flipped. FNRGFE retakes the point, and we might have just set a speed run for finishing out Gardens. Yeah. Usually we're just in overtime forever.
No, I have so much more yet to say because I'm used to 15-minute garden stages, but that is about as quick as it can go. FNRGFE looking pretty dominant there. And I will say, as much as we hyped up Matt, he lived up to the hype right there. Was able to kill Dahang, I think, the first two fights on his Diva of all things.
I really don't think you want to run Mercy against FNRGFE. Please stop running Mercy against this team. They did some form of training to eliminate your Mercies, and they've gotten exceedingly more efficient with it every cycle. I don't know what more to say.
They have, I mean, I guess we're just going to use the term bullied. They have bullied Mercies throughout this entire tournament, and they've set a priority on it. I don't know why other teams don't throw all the resources they have at the Mercies the way FNRGFE does, but I don't know. I think if Shatter does not have a super great start here, you have to start considering switching up and just putting people on their best heroes.
They need a plan B, especially if Dahang does go down early again, which happened multiple times in the last round. But this fight is going to take place over the top. AZK getting a little bit of bouncy bounce in his step, but it's Rafa, found by Muma early on, already putting Team Liquid on the back foot, and they're getting pushed back. The one upside at the very least, Dahang is reasonably healthy right now, and the combo takes down Buds.
Very nice for them, because if you lose your Lucio that early, you're going to be in a lot of trouble with Dahang having to spread out the heals and maybe not giving the focus he needs to Shatter, but it is Fury who is living up to his name, takes down two very quickly there. Imagine the stall's going to come in, but that stall eliminated as Matt decides to take a walk off the edge, and AZK took out his counterpart early in the fight. Liquid grabs first point.
It's being done a little bit in the back, but I think what happened there is that Fury did spend more of his time going back and protecting Dahang. Dahang was not under any pressure at all that time, and as testament to that fact, he already has a resurrection up, so perhaps this is a bit of an adjustment coming in from Team Liquid going, actually, we should protect our Mercy.
Yeah, keeping your supports alive, I think might be a good idea. I'm no high-level strategist, but that sounds like it might be a great idea. AZK gets very low, has to recall out of there using the Chronal Accelerator. They tempo res Shatter right away.
Yeah, and that could work out in their favor. They didn't have an advantage when they went for the tempo res. That just brought them back up to even, so it's not really a fight-winning res, and now FNRGFE is just getting the better of poke around the sides. Clockwork in particular dicing into the back line, and FNRGFE very close to retaking this right now, but Team Liquid is still at 43%. They can still delay for a little bit longer. It's not a bad opening for them.
Another tempo res will bring up Matt. I mean, you can tell these teams are just brawling it out as the reses have gotten no more than one person nearly every time Resurrections have come across the board. And they've done a good job of winning this fight early, but winning the fight doesn't win you the objective.
No, it can take a while to evict people from City Center. People do tend to squat on it for quite a while. You have to send them multiple notices, and then finally, after about 3 months, you can get them off the point. But Shatter comes in, takes down two, and is still opening things up here for Team Liquid. Might even pull it back.
They had just cleaned that up, and I think they were celebrating killing the final piece, which was the Lucio, when the barrage came in. Despite that, though, now it comes right back around, and during all of that, FNRGFE was able to capture it.
Indeed, and now you take a look at this here. We'll see what Team Liquid can do to get a full decisive team fight on their own, but I will say it has been a change-up here so far. Whether it be FNRGFE not going in as deep or simply Team Liquid doing their method of protection, Dahang has had a much more free game than he did in the last round.
Look, I love Pharah v Pharah, but can you guys get a little closer so you have a chance of hitting rockets with each other? I actually can't believe Bud's got taking a rocket in the face right there from the 1.5 miles away. These Pharahs are poking at each other, but that's just Liquid setting up, looking for a decisive engage instead of trickling in. We're going to see an actual team set fight here on Oasis. Pinch me.
It doesn't happen often, Hex.
No,
Normally we see
actually.
both teams just fighting out on the middle of the point forever, but this is going to be a full 6v6. Liquid going in over the top, the self-destruct setting the stage and gets nothing. FNRGFE able to weave their way around it as Bud's near the elevator, laying down rockets on anyone else coming back up, and Dahang goes down. Pressured out by Clockwork this time around. There will be no resurrection. He had it on deck, not able to use it. Instead, FNRGFE gets a tempo res of their own, and Team Liquid going to go down in more ways than one. That rocket accelerating the pace.
The reason you see that resurrection right there is knowing that Dahang is down, knowing that there's not going to be a counter resurrection. You saw it almost immediately as he ate the rocket that they were going to res that right off the bat. They do so. Tied up now, but FNRGFE in control. Liquid's got to find something here. A lot of it depends on Dahang.
One upside, as you mentioned, is that Dahang does have the resurrection here. So for Team Liquid, if they can just keep Dahang alive, which has been easier said than done, they can trade out a little bit here. They're going to open up the sound barrier, so they're really all in when it comes to support ultimates, and they have to be, given how much FNRGFE has brought this back. Soon to be at 99%, but Dahang goes down, immediately picked off. Pressure from all sides, and he had no way out.
I've not loved his positioning so far, and I don't necessarily always blame Mercies for that. A lot of that is on the Pharah. The Mercy is at the will of the Pharah over top. Meanwhile, despite that, Liquid found a way to grab the point during this.
Liquid has less people, and yet they captured the point. That is not great for FNRGFE, but they are still very much in the process of playing back to Haynes. He's getting bullied! What is that? The bullies just keep getting bigger and stronger.
That's kind of how Muma rolls.
And he died. Muma got his prey.
Muma likes to hang out at spawn and wait for Mercies, is what we found out. He is good at it. That is 2 stages already for FNRGFE. We've looked a lot at this combination, and to me, it's not necessarily even the damage they're putting out or anything. I think they've been out of position a couple times. Dahang has died in the corner several times, and he's been up against walls, taking splash damage. They don't feel comfortable enough yet with each other on the Pharah and Mercy to make it work as well as it needs to.
And also, I mean, at this rate, can Mercy get a Mercy of her own? Because Dahang has just been getting burned this entire time. And finally, I think he said enough is enough here. And this is on the university stage, mind you, where you don't really want to run a Pharah anyways. Neither team is showing it. But this is hopefully a reprieve for Dahang, who has really been getting hunted down on all levels throughout this map here so far.
Well, FNRGFE going to run the laser kit and strat. They're going to run a Sombra on this point, probably take the Mega below the point and see if the team just dipping and diving in and out of there with the control on the pack. They're going to take small pack as well. So see how this strategy works out. Dahang finds himself face to face with the Sombra, translocates off the edge back to safety.
Well, this time Dahang is able to defend himself, takes down Muma, has a little bit more offensive bite in his bark this time around. And Team Liquid keeping this relatively even, 5 versus 5 early on. The one downside for them, though, about being even is that Banny does play the Sombra right now and assume they have an EMP. Builds quickly, and if he can EMP, he can solidify this fight.
96% and counting, might even charge just passively here as they have to get off the point. The EMP comes off in the corner, and the follow-through is in there. They will clean up the remainder of this fight. Sombra so strong on this point.
You can't settle for an even fight against a Sombra team because inherently when you're playing Sombra, you're giving up some combat value to have a really fast-charging, very impactful ultimate. So FNRGFE, they were fine with that being 5v5 because Banny was able to get that EMP up.
Absolutely. They need to find some answer for all these packs that are getting taken over and they just drop down and pop back up onto the point on the Mega. Look at this. Banny's charge, 82%. Banny's got it. Banny's got EMP again.
He has the EMP, but can he get a good one off? Drops the EMP and immediately drops onto Zen. The EMP removing his shield and removing his life with a little bit of assistance from an SMG. So very good stuff coming out here from FNRGFE, and Banny right now, his Sombra, being a bit of a joy to watch.
He dislikes that Zenyatta in particular. It's almost like a solo EMP, just take out the Zenyatta, but Dahang is that important to his team. Mezer's got to get out of there. He's getting chased just a bit. Chase probably will continue to come in. It's a little bit dangerous, but he's got Translocate up.
At some point, I think Dahang just wonders, where is the relief going to come in? He is his own relief. He comes in with the Transcendence, but Mezar was not able to get inside of it in time. He falls to Buds early on. Another EMP is out here from Banny, and Fury nowhere to go, surrounded on all sides. Buds will get the last bit of cleanup.
This is frustrating for Liquid. They've used all to try to get in here. They're only going to have Sound Barrier up to Hang, looking for an answer. Decides to take a support that does not rely on most of their life being shields. It's going to switch over to the Ana instead. It can be good against Sombra. If you can catch her, you can sleep dart her and just finally get her before she translocates away. But it is 75% Liquid looking for answers, and they have to find one soon.
Well, their answer right now is just going to be the roll in here with Sound Barrier, hope that EMP is not up, which it is not, and look for an early pickoff, but they get nothing. FNRGFE was able to disengage and delay. They're going to demech the opposing D.Va, and they're playing this well. They might not even need this finishing EMP.
No, but they're going to have it, so why not use it? Here it comes, probably right around the corner. You'd think it's all the supports, and that should be cleanup. Shatter tries, he gets Buds, but then gets booped away by Boink.
Well, he gets hit by the EMP. He can't dash reset after getting hit by it, so he sorted down one. That's it. That is the round and the map, and FNRGFE, call them when you need Mercies exterminated.
They just took Liquid to school right there for sure. Shatter is going to get play of the match, but I cannot possibly see how. It really doesn't matter. His Pharah was, I mean, fine, I guess. Fine would be the word.
I would give him play of the match because he got some kills as Pharah with Dahang perpetually dead.
That's the thing. I don't even know how much you can necessarily knock Shatter. He got, killed maybe by a few rockets a couple times, but Dahang was constantly dying. And when you talk about Mercy, the difference between a good Mercy and a bad Mercy on this level, what's your #1 job as Mercy?
Stay alive. But
no, I don't think it's Dahang's fault, though.
No, I am going to knock Shatter because as a Mercy, you're tethered. You're tethered to your escape on the soldier, and he got himself in some rough positions sometimes. It's at least 50-50.
Yeah.
If you're going to have that marriage, then you divide the blame 50-50 as well.
The other thing, too, is that we saw one of the very best Mercies in North America just a little bit ago in Ginger Pop get utterly destroyed by the same setup. And for Dahang, I'm not really going to hold him to a standard and go, well, Ginger Pop died to this, so you shouldn't. I think they should have realized that FNRGFE is really good at chasing down Mercies and gone for something else.
And not to mention, Buds and Bonnie, even though they maybe got bodied a little bit earlier against Mangachu, they are still one of the best combos out there as well in North America. They have showed it in the past. Well, I mean, it's given them the victory here, FNRG, that is. But this, if I had to bet, I would have bet on them here on Oasis. That's one of their stronger maps. They showed it earlier. And now Team Liquid, maybe the ball's back in their court coming into some of these other map
let's
types.
temper a little bit. Liquid's not very good on control. Just overall, it's not their favorite map style, not favorite map type. But we are going on to Pure Escort, which is one of their better map styles and better types. We're going to Gibraltar, I believe, yes, in particular. And they're 5-1 recently on Gibraltar. So they should help them out.
I think it would help them out tremendously. Gibraltar, of course, not a map where people run Pharah, so I don't think they're going to be baited into throwing Shatter on the Pharah, which probably is not his best hero. I think it is more their style. And also, he was kind of silent in that game, but let's talk a little bit about AZK. He has played really well on Gibraltar, whether he be on Tracer going in and around or on 76 on the top. I think it's probably more likely we see Fate on the 76, but AZK in particular has had very good Gibraltar games historically.
And Liquid has really liked Gibraltar, especially second with that high ground. And of course, historically, it has been AZK maybe on that 76.
Right.
We might see Fury on that, but the team has been able to utilize that very well. And I'll give AZK's Tracer a little bit of props. When the Sky game was not going in their favor for Liquid, he was able to try to pull out some kills on that ground war, especially on Gardens, I noticed. It's just the thing is, it wasn't enough. The few fights that they were able to win, he was getting 3Ks. You can't rely on your Tracer to do that, though. From a strategic standpoint, you have to be able to win on other fronts. And they're going to try to do that on Gibraltar.
It's just going to be more comfortable for them. It allows them to play the heroes that they're best on. Genji's also great on this map. I'd imagine you're going to see Shatter on the Genji. AZK, of course, hit scan either Tracer or 76. It's really going to depend what Fury plays, if they're going to run triple DPS or not, because Fury is one of those great players who is both a D.Va specialist and a 76 specialist. He knows how to play one and counter the other both very well. So we'll see how they want to run things there. Watch point Gibraltar as the sun fades down over the edge. We've seen a lot of this, and you know what? Shuttle phase has been less and less important as teams have found ways to roll through it, but I still think it can be very important as far as how much you want to enter in on the stall phase of first, because you want to set up decent on second. Otherwise, you're going to be all the way pushed back to last.
there's definitely a distinct difference between losing on first in a good way and losing on first in a bad way. The worst thing that can happen is that you try and stall out first, get clobbered, don't get much in the way of delay, and then the other team is able to set up on hanger phase and just ruin your life. So you want to avoid that. It's one of those cases where it's much better to die cleanly, die perhaps a little bit in front, make the payload wait a little bit to go in, and that way you have a little bit of breathing room for second. But Hex, what are we seeing right now coming out here from the FNRGFE defense?
Looks like they want to do a two-fight style of defense, where they're going to fight up here and try to get aggressive. A lot of this always will rely on your Tracer. Can your Tracer get some work done early, or does she get picked off early? Then you would retreat. That's going to be clockwork. But you do have the chance to retreat. So you will have a fight here and then a fight at last. The fight at last, or last point before first is captured, is not always ideal, but you will have another chance to fight.
Hex, quick question here before we go in. Team Liquid, they're very good at executing with Nanoblade. Dahang's nano boost on the Shatter, Shatter's execution, devastating.
Right.
How does FNRGFE play around this in this case?
Well, you hope Banny can hit his sleep darts. That's really the only great counter to a nano blade in it of itself. So early on, Rafa just going to be looking for picks here. He, of course, if he does not find anything, will very likely be going back to the Lucio if they need it. But so far, it's done enough pressure that they're going to have to retreat. Not able to fight on first, but that means they're going to be able to fight better on to the second pickup.
Every part of Team Liquid on fire here. Rafa getting a pick off, AZK going into a backline, and it's Rafa of all people here on the Widowmaker. Not the most common of swaps to see your Lucio player go on the Widow, but Rafa making it work out because, well, he does have a bit of an FPS game
I was gonna say, Rafa's not the most common of Lucios, though, too. I mean,
no, definitely not.
He is a world champion Quake player, so his tracking and reactions are not bad, so to speak. So he will eventually get off of it onto that Lucio, but they opened up all the space they needed, made that very first point hold non-existent. So now you see a more traditional defense, but set up over top on the 76. They will dive to the upper left instead, bullying out the supports in that corner.
And this is nice tank play coming out from Liquid. It's good stuff from both Mezar and Fury, controlling space, but Dahang is under pressure again into the backline. Clockwork continuing the bullying, and FNRGFE finding a way through and reversing the momentum here against Team Liquid.
Yeah, they've had a pretty good answer here. AZK is trying to get a little bit of work done. Meanwhile, Shatter has taken down Clockwork, so equalizing the fight just a little bit here. Shatter finds himself being pushed out in this corner. No real escape. There's a Winston there, and he's just going to get primal raged and popped as well. As the fight's going on all over the place right now. Shatter's in a bad spot over here.
Not only is he in a bad spot, but it's taking a while for Team Liquid to lose this fight. Please throw yourself on the edge, get out of it. Do not throw any more good after the bad. They are finally able to disengage, but that is big for FNRGFE. That's a fight that easily could have just gained them 1 to 2 minutes, or maybe even opened the possibility of a first point hold.
Well, we mentioned that a nano blade could be the strategy they want to go for. The blade does come up top, does get boosted over there. A sound barrier will do its best to keep people alive during that Shatter. Regardless, will find Buds, even though Shatter got very low. Dahang abused again by Boink.
They ignored Shatter into the back line and deep dove on the Dahang. They got rid of his source of support, and the Nanoblade itself did not get as much done as it usually does for Shatter. Still, though, the fight under contest. Fury throws in the self-destruct over the top, and the problem is that FNRGFE has really solidified here to some extent. Respawns are about to be coming in. I think Team Liquid probably has to give this one up.
I don't think they quite know that yet, though. They have 3 on the card, and Fury is doing his best to keep them in this. He will get yet another kill. As you mentioned, respawns are going to be in favor of FNRGFE as they come back in. Now, even all this delay, we have a full fight.
Look at how much Matt just blocked there with that move in from the defensive matrix. He was stopping about 3 people at the same time, gave plenty of room to Buds, and Buds is able to push people back. So I think you're right. Team Liquid didn't realize that that wasn't really in their advantage. I don't think they understood that you had respawns coming right back in, and now they just lost what could have been the potential for another push. Now they're potentially down to their last.
Very likely so. Dahang may be able to get there. You might be able to get another Nano Blade here, but it didn't work out first, but it is a strategy they've relied on before, should be going for again. Great positioning and spread so far, and a great reaction again by Matt to get in here. Sound barrier off.
Sound barrier is off. Shatter out for blood. The Nano Blade out here once more. Already grabs one early on, but stuck trying to find another and does not get Clockwork. He rewinds out, and the self-destruct hits its mark. Shatter just barely not out of that, and that's big for FNRGFE.
Your Nano Blade has to get more than one. Maybe I'm stating the obvious here for everyone at home, but 1 kill on each of these last 2 Nano Blades, 2 ults for 1 kill. Not great desperation time as Fury tries to go in up top, but gets discorded and demeched. Gone. Victory Transcendence seems like what this is used for, just to make sure they captured this off. And Liquid does not seem like they're even going to get first on Gibraltar, a map that they have been great on.
This is the worst possible omen here for Team Liquid. They're trying to stay alive a little bit, Primal Rage towards the end, trying to keep the glimmer of hope up. And no, Soldier, you're not going to touch a payload for long.
Oh, try to bomb in there towards the end from Rafa. Does not work. They had a pretty decent opening. What went wrong there, ZP?
What went wrong there is that they weren't able to keep up the momentum. And what we saw from FNRGFE is that they were able to come back out, deal with the counter dive, get back onto a payload, and Respawns eventually push it out. The biggest thing is that when Shatter went in for that first Nano Blade, he didn't quite get enough, and FNRGFE was able to just dive to the back, get onto Hang, and reverse the momentum entirely.
Here's another self-destruct as we're going to see that the last remnants of a glowing Shatter do not get behind that door as he's taken out by Coolmat. For me, the silent MVP remains Boink for FNRGFE. You talk about that first Nano Blade, and a lot of the reason it didn't get worked on is a perfectly timed barrier that he got off.
Hex, oink, oink. We've seen a lot of Boink.
Oink, oink. Here comes the Boink. One of the best team names in Overwatch history. Unfortunately, not in this event, but I just want to see what the
any
logo
event
would have
ever,
been.
most likely.
Yeah,
but
it's
it would have been nice if FNRGFE made that their name. I would have loved that.
I mean, it shouldn't have been a hot dog. It should have been like some sort of pig character. That would have been a nice homage. Regardless, this is a pretty easy victory condition for FNRGFE. Get it to the first point of Gibraltar, and they will take a very swift 2-0 lead over Team Liquid.
I mean, my question here is that if you're Immortals, are you afraid that the speed run record that you set earlier in the stream might get broken here from FNRGFE, who now might be well on their way to a very swift Watchpoint Gibraltar victory, which of course would put them up 2-0 here in the semifinal.
Right, and on their way to the final to meet Immortal would be FNRGFE. They've looked very good. Liquid has not really had the answer for it. I'm not entirely certain what the answer for it is. When you dive, FNRG just takes it as your bunting. They just pick it up and throw you out because they go right back to the supports.
Well, Hex, our very intelligent shamans say that dance moves might be the way. Team Liquid is dancing a lot in the back.
I mean, sometimes you just got to dance like no one's looking, ZP.
Who knows? Maybe no one was looking. Certainly.
No one's ever looking when I'm dancing, luckily.
Well, I mean, that's why people haven't gone blind.
Clockwork comes in over the top just fine. That a Zenyatta is hanging out in there. Early on, they want to get a little bit of pressure, so it seems like both teams are trying the same defense. Liquid pulling back just a little bit so far, not being aggressive on it, so they wanted a little bit of poke, did not find what they were looking for. Late dive comes in over the top from Liquid, though.
Yeah, they're coming in over the top, and this is...
Well, I mean, Shatter already got Buds. He's going to chase the purple blue, and he's got Winston in his sights right there.
Yeah, Winston is in the sights, and...
Shatter so low.
Yep, Shatter under assault, does not get away, and that was just a rough position to be in anyways. Wasn't able to complete the wall climb all the way up, and FNRGFE rolling through Team Liquid like a knife through hot butter. Or is it hot? No, it's a hot knife through butter. Hot butter is just melty.
Well, I mean, I guess both would work. One seems way lazier than the other, personally.
I cannot be bothered to cut my butter. Please just melt it and then put it on my food. But Team Liquid, not with a lot of room here. They're going to nano boost the Winston and come right out. Again, just desperately trying to buy any form of reprieve. There's a yellow box victory looming right behind them.
Well, Mezzer does get enough to poke them away. Matt is out of his suit, but, you know, that's usually not the end of Matt. Still dangerous when he's got the Bunny Blaster on him. A couple of kills come for Liquid. They could be able to stabilize here with 2.5 minutes left on the offense. Clockwork has done a ton of work for this team. He does not get the barrier, unfortunately, as the rest of his team does, but happy that he's just invisible at the back.
The rest of his team uses the barrier to reunite with Clockwork after the 3 seconds they were not together because they just rush right in. They take control of the payload, and Team Liquid, they need Shatter to have a miracle here. Come in with the huge Dragon Blade, because if he can't, this is likely going to be FNRGFE's point. Here comes Shatter. Last moment effort, going to get nothing because of this Transcendence.
Fury remaxed, and that's why the self-destruct's going to come out. Does not necessarily get everything that they're looking for. It buys a little bit of time, but not quite enough. FNRGFE.
6'9".
6'9". 8675 309. Jenny, they are just dominating Liquid. Just dominating. There's no other way to say it. They just crushed them right there. Just to reiterate, Liquid was 5-1 in Gibraltar coming into this. It is their map. It was their pick. They had everyone, and everyone played really well. My boy Clockwork right here.
He can't even be bothered to set himself a play of the game intro.
don't you respect that in a way, though? Of all the players in the game intros we've seen, I kind of respect he doesn't care. He doesn't care
I do
at
respect
all.
that a little bit. There is a friend of mine who, anytime he can play in an FPS game and equip skins, he always equips like the most common thing that a beginner would equip, just because he wants to enrage people when he actually beats them.
Exactly.
No, yeah, that's why I try to pick yellow skins, especially when I'm playing certain hit skin players, when I really want to just put ZP on tilt. But anyway, moving straight along, I don't know how Fury got back in his mech there at the end, as a side
sloppy.
note.
Yeah.
Like,
He was right in the face of the other diva.
We were
Just-
seeing first person.
It's that, it's that back and forth movement.
Yeah,
She's real
that
hard
was
to hit.
some
Yeah,
pretty good
shimmy.
moves there. No, but just walking through this map is pretty simple. It was very short. First of all, talking about speed runs. Rafa's Widow came out, got him through that first part of the map fairly well. Switched off of that. They didn't have anything else to back it up with. They just couldn't keep that momentum going.
Bad nanoblades.
Yeah.
I mean, and don't get me wrong. I mean, they were clearly played around to some extent.
Yeah.
But if your nanoblades are only getting 1 kill, and your strategy depends on nanoblades to bring forward the way, and for Team Liquid, when they have gotten immense value off their nanoblades in the past, that's a big difference between previous Gibraltars and what we just saw.
Well, and look at how Immortals was able to get some. I mean, Agilities obviously went off as well. He played very well earlier, but it was almost more that Immortals enabled him. They put him into positions where blades were so easy. They were getting people into choke points. Team Liquid, they were a little more haphazard and just throwing it out there, expecting for Shatter to carry for them, and he just wasn't able to, because FNRG was able to play around it so well. And oink oink goes the boink, boink. Boinked, it doesn't matter. He got him away, is the key there.
Sure. He's been playing great all day. And it's just, I always want to highlight Lucios that are playing great, because oftentimes we only call it their mistakes of like, oh, bad barrier. But he's been the glue that's held this team together in a lot of ways. And now just looking at the roster, we know Buds, we know Clockwork, we know Cool Matt. They're all day one closed beta players for the most part. But Boink, Muma, and Banny have been just as important to this team's success.
I think Buds, you have to talk about 76 in this one, because we talked about it potentially coming out of Team Liquid and being a strong point for them, as it has been in the past. But Buds, and I wish I would have seen this, because we've seen him on that point actually play it very well. He gets up in a server room on attack, just has free reign, and then of course he was basically free up there at Glass.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he wasn't really targeted down too much, and they kept trying to get up there, but even when they did dive up there with the Nanoblade, they chose to go around to the other supports, and weren't able to get that done because the supports protected themselves, protected each other. Meanwhile, Buds is left alone on the 76, just peppering in all this damage in the Nanoblade and the rest of the dive.
The problem is that it was twofold, right? Is that one is that Cheddar probably could have had better blades, but the other issue too is that FNRGFE was playing really spread out. I don't think they were giving Shatter great opportunities to do that, and there wasn't really anyone else opening the way for Liquid, so that was just tough. And now Liquid must reverse sweep if they want to go further and get themselves some extra prize money, because at the very least, Liquid can be content with the fact that they have qualified for Season 1, no matter what.
No, that is huge in and of itself, but they want more coming out here on Hanamura, which will be our third map. Of course, the Assault map, this time chosen by Team Liquid. They didn't want to go over to Temple of Anubis. What are we going to see out of Team Liquid here? What can they pull out of their pocket to find victory here?
Well, Hanamura is smart, but just to rewind for Liquid, they didn't even qualify in day one of qualifiers. They had to play the very last game against Seagull's Stream Dream Meme Team, or whatever they're calling it.
Meme Stream Team?
Yeah, something. Calvin.
Something about chipmunks?
Yeah, Kelvin and the Chipmunks. They had to play the very last game, so they barely got into this tournament. So the success that they've had so far has been great. Of course, not quite over yet. I think you just don't want to play FNRGFE on Anubis, given what they did earlier today. That was a crushing run on Anubis that they made.
I think you do not want to bring them there. That would be a bad idea.
So
I think Immortals might want to bring them there, because Immortals has no fear, and they're very, very good.
But Immortals crushed on this map, too. So, I mean, we would see that if that comes to fruition here, Team Liquid will be on the offense first, and we've seen some offensive Sombra stuff, but let's talk about what we do know, and that is the defense from FNRGFE.
Well, the defense we're taking a look here is going to be pretty much more the same. It is a dive-based defense, and unlike some of the defenses we've seen have teams like Laserkins, I don't think they're going to try and reinvent the wheel with anything super hyper sneaky here. Instead, they're just going to go for solid play and see how long they can keep it up on the defense.
Dance party happening outside of Hanamura. Why not dance in the cherry blossoms? It's that kind of year. If you're in DC, take a walk out there. Beautiful, beautiful little parkway with cherry blossoms. And first is a very difficult point to hold, of course. If you can hold 1 or 2 pushes, you're pretty happy with that, as long as you don't blow everything for second. And they are going to run the Sombra offense to hang Will hack the Mega Pack out front here, and we'll see their notion of entry.
I do like the idea of Sombra here. We'll see if Dehang can play a good Sombra to back it up, but one good EMP can definitely open the way here on Hanamura first. And
want this
Team
pack
Liquid
too. Yep.
moving up, grabbing packs, and getting their way forward, and they get Matt down immediately. That is a great pickoff here for Team Liquid. Now set up with 65. Everything going their way here so far.
Gonna make everyone's job a little easier. Gonna get that tiny pack that some people don't even know about, that I'm just learning about sometimes recently. And right in, Boink goes down afterwards. That is 2 quick kills. Make that 3, 4, and Muma will take down AZK, but this point is generally considered over at this point in time. 5 kills to 1 means Hanamura first, taken rather easily. And no, I was not prepared.
Well, the one thing about this here is that, yes, Team Liquid got through really quickly. Dehang wasn't able to get quite as much ultimate charge as he probably would have liked here, but he still might have it in time for the next fight. He just got a big
86,
chunk. They're
yeah.
going back to grab his health pack, so it's going to be close. I don't know if Team Liquid can immediately dive in with the EMP, but it might just be close enough to set them up.
Someone needs to go in there and take damage. It's exactly what Fury did. Poked around the corner, took damage, so now that they're going to have EMP.
It did delay them a little bit. They couldn't immediately rush in.
Sure.
So FNRGFE has had some time to set up, but they don't really have much to deal with this EMP either, aside from just positioning in a way that it doesn't hit 3, 4 people at the same time.
No, they got shellacked on first. Of course they don't have anything. They're not going to have any healing. They're not going to have anything. So they're far away from ults. Big EMP comes in over top. Muma already out of this. Dehang gets himself out of the fight right away. Kind of slow for this type of engagement, though.
It's a little bit slow, but this is still fine. Liquid is very healthy here. Shatter has a blade up. He hasn't even pulled it out, but this could be the cleanup they need. And a very, very swift attack here on point B. FNRGFE is already in a dire spot, and Team Liquid is not making it easy on them. 6 minutes left to go, and they are very close to taking this map.
They are in a world of hurt right now. Already 1 tick, nearing 2 onto the point. Still no kills so far from the defending side of FNRGFE. That's what you need here. They're going to try to get a sound barrier going. Clockwork comes in, takes down Shatter. That's a huge kill to have.
It's a big kill to have, but Liquid is still applying the pressure here in this round. FNRGFE trying their best to just delay this as much as possible. They do have 2 kills here so far, but it's time to turn out the lights once more. Another EMP coming back in, and Team Liquid continuing in, and that might be why FNRGFE was having some issues. They did have a disconnect.
Yeah, they had a DC there, and you see the effects of it, but you don't know how long it was actually happening before. And of course, pauses can't come in the middle of a huge fight. It's not fair competitively, so we'll see how this one goes. Maybe it's just the map DCing people.
That's what it is.
Maybe it's the EMPs or the map. I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
Complexity strikes again.
We're gonna have to look over the data and see what results we can see there. But let's talk about Sombra here. We've seen it on first point a little bit. Honestly, more on defense. What can it do on second? I mean, where are those packs laid out, and how can you as the attacking team utilize those to get a decisive enough fight to win on second?
The packs on second aren't that great, to be honest. You've got Mega up top right, which is generally where people want to push into, I guess. But I guess you're up there poking. But once the fight actually starts in here, there's the small one to the right of the point from the attacker's perspective, but they're not great. You want to use it to initiate, and you want that to be the end of the fight. You don't want Sombra to be down on the point trying to hack packs and deal with that. Maybe get a hack onto a Diva or something like that helps out too.
Yeah, I would say the biggest thing for Sombra and going on last, I mean, yeah, there's times where maybe hacking the pack right in the beginning can be helpful, but really you want to get a good EMP off to where you can maybe get 1 or 2 kills immediately, not immediately get retaliated on, and use that to snowball an advantage, which Team Liquid was able to do very quickly. They took down Muma immediately and followed it up, and things were looking very, very good for them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm curious to see if they stay on it here, as they did just use the ultimate there, so no EMP coming into this next fight. And obviously, it's just important to have a little bit more decisiveness on that second point. And while the EMP can help you with that, they might need something a little bit more consistent. There
are a couple things that FNRGFE can do right now when the game starts again. Is they have self-destruct to go, and Matt can zone out on the point at the very least. The only person who's been getting anything done as far as just individual kills has been Clockwork, and he's still alive here. He got 2 kills is the reason that this fight is still going on right now, is that he was able to take down 2. Those players that he took out are going to be coming back into the fight now, so FNRGFE is still in a pretty rough spot right now.
This is not really where they want to be. We have seen them put together very good offenses on Assault earlier in the day, so it's not like they can't make this back even if this is capped against them, but it might just be that their Assault defense is not very good. overall.
Right.
Yeah, and it is hard to tell just based on the very little data, but it's not coming through strong here at the very least. And this is where Team Liquid has to show up anyway, and they already are showing up pretty big. Obviously, it's a potentially a long map. But if you are just recently joining us, we are in a pause right now as FNRG is up 2-0 against Team Liquid in the semifinals.
To this team, that it'd be hard to replace him with a sub, and of course, in the Lucio position, a lot of times you're at least contributing to the calls as well because you're in position to see a lot more than a lot of people. So apparently, he's got some internet issues, some ISP issues, and hopefully, we'll get that resolved.
Hex, this is our fault. We were praising him.
Yeah,
we were praising his name. We were reveling in the joy that is oink, oink, here comes the boink, a team named after him, and probably one of the greatest teams in Overwatch history when it comes to names. And, well, as we bring that up, we cause his internet connection to suffer catastrophic failure.
I do blame you for that.
It's generally my fault because, anytime I'm near a network, it just goes down. I have a long...
There are multiple stories of this,
I have
actually.
a long, terrible history of just being a network demon and cursing things.
I'm used to you being a robot, really, over voice over IP.
I thought maybe your hotel internet was just bad, but I'm starting to see where it's coming from here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, everyone.
We have to get you a separate hotel for future events.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be awesome.
I prefer the Ritz
it's not gonna be
Ritz or Four Seasons, please. Matt comes in, does not get the self-destruct off, which I thought would be a way back for them into this fight. Still looking for a way to come back. Buzz has switched on to the Mei as trying to just stall out. Not gonna get there on time. I guess that's just what pauses do. They make the map end quickly. And that is a very good offense for Team Liquid.
Well, Immortals can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. If there's any sort of speed run being set here by FNRGFE, that defense on Hanamura has probably put them at least behind Immortals.
And the big impactful play that they had on this offense to be able to get in here, of course, was the EMP from Dahang. I'm going to see exactly what that looked like in real time. They rotate up, and it was just getting right there, takes down Muma. I'm not sure it really affected a whole lot of other people, but Muma takes the brunt of it. What I liked about it, though, was the patience to get it. They waited. Fury just took a little damage, was able to get that last pack. It did slow him down a bit, but the EMP was important.
It was important indeed, and when you can take out the defensive Winston immediately, effectively for free, minus the EMP, where the rest of your team is very healthy, no one had to put themselves in a bad position, it's always a good start to a fight. So FNRGFE, they're going to have to bring things back on the acumen of their offense. And we know they're capable of it watching it earlier today, but it's still a tough task to get in through both Hanamura points in this amount of time.
One thing another, Winston also really empowers Shatter so that he can deflect any damage incoming. There's no Tesla beam to slow him down and do all that damage. And that really helped Liquid out in that fight. A very quick offense, and they're going to just... Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Offensively, defensively, they're going to run defensive Sombra here as well to hang. We've actually seen fights happen outside of traditional spots on assault maps lately, largely in part of Sombra play.
Indeed, and one thing I'll say about the hang is that if nothing else, if they can't see you, they can't send 3 people after you to kill you in a merciless fashion. Yeah, I mean, he has Cloak on his side now. He's thinking about it.
Well, they're going to hold very aggressively out front here, and I think you can afford to do this, especially given the time that they set on offense, because even if this completely fails, you're going to be able to reset, and hopefully Dahang will have a decent charge. That's really all you want, and it's going to be interesting to see where that EMP comes in, if it comes in on first fight, or they save it.
The one downside of the defensive Sombra here, though, is that there is a window where FNRGFE has a bit of a power play. If they can dive right in, take advantage of the part where Sombra does not have as much combat power, well, they can make this work out in their favor. They won't really have packs to support them here, though, so it has to be a quick strike indeed, and Clockwork wasn't able to get healed up. Almost certainly Dahang had a bit of that.
He missed his translocate!
Yeah, that's not great.
That's the opposite of great.
It is very bad because now he's not charging up his ultimate. He has to run all the way back, and FNRGFE can get back in. So
did he hit the tree branch or what?
No, he hit the lower end of the platform, I think.
Well, it doesn't matter what he hit. It did not go where he wanted it to go. He did not get out to safety. A gift dropped from the gods onto FNRGFE's laps. Who knows if this map would have been different had he lived through that. And he goes down, and that's the brutal part about it. He dies again at 70%. At the very least, you're fine losing that first point if you have EMP. Not close to it yet, and they're not going to be in position to get it before this next push comes barreling in main.
Dahang is really hoping that FNRGFE does not capture on this next attack because he might be the scapegoat there. That is not what you want, but here comes FNRGFE. They're moving into Transcendence, and the Transcendence stops Shatter from getting as much as he wants here. Still able to put on the pressure on the Buds, but will it be enough as FNRGFE has firmly gone up the gut onto the point, and here comes the self-destruct Matt.
Yeah, they're going to get a little bit of pressure from this. Not yet a tick, though, so if they get evicted now, then they will have to revert their progress. There's a tick. EMP does come off, and it's a solo EMP. Takes on Banny, Clockwork, and Boink. It will be enough.
I wasn't a fan of that EMP in the beginning, but I think it was fine, because it did work out to take Banny. It works out in the end. It stops the push in its tracks, and thankfully for Team Liquid, they're able to stop the bleeding at about a third.
Yeah, a redeeming EMP from Dahang right there, as they're able to get it. But they did get that third. The rest of the progress will roll back for the moment, 33% for them. And now we want to see what Liquid wants to do here on the defense. They still don't have the EMP. Offensively, they're pretty loaded up here, but they have to be scared of the EMP.
They do as well, because Dahang can go right to the back, but they already take down Rafa, so this is going to be an EMP disadvantage number situation. The EMP comes out, but the focus fire onto it is not there. AZK has to burn a pulse bomb on the buds, but in the chaos, they're able to demech Matt. So it's not that bad for Team Liquid here. It does force them to use a sound barrier, though, to try and secure this fight.
Yeah, forced out a couple of ults here from Liquid as well, and they ended up using their Transcend after they lost 2. I don't like it. I just really think that you have to go in as clean as possible. Maybe you can go in 5, but once you lose 1 or 2, it's time to unbind Q. I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but maybe someone should, that should be a saying.
Just have an unbind Q key. But then you have to have a rebind Q key in addition to your normal Q key. If you're even using Q to begin with, you can rebind it to something else.
So we're talking about 3 keys here. Totally fine. Totally feasible. Just get a second keyboard.
Second keyboard. Why not 3? Just get 3 keyboards.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, in any case, FNRGFE is coming in over the top again, looking for the way in. Buds with attack visor, so you gotta think he'd want to keep on high ground, use attack visor, and turn this into his own personal shooting gallery. And he's gonna use it right now, and it works out. Finds Mezar immediately, lays in the damage, and is chasing down AZK, takes him out, and even finds Dahang. That drop down for Buds works out very well. And FNRGFE having the dodge attack visor coming in from the other side.
Yeah, they have to hide in the corner right now. Not the greatest place to be, as there's 3 of them. They're going to try to roll out, but even so, they've lost a couple here on this fight already, so it's going to be very difficult for them to get any more progress. They have been really targeting down Matt. Clockwork's on the point looking for targets of his own. He will find shurikens into his head, and still, I think this fight's over yet again.
This fight almost certainly going to be over, but perhaps Boink gets to live another day. No, he's still under assault. Shatter 2K finishes his kill, and now he gets to run back out.
Gonna get out pretty easily. FNRG has a bit of a bank to work with, but they have to know that Dahang, I mean, maybe this is their window, right? Dahang did use EMP kind of late in that fight. They're able to take him down, so this could be their best window to push. This is Buds over the top of the fight.
Here's the fine part here, where he catches a Sombra at the very end, drops down, gets the Tracer. That was his main goal, and then Dahang just somehow ends up in the carnage. But you're right, FNRGFE does have a small window here, and they get AZK for free. The Helix rocket comes in, and now a big opportunity. 2 kills before the ultimates come out, and they can secure this 1 hex with good play.
Yeah, and the kills keep coming for them too. Dahang will have an EMP. He's going to have to desperation use it. He gets punished for it. Transcend will come up off the point. Now it is just time to stall as the Primal Rage comes out. And despite winning this fight early, the stall's been good.
The stall's been good, but FNRGFE is still at full strength across the board. They haven't even been bloodied here. And this is a very tough situation to come back from. This is where you need a flanking DPS to come in and have a big pickoff. So look at AZK. Can AZK even do anything here? That's what we're going to have to look at. But Matt is protecting his team with the Matrix. He's really limiting what AZK can do. And right now, it feels almost inevitable that they will take this point.
It's very difficult to get in on assaults with a Zenyatta out here because your 1-by-1 trickle-ins are just going to get discorded and wrecked. And that is going to be a completion, but let's take a look at the status here. 2:30 on the clock for FNRGFE, a little over 5 for Team Liquid. So Team Liquid in a great spot here still.
They have a 3-minute glut to work with here. I will note, though, that FNRGFE's defense was probably weaker than it otherwise would have been on first. I don't expect Matt to be the first person taken down again. I think Team Liquid had a very good engage last time. But the idea that you pick off the Diva first of all things, that's usually not going to happen twice in a row. Now that I said that, Matt, your mech is going to die in the first part of this fight.
They're going after Matt really hard is the thing. They've been diving him as hard as possible with mostly a couple of DPS and their own Diva up there too. So it's not that it's accidental Matt's dying. It's part of their plan.
It has to be. He's had too big of an impact. And Also, just as a reminder, the winner of the set, which very well could be FNRGFE if they're able to turn this map around, will be going on to face Immortals in the grand finals of Overwatch Contenders Season 0.
Does that make you hungry? With Murloc eating with like noodles and egg on it?
I wasn't thinking about it, but given that we just saw food come in off camera and it is ramen, yes, it does make me hungry. So I'm going to be hungry for the rest of this cast. Thank you, Hex.
Well, I mean, I just want you to stay hungry, man. Stay hungry, keep after it.
Yeah, that's meant for more for ambition and drive, Hex, not so much gluttony. I don't think gluttony was what they were referring to, which is unfortunately
Well, maybe
one of my
FNRG, maybe FNRGFE will have a better run of it this time, knowing what they're in for. Right now, they know that they're going to be against the Sombra defense here. Just how do you deal with it is going to be the question. Tahang already really out of the mix. Going to hack the big pack up top. That is where I think he's just going to set his translocators down from now on instead of trying to throw them after that.
Well, you can't miss a translocator that you're not trying to throw with a flashy environment. But Tahang able to find Clockwork in the back, and his Sombra on offense has been effective right now.
Shouldn't really even happen like that, right?
I said offense.
Yeah, he didn't.
I meant the other way around.
He was unable to I don't even think he hacked the Tracer there. I'm sorry. It was an interesting play to hang. Already has 62%. Now someone ate a health pack, so that means he's up to 80. When someone else eats one, there it is. There's the EMP, and there it is off. Tahang gives his life for it. Can they make it worth it?
Well, he dives in for the EMP, and no, they're not able to quite get the immediate kills immediately, but they come in later on. So in general, seems somewhat worth here so far, as it's Rafa, of all people, finishing off some of these kills as FNRGFE tries to move in and keep the offensive dream alive.
Liquid defense looking pretty decent. They're going to try to get a little bit more charge. That's why you see Fury right there. He's just waiting. He doesn't even want heals. He's going to packs. They want to get the packs going so Tahang can get charged up. He's going to be at 63%. A little bit of pressure comes on the point in form of Clockwork. This is totally viable. It makes the defense play a little differently. Tahang going to try to get in onto the Zenyatta, but a nice play by Boink to keep him alive. Supports helping supports.
Supports are helping supports indeed. Tahang chilling out by that health pack right now as FNRGFE trying desperately to get in and get this first point, but there's the EMP. Tahang gives up his life for it, but the damage is done. Coolman is down and in comes Shatter. The blade is out, taking down 2 immediately off of that ult engage, and Team Liquid here, Hex, perhaps one fight away from holding here at first.
They've got a third, but it's I have to believe it's not going to be enough. They have to at least capture first here to have any chance on this map. Does FNRGFE, and so far they have not had an answer for the Sombra defense.
No, they have not had an answer yet, indeed, and it is 30 seconds left remaining for FNRGFE.
Look at this, he's just going to camp pack and just feed the ult.
Now, the problem is for FNRGFE, not only do they have to take first right now, they also have to use the next 30 seconds to take second, because I don't think they're going to be able to do it without that buffer. So everything must go well for them here. AZK dives to the backline, throws the bomb into the defensive matrix. That is a good omen here for FNRGFE as they blow the Transcendence and go in deeper.
Tahang is getting a little bit of damage. He's going to have another EMP while it's 5v5 right now. He's going to EMP right now, and that means the death of the Zenyatta, as it so often does. All over but the crying here. FNRGFE going to settle for 1 tick on their second push of offense on Hanamura.
Well, they're still delaying, but yes, most likely that is going to be it. A few more kills coming out here. It is Boink getting booped and boinked around in the back, not even able to get back in, and that will be what they will have to settle for. 40.9% on first. Think about how ridiculous FNRGFE's hold is going to have to be if they want to take Hanamura right now.
I mean, if they can take Hanamura with this hold, they absolutely deserve to go to the final, so I'll take it. I do believe we're going to get some extra Overwatch here and probably another map. The odds would say that, but I'm always willing to be surprised.
Never play the odds, Hex. Never tell me the odds.
Yeah.
Never tell me
well,
the
both.
odds.
You know I don't gamble.
Yeah, it really is both of you, actually.
I can't stand gambling. I hate losing money.
Well, Hanamura perhaps may be more Team Liquid speed. FNRGFE, I'm not going to write them out entirely, but really, you don't see first point holds on Hanamura all that often. And when you do, it's Laser Cannon's crazy aggressive defense. And
right, so there is precedent for it. I mean, I suppose.
There is, but they had to do that for 4 minutes, not 5 minutes 14.
That's just one more hold.
And also, FNRGFE hasn't really looked great on first point assault holds anyways. The match they had against Renegades was a slugfest where both teams had really good offenses. So, again, setting expectations, it would be the most Team Liquid thing ever if they did not come in and take point A. That's how I'm phrasing it.
You're not wrong. You may not be right, but you're not wrong.
I'm just saying that they have a horse as a logo, and that horse really likes choking a lot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, way to kick that horse when it's down.
Well, it's not dying yet. It's just gasping for air.
In the swamps of sadness. Let's never think of that again. Going forward, though, Team Liquid gonna run this somber offense yet again. Not a whole lot of work needs to be done here. As you mentioned, 40% going to be the marker. Dahang is able to hit that translocate. And this should not surprise FNRGFE. They know exactly where they're coming from.
They've taken the same approach on attack every single time. This time, though, Matt isn't there to immediately get bopped. He's able to stay out of the fray. And FNRGFE, even though they're running more of a dive defense, they're certainly holding this back. The problem is they can't afford to give up a tick here. I mean, they could, but then they would have no margin for error. So now they have to go in, and the hack actually causes Cool Matt a little bit of distress. He has to back out, and Team Liquid being aggressive, and Shatter gets his men into the back.
2 kills.
This one might be all but over.
Yeah, 2 kills before the EMP even comes off. They're going to EMP right now. That's going to make Winston a very easy target. And translocating out is Dahang. They have 3 kills, 4 kills. It is all Team Liquid in that kill feed. They will not get shut out in these semifinals against FNRGFE. Now 2-1 in favor of the team with the impronounceable name as we go on to a 4th map.
FNRGFE?
What?
You see, if you say FNRGFE, there's no, like, E in the end. You're inserting an E to make it work.
Wait, am I?
I mean, it's probably, we could do, like, the elements, right? What's
you'd have to say
FE is
FNRGFE.
Oh, GFE.
Yeah, because there's no E in the middle. But, don't see this very often, but well earned.
Yeah, Dahang played a really nice Sombra, which I think bodes well for them going forward in the future of Overwatch. To be able to flex onto the Sombra, which several European teams have struggled with, as have many North American teams struggled with. Dahang, I thought, played solid. It wasn't the flashiest Sombra play ever, especially, you know, missing a translocate over the wall wasn't great. But, you know,
Real
the good
quick.
outnumbers are bad.
If you need to add an E in there, then explain to me GNOME. Come on, checkmate. Nailed it. No, so he just shakes his head.
I have nothing to say. I am literally just shaking my head.
I think that's the only appropriate response to that. No, but Sombra, I mean, Team Liquid, not only have they shown that they can compete here against FNRGFE, but the fact that they can play that Sombra, and yeah, it was used uniquely, it is actually a good sign overall because it shows a certain degree of flexibility, and Sombra right now is a very important piece to be bringing into your compositions.
I completely agree, and it's maybe why they've had some of the success on the maps that they have, and I know that we're going next to a hybrid map, and some teams have run her on Eichenwald. If I'm FNRGFE, I counterpick and just do not choose Eichenwald. Team Liquid is 4-0 on that, and especially it's a map that you can run a Sombra on, so I'd be surprised if we end up going there. I believe probably Hollywood would be better for FNRGFE.
I was going to say, I would expect Hollywood. We actually haven't seen very much Eichenwald. But one thing I want to talk about with Sombra, because that was a very unique one. What, is it Hollywood? Okay, good.
Okay.
But anyway, with that Sombra is the hack versus Diva, because he was focusing Diva in a lot of those fights. And if you can get it off, I mean, obviously nullifies a very important part of your opposition's comp.
It is difficult to get the hack off on the Diva, but he was able to manage it there at times, which, of course, forces Cool Matt back, gets rid of a lot of the pressure that FNRGFE likes bringing in. So, yes, the Sombra did work out really well in that respect this time around.
We talk so much about identifying the problem and identifying the strength for the other team, and while the talent is rather evenly distributed on this FNRGFE team, it's very clear that Matt had been an issue, and he's been an issue for a lot of teams, so you just focus him, and that's why Matt was dying first in a lot of these occasions. It wasn't just the Sombra, but they would send 2 after him and just get rid of the Diva.
And that's the thing is, if you're Cool Matt, you're thinking, oh, I can be in this position right now because if they start focusing me, you know, as a tank, you want them to focus you, first of all. I can throw up the defense matrix, toggle that defense matrix to stay alive, as well as get out to my healers in time. Well, you've cut down that time, seriously, if you can't use defense matrix. And as soon as they started focusing that Diva, it ended up working out very well for them. But as we had mentioned, it is going to be Hollywood where we'll be going next for game number 4. I mean, there are some different pack rooms you could potentially play Sombra on Hollywood. It's not something we see a lot. We haven't seen it since Complexity, honestly. And that was
playing Sombra the entire time would be rough. I mean, it's not entirely unprecedented. The biggest thing I would say here is that FNRGFE has been really good about focusing down main supports. And it was said half in jest, but it is harder to kill someone who is cloaked and teleporting around versus diving on Dahang when certainly he was on the Mercy, and even on the Ana, he was getting isolated pretty hard on Gibraltar. So I would say for Dahang, if he's not on a Sombra, the key there is that he needs to be well protected because that was an Achilles heel for Liquid in the first 2 maps.
Well, we saw Sombra earlier today on Hollywood Last, both sides.
Yes.
I mean, actually, FNRGFE ran it as well. So Banny ran it, as did Mangachu on the other side. I think you have to have your support run it there, but it's a closeout strategy because, again, I mean, really, you can tell which maps are going to be good for Sombra based on where are there big packs around. It's not that hard, right?
So, like, is Sombra good? Step number 1, where are the packs? Where do you want to fight?
Well, generally, you need a mega, at least somewhere in reasonable distance of the rest of your team, because that charges it so fast. The minis are fine to deny and to take away and just to have as extra, but if there's not a mega-sized pack there, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I think about like Oasis. You go to University, and there's a mega down below, which is perfect for if you're running D.Va and Winston, and then you have some minis on the sides for your DPS who might be flanking. It's almost the perfect example of where you might want to use it. And in fact, looking at this, why didn't Dehang play it then? As well, of course, Team Liquid, maybe they feel comfortable on it on some level, but not apparently as much as FNRG, as they were the ones that brought it to Oasis.
I'm really liking Hollywood today, and traditionally I always do because I like sunshine on my shoulders, makes me happy. But this one, Hollywood is like, I don't know, I dare say it's taking a step towards Numbani. We're seeing a lot of different stuff on Hollywood, a lot of different compositions. You can't really guess exactly what any team's going to do. Some teams like a Reaper, some teams like a Sombra. You can run a Pharah. There's everything. Everything's available.
Everything can also change. I mean, even as much as we'd like to extol the virtues sometimes from being on the high ground for certain heroes, some teams don't even prioritize it, even on the defense when they have time to get up there. So there's a lot of different ways to approach Hollywood on its multiple points. I think last is perhaps one of the more intriguing just because teams do oftentimes get through there really quickly, so figuring out a good defense can be troublesome. But at all stages, Hollywood can not only fascinate you, but you can also see a lot of swap-ups depending on the teams playing.
Well, here and while teams get their conversation set up so we don't get trolled with a Torb or something again, what's your favorite Alien movie, as we were just in the Aliens bit?
Favorite Alien movie?
You can just say Alien, I guess.
Yeah, I would actually just go, I would go with the original. I thought the original was like really creepy at the time. Similar to how the original Terminator, I feel like, was the best also.
Probably. I wasn't thinking of that specific one. I was thinking Signs. You ever see Signs? M. Night Shyamalan.
Oh, you were thinking Alien movies in general. I thought you were just asking Alien the franchise. Like, can I just go with the original?
Yeah, it's clearly the original anyway. New one's out. Signs scares the heck out of me. I don't know. I'm terrified of it. Also, Fire in the Sky. No one watched that ever. It's so frightening.
You realize people are going to watch that now.
I know.
You said not to watch it.
It's good.
Because now you've made it controversial. If you just said it was Meh, no one would care.
Well, it's not Meh, so they should watch it. And by that I mean don't watch it. Rotation in, out over the top. Bud's is going to take this high ground right away. Offense coming out in pretty standard fashion here. A 2-2-2 for FNRGFE. Defensively, they're running both a Sombra and a Zarya. And a Reinhardt.
The Sombra caught Buds completely off guard. Shatter picked the right moment and just got the hack right in. And FNRGFE gonna have to deal with this defensive Sombra again, but this time, it's, as mentioned, it's not being played by Dehang. It is going to be played by Shatter, so it is a setup that involves 2 supports and a Sombra. So this is a very tanky, survivable setup, and it's really relying on AZK to do the bulk of the damage.
This is fine to run 3 supports, I think, if you're going to run tank heavy the rest of the way. Just get that sustainability going on and make it very difficult for the offense to push in. You want to have the sustainability because if you can get your tank ults up, you can end fights. Grab, Urshad are amazing ultimate abilities.
Shadow right now, though, under pressure in the cafe. Gets healed up by a very timely bio nade. Keeps him in the fight, lets him drop the EMP, and Team Liquid pushing right back on the FNRGFE, who appears to be almost stumped right now at how to break through.
Trying to hide in the corner as Banny gets punished for that as well. Liquid seems to have a pretty good defensive setup here. They've stalled him out so far. First couple of pushes already in the books with nothing of note written about them. And now it's getting under 2.5 minutes.
One key thing that's striking out if you compare this map to the maps being played before, Liquid plays much better with Sombra, and now Fury has Graviton up for this next fight. He's going to chase down FNRGFE. He has this Graviton waiting. He drops it right there. They can't do anything about it, and it traps them all in, forces out the Transcendence. Smart stuff coming out there by Fury.
Yeah, super cute rotation there. They didn't get the kills on it, but I like the concept at the very least. It did force out that Transcend. However, on the swing back, there was a couple of kills here from FNRGFE.
I don't blame Fury for that. I do think there needed to be follow-through ready. It was a nice Graviton in concept, but without the follow-through, FNRGFE able to shrug it off with the Transcendence and roll onto the point to take it.
Difficult to find the follow through there. Maybe a pulse bomb would have been nice to have ready there to go into it to, you know, get that burst damage in, but also the defense matrix was up. It's almost a case of trapping too many people with the grab. There's too many options for them to stay alive in it.
All right, so FNRGFE moving right back over, has the Dragon Blade at the ready, and we'll see if they can build up some key momentum. And here's another shot of this Graviton. The thing about the Graviton is that even though they grabbed it there, I think Fury thought that more people were ready than they were. He was focused on the opportunity rather than the follow-through. Yeah. And that hurts.
Follow-through should have been maybe even a Reinhardt charge, get someone out of there, or maybe one of the, get the Transcendence out of there. Something should have been there. There's a lot of options, but nothing was. Still, there is going to be this defensive Sombra. Shatter remains on this. He does hack packs. He's going to find probably EMP.
Goodbye. That is the Zenyatta delete button, and it is very effective.
Zenyatta, aka Felicia, by Felicia right there. 2 go down. That has been a nice part of this play here. A lot of Sombra on Hollywood lately. Yet again, Liquid with some ultimates up. Mezer's off the Reinhardt, which makes a ton of sense for this point, but Fury still on the Zarya.
Fury's still on the Zarya, and it doesn't really seem like Liquid is going to get off the Sombra here, and honestly, why would they?
Yeah.
They were losing pretty bad against FNRGFE. Pre-Sombra, they are winning and in a more dominant position with. So this is working out for them. We'll see how long it does. Fury, another Graviton up for this next fight.
Yeah, he's ready to go. They're going to have to try to find something. The FNRGFE has not changed much here. Buds will have a blade and Clockwork has a pulse bomb. So those are fight-defining ultimates. Another grab comes in up over top. Grabs people below, still no real follow-up. Banny does go down.
Yeah, they get Banny at the very least. I just hope Fury isn't outthinking himself on some of these grabs here. It's like, haha, geometry.
Yeah, it's cute because it catches them in these weird spots, but it's bad because it catches them in these weird spots where your team's not in position to necessarily help out.
Yeah, if your team is ready to help out, that's fine, and in that case it worked out, but it does make the fall through a little bit more difficult.
Right.
In any case, they've burned off a lot of time. FNRGFE has to go through most of second with only 2 minutes remaining here. Time becoming a bigger factor, and they can't make this a good fight, Hex. It is looking pretty grim. And oh, good night. A beautiful sleep dart by Dahang. Sleeps Muma in midair. And that definitely helps Team Liquid's case as they try and deep dive in.
Yeah, Dahang has always been good on every sort of support, but look at this Zarya play here from Fury. I haven't seen a ton of Zarya throughout the entire tournament, and he is making a case for it right now. Always looks good when you're at 80% charge. Mezer dives in on the cleanup, and it has been all Liquid in second point. Going to be difficult for FNRGFE as we near 90 seconds on the clock, as they're going to have to push into yet another electromagnetic pulse.
It honestly feels like a tale of two series here. I thought that this series would be very close across the board, but
it didn't look like it.
Yeah, we've been seeing dominance from Team Liquid running the Sombra and dominance from FNRGFE when not against the Sombra. It is the most basic comparison of the two teams right now, and it's here comes Widowmaker because why not?
Yeah, I guess because why not? Butts hasn't found any success otherwise. Cool Matt even is going to switch off onto the Soldier 76. They're just trying to get more damage in here. They've not been able to secure any kills. They're going to Sound Barrier to try to get in on this. They grab a couple, but it is Fury who chunks it down.
And just when you think you're safe, the Fury comes for you as if a storm. Graviton, of course, sang that up, but he was charged up and lobs in some secondary fire for a huge effect.
Yeah, just a simple 5K from Zarya. Who says she's not valuable? Totally is. Let's take another look. I enjoyed it.
Everyone was pretty low just from the cleave damage coming in. The Winston was a big part of that. Yeah. And, of course, the Sombra, but man, brutality on the way in. And now for FNRGFE, it is 25 seconds remaining. The try and reverse course against the Sombra that they have not been able to deal with. But now Shatter's on the Diva, so maybe there's a hope.
Well, they deep dove in, trying to get something going in the back lines. Meanwhile, AZK has taken out a big source of healing in Boink right there. Buds does find a kill under Rafa. This is when Widow can be sunk up. 2 kills for Buds as he blinks both supports.
Surprise! Here comes Widowmaker and Buds. He's done this before and he's doing it again. We're in overtime and yet Widowmaker, of all heroes, coming back out and perhaps opening the door. And I mean, perhaps good omens here for FNRGFE where they don't have to worry about getting EMP'd for the first time in a map and a half.
At the very least, they're going to get a lot of push off of this. That has already been 30 to 40 meters that they've gotten just off the play of Buds. They're going to have a nano boost and a visor and a pulse bomb. Pulse bomb comes in, Clockwork does not find everything he's looking for right there.
I mean, it does connect and do damage, but it's not enough to take him out. Dahang was right on with the heals, spot on in fact, but the nano boost coming out here from FNRGFE. Muma deep diving in, doesn't have a Primal Rage, but is more tanky with that on. Buds repositioning for picks, but might be too little too late. The Graviton from Fury sets up his team well. and Team Liquid stops FNRGFE just short of the second point.
Just a little bit shy of completing Westworld there for FNRGFE, despite some hero plays out of Buds. I gotta say, MVP there was Fury. And we talk about his Diva play and his 76 play, but it clearly a pretty wide pool. And I really like the composition that they ran there. Just bring tank heavy, triple support, make everyone healthy, get EMPs, and it's just a thing of beauty right here.
I think the thing that's scary is that even if FNRGFE is able to, say, survive this and take the 5th map, I kind of feel like Team Liquid has been discovering a blueprint here, which is that FNRGFE is not playing well against Sombra, period.
Yeah.
It's a clear divide between the two where, and Immortals can run a good Sombra, but I wonder if they look at this and go, maybe we should mix it in even heavier because these guys clearly have some issues in adapting to it.
The problem would be is that the 5th map is going to be on control again, and the controls remaining maybe not the best for a Sombra either.
Also not the best map for Team Liquid. So
yeah,
this has been valiant from Team Liquid so far, and a statement to potentially now bring this back up for, say, Game 5. Certainly we are well out of speedrun territory, and yet they still have to get through FNRGFE territory, even should they win Hollywood.
Yeah, FNRGFE tried a bunch of different things, finally was able to break through just by adding in as much damage as humanly possible. When you're going against a composition that's really relying on its sustain, which you can tell by the number of tanks and the number of healers that you have, or even just an Ana there means that you're probably going to go a little more towards sustain in some of those situations. Just throw as much damage as humanly possible at it and hope that something happens. They've got the mechanical skill to be able to pull that off. FNRGFE right now is going to be on defense. They have to stop Team Liquid before second point to advance to the grand finals against Immortals in Overwatch Contenders Season 0. Team Liquid running out on the offense. Do you see anything of note here, ZP?
Well, Team Liquid on the offense are going back to their bread and butter. Dang's going to be on the Zen, Shatter on the Genji, and you got to think Shatter is going to be getting timely Discord orbs on his targets and a Harmony orb on him most of the time. So Shatter will be very much empowered here in this map. And frankly, FNRGFE has not been known for great defense here so far, so we'll see just how long they can hold here on first. But that would be one of their conditions for victory, right? A hold on first.
It would be definitely one. It's before second, so yes, a hold on first would be fine. Coming into the cafe, trying to get a lot of dash, a lot of damage, no kills.
That was a great bio-nade by Banny. Hit everyone there on FNRGFE, kept them alive in the cafe when otherwise they might have been cleaved down. Very crucial for keeping FNRGFE in this fight, as now they're looking to push things back out, and they might just hold back Team Liquid for now. Sleep Dart adding a little bit of extra snooze to Team Liquid's repertoire.
It's a nice start there, just to really put down the Matrix. We forget that that is one way to really negate a Diva. There's a lot of different ways. It used to be trying to sleep the Reinhardt so that the shield would go down when the shield battles are there, but the Matrix is the new shield.
The barrier is coming in here, and FNRGFE cannot counter support ult with support ult, and instead, the cafe has become a zone of death. Shatter moving in, Blade slicing through. Only gets one towards the end, but so much damage being done. We'll see if it's enough, as FNRGFE very much bloodied here on this point, and it doesn't really seem like they're going to be able to keep up contesting point A. And not when AZK chases you down like that.
You kind of knew the writing was on the wall when the Discord came on the screen for Clockwork, that someone was going to be there for the follow-up. Team Liquid will grab first point here. Going to be a little shy of 5 minutes to take it to second through Westworld.
And FNRGFE looking to reset up on second. And remember, second is where this must end. Team Liquid has 4.5 minutes to get through a relatively short area. So FNRGFE at this point has to be nearly perfect. They can give maybe one fight.
Maybe. It's a long ways, though. There's a couple of bends in this. It's just going to be... I don't like that they don't want to fight just yet. I think you should fight up front here. They will initiate the fight. Transcend forced out.
Transcend's coming out here. FNRGFE rolling in from the back, deeply diving into Team Liquid here, and not getting as much as they want. Matt going down first, so is Buds. A lot of the power of FNRGFE is down, and AZK, plenty of room to work with here as he looks for some cleanup. Not where you want to be as a Zen. Under assault from both flanking DPS. I appreciate the attempt at self-defense.
He got one.
Yeah, he did. He got AZK.
So, moral victory, Pyrrhic victory, whichever way you want to swing that one there, but they are rolling through onto this cart. FNRGFE has not looked good on this map, period, end of statement. Pulse Bomb is going to be there, ready to go. And if I see another Baby Diva get a mech, I'm going to lose my mind.
Well,
it's
prepare to lose your mind, because it's going to happen. FNRGFE here, they're going to have to win something like 6 to 7 fights in a row. doesn't seem super like it. No, baby Diva DPS coming into the back line. Is that going to be the end? Maybe. We'll see. AZK able to get to the back. Team Liquid with a man advantage once more. You do see Fury get back into the mech, and Team Liquid on what could be their victory push. They drop the beat, and they are swarming all over the payload.
Couple of kills there, and it does look like Hollywood will come to an end unceremoniously as 2 members of FNRGFE just watch the limo go to its final destination. Not really that surprising there. As now we go to yet another map 5. Wouldn't have it any other way.
It's been a good day of Overwatch. I will note, though, for FNRGFE that they just seem like 2 different teams, and that time it didn't really even involve a Sombra on the second half. It was rough. I mean, granted, defending at that low amount is difficult, but overall, I'm not really sure defense is FNRGFE's forte across the board.
I think defense is much harder to come by, and it comes by practice and working together as a team for a while. And again, I'm making excuses, I know, but this is a team that is full of veteran players, but not as a team. This is a relatively new team. If you look at their match history, it's only for contenders. They formed just for this. And even that said, Matt just came on last week or so. So offense is something it's easier to call, it's easier to coordinate. Defense is a little more difficult.
Well, and you need to know what they're bringing at you. So
Right.
it involves also even more research as to what is my opponent going to bring. And now let's, as a team, get around how we're going to stop that. Well, Team Liquid, they didn't look that good in those first 2 maps, but they seem to be focusing in the right areas now. And we saw it. You didn't see the Sombra this time around. They were using that Sombra largely to nullify D.Va and then, of course, to do other Sombra things, which Cool Matt has been a big part of this. In this time around, they actually were able to nullify the 76 in a lot of regards. And Buds in that cafe did not have free high ground on defense. And Team Liquid, they just seem to be finding them in all the right spots.
Look, they looked bad when Tahang was unable to defend himself, but we've seen that he can defend himself both on Zenyatta and even on the Ana. He's a very capable player. You saw the jump-ins come on him a couple times, just putting Winston to sleep. So they've gone back to what they're most comfortable on instead of trying to force themselves into a meta that they think they should be running.
They have, and I will note here, I'm just curious what Liquid's path to victory is on the last map, which my guess would be Nepal going forward, because they did look very weak on control. It's not their best mode. And even going back earlier today, FNRGFE looked very strong control. And I think part of it might come down to the entire idea that FNRGFE is not great at things requiring set play and practice. And control is something that can be more forgiving towards that sort of team. And it will let FNRGFE play more towards whatever their skill ceiling might be.
That said, it is going to be Nepal. First of all, it's very different than Oasis. So if I was a betting man on just control points, of course, FNRG, I'd give them Oasis every time. Nepal's a little bit of a different story. It is definitely going to be still a lot. It's going to be different than Hybrid or Assault. The question is this Liquid being strong on map types that they were more prepared for, or is this Liquid coming back mentally and in their play?
I mean, it's possibly both. Nepal's an interesting one. There is little data on Team Liquid's control maps, but they are 2-0 in recent history on Nepal. It is probably their best control map. I do see possibilities for Sombra here now that I think about it. Maybe even Shrine. There's the pack in the lower room that you can kind of play around and get to. There's one on the outside as well. So I'm expecting almost anything here. I wouldn't be surprised with a Pharmacy combo. Wouldn't be surprised with Sombra. You're right. Control can be a little more brawly, but of all the controls, this one is a lot more set plays, set team fights.
I'll object to one thing. I would be surprised at Fair Mercy combo, because I think that it's a big difference here, is that Liquid thought they could run the Fair Mercy successfully back on Oasis. Clearly not. Even if they normally run a Fair Mercy here in Nepal, I really think they should rethink that decision and not run it here.
No, I was actually meant for FNRGFE. Yeah, because they actually showed that they would run the Fair Mercy earlier.
I can see them running
And then my question is, how is Team Liquid going to respond? One thing that we've seen other teams respond to the Far Mercy, it depends on the map, of course. We have seen it on Nepal, though, is more of a tanky lineup. And they've already shown that they like that. They played it on, of course, first Hollywood, which is one of the points you can still play that on. And I actually thought Fury Zarya looked very good. The question is, would they be able to bring out multiple tanks. And I mean, how would that fare, I guess, against Pharah Mercy?
I think they're capable of running triple tank against a pharmacy. And in Nepal, there's a lot of stages where you can do it on. Shrine seems like it's wide open and it should be pharmacy playground. But if you have a diva just rotating around and eating all those rockets, it's never that great of an idea. There's a lot of answers. I think AZK still can be an answer for them on the pharmacy combo because I think his 76 and his tracking is very good. Again, we haven't talked about him too much just because he's just doing his job. He's not doing anything wrong. He's not making huge flashy plays, but he's doing his job very well.
You mentioned a little bit about Fury and the Zarya, and I actually think that's something they should consider experimenting with. I don't think it was the worst for Renegades when they put Mangachu on the Zarya, and just something that can apply a little bit more pressure than Matt in these situations could very much help. And the Zarya was great, so why not try running it on some points, particularly the more closed-in points. Like when you get into Sanctum, I think you can very much make a Zarya work there.
Yeah, and one thing I want to just mention about Zarya is we saw a few quote-unquote failed grabs. But really what it came down to is they didn't have enough follow-up or they weren't in position to follow up. And so that's something that you can shore up. Well, first of all, don't bring 3 supports. That immediately means you have less follow-up. But the grabs themselves were spot on. And so we're going to see if they bring that out here as we're looking at FNRG versus Team Liquid in the last semifinal match, looking to find out which of these two teams is going to take it into the finals against Immortals. Is it going to be FNRG finalizing their 3 wins, or is it going to be Team Liquid with the reverse sweep?
Team Liquid with the reverse sweep would be a story indeed. I mean, FNRGFE could still be proud of their progress in the tournament, but that would be bitter. It'd be bitter to swallow given how they started out the series.
Absolutely. And, you know, as a team without necessarily an official sponsor, cash is cool. I like getting more money. Cash prize still on the line. Of course, that is not all that important online. It's, of course, getting to Overwatch Contenders Season 1. How appropriate is it that Fury is playing Reaper? I mean, I'd make fun of that guy in ladder. I'm like, oh, your name's Fury and you play Reaper.
I mean, I would expect him just to be the edgiest person ever. I mean, he would be so edgy that if you shook his hand, your hand would be bleeding.
Yeah, it's a close shave with that guy. Fury is going to switch over to the Diva instead, so no Reaper on the menu. But as we mentioned, possibility for the pharmacy is high as Buds and Banny team up for the side of FNRGFE.
And both teams right now just trading out poke, neither going too deep here. AZK probing for weakness into the back. Team Liquid definitely getting poked down a little bit harder. They're going to lose Fury immediately, but Bonnie is down. Shatter getting the Mercy damage into the back. But it will not be enough here. FNRGFE is able to rotate around and get the better of that. Banny's life was well paid for.
Shatter soloed that combo. He got both of them actually towards the end. Genjis have really figured out how to be anti-air Genjis, and good for them. But meanwhile, the ground war went all in favor of FNRGFE, and Buds and Bonnie probably throwing some rockets over the top here momentarily when they get back in. But Team Liquid not going to allow that to happen as they want to rush in.
Nope, Team Liquid coming right back up. Buds holding way back, laying down damage-boosted rockets, just hoping for a pickoff from afar. Clockwork finds AZK in that Tracer-on-Tracer battle, so relatively even back and forth. Both Tracers out of it to hang with a little bit of revenge, but Banny goes for the tempo res, brings it back up to 6, which means they do have a 6v5 here, Hex.
Completely smart. They've done so much damage over there, too. It's going to be Sound Barrier come off versus Transcendence. Sound Barrier generally a little better for that. Boink and Muma will fall. Buds has been back in the mix in the sky, but yet again, Banny goes down to Rafa of all people. Must have been on the ground.
Banny is going to fall, and Team Liquid slowly bringing this one right back. They do need to get full control of the point, though, even as FNRGFE is starting to bleed people. Clockwork just dashed through and taken down, and Matt will be the last one to fall. Well, he was really trying to be the last one to fall. He was looking for the cliff.
Shatter's played really well. This is the time I start questioning the pharmacy combination, and it's as simple as much more difficult, much less usable when you don't have control of the point. Gonna have to try to find an angle. But not surprised me to see them rotate around through the right side and try to take cover behind the building while firing rockets over the top. Meanwhile, some pressure will come in the point. That's smart, gets them out of position, maybe in position to eat some of these rockets.
Buds again, just in the sky, not really under a whole lot of pressure here just yet, looking for any targets to lay the damage into, but Team Liquid not wanting to give up, dropping the barrier and coming right back in. It's gonna force FNRGFE back a bit, and yet they don't lose anyone here. Matt bears the brunt of the damage, still up and alive, under heavy pressure, finally loses the mech, but it's not enough for FNRGFE here. They lose Matt, they lose Clockwork, and yeah, the resurrection comes in, so maybe they can turn it, but still seems a little bit rough.
The reses have been good. One of the big issues I'm starting to have with the pharmacy combo is Buds just isn't hitting rockets right now. He's just not hitting the rockets. It's as simple as that. No, I'm sure he has days where he hits rockets, but Farah is like that, where some days you're just an inch off or here or there, and you're not going to get the damage you need. However, res has been very important for him. Regardless of that res, they've been only able to pull it back yet.
There's a little bit of delay there. Rafa will end up falling. And I don't know about this. They're delaying here at the Transcendence and hoping the Dragon Blade can bring it back, but this is gambling on Cheddar, and hey, it might pay off. He does get 2, so that's more than you can expect in that situation sometimes. So maybe this has worked out for Liquid. They're still not in a dominant position. Buzz will get a bit of cleanup. However, that combo did buy them an extra 10, 15%.
Oh, this has been totally fine as they've been able to stagger people back in. They get off the point at the very last second, but it's probably fine. They're 93% now, 1 fight away, and actually that res is going to be forced out too. So not only did they stall that out, they forced out a lot of ultimates that necessarily didn't need to come. And now only Clockwork's gonna have his Pulse Bomb. Liquid 1 fight away.
Well, they forced out ultimates, but it also did come at the cost of Transcendence and Dragon Blade, so it was hardly that. I mean, they got extra percentage as a result. The problem is for Liquid is that because they're taking a while to set back up, this could be their final attempt at the fight. And Luma with Primal Rage alone can stall this out quite a bit. So this is going to be interesting. I think FNRGFE is in a slight position of advantage here when you combine positioning and ult economy. But here we go. The next fight is underway. Liquid coming in from the side. The Primal Rage will be forced out immediately, but Luma able to throw to hang off. And that Primal Rage proving very integral to FNRGFE's defense here.
Luma's been great all day. His rages, his aggression, and being able to get out alive. And that is most of the kills on the docket for FNRGFE. They will clean up the first stage, 2 stages away here on Nepal for moving on to the grand finals.
So FNRGFE, despite a rough 2 maps that they had to endure, they are looking good on Control all the same, but Liquid is looking much better than they did in the first round of Control, so Nepal's definitely more their speed.
This is the nice thing about the Mercy ult, though, is that Buds is able to play really aggressive with that. He's 3 feet off the ground in the face of people, and he barrages, because he knows he's got a second life. He's going to be brought back to life. And even though I thought he had some of a rougher game, the fact that they were able to keep Banny alive as well as they were and get those resurrections was probably the reason that they won that stage.
Let me ask you this. What do you think of the bold no D.Va strategy coming out here from Team Liquid?
Generally don't like it. I think D.Va's pretty good in this meta. And now it's going to be... They better out-frag Buds. That must be the issue there, because they don't have any other way to stop it.
Because for me, FNRGFE gets a much more powerful dive here with Matt protecting everyone. He can be in the thick of everything, protect 3 people while they're doing unfettered DPS. So I feel like this is putting a lot of pressure on AZK right now as he creeps to the back, because if they engage right now, it's a 6v5.
Yeah, it's just a different style that they're going to opt for more damage rather than damage reduction. But it does appear that Cool Matt chose correctly there. Able to boop off Winston and get Shatter there. That is a quick 5 kills from FNRGFE. And Fury on the 76. They wanted to just more damage and did not work out at all. You give up a lot when you give up a D.Va.
They can't straight up fight FNRGFE here. That's the problem.
Right.
Defensive Matrix is going to be nullifying half of their damage outright. I don't know. This is
How do you even get in now? I mean, it's a hard map to get in on to begin with, and try to do so with 1 tank is even that much harder. Look how quickly that shield melts.
Shield melts rather quickly, and this is just... I'm not going to say it's mission impossible because they do find Banny immediately, but Team Liquid is making this difficult for themselves. But their flanking offense does work out this time around. They're able to catch FNRGFE a bit off guard. FNRGFE isn't able to turn that into a deep dive deathball fight. So Team Liquid is able to retake control of the point.
It's not necessarily a rock counter scissors type of thing. It's just a different style to play. I thought they were going to have trouble getting in, but they did get in, and then they scattered about. They want to triangulate people with this triple DPS to get both the dive on it, then have the consistent damage from Fury.
It's just more difficult in this case where Sanctum does give you the ability to be more clumped up and throw this in. And Team Liquid's answer here, you go into Transcendence, go in deep, and look for kills. Shadow's in the reserve with the Dragon Blade, but never found a great opportunity to use it here just yet. But now that's evened up and D.Va's out, he still could use it.
And these fights are taking place all over the place, which is really interesting that they want to scatter a little bit. I don't know why they put people on the point when this triple DPS is going to be better at responding to a spread out team rather than a death volley style coming in. And because of that, Liquid's able to get the cleanup. 2 quick kills as dashes come through from Shatter.
Cleanup describing it and then some for Shatter, where Team Liquid, they have been able to flip this on its head. Despite FNRGFE winning the first fight very decisively, Team Liquid's been able to just poke from the sides and make this more their own. And this can't can't keep happening at FNRGFE. You can't keep staggering deaths like that.
They chose to split up, which I think is a really big mistake against triple DPS like that. They chose to put 1 or 2 people on the point, and you're just going to get velociraptored on by all the damage that Team Liquid has for them. That's what has struggled the last couple of fights. We're nearing 75%, and there's some alts still on the table for Liquid because they've won fights before they started. Come on!
We've seen that spot before from Soldiers before, so Clockwork split up, caught out, and destroyed to start out this fight. And Shatter, this blade going awfully close to enemy territory right now, gets one, and that's more than enough for Liquid. The only issue is that there's still the slight possibility of FNRGFE getting back on the point. They might have done that a little bit too early, and we have a pause.
Perhaps a disconnect. We're just going to pause, and we're going to get right back into it. Yeah, I just wanted to catch my breath real quick. My fault, guys. Off the edge goes Clockwork as maybe just some lag or something coming out of the pause. It was a very odd-looking play there. Maybe didn't hit his blink on time. Something went awry, and that awry means that Liquid very likely going to tie this up 1-1 on Nepal unless some sort of miracle happens. I don't see it happening.
Well, credit for Team Liquid there and breaking that, and also just coming back, because the very beginning of that did not look good for them at all. And they were still able to get around, split up FNRGFE, and really mitigate some of the benefits that the D.Va can give them.
Yeah, I just think that at that point in time, I don't know why FNRGFE starts spreading out a little bit. They need to be in this area where they're all together. That's what helps deal with Fury, that you can just, everyone sit in the Matrix, everyone gets the protection, and they started putting people all over the place, got a little too big for their britches there, and were punished for it.
Well, it is 1-1, and remember, what is at stake here is a date with Immortals in the Grand Finals. The loser will be done in Contenders, but of course, both of these teams have qualified for Season 1.
We're essentially best of 3 on Nepal now to see who goes on to the finals.
And bear in mind for Team Liquid, this is a reverse sweep that's at stake, so that'd be pretty good for them if they're able to bring this one back.
And pretty disheartening for FNRG.
Yeah,
let's be equal opportunities here. Well, they are rolling in here. No Sombra. I thought this might be a stage you could see her on it if a team really wanted to run it and wanted to force it in.
Very well could, and for now, we're not going to see the Sombra. FNRGFE wins the poke war a little bit more decisively. Fury already out, which means this could snowball pretty badly. If Matt dives into that room, there's not going to be a lot of response from Team Liquid, and right now they are losing players left, right, and center. Decisive fight coming out here from FNRGFE.
It's a kind of a snowballing composition when you have the triple DPS. You get that 1 kill, then you're able to put out so much damage the other team can't respond to, and especially losing Fury like that. Like, that is the worst one to lose.
Well, right now is that if they're losing the D.Va v D.Va setups, I wouldn't even mind them, even if it's not as meta by... I mean, opinions go back and forth, but I do wonder, maybe go back to triple DPS in this case.
Yeah, I mean, the general consensus is that D.Va's pretty good. I think maybe running a D.Va here when the wide open areas, because Defense Matrix can guard so much area that it's important for them to switch over to it. Still, although as the next fight ensues, rather bloodless, Bud's gonna pop the visor, chases a Tracer around, then gets a D.Va in his face, gets nothing.
Contrary to the popular belief, Soldier does not always have everyone in his sights, but after the visor fades, a rocket to AZK will seal his fate, and FNRGFE burning some ultimates here to maintain control, but more than some, really. 3 very key ultimates being cashed in here to stay on here as Shatter goes for the reset.
I don't know how you really die to self-destruct there as a Lucio. There's that big pillar in the middle you can get behind. You have rollerblades, you have speed boost, but Rafa did die to that there early on. FNRGFE, 56% has not really even been that close. They've won every single fight on this stage so far. However, Shatter's got a blade, AZK's got a bomb. We are in the blades and bombs metas. Maybe Winston can drop a barrier.
If Team Liquid is going to reverse momentum, they need to do it here. Shadow's going to have to feel out the sound barrier, go in when it's either low or already used. But Team Liquid now taking an opportunity. Mezar going for the knockoff, and Matt out of the fight immediately. Fury and AZK double teaming him into the back. And this is looking better for Team Liquid here, and they haven't even had to use a blade.
Well, Mama's he's just beating up to Hang in the corner, and he's going to be able to jump back on the point and provide some presence. However, even though it was neat to take down to Hang there, I would have liked to see him on the point. I think his presence on the point would have been a little bit more valuable than it was just taking out a single support in the back line. However, 92% for FNRGFE.
92% for them, and for them, what does that mean? That means they are 1 fight away from pulling this one back. They will have attack visor next fight, but perhaps more importantly, the Transcendence. I think both Transcendences will be somewhat of a wash here. The important thing for Buds is that he doesn't think he can open with attack visor and then waste it into Dahang's Transcendence.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how these ults are really executed. That pulse bomb does not find the initial kill that it's looking for as AZK continues to dance around. FNRGFE seems focused on something over there. I'm not entirely sure if there's a kill that they're looking for.
Buds is under assault. Buds is getting hit from the back, getting hit from the front. The Transcendence keeping him alive, and he does go for the tack visor, but it's a bad time for the tack visor. Well, no, it's not that bad at all. He takes down Fury. That was the case where it swapped.
It went soldier to soldier.
It went for soldier to soldier for a second.
Fury had the bad visor. Yeah, Fury had the bad visor. No problems there as FNRGFE able to pull that off. Yeah, Fury with the respawning visor was a terrible idea. That's happened to me so many times. Don't worry about it.
Well, in any case, Buds does come out on top there and then some, and it's in overtime. FNRGFE wanting to take this round, cleaning up Team Liquid as they come back in. And now, we'll see if they can hold against Team Liquid as they try and delay. Rafa might be able to sound barrier
should
here,
be a barrier.
You have barrier, you have rage, so we have seen teams pull it back here, but it's going to require FNRGFE to misplay a little bit.
The barrier only hits 2 people there, AZK and Rafa. Counter barrier comes in, hits 4. That is going to be a much better barrier as the cleanup does come in. Team Liquid looks for a miracle to hang, switches over to the Sombra to do just that, but it is all FNRGFE 1 stage away from going on to face Immortals. If you're Immortals, which team do you think you'd rather face?
Right now, I would say you probably want to go after Team Liquid of the 2, and it's just because there are 2 control maps in the pool, and Team Liquid thus far has not looked great. And Immortals is very good at the other matchups that perhaps FNRGFE isn't good at. I mean, you can make the case both ways based on what I just said.
I mean, I don't really have an answer because I think both are going to struggle. Team Liquid has run the Sombra, which I think is a little dangerous against them, but Immortals has looked good against everyone, so I don't think it matters.
I almost feel like to defeat Immortals here, you need sort of like a fusion between the teams, where FNRGFE plays your control maps, and Team Liquid plays the other maps, and then you combine to try and take down Immortals as if they were some evil anime villain.
Is that allowed, Gill?
Yeah, 100%, yes.
we got it here first. Fusion is allowed. The players will have to merge their names, though.
Totally the rules.
Cool Rafa 69 coming at you. Anyways, we are getting back into the game. Buds once more on the Pharah into the skies.
It's been fun. Again, I think the big part of this is that they're just relying on Resurrection so much that it doesn't much matter that Buds is doing just okay. I mean, just chip damage here, but they've relied so hard on the Resurrection. And look, it kind of does zone them out a little bit. They don't want to come any closer to the combo. AZK has been having to dance around and use all of his abilities just to dodge rockets.
Well, this time around, the early opening fight goes a little bit better for Team Liquid. Buds not able to find the targets early on, and Team Liquid firmly taking the ground war. This is not something FNRGFE is going to come back from in this fight, and that will mean a first capture going the way of Team Liquid.
They're going to run the combo yet again, just because Bonnie's so close to Resurrection, that you have to continue to run it. You went in on this, you might as well continue to go in on this, but I do question, I mean, some of the damage is not quite there, not able to zone them out as well as you would like. And now they always have the option of just hiding on the point and huddling in there under the roof.
Nice pulse bomb. Immediately, it forces out the Resurrection. So it's a Resurrection for pulse bomb trade. Pretty good there for Team Liquid to open things up. And they come in with the Blade. Shatter knows that anyone he puts down is not coming back up this time. And yet, not sure Matt was the best target to go in on there towards the end. But is he going to get down? He is down! Matt not able to get back into it. And that is going to be a reset coming out here from FNRGFE.
Very difficult. I mean, look how far away this combo's had to ride. Like, they're trying to get around the edge, but they're getting denied so hard over the top. Bud's trying to get in these long-range rockets, but projectiles aren't super fast in this game. They're pretty easy to dodge at this range.
They are, and honestly, I want to see FNRGFE give up on the Pharah here. I think use the barrage, and if you don't take the point, please swap. You've been doing better in other straight-up matchups here, especially in maps like this. But Transcendent's going to come out here from the hang, keeping Team Liquid healthy on the point. FNRGFE, they time the sound barrier a little bit later to give them a window, and it works out. They take down Mezar, and now just slowly moving their way in.
Matt pulled his self-destruct through the point, then chased the Winston through the point with his pistol so that the Winston ran into the self-destruct. Great play by Matt. The barrage comes in, and they will take first point. What I think they were doing there is with all the tanks on that side, you know, you had Winston and Diva over there, they wanted to clear out that right side for the barrage so that Buds had a good angle to come in over on the point. It's one of the places you see Diva, or rather Pharah barrage in more often than not. That is a brutal kill, though, as Dahang does all his own work and takes down Bounty from the skies.
Dahang getting in on the Mercy bullying. The bully has become, or the bullied has become the bully. so to speak.
He had res too. He takes him out. That's so huge for this fight.
It's a really nice secondary fire attack, and it's reminiscent of Boombox as it opens the door for Team Liquid. Shatter comes in, takes down 2, and Team Liquid looking good.
Yeah, they're going to save this res because right now not in the spot, but they're just going to meet up with his team and spawn, change of plans. They will come out, they will have resurrection for this next fight, but it's a fight they have to win. Team Liquid at nearly 90% on this stage. We might be going to a stage 5 for all the marbles here, folks, as Team Liquid has a ton of ults to work with, and Banny will be the primary target.
Coming down to the wire here, Team Liquid, though, with a much bigger advantage on this point. FNRGFE holding on to the Pharah, but here comes Shatter. The blade is out, immediately finds Bonnie. There will be no resurrection this time, and yet, with the hang down, it is even. So both supports are out, and this could work in FNRGFE's favor as Matt was able to even the tide.
You could not ask for a better first pick, and they're still going to lose this fight. That is absolutely brutal. Bonnie out of it, but should come back in. Yeah, Mezer is trying to take matters into his own primate hands. They will finally take him out. And now they didn't even have to burn the res here.
This is going to be very close. Team Liquid has 2, maybe 3 fights to burn here. They are in a big period of advantage. They have to be careful on their ult economy. If they throw both support ults into this and it gets nullified by a resurrection, that is the worst case scenario because FNRGFE could win this fight and then really pull things back.
Yeah, Matt's looking for a place to self-destruct. You might just plop it right down in the middle point. This is the angle that you want for your barrage as well, as you might drop down and try to get it. So many ults being popped, barriers on both sides. Liquid hits everyone in that barrier.
Boink wasn't able to hit really anyone with his barrier, but there's the resurrection. It brings up 3 for FNRGFE, and that was what Team Liquid needed to avoid. They killed everyone but the Mercy who can do that, and as a result, FNRGFE is still in the point. The problem is that they weren't able to keep control during that. It flipped back over.
Yeah, Liquid at 99% now, but they will get it in the end here. Bonnie will finally fall, but he did his job just fine right there. Butts hit a barrage somewhere in there as well. So, I mean, it's just kill the Mercy. Just kill the Mercy. Easier said than done, of course, especially with these pro-level Mercies able to come in towards the end. 65 to 99. Probably, given how these fights have been going, how long they've been lasting, we might be seeing the last engagement here.
It very well could be, and Team Liquid isn't going to have support ultimates to make this easy. They're going to have to win this on general grit and determination. Same goes for FNRGFE, so first pick off here is going to be really important as both teams play this a little bit more on the basics. But no, they're capturing the point again. FNRGFE has to get back on. They don't want to give this up for free again, and they do hop back in. It's an early primal rage from Mezar trying to make room, but Muma's getting more done into the back. Mezar swinging, but Muma's the one actually hitting. But Shatter demecking Cool Matt, and here comes the blade.
Bowling for Dollars came in there, did not get any on the self-destruct. Liquid able to turn it back over. They just grab it even though there's people alive on the point. Bounty falls during that with resurrection. And with that, much like the hopes of FNRG, of closing this out, they lost 2 key cogs in this fight, ZP.
They lose 2 very key cogs, and again, FNRGFE was not able to keep their focus on the point. It meant that they had to come back in a panicked manner. And yeah, this best of 5 is going to a 5th and final round. And remember, for Team Liquid, this would be a reverse sweep, so this is going to be the determining factor, not only for who gets into the grand finals, but how salty FNRGFE might feel. And this is bad for them. This is not the RNG they wanted. They have gone back to Sanctum, which they had some trouble with, where even though you'd think the Diva would give them more of an edge in close quarters, Team Liquid was able to just run them around on the outskirts and get the edge on them. So if FNRGFE cannot adjust and fix their mistakes from last time, Team Liquid will be moving on.
They will run that exact same composition as last time. Triple DPS. Fury will be on 76, Shatter on Genji, AZK on Tracer. They need to find the adjustment here, and it was just Liquid. They need to not spread out. I thought FNRG did themselves a disservice by spreading out too often. Stay within the defensive matrix.
They're at their best when they can death ball into the other team right now, no doubt about it. They are getting flanked from the backside, and they are getting forced back a bit. So Team Liquid trying to make the most of space here, multiple attacking angles, and getting around the defensive matrix. So we'll see just how effective this is. But Manny, under assault in the back. It was AZK into the back line, but he's able to get away and get healed, but it draws FNRGFE back, which lets Team Liquid come in from the front.
They put a little pressure on the point now, too, as they try to get them out of position. What I liked is that Clockwork was set up to check AZK, who he knew was going to be coming through Mega. Muma is the first to fall, though, to Mezer.
He's the first to fall, but that can be very deadly when you're up against this DPS-heavy setup, because once you lose one against a setup like this, and that one being a tank, you can't really defend the rest. There's just too many threats, too much firepower, and Team Liquid, with the first control, now on their way to facing Immortals if they can hold on for another 90%.
This was the map they looked so good on, and this is the question I have, is how does FNRGFE come back in here? There's going to be so much damage from every different side. They're going to be peeking around a little bit as well. Boink might have to just burn the barrier just to gain entry. One of the harder maps to get back in once you've lost control of the point, 25% for Liquid.
Oh, the Pulse Bomb just donated into Matt's waiting Maw there. Not what AZK was looking for. Now we'll see if FNRGFE can make the most of this opportunity. They don't have to worry about Pulse Bomb just yet. And Mezar falls. Was diving in with AZK because of that. And this is a good opportunity. The Transcends comes out, but it's not really hitting too many people here.
Stall.
Yeah, it's not great for them. And FNRGFE should be able to retake.
And we talked about how bad it was for FNRGFE to lose a tank. They have 2 of them. Team Liquid only has 1. So when they lost Mezar, that was essentially over right then and there. However, 50% on the clock for Liquid, and they do have a bevy of ultimates.
Liquid has many a way back into this fight. FNRGFE, it's going to be tough. I mean, the one thing is that they do have the Transcendence, so if Shatter just thinks he can barrier blade his way in, he might be in for a rude awakening. He has to save the blade for the right moment. But Mezar's going to leap in, and they get Buds immediately. The Transcendence is late, and that could very well cost FNRGFE this fight. Because Buds dies early, not in the trans, it means that Team Liquid can come in and clean up everyone.
Just a great dive right there. There's no other way to say it. They executed it perfectly. The dash through came down with all the rest of the damage, and Liquid flips it back over despite stall mechanics trying to come out from FNRGFE. I believe they had Primal Rage Pop. They had, I think Matt was even near the point as well.
No, it looked like Matt was on the point. That's what was just confusing me there.
Yeah.
It looked like he was right over, and Point didn't really care. But Team Liquid now 1 to 2 fights away from getting into the grand finals and completing the reverse sweep. This is do or die for FNRGFE. Clockwork has a Pulse Bomb at the ready. If you could get an early pick here, it'd be huge. But no, instead it's Buds. Gets picked early from the dive of Team Liquid. Mezar's out of the fight, though. There's no more tank for Team Liquid. Shatter's going to have to bring this one back on a blade.
0 tanks, but the onus is on FNRGFE to take the point. Shatter will pop that blade, spends most of the time deflecting. Not ideal. Will find a target on his way out, and despite that, the other DPS chime in, get a couple more kills. 95% for Liquid. It might be all over, ZP.
This very well could be it. I'm not even sure there's going to be a delay. Buds coming back in, not able to get onto the point. Boink gives up his life. Overtime ticking away. Will anyone be able to touch it? No. Team Liquid completing the reverse sweep, sending FNRGFE home. We will see Team Liquid in the grand finals coming up in just a moment.
And of all the times that Liquid has gone the other way on this, being the team that gets reverse swept, it's like, this has to be beautiful to exercise some of their demons.
The old inverse Liquid happening
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
Yeah.
What a set.
Yeah. I mean, it was not looking like it was going to be that close after the first 2 maps.
Not at all.
It looked like Immortals would be challenged in their speedrunning abilities.
Yeah, and even after Hanamura, where they brought out the creative Sombra strategy, I was like, okay, well, you can't bring that out every map, but it wasn't just that they brought back. They brought back maybe their mentality, and they were focusing all the right things in those last 2 maps, and they were able to pull off the reverse sweep. And Team Liquid, who barely got into the group stage, they made it in here.
They clearly enjoy the adrenaline rush from almost getting eliminated.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at it as. Maybe not so much of the group stage, but certainly on qualifier week and now playoff week. They have flirted with the fire, but this time they come out unburned.
I hope that the next match is pretty close, because then I think North American Overwatch is in a very healthy spot, considering how close some of the sets that we've seen today are. But Immortals has looked just that. They've looked immortal, and then we, of course, know how good Rogue and Envious are. But it'd be nice to see if the teams that we just saw, FNRGFE and Liquid, and even some of the teams we saw earlier today, can all start hanging, because it's going to make Overwatch Contenders Season 1 that much better.
Oh, I'm so excited for it already. I mean, we still have the finals left. I'm pretty excited for the finals as well. As Immortals and Team Liquid, these are 2 old teams that have gone up and down and are right now both on the uptick. Immortals definitely looking immortal, but it's going to be a very exciting match coming out here in the finals. But do we have any final thoughts on this matchup?
Final thoughts going in. Immortals has clearly proven that they are the team to beat. They have looked the most dominant by far. They have been the team that, after making changes, has really just run their way through every team. Going into it for Team Liquid, I mean, they do have experience, but they're going to have to play at a higher level than what we saw here against FNRGFE if they do want to move in.
I agree. On the other side of things, FNRGFE, as I mentioned, they just came together for this tournament. There were a bunch of guys who were like didn't really have teams. They decided that our rosters are in flux right now. Let's do a super team, if you will, and a lot of them are. But you know some of the names, some of the other names that are less familiar also had great games today. They're a team to watch out for in the future, and we will be seeing them again.
And I just want to say that if you're watching right now, anyone with money, any sponsors, pick up this FNRGFE team. Partially because they're good, but partially because we want to have a better name to say.
Oh, please.
Let's just be clear, too. If you don't have money, do not message them. That is clearly a prereq to picking up this team.
Yes, this is
Bring
important.
money.
Bring money. Also, if you're messaging me, it's actually probably...
exactly.
Just use that as a filter.
But I thought you worked for free. No.
No.
You don't make left guy rings for free.
And I'll charge extra if I'm on the left side. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, as we do have it completely filled out, except for that final. We know the teams. We don't know who is going to be reigning victorious. It is going to be Immortals versus Team Liquid. And taking a look at the rest of this event, obviously only 6 teams can make it in. And we coming into this, we had 5 of them. But let me look it up. I think I have it right here. One sec. It is going to be Renegades.
Okay.
That have made it through. They actually
Wait,
lost
is that
map
the
number
5-hour energy Detroit Renegades?
The 5-hour energy
Okay.
Detroit
I was a little bit
Renegades.
confused.
Yes. But they were able to make it through. So these are our teams coming into Season 1. Of course, on the right side, you have Europe, which we were able to finalize, well, actually, last week in the group stage, but we saw them yesterday. And in North America, joining Envious and Rogue, it's going to be Kungarna, Immortals, FNRGFE, FaZe, Liquid, and the 5-hour energy Detroit Renegades. Just taking a look at those 8 teams, is that what we expected, even coming into this week?
I think most notable is it of who is not there. LG Evil and Cloud9, of course, teams that people had probably penciled in for a little bit. It's been a tumultuous several months for LG Evil. Bird Noises to Hammers to LG Evil to the previous Overwatch Carbon series. They look good, then they look tumultuous, and now they're out, and who knows what the future holds for them. They're all young, so it's going to be a decision-making time of if they want to look forward and go on that. Envision has nothing to be ashamed of. I think they made a name for themselves, and we'll see them around in probably open tournaments, things like that. But I think it's most notable by who didn't make it.
Yeah.
I tend to agree. And even some of the teams you mentioned that didn't make it, we will see those players around. And in C9's case, I think C9 as an organization will rebound despite the setback. So you have not seen the last of them.
Yeah, and that said, when we talk about these teams that maybe we expected to be in here, it's not like there was some fluke and a far inferior team made it in instead of them. All the teams that did make it really fought hard for this. It was more that just we didn't expect some of those teams not to make it in. And, I mean, I got to give it to the teams that did, because they fought really hard. Well, I'll tell you what, this is it for us forever. No, okay, probably not, because who knows what Season 1 will hold. Of course, it's starting in August. I don't know what you guys will be doing then, but we'll have to see. Do you have any final thoughts for the stream as we close off your Contenders streak?
The fact we couldn't just figure out what teams we're going to be is why we play. So thank you, everyone, for watching. Of course, thanks Carbon, thanks ZP, Monty, Doa, everyone, Jason and Jamerson, who are here as well. Been a wonderful event. I love it here in Denver, and hopefully we will meet again.
It's been a momentous weekend. I'm just going to echo the same shout-outs rather than repeating every single name, but it's been great. It's been a great weekend of Overwatch, really a great month, and it's exciting to see the beginning of some of the more elaborate Overwatch esports plans, and I think the future is bright.
The future is bright indeed. Well, the direct future is going to be bright, as we've got one more match yet left here in North American Contenders playoffs. Don't go anywhere. More Overwatch Contenders after this.
Damage in here. They've not been able to secure any kills. They're going to sound barrier to try to get in on this. They grab a couple, but it is Fury who chunks it down to get off the point at the very last second, but it's probably fine. They're 93% now, one fight away, and actually that res is going to be forced out too. So not only did they stall that out, it turned this into his own personal shooting gallery, and he's going to use it right now, and it works out.
Welcome back, everyone. Gillfrost here again for our final matchup, and it's the finals of the playoffs, so that would be only fitting. And joining me here on the desk once again, I've got Monte Cristo and Doa.
Hi.
How we doing? Hello.
Doing good. Doing good. I mean, it was an interesting last match, wasn't it?
Yeah. No. I mean, more than I expected it to.
Which one was it? Which one
You
was
gotta
it?
decide, yes or no.
No, it wasn't in the first two maps, but then it became very interesting.
Oh, nice.
I sense some bias coming through here. That's what I'm seeing. here.
Bias? What are you talking about? You're not talking about my dress code, are you?
Perhaps.
I have been accused of some things on Twitter, which are completely untrue. Go Immortals. But no, coming into this one, before we get into our first match, let's go ahead and just pay homage to Renegades. They off-stream were able to make it through to Season 1 by finding victory against Envision Esports. So let's just watch some of the plays from that. We saw of course, some great play earlier as well, but let's just break it down for Renegades.
Well, I mean, they're a fun team to watch all the way through the tournament. We're going to see them in Season 1, so that's good. And I think they've got a really strong basis to kind of work from with that.
Yeah, I do. And even though they were showing like a lot of different heroes, I wasn't sure exactly how much of an expertise they had at different compositions, because they looked head and shoulders better when they were running the Far and Mercy combination. So I think they've still got some work to do there, even though they at least have shown that willingness to experiment.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is they have hero flexibility, but they were only looking strong with really that one combination. And so what I'm curious to see is over the next month and a half, can they utilize their new coach? Can they formulate some new strategies, buckle down, and get that kind of sharpness that we've seen out of teams like Immortals, who have similar resources in their pockets? I don't know if that's going to involve potential roster changes, or if it really is just going to be, can they change up their mentality and regroup in and of themselves to move forward? But we will be seeing them in Season 1, which is very exciting. But I want to talk about Season 0, namely this next matchup that we're going to be watching on stream. It's going to be Immortals versus Team Liquid. It's a best of 7 coming out here for the finals. And, well, I mean, originally, I would have said, man, Immortals, they're going to be raffle stomping all over with their performance today.
I'll still say that.
I think
you should go with your original thoughts on this
Go with your
one.
gut.
Yeah.
Don't second guess yourself.
I agree. It's like a multiple choice test. Always go with your first inclination.
Wow.
That's how I passed high school.
I passed it a different way by actually knowing all of the answers. No,
I just cheated.
see, that's all different strategies. See, the desk itself is a diversity.
There are many
of
roads to
strategies.
esports. There you go.
Yeah, and we all made it here, I guess.
Look at us now.
Let's go ahead and take a look at rosters. And I don't think that Immortals roster cheated to get here, although
I hope not.
They
Scandal,
certainly.
wow. What are you implying here?
No, I'm not. I shouldn't have even brought it up. But no, here they are. And we mentioned him earlier, Grim Reality and Agilities. But Agilities has just been, he has been really rough today for his opponents.
Yeah, I mean, the whole team has. I mean, they basically crush everybody. They're coming into this one 6-0. They, against Kungarna, they had like the fastest Hanamura attack I've ever seen in my life. I mean, you could not have much more of a dominating performance than Immortals have coming into this one. I mean, look at this. Look at the stuff Agilities can do. I mean, yeah, forget that FaZe Clan is taking the point right now. Just enjoy the battle.
I mean, I just think when we look at Immortals, they are looking head and shoulders above any other team we've seen today in terms of basically every aspect, but particularly the coordination and target selection, because that has been their hallmark, dividing up the enemy team and controlling their position on the map, cutting them off through various choke points as they approach, and it leads to these imbalanced fights that it's just really Immortals. It's easy for them to clean up 4v5, 3v4, whatever it is.
And we've seen that be an opportunity for other teams where they are struggling. Even Renegades had issues where when they were fighting where they wanted to fight, yeah, they were doing fine when they had the Far Mercy, but they weren't actually controlling where they were fighting.
Exactly,
And Immortals, they are dictating the terms of all of these fights.
It's also decisive too. Like when this team makes a decision, everybody goes in. Everybody's doing their job immediately, and you just don't see that type of cohesion on really any of the other teams we've seen in this tournament. tournament.
Yeah, I think Liquid, they started showing a little bit more prowess there at the end, or at least they weren't picking terrible fights, but they still weren't dictating the fights. They were getting to the back line properly. They were picking up some unique new strategies. It still was not on that same level. But let's take a look at their roster coming into this one. They're going to be trying to take it to Immortals here. There they are. Of course, we just saw them on stream. What were your thoughts watching that one in the back from this team?
Well, it was really cool to see Rafa bust out the Widowmaker for a little bit. You know, obviously he has that railgun history. He's got the history of hitting the headshots and other FPSs. So no surprise at all to see him pull that out, and it worked great. It's a cool tool that Team Liquid has to use, you know, moving forward. But you know, more than anything, this last match I felt like was a game of Hunt the Mercy, and whoever did a better job of that came out with the win on the map.
Well, I like the fact that Team Liquid showed a large amount of mental fortitude here because they started out losing every single point on Oasis, and then they got full held on Gibraltar. But after that, they completed the reverse sweeps. So despite not even taking a single point in the first two maps, they managed to come back, get it together. And not only did they come back, but they did it with a variety of compositions, whether it was multiple tanks on their Hollywood defense on point A, to even running triple DPS on Sanctum and Nepal. So they've shown this degree of versatility. I just don't think it's going to be quite enough as we see these gravitons coming in from their Korean player Fury to take out Immortals today.
And their answer has been the same that a lot of teams have been answering when they're down, is pick a different composition, you know, bring something else to the table. The problem is Immortals, what they're doing is they're bringing different play. They're not just bringing a different composition and throwing it at you. They are calculated in how they're doing it as well. And so that's my question for Team Liquid is, if they're able to bring out some unique compositions, can they actually execute them on a level that is going to put Immortals out of their comfort zone? And that's going to be very difficult. We're going to start on Nepal. That's going to be their first obstacle, is Team Liquid's.
Well, at least for Liquid, they just came off that close win on Nepal. So we know that they've got some tricks on Sanctum. We know that they are able to play a larger flanking style. But again, I think Immortals has shown that their pincer movements, their flanks, their coordination, and as you said, I think you said it very well, that they are dictating where the battles take place. And this is giving them huge advantages.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, I love the flexibility they've been showing, and I think with a few months more of practice, if the roster stays the same, which I hope it does, you know, we could see all those strategies get very developed and very useful, and then they become this team that has all these sorts of tricks they can pull out. But today, I think Immortals still has a huge advantage.
Yeah, I don't think very many people could argue with that and sound, I mean, very
Smart.
Coherent. Yeah.
Is that what you're going to say? I agree. Yeah, I agree.
And that said, it is a best of 7, so this is going to be a new test for both of these teams, as we've been doing. Well, we did best of 3s in the qualifiers, we did the 4-game sets, and of course best of 5s today. And so no matter what, it's going to be a little bit of a gauntlet, or more of a test of endurance as we go into map number 1.
Trial by fire,
Yes.
that's right. Thank you, Gillfrost. As we move into Nepal here, Immortals taking on Team Liquid. And the thing is that no matter how this match ends up, I mean, this is all a lead up to Season 1, right? Both these teams are already in. Team Liquid's got a great result regardless, but you want that first place. You want the seed, you want the cash, you want the fame. And they're going to start things off on Nepal, a map they just won on, but it was really close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very close indeed. But if Immortals, especially since we are going to be starting on Sanctum, can take this point that Team Liquid looked more convincing on than their other Nepal points right here, could be a bad omen for them. So looking to start strong, both of these teams, and from reality at least, showing the soldier right now. Team Liquid also going back to that triple DPS strategy that won them the day just about 15 minutes ago.
I love these little rooms because the basketballs are such good target practice before we go into the game. It's so useful. Don't waste your time switching to random heroes. Just shoot those basketballs. Here we go. Team Liquid versus Immortals. Little high ground battle beginning already, as it usually does. See if anyone can get the early picks. AZK coming around the side. Takes quite a few shots, so has to be careful. Down to about 50 health already before he gets a bit of healing from Dahang.
Yeah, health pack control does go over, but with the healing, does end up pushing out the other Tracer and getting the flank advantage right now. Immortals at least has the Diva to block a lot of this incoming damage, so we have to keep an eye on Hyped and see how well he's going to be controlling Fury's Soldier.
That's the question, right? Hyped trying to do just that with the defense matrix on the point right now. Immortals kind of staying out the outside, but look, Agility's already 2 kills with that Tracer, swapping it up a little bit for that one. Immortals almost takes a point back off. They're being very cautious about how they approach this, and for good reason. They do get it first. We'll see how long they can hold it.
Agility's continuing just to pull back over the flank right now, trying to find Shatter 2K, who has that Discord orb on him on the Genji, but they have control over the high ground on the point right now. So a lot of soldier damage coming through, and that's going to be an early Transcendence.
Yeah, I can help TL flip it maybe early on. They've nearly got it already. Agility's just being a bit annoying, but it looks like they should have it. All right, so 18% taken by Immortals. Have to back off a little bit as TL gets their control percent building.
So quick reversal on the point. Immortals will be waiting for Agility's Team Liquid. A couple of big DPS ults coming through with the Dragon Blade and the Tac Visor available, but they are down support ults right now. So it comes down to Kariv's timing here on the Transcendence.
Aggressive dive coming in for Immortals. There's a kill for Agilities. They trade 1-1. He gets out of there, but Transcendence used by Kariv to try to keep everybody up. Shatter kind of has to stay on the outside right now. Maybe finds a target on Agilities. We'll see if he can finish him off. Super low. Looks like he'll get away for the moment. Maybe, maybe not. No, Messer comes in and finishes him off. Meanwhile, Immortals, though, do get purchase on the point, and they will flip it back. Really back and forth round already.
Oh, man, Doa, that was such a disaster for Team Liquid. They used the Tac Visor, and they dropped the Dragon Blade as well. But Kariv managing to protect his team with that Transcendence. They are the ones who actually win the fight, and they don't commit hardly anything outside of the Trance. So they are going to have a huge ult economy advantage for the foreseeable future and should be able to take this up above 90%.
Yeah, Grim on the run there, dodges the Pulse Bomb, and the Flying Gorilla has to back away from the Genji now as he tries to get back on the point. Verbo did use the Sound Barrier, but Team Liquid seems to be kind of burning through it. Now the Sound Barrier comes in for TL, and they've got a chance to flip it back. They've nearly got it, like 0.001 seconds, and they'll be able to flip it back. Agilities falls off somehow. And with that self-destruct, Team Liquid, no, not quite having enough space to do it. Hype managing to hold for just a second here. A lot of percentage actually getting built up by Immortals during all this, and wow. I cannot believe they held on to that. That was so close.
I can't believe it either. The Grim Reality was left isolated all on his own against AZK and Mezzer and went down without popping that Tac Visor. Looked like they were going to win after that crucial pickoff, but Immortals manages to bounce back, and now they still have that Tac Visor in their pockets, and Kariv already with another Transcendence.
Oh, early Transcendence used there. As the dive comes in for TL, both Zenyatta's dropping it. Shatter 2K still has that Blade of Blood. Grim Reality goes down before he has a chance to use his Tac Visor. And here comes Fury now. We'll see what he can pick up. Meanwhile, on the point, Fate trying to stay alive. That Pulse Bomb does not connect. Agility's back down there to help his tanks out. The kills coming in for Team Liquid, though, and they might be able to flip it. Meanwhile, 99%. We are into overtime already, and Hype just trying to sustain, trying to give Agilities and Fate time to come back here. We'll see what they can do. Verbo back on the point now. Gotta watch out for those boops. Rafa trying to stay alive, trying to keep his team's hopes alive here. Gets enough time built up for Shader 2K to come back in. He got 2 kills with the Dragon Blade, but is it enough? Immortals just seems to be grinding their way to a win here, and they will on Sanctum, but definitely a competitive round.
The counter dive was so huge there from Immortals. Team Liquid was trying to focus down the enemy soldier. They would go in on Grim Reality, but the answer that Immortals was offering was to kill both support players on Team Liquid instead. And once that healing line was cut off, doesn't matter if you lose that soldier because the sustain should be able to drive your team to a victory. So the dive trades into the backline were heavily in favor of Immortals over the course of that point as a result.
Working out. Fate got his basketball skills here. Or his juggling skills, hard to tell which is which.
I always wanted to juggle with a lightning gun.
Did you?
Yeah, sure, why
not? You can
not?
juggle with basketballs at least. That's a little bit more reasonable.
No, I like my way better though.
Testful juggling.
It's flashier, you know?
Sounds fun to me. Here we go, on to Village. Team Liquid looking to tie things up here in our finals for Contenders Season 0. On the NA side of things, battle on the high ground once again. Mezzer taking up the front line, backing away to get a little bit of health back. Has to be careful here. AZK on the run as well. Fate with the early kill to Shatter 2K actually. And Immortals coming out ahead so far. they've just got them bottled up in those back rooms, and that may mean an early point take by Immortals. We'll see if they get back to the point to actually do it. Agility's back on the Genji this time. I'm happy to see him make the switch. And Immortals trying to take the point right now. Rafa says no, but there's nothing he can do. Yeah, may have gotten a little bit over-eager there as his whole team was kind of backed off. Interesting decision.
And even though they actually won the fight technically by having a man advantage, Kariv is going to solve that with that right-click headshot onto AZK. But Team Liquid wasn't in position to actually take control of the point until right now, and the delay is going to come through. Really fast sound barrier built up by Verbo. Transcendence in response from the Team Liquid side as they try to keep holding it. Another Transcendence in response to the response by Kariv. And Immortals look like they're probably going to be able to hold on to this one. We'll see. That was a big investment, though. Both of the support ultimates had to be dropped by Immortals, and Agility's also using the Dragon Blade. So Team Liquid's going to come back with a strong counter punch right here. So Rafa is right up there with the sound barrier right now. This is now Team Liquid's fight to lose. They should be able to reverse this cap. Grim Reality, unless he can get a big pick off here with a pulse bomb.
Oh, that's the idea. Building up a little bit of control meter now as TL dives onto the point, hyped on his own for the moment, gets stuck, gets popped on the neck. He gets the self-destruct off just in time. That's going to buy a good amount of time for his team to come in and get kills around the outside of the fight. We're watching the point, but on the outside, Fate, Agilities, chasing down the squishy members of TL. And that was a fight that Team Liquid really would have preferred to win.
Oh, Shatter has to dodge into the building with the orb on him still. He may go down. He's getting very low. We'll get back. No, Grim Reality finds him, cuts off his escape route back to his team. So nice stagger. Team Liquid, despite having those big ults, Rafa targeted early before he could drop the beat, and Immortals doing more with less.
I mean, they do save most of those ults. They only ended up using the Pulse Bomb, so Team Liquid can still come back with a strong push here. But at nearly 99% already, it's going to be tough even if they do take the point. Here comes a Dragon Blade. Shatter 2K looking for some shots, cuts down Kariv, goes for the other support, gets it, and Immortals, yeah, they're just going to let this one happen. I think Fate may want to back off here. Gonna die anyway, but Immortals, they can take it easy here. They don't need to really go crazy trying to defend this point.
No, they got everything that they wanted out of that. They got the sound barrier down. There is no more Dragon Blades. So the mistakes there on that approach from Team Liquid in the fight before really showing themselves, because now they have to come back from 99 to 0. Grim Reality, he's gonna drop a Pulse Bomb into a defensive matrix. Not going to accomplish much with that, but guess what? They're already on the point.
All right, interesting. Team Liquid off the point for just a moment. Fate tries to take advantage of it. He's gonna dive in now. Ooh, goes after Shader 2K. There's a Primal Rage at a time when Team Liquid may not have been expecting it. Oh, my dear Rafa, the trouble you are in right now. That is not a room you want to be in with Fate. Gonna get both supports and Immortals back onto the point again. They had plenty of time to retake this one, but they may not even require too much of it, as they are going to crush this fight.
They are, and they are going to flip it right back with 99%. Shatter 2K, maybe the last hope here if he can even get that ult up. That nope, he will flop to his death on the point.
All right. Slight overtime being extended by Team Liquid, but it is going to be a 2-0 lead here on Nepal for Immortals. Taking Village, taking Sanctum, and that means we're moving to Shrine next to see if Immortals can make it a 3-0 and take them out.
The coordination just lacking on Liquid right there. They had a chance to flip it 40 or 50%, had the ultimate economy advantage, could have pushed in, but Immortals is just so fast at selecting targets and crushing the key members with the ultimates that they don't even have an opportunity to get the proper ult series in to take back some of these points. And Immortals not going to be changing anything up right now, and neither is Team Liquid.
You know, I think we're seeing some good adaptation from Immortals, too, after that first round. You know, the supports died a little bit more than I think they would have preferred, and so now we're seeing Verbo and Kariv maybe play a little bit more cautiously, and that opens up opportunities for them to do what they did before, which is to send the tank line in, cause a lot of problems, and allow these great flanks from Agilities and Grim Reality to do their work.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Doa. And it's going to be a sort of a spread poke from the upper levels from Team Liquid. Grim Reality creeping around the back, trying to find a wayward support. And he's going to get on to Hang and nearly take him out. Immediately falls.
What a pick.
Gets the reload, and the second clip is enough to take him out. No protection for him in the back line.
Grim Reality has just been a pain in the side of every single team they've played against this tournament. It seems you know, it seems like there's too much to deal with on the side of Immortals for people to worry about Grim Reality, and he just gets to come in from the side and kill whoever he wants. And Immortals, another easily won fight, another easily taken point.
But you have to really compliment the coordination that it takes to pull something like that off, because a mistake from the distraction means that Grim Reality is going to get turned on and focused. But he's so patient, and his team is so good at telling him when that Zenyatta is alone that he's able to take him out, get that first pick off after Team Liquid is already committed and the rest of Immortals is in combat with them.
I mean, Immortals is one of those teams where you play against them, it feels like they have more than 6 people. Just so much to deal with. Team Liquid jumping on the point right now. Dehang getting very low, going down. Mezzer did kill Fate, so it was a 1-for-1 trade, but minus a Zenyatta, Team Liquid in a lot of trouble. Grim Reality has to watch out. Managed to pop Hyped out of the mech, or rather, pop Fury out of the mech. But he'll go down anyway. Sad days. Experience Tranquility. I don't know if I want to experience that right now. Luckily for Kareev, it's a fast-building ultimate, because that was not the greatest timing.
Well, it was. They were experiencing Tranquility. There was no combat on the point,
I guess it is very tranquil, isn't it? That's true. Can't argue with that.
One of the few moments of tranquility in Overwatch, but they may regret that, or I guess Agilities could just target the person with that Orb of Discord immediately. Does get killed again by Shatter, however.
Got a little bit awkward now. Shader coming in from behind. It looks like he'll be able to take out Kareev pretty soon. Yeah, Mezzer helping out there. Reflecting the lightning. Doesn't work out too well, unfortunately, for Genji. Fate with a couple kills, and that was a really scary moment for Immortals in a fight they probably should have watched, or lost rather, but they ended up holding on just barely.
They're getting so much value out of just their focus fire, because they're not even having to use ultimates to win these fights. Shatter shut down in the middle of a blade again, and Kareev threw away his trance, and they are still absolutely smashing Team Liquid on Nepal.
I know, right? Sound barriers for both teams. Here comes the Tranquility for Dehang. Maybe it's going to be enough. We'll see. Self-destruct, forcing everybody away for just a moment. Immortals coming back in again. Has to dodge the self-destruct from Fury. But man, again, around the outside of this fight, Immortals just crushing everybody. The kill feed has been all blue, and this is going to be a 99-0 victory. Immortals going to 3-0 Nepal.
Kareev with another party transcendence.
Yep, it's Disco Fever, man.
Disco Fever, everybody experiencing tranquility at the most tranquil moments. No combat necessary. No. I mean, they basically just handicapped themselves there by not using
they're playing it on hard
Zenyatta
mode,
ults.
You know? Ultless Zenyatta. He's only there for feel-good effect. I don't know. Party time. Well, Fate had a great game. Fate's been having a great tournament. Really some of the best Winston play that I think we've seen in NA, and one of the many successful parts of Immortals here in this tournament.
What do you say about that, though? Because when we look at the ult economies, when we look at the abilities that are being used and who should, in theory, be having the stronger edge in these fights, Liquid really isn't forcing anything at all out of Immortals, and they're still losing the fight. So this is, I think, a rather dire sign for this final.
A little sloppy. Honestly, at the very beginning, when Agilities was on Tracer, and they were not even looking all that good, it was a little uncomfortable, they were still able to find that point. And at that point, I kind of just knew they're doing all right, this Immortals squad is. Now, that said, they've been a little sloppy. It's hard to tell. I mean, when you're still winning points, it's hard to really judge you too much for being sloppy. I'm sure their coaches say something differently about that. But they were getting picked off. I think Grim Reality and Agilities both got picked off a few times here and there, but everywhere else in those fights, they were still winning. So,
well, Shrine was basically as convincing could be. But one of the things that is impressive about Immortals in this series, as we've been impressed by them all day, is that they, again, this target selection. Shatter tries to pull out the Dragon Blade. He goes down immediately. And they know their own limits, right? Because they're not panic-popping ultimates in response. They are instantaneously shutting down the threats without having to commit virtually any resources of their own.
They're not using their ults for fun, randomly.
Exactly. They're not panic-popping them. They might be, like slipping while they're drinking their, tea and accidentally pressing that. But, the only other thing I want to mention with this one is Grim Reality. You mentioned it. He has such freedom in these fights that he is truly enabled, because you've got a lot more to worry about going up against this team. And Tracer, I mean, I just want to watch his view for a whole match. We're not going to do that probably, but just to see when he's actually getting focused down, because when he's in a good position, he's just...
Well, he's been sneaking, right? They
Sure.
don't know where he is a lot of the time, and they're so distracted by the other 5 members that there's a breakdown in communication with Team Liquid where they're not realizing the grim reality isn't there, and they're not respecting that enough or playing defensively enough until they get that information.
Well, it really seems like they are performing the best when they've got Grim Reality on the Tracer, Agility's on the Genji, and they're able to kind of put on that pressure with Genji and the 2 tanks. When we saw the other alternative with Grim Reality on the Soldier, Agility's on the Tracer, it didn't seem quite as strong. So I like that other combo. I hope they stick to that.
Yeah, well, I can't imagine that they would switch it up too terribly much, but we will be going into Gibraltar, and this is actually an interesting pick because Liquid, they just played this, and they got full held, if I remember. Am I remembering correctly?
Yes,
I think you're right.
Yes, they did.
That's good. I remember it being quite short, I'll just tell you that.
Well, maybe they won't use the Rafa Widowmaker this time.
Yeah, or maybe they'll use it longer. You know, something has to change.
That was my thing. Is like he got the picks, but then he switched on to Lucio instead of sticking with it and trying to kind of snowball. Maybe if he would have stuck with it or did the Lucio earlier to have that sound barrier, would have worked out a little bit better. But
well, I'm hoping we get to see some Kariv Widowmaker on this map too, so that would be very exciting for me.
Support's playing Widowmaker. What a world we live in.
I like it. I like it, especially when you have players that we know have excellent mechanics like Rafa and Kariv.
Yeah.
From either their previous professional careers in other games or within Overwatch itself.
True enough. Well, here we are. Watch Point Gibraltar. Going to go ahead and try to launch the rocket at the end of the map, send the satellite into space. Apparently recall the Overwatch team, but they're already there. So is it really necessary?
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know.
Maybe they've gone back in time to launch the rocket so they can be recalled, Doa.
Maybe. You know, there's a lot of air canisters laying around in Overwatch. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah, there are.
I don't know
Pressurized
if it's helium
air. They seems very
or
dangerous.
pressurized air. Yeah. There's a ton of them. What do you need all this air for? Maybe the air isn't very good in the future.
I believe that.
It looks okay on Gibraltar. I mean, we did live in Seoul for a long time, and I could have used a couple fresh air canisters there from time to time, but...
and Rafa's still going to be looking at that Widowmaker, at least to start off this map.
Hi.
So Immortals going to be playing with the Tracer and the Genji, so they will be playing a forward defense, meaning that the Widowmaker could prove useful here.
Yeah.
It might be a clear shot on some of these flankers.
We'll see if he swaps.
Where's the Sonic arrow going? Is he going to see this up in the top?
Yeah, throwing it up there.
Looks like he didn't see it.
I'm not sure. Rafa looking for those picks early on. Fate can be sent in. Nice shot. Agilities goes down early. Rafa already showing his stuff here. And this is exactly what we wanted to see and what I think Team Liquid wanted to see too. Now, the Hang did go down early, but man, 3 picks with Rafa. He's swapping onto the Lucio, and this is, I believe, how it was supposed to work a little bit better last time, where get the early picks really quickly, switch to the Lucio earlier, and we'll see what he can do with it.
Yeah, I think Immortals there really overcommitted. They should have known that there was a possibility of that Widowmaker coming out, and they didn't respect it at all, coming out to defend against the cart right in the open, and Rafa's aim is true. And so now we see Immortals again diving forward, playing aggressively, and trying to play around this health back here in the corner.
Well, the payload didn't quite get through Car Wash, so if Immortals can hold here, it's going to be kind of tough for Team Liquid to keep pushing it. See how it works out. Looks like Team Liquid's able to keep it going, though.
Yeah, they did actually get the kill onto the Diva.
Yeah.
Pulse Bomb goes down, but no resulting eliminations. Agility trapped up here behind the boxes as he gets low, but there's the Primal Rage from Fate.
All right, Fate's got the Nano Boost, too. We'll see what he can do with it. AZK kind of on his own. Now uses the Primal Rage. Goes in to try to pound down Zenyatta. Has to back away, though. Takes a little bit too much damage. And again, that payload continues to move.
Yeah, that was not the greatest use of Nano Boost that we've ever seen, especially as Agilities is approaching that Dragon Blade. It could have been more useful to hold on to that for the wipe, especially since Fate had his ultimate to save him right there.
Much more of a frantic defense from Immortals than we've been seeing today. Transcendence pop to avoid death by self-destruct. Agilities does go down, though. There's a Pulse Bomb that takes out Fate, and Team Liquid continues to roll forward. Oh, Hype gets the kill onto AZK, but it's not enough. TL does take point A.
Yeah, really, I would say, disrespectful performance from Immortals on point A there. against the Widowmaker that they knew had a possibility of coming through, and then throwing away a nano boost, not communicating that the Primal Rage was up and could have saved him, or at least that he wasn't going to be able to use the Tesla Cannon, which is how you prefer to get the extra damage when you nano boost a Winston.
Well, Team Liquid showing themselves a team that needs to be taken seriously, if nothing else. You might be able to beat them, but you can't show off quite that much. Fate can, though.
Fate can get 2 kills onto the DPS.
I wasn't talking about Fate, guys, obviously.
You would never tempt Fate, though?
No, I would never tempt Fate. It's dangerous. Dangerous stuff. Team Liquid losing a couple members. Are going to get pushed back now, and Immortals starting to set up a bit of a hold here in Hangar. So now maybe starting to take this one a bit more seriously.
With this composition, having that high ground is not the most important because you lack that long-range hit scan that can benefit from it the most. So they're going to play a more aggressive attack onto these choke points like we've been seeing them throughout the tournament, spamming away at those doorways. And the payload, nobody's on it right now.
Yep, just kind of moving back. All right, what? Well, I mean, Immortals is closer to the payload than TL, so it's kind of hard to get there, I suppose.
Yep, they got to keep going here.
Yep.
And they've got to figure out a way to get through these doorways, finally able to move through.
If it gets stalled out here, it's kind of tough to get it going again sometimes, so.
That was a lot of time bought by Immortals, though, just on controlling the high ground doors.
Here we go, Fate trying to buy more time with that Primal Rage, hoping he can find a few people in the room, but nope, just going to jump behind the payload now. Agilities does get taken down. And Fate kind of on his own. That payload is really starting to move now. Grim Reality looking for a big pulse bomb. We'll see if he can pick it up. They've got a couple ultimates here to use to try to stall this out again. And either way, like you said, Monte Cristo, they have been able to buy a bit of time.
Oh, wow. Great job getting that
bummer.
defense matrix up in the nick of time, baiting him into that Zenyatta.
And here comes the Dragon Blade for both Genjis. We'll see whose Genji reigns supreme. The hang goes down. Looks like Agilities is going to win this battle.
Yeah, nice zoning, use of the self-destruct, pushing the Dragon Blading Genji away. And Shadow 2K does fall to Fate.
Yeah, he died right away.
As do we all, eventually, Doa.
Well, not die right away, but die to Fate, I suppose. Wow, this cast has certainly become a grim reality, hasn't it?
It definitely has.
Oh. Don't worry, this is our last match, guys. We're leaving Denver after this.
I could use some healing.
Yeah, I bet you could, Tracer. Immortals having a pretty good defense here in Hangar, but Team Liquid trying to change all that. Sound barriers used on both teams as the battle begins. Agility's looking for those picks in the back line. AZK was a tempting target before he ran away. Transcendence now for Team Liquid as they try to stay up. Kills on both sides now. Fate did find a hang. Agilities finds the other support. And so TL pushing the payload. Are they going to get it there in time? No supports to deal with. And Immortals, maybe a last-second hold here. There goes the mech courtesy of Agility, and it looks like they'll hold it just barely. Not too far yet for TL to push.
No, it's not too far, Doa, but Team Liquid's going to have to reckon with that Dragon Blade when they return. Team Liquid got basically nothing in the bank. Shadow 2K desperately trying to get up to 100% of that ult charge. Close, but not quite there yet. Fury going to swap over.
It's been a long day.
It was swap and switch together there.
Yep.
I invented a new word.
That happens a lot to us.
It does.
There's two words. They're just both so tempting. Say them both. Halo's moving again. Agilities has a Dragon Blade, needs to come up big with it. As usual, Kareev goes down very early to the dive. Oh,
that's
and
Agilities. A huge pulse bomb.
That's a big problem. Yeah, losing that Genji with the ult intact. Grim Reality has his pulse bomb. Needs to be big, throws it on the payload. No kills from that, though. And TL with a prime chance to push this through. Looks like they should be able to. Yeah, there's point B taken. 2 minutes, though, to push it the rest of the way. And Agilities, yeah, you know, sometimes you just need to get that reset.
Kareev actually got a kill onto Rappa at the end of that fight. Does get taken down by Mezer, though. Jumped right on top of him.
Yep, Mario stomped him.
It's crushed that Omnic like
Goomba.
A soda can.
That's right.
Okay.
So you're thinking about recycling. I'm thinking about Mario Brothers.
Do you think they recycled Mondada?
That's a good question. Maybe that's like, you know, you have the donor card on your license for Omnics, you have a recycle card. Tranquility coming out for Team Liquid. So I don't see why not. Kareev going down really early. Great start for Team Liquid in this fight already. Agilities still has that Dragon Blade, but no real opportunity to use it. Unfortunately for Hype, not a lot accomplished with that self-destruct. The payload stalled out just a bit, but it should start moving again. Yeah, it is.
It is rolling, and Agilities has been sitting on this Dragon Blade, unable to commit to this for a long time because they haven't had those support ultimates available to provide the proper amount of protection. They're going to be fighting right at the end of point C.
Well, if Team Liquid, I mean, if Immortals can force TL into overtime, at least that'll be okay. But Team Liquid, a strong push here on Gibraltar regardless. Support elements coming out on both sides as Immortals piles onto the payload. Fate in a good defensive position, just zapping anybody who comes close. There goes Messer, so down one. Needs to use that primal rage to stay alive, and that's going to create an opening here on the Zenyatta. Takes down to hang, and it looks like Immortals might be able to hold just right before the end of point C, the end of the Gibraltar offensive push, and that should be about it. 10 seconds left. Shader 2K does have the Dragon Blade, but I don't know if they can get back there in time. No, Messer can't quite make it. Didn't have the help. Shader 2K not making it out. Agilities with the kill there, so Immortals barely holding on. Team Liquid with about as successful push as you can manage without actually finishing, though.
Yeah, that's true. And Team Liquid certainly looking a lot better than they did on their initial Gibraltar run when they played in their last match against FNRGFE.
Yeah.
So they are going to force Immortals to push it all the way through towards the end of point C. And we're going to see an Agilities deflect kill replay. I'm very excited about this.
Oh, yes. Well, you know which one it's going to be.
Oh, yes, we do. 2K. It's Shadow 2K. Dashing forward.
Oopsie. I ulted myself. It happens. Well, Immortals. Fate, probably not sticking with that Widowmaker. We see him mess around with his picks in the lobby all the time. Immortals, though, you know, they basically have to get 3 points here to win. I mean, that payload was right there for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it was. And Liquid looking like they may be going for that triple DPS defense. Same style of composition with the Soldier, the Genji, and the Tracer that we've seen them play on Nepal Sanctum earlier. Didn't work out there, but it is highly mobile and able to control that high ground. But you really have to be precise about that defense, especially since you don't have a diva. If they get 3 or 4 members, Immortals, onto the high ground with a coordinated dive, it will be an absolute disaster for them. So I don't know if I'd be bold enough to run this, Doa, considering that Immortals has been clean in their attacks.
Yep.
Gotta try something, though.
You know, I gotta say, though, as clean as Immortals have been up to this point, you know, this match right now has been, it's been a little bit sloppy on the Immortals side. I don't know if they've been taking this one quite seriously as they should be. And it's showing.
Yeah, it could be fatigue too. It's a long day for these teams. 2 best-of-5s each already played, and now into this best-of-7. So
Immortals coming in with a big dive. Payload's starting to move. Team Liquid, we'll see what they can do with the triple DPS defense.
You have to be super careful about defending right here if you're Team Liquid, because that Winston can do a hell of a lot of damage on that high ground.
Taken out nearly immediately. Agilities does go down, though, but losing that Zenyatta takes a long time to get back to the point, and yeah, this defense is clearly not going so well for Team Liquid.
Yeah, they're getting staggered really badly, too. They're trying to delay the cart right now, but everybody will get cleaned up, courtesy of Grim Reality as he starts to look towards those doorways. How many people are they going to post up? Grim Reality sneaking up to that second level. And they've already got those positions on the doors.
That's right. Immortals really far forward already. They're just trying to prevent Team Liquid even from getting to the point.
Oh my.
And that's
Agility's got a big reflect in there. Grim Reality coming to help put down some damage at the same time. Now they will all drop to the low ground and punish the remaining member. Pulse Bomb dropped, but not going to actually pick up a kill. AZK dodging around the payload and trying to keep this cart from hitting point A.
Yeah, survived for a good long time, actually. Enough time for Team Liquid to send a few more people back to the payload. Immortals still pushing pretty strong, though, and with that Transcendence, maybe it'll be enough. Shader 2K does go down. Agilities with a kill onto Rafa. Stick on the hype, but the bomb wasn't quite enough, so that should be point A as soon as they deal with Messer here.
Yeah, a bit of a delay there, but was it actually worth it for Team Liquid? They've got...
I'm not so sure.
Yeah, they've got the Dragon Blade to use, but everything else is pretty much down for them. We're going to take a look at this. Yeah, look at this Reflect coming in, just making sure to take a whole lot of the damage out. Grim Reality also. And that's the danger of playing with these squishy characters on the top and not having the Winston or a D.Va to jump over and try and protect you.
Well, Immortals just got so much time to set up that defense in front of the doors, too, to make sure Team Liquid couldn't even get into a proper position to stop them. And they're trying to do the same thing in Hangar, really going deep with a lot of this. To Hang dies to Grim Reality's Pulse Bomb. And again, Shader 2K coming back with a pretty good Dragon Blade. So Immortals scattered a little bit. They were very spread out through the Hangar, and that did open up an opportunity for Team Liquid to get some kills going, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough to stop this payload for long.
You have to give AZK a lot of credit, though, for delaying the payload. That has been hugely helpful for Team Liquid, because as long as he dies last and they are not able to move the payload in the interim, it does allow the rest of his teammates to try and get back and post up so they're not totally stuck in some of these checkpoints trying to get back through.
Dive coming in again. Sound barrier for Immortals as they try to close out point B. AZK with the Pulse Bomb. Going to go ahead and stick it to Fate. Fate lives for just a moment, though. Kariv doesn't, though. He goes down, and AZK with a good opportunity to take out Fate as well. He will die. Shader 2K comes in for the sick kill steal, and TL gets a strong defensive fight here. Wow, quadruple kill for AZK, I believe.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage as he rolled one by one through the members of Immortals. Now, they have the high ground, so Team Liquid will probably drag this one out for at least a little while. Nano boost up, but not an attractive target to use it on right now unless they want to drop it onto Mezzer.
Yep. Here he comes in. He's got the self-destruct. It seems like an early transcendence here for Kariv, trying to keep people up. There's the self-destruct. Fate gets caught by it, unfortunately, for Immortals. And Team Liquid with a good start already. Kills on both sides, and we'll see what Agilities can do with this Dragon Blade. Cuts down Mezzer. Cuts down Rafa, and this payload looks like it's going to get going again.
Yeah, late kill onto the D.Va as well. Yep. Now they've got control over those upper doorways, control over the choke points, and Immortals looks like they will be proceeding here into the final point. A little bit of time on the clock, but there will be another chance for a defense.
Well, AZK coming in again on that Tracer defend, and they're going to use the sound barrier to try to keep it up, and they are getting the kills to make this thing work. Hype trying to escape on the D.Va, but 0.31 meters. The payload is stopped before point B, and Immortals may have to regroup here.
I don't know if you needed to drop the sound barrier there if you were Team Liquid, because you already had the nano boost onto the Genji, so damage reduction already in place, and you just have to rely on him to clean it up, and commit absolutely every tool that they have into that fight, and it does get them some more time. But Immortals looks like they should be able to push it just a few more meters with the help of that self-destruct to make sure nobody can contest the payload.
Probably. I mean, Fury can go ahead and give his mechs life for that. They're going to try to burn him down first so that the self-destruct works. Meanwhile, Team Liquid jumping back onto the payload again.
Nice job.
Fate hit with the sleep dart. Definitely a nice shot by Dehang. Kariv goes down too. AZK has been more and more successful actually getting into the back lines and being annoying. There's the self-destruct. People hiding behind the payload. Hype comes back down again, but this push for Immortals has not quite worked out the way they imagined yet.
No, it hasn't, and most of it was that sleep dart, because without the pressure onto the Ana, too easy for him to heal up the front line of his team and make sure that they had that little bit of an extra advantage. So Fate, sleep dart really doing a lot of damage to the chances of Immortals, and it's a situation where they've only got 45 seconds, one final attack. They will have the sound barrier by the time they get back. And Team Liquid will be answering with Rafa's in turn.
Yeah, Team Liquid, if they can win this fight, they are going to win Gibraltar. Fury has that self-destruct to try to buy some time. 30 seconds left on the clock for Immortals. Here comes Fate yet again, going right onto the supports. Grim Reality dies early, though, before the sound barrier comes in. Bad start for Immortals so far. See what they can do. The payload has moved back a bit. Kenji is getting kills on both sides. Shader 2K, though, coming in ahead. Agility's trying to change all that, though. It's a brawl on the payload, and Agility solo loses the duel. Fate, meanwhile, wins the Winston duel, and if Grim Reality can make a little bit more happen, maybe they can finish this point, but I don't think so. I think Team Liquid's got it.
Yeah, this is Respawn's definitely not in favor. Verbo trying to hop his way to the point right now. Grim Reality improbably staying alive throughout all of this.
Fake gets back just in time. Kareev comes in with the Transcendence. Is it going to be enough, though? They need more damage. Verbo coming in on the Lucio. Fate goes down, and without that Winston, Team Liquid have a great position to try to win this one. Grim Reality dies again. Team Liquid just seems to have Immortals' number on this map. Self-destruct takes out Verbo, that's it. Team Liquid will win Gibraltar. Whoa, we've got a tie series here.
Yeah, very good. Looks like Liquid redeeming themselves for their former Gibraltar selection and making it work this time around.
Yeah.
And they did a good job, much better this time about controlling when they were going through those choke points, and AZK really delaying a lot of the cart run throughout that time on the Tracer as well.
Yeah, I think Immortals needs to take Team Liquid a little bit more seriously going forward here. AZK, though, man, what a hero. I mean, gets play of the match, of course, but did such a great job slowing down the payload, getting the crucial kills on Kareev multiple times. Really great performance by AZK.
Yeah, one by one picking up the kill. Nice job, just a pistol whip to the head there to end things off.
Those pulse pistols can be deadly in more than one form. But I want to look at his counterpart in Grim Reality. I feel like the few times that we were able to watch him first person, his tracking wasn't 100%. I don't know if he was contributing enough damage there, and AZK certainly was.
Yeah, so at the end, it did look like they couldn't quite get the final push of damage. Kareev got there in the nick of time with the Transcendence, but there just wasn't enough follow-up to actually get the kills they needed. So that time, though, Liquid did look much more disciplined when it came to their ult usage. So I'm at least encouraged for the rest of this match.
Yeah, Shatter also, he seemed to be really gunning for agilities. I think he kind of got his goat in that one a little bit. And Dehang, he had a nice sleep dart there at the end. They have all these tools, and they started using them a lot better.
I think that one of the things that they did well was that, especially in the shuttle phase, that we didn't see Immortals contesting the high ground enough, because there was always a soldier up there, or there was the Ana up there, and they couldn't get the necessary zoning off. So it was basically just free hitting from the high ground for the members of Team Liquid.
Well, I think the map choice is really intelligent for Team Liquid as well, because it really makes it hard for Immortals to do what they've been good at. Grim Reality, it's harder to flank around in that hangar stage, and it's harder for tanks to come in. It's a much more linear engage, and I think with the way we've been seeing Immortals playing, just the geography of the map actually kind of favors Team Liquid a little bit there, and they put it to good use.
Well, in the group stage, it was also one of Team Liquid's best map types. They were 5-1 on Escort and 5-1 on Hybrid, but just 50% on both Assault and Control. So this is typically been their stronger showing if we look at the breadth of their games across contenders.
Which is maybe why it was why we were surprised earlier when they didn't do very well on it. But of course, after that, I feel like it was more that they just weren't playing well those first two maps. Maybe. Because then they got the reverse sweep, and now they're really feeling it, and we could see the potential that they have there as they fully realized it by finding victory against Immortals. They are not immortal, as it turns out. They are down, or they have down one map, I guess, compared to maybe what some of today's expectations were. But it is a tie.
They lost
series.
their first map today.
Yeah, they lost their first map today. And so it's all tied up. Immortals now has the map selection, and it looks like we're going to Hanamura.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Team Liquid, before they brought out the Attack Sombra. Do you think this is something where Immortals watch that and we're like, we can take care of that?
They did win Hanamura in their last map, but at the same time, Immortals has been much more consistent on those Assault maps over the entirety of the tournament. So they are, 7-1 on Assault now, if we include their 2 wins already today.
Yeah, another thing to kind of consider, too, is that Team Liquid's coming into this match really warmed up. I mean, and also riding a lot of momentum, too, from their reverse sweep in their last best of 5. So Immortals, obviously, I'm sure they're practicing during the downtime, too, but they don't maybe have that mental momentum coming into it that Team Liquid has. And like you mentioned earlier, that mental fortitude that helped them get that reverse sweep against FNRGFE is kind of helping them kind of sustain the momentum into this, it looks like a little bit.
Yeah, Immortals, we have to go back to that semifinal on Hanamura 2, where they had, a minute 19, and they took both points in that amount of time. It was
it's something like
just a lightning fast run through the entire map.
Almost 7 minutes left on the clock, I believe it was, like 6:40 something.
Yeah, 6:41, I believe. But yeah, if we look at that, that's, you have to be, I think, a little bit worried if you're Team Liquid, because they were so on the ball, because not only were they taking that first point, but they were picking up kills that on fleeing members that were trying to get back to defend on point B, and transition that extremely smoothly into a snowball. So Immortals certainly worthy of fear here on Hanamura.
Well, here we go. Hanamura will be our map, and this one should be fun, actually. It's another chance for Immortals, obviously, to come back and get a win, and a chance for Team Liquid to show us some of the more creative compositions that they've been showing us throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see what Immortals can do here, and if they are going to be running anything special. Team Liquid at least has to hang on the Sombra right now, so seems like they may be likely to go ahead and make another stab at that.
Yep.
While Immortals not doing anything too unusual, sticking with that composition that has brought them such success in the playoffs here today.
Well, it can certainly still work. I mean, the thing with Immortals is, I think, two parts. One, they definitely need to take Team Liquid a little bit more seriously than they did on Gibraltar. And two, they just need opportunities to kind of do their thing, which is keep their support safe, use that big front line and agilities to create space for Grim Reality to get a lot of shots in from the side.
And I think it's worth noting that we can talk about how good Immortals' attack was, but their defense, they gave up point A very quickly. And with Team Liquid running that Sombra, they're going to be trying to come up and around to the top side of the point by running through that doorway and heading up the stairs to their left to hack the Mega's health back. And that's the strategy that they failed to properly engage on with Fate in their last time on Hanamura. So they need to fix that, see if they can do it.
Yep, Team Liquid coming in, and they will go to the right side like we expected. See what they can do.
Let's see, they're going to come through and hack here, actually. Are they just going to poke through, or are they going to take a run all the way around? They haven't seen anybody right now except for that Diva.
Yeah, Immortals being pretty sneaky about the defense. They're jumping down now. Ooh, they did find Hyped. I believe that hack did get through. Hyped might get popped out immediately, but AZK already going down to agilities. DeHang not able to accomplish a whole lot from the side.
Nice
Grim Reality
dart.
with a good kill onto Rafa there too, yeah. Courtesy of that sleep dart, and it looks like Immortals are going to hold early on. So first attack, at least, for Team Liquid, not too successful.
Well, they thought they had found the Diva alone in the hut on the right side, but they committed really early to that. It looked like they were going to send Sombra in for scouting and then translocate back and try and hit that EMP or get that charge up. Instead, that wasn't the plan. They committed very early. And DeHang's still going to be here at nearly 70% of his charge towards that EMP.
Yep.
Okay. Genji stab each other while running up walls.
Fun times. Fate comes in, some juicy targets, has to be careful though. He's got that support from the Diva as well to try to take a little bit more, or less damage rather. You don't want to take more damage. DeHang coming in from the side though, he's got the EMP, and he is looking for Kariv, and he finds him. No, just shooting onto Verbo. No EMP just yet. Forces.
He's just taken out.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you know, it looked good at the beginning. He forced away the Lucio, but all downhill from there. And now the Nano Boost comes in onto Fate. Rafa falls immediately, and Fate just buying some time for Agilities and Hype to pick up some of the kills. Looks like it's going to be another successful defense for Immortals. I was a bit confused about DeHang there. It looked like he had an opportunity for a good EMP, and he just went for the shots onto Rafa instead.
It really did. And you're just not going to kill that Lucio fast enough with a Sombra with just your left click. Easily able to get out of that one. Plus, he was standing next to Yana too. Could have called for healing or a nade at any time, really.
I mean, he knew he couldn't run past Verbo without being seen, but still, surprising decision. There's the EMP. Gets out immediately. Are they going to be able to get the kills? Immortals kind of waiting out that hack, coming back in. They've got some ultimates to work with. We'll see what they can do. There's the self-destruct. Team Liquid flees. Immortals back on the point now. Rafa a little bit on his own. I guess he does have Winston there to support him. DeHang goes down again. And there we go, Immortals coming back. I think they played this fight really well, man. Got EMP'd, backed off, allowed Team Liquid to get a little bit of control meter built up, and then came back in with the ults.
Well, I think it's hard to use Sombra against the style that Immortals is playing because they have been so spread out. They've been wanting to get the flanks in. So landing that big EMP becomes much more problematic, and there didn't see it go through. It was also a little bit early because Immortals just simply fell back off the point, let the first tick go through, and then had the ultimate once the EMP went down to answer. Both Genjis have these Dragon Blades up for this next fight. This is crucial for Team Liquid to win. Shatter has to come up big, and he has to time it with the sound barrier from Rafa.
Well, Karib's got the Nano Boost too now. Has to stay alive here. DeHang coming in. Just has not been able to get a lot done on this Sombra in this attack round. Shader 2K coming from behind though with the Dragon Blade. He's got the option. He's got the Tracer with him too. AZK, there's a Dragon Blade for Agilities. Shader's waiting for it. Agilities really low, has to back away, fighting for his life. He had the sound barrier, gets the healing now. Fate does go down though. Nano boost onto Agilities, just giving it to him without the ult even. But Team Liquid already coming out way ahead in this fight. Agilities, can he carry? I don't know, gets a kill into the hang.
That's going to be enough, Della. They are going to eventually clean this up. It looks like Grim Reality there. No real damage on the point as Rafa's going to fall.
Yep, and that should be nearly it. As soon as they can pop Fury out of that mech, which should be pretty soon, at least chase him away. 3, 2, 1. AZK coming back in again, or rather Shatter 2K coming back in again. And Immortals trying to close this one out, trying to full hold Hanamura against Team Liquid. Mezra going down early is not a good sign for TL. Fate takes down AZK. They've got Purchase on the point, and it doesn't look like this Sombra attack strategy is going to work out. EMP at the end, but that's going to be about it. Who needs technology anyway? Immortals takes the win on round 1 at least.
Yeah,
full hold.
Yeah, they have held them, so it should be pretty easy. Team Liquid did get some percentage on the point, but credit to Immortals, because every time there was a commitment to that point and Immortals wasn't ready, or they feared that the EMP was coming through, they would just melt away, give up some of the tick on that control meter, and then come back in, especially in that last fight. You had to look at Verbo's use of that sound barrier, got the later sound barrier in.
Saved Agilities with that one too.
Yeah, and it did save Agilities, but because of that, it really nullified Shatter's Dragon Blade because it was a pre-commitment to their own sound barrier from Team Liquid, and that was just a very nice reaction from Immortals once they all decided to fight on the point.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Immortals can do here on the attack. I don't see a reason really to change their composition. It's basically been a day today of trying to force Immortals to play something different, but when they just keep winning, it's difficult.
Well, it's a matter of execution, right, for Immortals. I mean, on Gibraltar, that execution just wasn't there like they would have wanted to. I think here on Hanamura, the execution was there again. Very careful, very decisive play, and a really strong defense. So all they need to do is get 52.7% here on point A, and they will win Hanamura and take a lead in this finals.
Yeah, they are going to be playing to hang on the Sombra again, so attempting to control those health packs. The hack on the forward one inside the ramen shop may be coming in first, and they are sneaking up above. This could be something like we've seen from Laser Kittens earlier in this tournament, where the jump onto the members as they approach the gates may be occurring.
So the idea is to boop to hang away when he comes near the health pack, and then roast him with the lightning gun from Fate. We'll see if it works out. I believe that's the plan. Here comes Immortals.
Well, I think we're not going to get that much of a commitment. Are they going to see this Winston up here in the second floor of the ramen shop? He's going to drop out immediately, so that's going to be foiled. They're going to get back onto the point very quickly, actually.
All right. Immortals already in there, gaining some control percent. This could be a really quick round.
That was a great read from Immortals.
Yeah, scrambling to try to defend this one again. Kareev gets a heal onto Grim Reality right at the end, and Fury goes down. Good start for Immortals. This is not looking good for TL.
Yeah.
Well, Shader 2K gets the kill onto Hyped at least.
Yeah, debacks him and gets that kill, but they are going to need a lot more than that. There's not going to be an EMP. Looks like coming out here by Rafa.
All right.
Cleans up Fate. Shatter 2K will fall. So how much can Grim Reality do? Tracer versus Tracer on the point, and Discord Orb will be enough to take him out.
Oh, it's a brawl, but it looks like in the end, Immortals are going to have what it takes. As soon as they take down the Sombra, EMP comes in. Fury runs back with the Soldier 76. But if they can take him out, they can probably win this one. Yep, that's going to be it. And Immortals take Hanamura. Team Liquid trying to respond there, but Immortals, I think they knew exactly what was going on. Just diving the point, grabbing it right away.
They did. They correctly read the Sombra defense outside of the gates, and they weren't fooled by it all. They took a methodical approach, going up to the high ground, checking the rooms to make sure that that wasn't going to happen. And what they ended up finding Mezr on the top level, and then they just said, screw this, we're just charging onto the point. We know you're not there right now. We figured out what you were doing. quick shot call, and the result is a resounding Immortals win.
Well, that's that crispness that we love from Immortals, too, is that, you know, when they have those calls, immediately everybody goes. There's no sort of, like, indecision on any of the teammates. They're really operating as a unit.
But you have to have the pre-planning for that.
Sure.
You have to know that that's coming through, and it's not a strategy, a defensive strategy on Hanamura that we've seen a lot of in this tournament. Yes, we saw it from Laser Kittens, but it's not exactly common. But still, they had the decision already planned out. If they saw that, what were they going to do? And they just took the fight to the point instead.
And that's the thing, is that shows that next level, because every team can say, well, what are we going to bring this time? But it shows that pre-planning and a little bit more of a cerebral approach to say, what could they bring? If I was them, what would I bring? What are we looking for? And then how are we going to react to that in that moment? Because, I mean, Overwatch is a fast-paced game, as it turns out. You can't necessarily make those calls in the moment. You have to have some
Yes.
You have to have good coaching usually. Yeah. Somebody to tell you, hey, guys, you got to watch out for this and be ready for it.
Yeah, and the idea behind that defense is, too, that you're going to just drop onto somebody and just eliminate them immediately. Right. If there's trying to do some sort of split approach, if they're going to be coming in on the low ground, can you pick off a straggling support on the backside and then start to charge up that EMP really quickly while you control the health packs? And you sort of just cause a chaos in all the multi-ways you can approach that Hanamura gate. But if they're all on the high ground and they're all moving as 6, and they see a Winston up there, you instantly know what's going on. And when you have so much movement, you just get onto the point as fast as possible and then force them to attack you.
Yeah, and I don't even like that Liquid's going for these looks, trying to, you know, outthink their opponents in this regard, because they know they're up against it. They know that Immortals has been playing incredibly well. Bring something a little bit creative just to try to throw them off guard, because as soon as they lost that map, they're looking on guard. They have awoken. The beast has awoken here, so to speak.
Yeah, I think we saw Immortals approach that map with a little bit more seriousness than we saw them approach Gibraltar with, and it was a big difference.
Yeah. Well, we are going to be moving on to our hybrid map. That means Hollywood is going to be the one we're seeing. It has been selected by Liquid coming out here. And this is another one we just saw them play in their previous match.
Yeah, not too surprising. Liquid had that really interesting defense with the Sombra, Reinhardt, Zarya. Really liked it. Like to see something new like that. So clearly they feel this is a map that they're comfortable on, that they have stuff that maybe Immortals isn't quite expecting / can't handle. So we'll see if it works.
I don't think it's going to work at all. Because I think if you try and run that against Immortals with their flanking, because there's a difference, right? If Fury is going to get those same multi-man gravitons, you're expecting them to come from one angle. But that's not what Immortals is doing. That's not how they've been playing throughout this tournament. So I think it's a bit of a pipe dream that Zarya is going to work in this particular circumstance, because it's the difference in tactics.
Yeah, I mean, what else then could we see? Are they going to be playing a little bit more of what we have been seeing leading up to this? Or, I mean, maybe bring out something like, I don't even know. I mean, I'm thinking Reaper, but that doesn't really, maybe we'll see some Roadhog, eh?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I like Roadhog.
You could play the Reaper on the attack in this one against that many tanks.
Sure.
There's just sort of a lack of damage in that composition as well when you're running two supports alongside the Sombra. So I don't know. We'll see if Team Liquid can pull it off.
Now, Hollywood, because of its geography, has always been a map that people have experimented a lot with, and we're still seeing this even deep into the dive meta. And I'm curious to see if Team Liquid will go ahead and try that rather unique defense they tried a little bit earlier today. Immortals, though. Yeah, they could use the Reaper, but why? You know?
But why?
But why? What they've been doing is working fine. They don't need to throw in the Reaper. They just need to play what they've been playing and play it well.
Yeah, they don't need to throw it in on defense either. It's not the most necessary thing here. And
this is interesting.
Yep, they are definitely trying something sneaky right now.
All right. Hey, whoa, what is going on with you, Winston? That does not look healthy.
He's getting some serious hang time on the cart there.
I guess so. That does not look comfortable, Winston. Oh, my gosh. I'm the co-rack now. How embarrassing.
That is embarrassing for him.
We'll complete our mission.
So everybody going to be sitting up there. They have an Ana with this composition, so looking to power up agilities, and this is going to be a sneaky little dive onto Team Liquid to hang. I feel bad for what might be about to happen to you. Rafa does play Widowmaker here, so they are going back to that.
They're just running back in there. What is going on?
Hit the scatter arrow, actually.
Grim Reality.
Onto Grim Reality. So that is a disaster. Rafa's going to switch right off and try and get this 6v5 going.
I am so amused / confused right now.
Well,
Immortals just deciding to try to run it back, and they ran into a scatter arrow.
Wow, that was basically a disaster. Coming in with 2 snipers against that when you're in the open was tragedy there for Immortals, but Liquid win the day, at least for now, getting a good amount of damage done to that control point while Immortals continues to fall.
I mean, wasn't the plan to let them run past and then dive from behind? I mean, they just...
I don't know. Maybe their
in.
plan was to just walk out into the open against 2 snipers and then instantly get picked and lose point A as fast as possible.
I mean, I feel like I would have seen a Sonic arrow if there was one. Maybe there was and I missed it, and that's why Immortals decided to try to vacate, but that was odd. I want to watch that one again.
Well, for now, we're back into Westworld, Doa, and with
Really
some
fast.
blinding speed, Team Liquid really making this attack work so far. Immortals reeling and trying to regain control of the high ground.
Yeah, some definite silliness going on in Hollywood.
I mean, that's generally a true statement, Doa.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm not even talking about Overwatch yet. Wow, and Immortals just getting rocked. Both supports going down already to the dive from Team Liquid. Payload is just going to keep moving, and Immortals looking thoroughly flustered at this point.
Well, they haven't been able to regain their composure so far as Team Liquid pushing this payload without hardly any resistance right now. And we are going to have to see Immortals try and recuperate here on this defense because this has been so quick for Team Liquid.
This has been a very weird round of Hollywood. Immortals finally coming back onto the payload now. We'll see what they can accomplish. Agilities does have the Dragon Blade. A couple ults to use. A couple more coming up soon. Team Liquid not looking too bad in that department either. Transcendence coming in for TL as they try to defend the attack. Hyped actually gets the kill on Rafa with the self-destruct. That payload stalled out for the moment as the Genjis battle on the rooftops. Seems appropriate for ninjas, doesn't it?
Yeah, finally chasing them off the card. Both supports going down pretty early in that engagement for Team Liquid, but they don't overcommit to their ultimates to hang the only one to pop the Transcendence. So we are going to have a pretty spectacular fight here, full of ultimates.
Yeah, both teams kind of holding on to pretty much everything there.
Yeah, Grieve did pick off AZK very early there, so Team Liquid knew it was sort of a lost cause. Didn't want to pour too many resources after having that Transcendence used quickly.
AZK coming back for a little bit of revenge now. Immortals, though, right on top of Team Liquid already. They dropped the sound barrier. Fate trying to just disperse everybody, create those pick opportunities. Agilities with the kill on Rafa and to hang. Speaking of pick opportunities, 2 kills already for the Dragon Blade. And it looks like Immortals, despite losing Agilities, is going to pretty much rock Team Liquid's world in this fight.
Yes, finally stabilizing there. Fury not having an opportunity to use his self-destruct, and Shatter 2K realized that the fight was already lost when the Dragon Blade kills from Agility, the double kill came through early. So they still have lots and lots of time to work with, though. 3 minutes and only a little bit further to push here on point B.
Well, that's the thing, is that if Immortals had had a normal point A defense, this map might already be over with the amount of stalling we see on Westworld. But TL does have a little bit of time to try to keep pushing. Shatter 2K waiting for a chance to use that Dragon Blade. He's going to need to wait a little bit longer because he's dead. Grim Reality also looking for a little bit more.
Little by little, Immortals is getting the time that they lost on point A back.
Yeah.
And Team Liquid has been losing the fights when the ultimates have been effectively even.
It seems like these last couple of games have been Immortals being like, let's try to play from behind. We need some practice doing that. Be really silly at the beginning.
They're doing a good job now.
Yeah.
2 minutes left over. Team Liquid can still make this work, and Shatter 2K waiting for this. Transcendence is out, and that's going to be the trigger, but he still doesn't pull the sword. There it goes.
Now Karif pulls the Transcendence out in response as well. There's a kill onto Agilities. Fury manages to get 2 with the self-destruct, though, as Shatter 2K is still cutting away at the supports. Has to walk away from Karif. I think it looked like Karif was prepared, actually. Shatter 2K, I don't agree with that spray at all. Team Liquid still pushing the payload, though.
And that might be it. I don't know if they're going to be able to stall this anymore with the late deaths that occurred. So into the studio phase we will go. Team Liquid, 3 minutes to get into the parking spot, and that's going to help them with 3 kills right off the bat.
I mean, Immortals a little bit scattered right now. People coming in one by one. Team Liquid just taking advantage of that. And all that tight, crisp play that we've been talking about for Immortals is nowhere to be seen here on defense on Hollywood.
Yeah, well, they had it going for just a little bit, but Team Liquid again breaking through. And Immortals going to have to back this off. We're going to take a look here and see how that Diva ult managed to pick up the 2 kills, and he's dropping right down on top of the payload.
Okay.
Got a little too close there. The sound barrier was dropped, but just too much damage.
Guess so. Agilities. It really has been a battle of Genjis here. A lot of dueling going on, and it looks like Shatter 2K is going to lose that one. Agilities cuts him down. A little bit of help from the Discord Orb as well. And Immortals finally getting a little bit more stability here on the payload. 2 minutes left for Team Liquid. Might have to back off a little bit and regroup.
Didn't stick that one. Ended up on the barrier instead, so Grim can't actually pick off the Winston.
Yeah. Gets a health pack instead. There's a Transcendence. Okay, TL going in with their own support ultimate too. Immortals piling onto the payload. Agilities with the first kill, courtesy of that Dragon Blade. Self-destruct doesn't pick up anything, but it does force TL to break apart, and Immortals able to find all the small skirmishes they were looking for. That said, Team Liquid fighting back. They kept enough people alive that they maybe now can't quite push the payload. They have to regroup a little bit before going back in.
Yeah, Fury with the late self-destruct as well. Not going to be helpful when it comes to pushing in this final minute. They've got to move this straight into the VIP space. Lots of long-range spam coming through from the supports of Immortals. And they are going to eventually have to push through these choke points against that Zenyatta spam.
Fate goes down to the pulse bomb really early. And we'll see if Grim Realities can maybe get some pressure going on from behind. Team Liquid still looking good with this push. They've nearly got it there, but Immortals has nearly burned all the time off the clock.
And they still have the Dragon Blade. AZK has been doing a lot of work in this series so far. Is anybody going to contest this? Yes, barely.
That was close, but Shatter 2K is right there with the Dragon Blade. Grim Reality goes down. Transcendence comes in at the very end, trying to just hold on for a little bit longer. Fate,
where are you, buddy?
He's trying to chase away the hang, I guess. All right, he gets the kill, but at what cost?
He's actually zoning both supports.
Whoa.
I'm shocked that Rafa went back there for that.
He actually got back to the payload in time. Team Liquid still pushing, but now the Dragon Blade comes out for Agilities. They might be able to stall it out right here. Looks like they will. Maybe, just maybe, about 10 seconds left now for Team Liquid.
Yeah, Rafa was dealing with the Winston instead of actually being there to help out with the team, but that pushback by Fate basically made sure that they had the spawn advantage and the healing advantage.
Here we go, TL coming in with the Zenyatta ultimate. Sound barriers coming in for both teams as well. Immortals trying to hold. There's the self-destruct. Self-destructs for both teams, actually. Both Divas get a kill. Mirrored kills basically coming in. Team Liquid though, Rafa going down, and it looks like it's finally going to be a hold. Shatter 2K can't keep the OT bar going for much longer, and Immortals will manage to just barely hold it, but I feel like I saw something like this happen on a different payload-related map a little bit ago.
I do think that I saw that a little bit earlier.
How does that end up
Reminder
again?
though, that Team Liquid in Contenders has been significantly better at Hybrid and Escort than all other map types.
Very true. I mean, it shows, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely shows, and I think that when we look at this best of 7, you also have to consider the fact that, again, like our best of 5s, there are 2 control maps in here. So that is potentially problematic, considering Immortals is already up 2-1. Team Liquid does pretty much have to just run the table on the Escort and the Hybrid maps if they want to have a shot at taking this best of 7.
True enough. So Immortals swapping over to the attack, and if we look up at the hero portraits right now, it looks like we might see that unique 2-2-2 from Team Liquid. Now, you were calling this a triple support comp, in your opinion. We were talking about it before. You consider Sombra support now, huh?
Yeah, pretty much, because she has a kit full of utility and is mostly used to control zones more than anything else. She's not going to be dealing damage, really, or anything like that, unless we're talking about finishing up the final 50 HP on a Zenyatta post-EMP. So I think right now it's just a matter of that control, but it is a low damage composition. Everything about the composition for Team Liquid on defense depends on Fury having a lot of energy charge. And I think that's a dangerous place to hedge your bets right now, because Immortals have been excellent at switching targets and target fire on a dime.
Right.
So they're going to move away probably from those shielded targets, those barrier targets, and that can cause problems because that puts so much burden on AZK, as good as he has been in this series, to provide a majority of your damage.
You know, with the slower moving tank core as well, it does sort of create opportunities for AZK and Dehang to get a little bit more isolated, which the dive from Immortals can take advantage of.
Yeah,
so it's risky. It's risky from TL.
Yeah, and as we were talking about earlier too, it does make it difficult when there's so many flank options to get that perfect graviton off.
Yep.
So will be just a little bit of shield spam right now though. Shatter gonna be creeping around the side, hacking everything.
Agility's already being annoying in the back, causing the grenade to go down on the team there. Mezzer trying to hold the door as Immortals gets onto the point early on. If they can get into the back again, Agility's looking for that other dash opportunity. He's got it now, going in, may be able to take out Rafa. We'll see. A little bit dangerous. Either way, no. Fate does go down, so Team Liquid kind of grinding through Immortals right now.
Yeah, and the thing about Immortals' composition is they don't have a lot of damage to put into a Reinhardt shield.
Yeah.
DPS for Genji pretty low when it comes to breaking Reinhardt barriers. So if they're posting up pretty deep back inside Cafe, it is troublesome for them because Tracer has to get close to deal damage. And of course, the same thing with D.Va. So it's a slow process to work through all 2,000 HP on the Reinhardt barrier.
Yeah, you really have to dive in and try to get behind the shield, but if you do that, if you all dive into that little room that Team Liquid is defending, then you're primed to get EMP.
Yeah, exactly.
So I like the setup for Team Liquid. I think it is cool, and it may just be what they need to hold against Immortals. Immortals pushing in again, though. Fury with the nano boost. He's got the Graviton Surge as well. Goes ahead and uses it. Will they get the kill? So Dehang goes down. And
yes,
that's a decent pulse bomb. There's the combo they were looking for. And Team Liquid holding just fine. Going ahead and using that sound barrier for safety's sake, I suppose. And that's it. Grim Reality with an Uzi to the face from Shatter 2K. That said, Immortals do manage to push everybody back. Man, it looked like such a good fight for Team Liquid. How did they skirmish their way out of that one?
Well, it's just there's no damage after that, right? You pull off the big bang, and if the Zarya goes down, where's the rest of your damage coming from? Sound barrier going to move through it. And if you don't already have the control over this point, you can't really regain it with a composition this slow and this tanky. Because everything about that, and we're taking a look at the Zarya play
this
right
fight
now.
starts.
Well, but there's also the defense matrix does end up eating that. The Transcendence is in there, but as you see, it was a 2-for-2 trade overall. And so it's just not enough. They used everything that they had to get 2 kills, and Immortals simply had more ultimates on the backside.
So that is kind of, oh, pulse bomb. That was an optimistic pulse bomb from Grim Reality. But perhaps an optimistic comp, too, from Team Liquid. Goodbye to Hang. Agilities with the Dragon Blade unopposed in the back lines, and Immortals is really going to get a lot of momentum going with this payload.
Yeah, trying to delay it as long as they can, but it's not going to be too much as there's been the damage done. AZK again doing the old payload run around with Tracer. But it is going to move through Westworld, and Immortals still with 3 ults left in the bank.
I wonder if that Omnic movie producer appreciates Winston jumping up and down on his car over and over again.
I don't think he cares how it's not doing any damage. It's not denting it. Maybe it just gets
a noise, you know?
Monkey prints on top of your car.
The rattling, the crunching sound. Shatter 2K goes down via crunching sound from Fate. He's got the Primal Rage if he needs it. Immortals trying to keep his payload going. Ooh, Dehang got really far up there. And Team Liquid, maybe not the greatest defensive positioning there, as both supports are pretty far up, and that was easy for Immortals to take care of.
I just don't know why they're holding on to Sombra right now. Is it because they still have the EMP? That's a big stagger as well onto Fury. Is it because he has the EMP? Because it's hard to entrench yourself to get those health packs in Westworld. I understand it more on this particular point in Studio, but it seems like you're almost resigning yourself to losing that point unless you get the drop-down EMP.
Gonna try it in. Speaking of, well, EMP, he's got it available. Nano Boost, meanwhile, onto Mezzer. Waiting for a chance to use that Primal Rage. Team Liquid does take control of the point for just a moment. Agilities comes in with the Dragon Blade, though he already took out Dehang. Looking for more targets now. And Immortals, they lost Karib, but they're still holding strong for the moment. Jumping back on now, AZK does pop hype out of the mech. There's a Pulse Bomb, no kills from that though, it looks like. And Immortals able to roll through Team Liquid in the end. And as soon as the self-destruct is done, and as soon as they pop Fury out of the mech again, and as soon as they kill Dehang, maybe they can push this payload the rest of the way through point B.
Yeah, taking a little nap there was a nice sleep dart onto agility, so maybe this is going to be a hold enough. They did buy just a small amount of time.
Wow, all right.
Shatter actually making this Sombra work eventually and heading back right up to another EMP.
Yeah, not a lot of ultimates to work with on the side of Immortals to try to push this rest of the way, too. So a little bit of a scary moment here for Immortals.
Well, there's a bit of a mind game, too, between Verbo and Shatter 2K about who is going to use the ult. He didn't really want to pop that sound barrier while the EMP was still there, so it delayed the sound barrier coming out.
Shatter 2K nearly has that EMP again.
Yeah, exactly. Still a scary moment for the Lucio player.
All right, he breaks it down. Here we go. Agility's building up to that Dragon Blade kill onto Hang already. The EMP comes in. The sound barrier is nearly gone already, but here comes Agility's with the Dragon Blade now. AZK with a couple kills, a 2-man pulse bomb. Good start for him. Immortals pushing this short man, but it looks like they may have enough. Depends on where the respawns come, right?
Yeah, trying desperately to get that Sombra back, but too low, has to translocate to a health pack and finally gets it, but they only have 2 minutes now.
Yeah.
Immortals not the most time in the world, and that's a very fast response by Liquid. They do have to be careful here.
Defending pretty far up, but they've got the respawns to get back in position in time. Immortals do win that fight. The payload will move. Get 3 people on that, move that as fast as they can.
They didn't delay that enough for it to be worth all the ult charge that they just gave Immortals. If you can push that out for 30 seconds or a minute, that might be worthwhile. But now Immortals nearly recharged 4 ults. And Team Liquid still close to 4 of their own, but still holding back on 2 right now.
Wondering if Hype is going to throw in the self-destruct here pretty soon. Waiting for that commitment from Team Liquid. There's the Transcendence from Immortals. Waiting for it, waiting out that Primal Rage. Fate actually pops Fury out of the mech. Not a bad start. Hype to the kill. Rafa going down. Doesn't even need to use that self-destruct. Immortals able to sort of scrap their way to a teamfight win here. Didn't really need to use too much. Karv used Transcendence, and that's about it.
Yeah, that is about it. And Grim Reality up with another Pulse Bomb right now, but Team Liquid has plenty of defensive tools. Self-destruct and Sound Barrier to be used right now, but they don't have a Nano Boost target.
Oh, Grim Reality gets the stick with the Pulse Bomb. I believe that is a D-Mech Diva, perhaps. And now Hype comes in. He's got his ultimate if he needs to use it.
Okay, they force out the self-destruct right now. They force out the Nano Boost. Immortals in a good position.
Yep. Trying to push ahead, trying to finish this map. Go up 2-1 in this series, or 3-1 rather. Fate, sound barrier onto him. Agility's cutting people up with that Dragon Blade, and that will be the icing on the cake. Immortals will take the match and put themselves 1 map away from winning Contenders Season 0.
Yeah, that was really nice, and especially the fact that the Diva from Team Liquid had to self-destruct first. That damage was crucial, because with all the ultimates going down, it allowed the good counterattack from Immortals and forcing the tempo of the ultimates from Team Liquid to be used first, and in this case, worse.
Hey, all right. Zenyatta play the game. Let's see it. Show me those kills. Yes. All right, I'm waiting for the kills.
Look at
there's
him.
one. Okay.
Look at him going, spamming those orbs.
Oh, it's not quite as impressive as I thought it would be, but whatever.
I almost wish we could go back to Nepal. He had a couple of like triple kills on Nepal, I feel like, but nonetheless, that's the play we got. I think it's just good that we acknowledge Kariv in that regard. But
and Zenyatta's everywhere.
Well, no, just Kariv, I think.
Yeah,
most Zenyatta's everywhere.
Most Zenyatta's are terrible. But.
So what
I agree. I'm not one of
how
them,
much do you play Zenyatta? I'm getting a certain vibe maybe that you play.
A bit.
Okay, all right.
I dabble.
I dabble. He dabbles. Well, I mean, that was just such a fascinating round. I'm going to definitely have to watch just that map again because Liquid...
I don't know what the hell happened at the beginning of that defense.
That was really weird.
I know what happened. It was a scatter arrow from spawn.
What I'm wondering is, before that, was there a sonic arrow that
I didn't see
we missed somehow? Because that's the only reason I can think of that you would intentionally just run across a map in front of the attacking team like that. I don't.
Well, it was also one of those moments where in Overwatch, because you can't necessarily tell what the other team composition is as you're coming out of spawn. Maybe they didn't expect there to be a Widow and a Hanzo, like peeking out of the doors onto Hollywood, because that made that decision very, very dangerous.
Yeah. I feel like there must have been a Sonic Hero then, because otherwise, if you see there's 2 snipers, then you want to wait even more for them to run past. So, I don't know. It was odd.
But either way, it started the ebb and flow of that map for them, because you had said during there that the Christmas wasn't quite there for Immortals. It was there like in very short windows, but what would happen is it would be broken. So it started off broken for them because they lost a member early.
Sure.
So then they lose the points. Then they, you see this really aggressive D, or rather attack from Liquid, where they're not allowing Immortals to dictate the terms of the fight. They're playing up at the front of Westworld, so they got a pretty good amount of push from that. Finally, Immortals, they stabilize. Until ults come up and Shatter comes in with a blade and disrupts their whole flow, and Immortals just kept getting disrupted there, and they had to regroup.
Well, I think what we're seeing here is really Team Liquid coming alive. I think they're playing really well this match, honestly. I think especially AZK is doing great on the Tracer, and Immortals is genuinely having to really push himself to keep up.
I think one of the big failings that we're seeing from Team Liquid, because they are so close on a couple of these maps to winning, and they did win one of them.
Yeah.
But when we think about their compositions, I wonder what the world looks like where it's not Shatter 2K playing the Sombra, because they're playing around the Sombra well, but it does put them in a sort of damage hole, and it really puts a lot of the weight on AZK, and he's been carrying that weight pretty well. But what happens if one of the support players is on that Sombra instead, and it opens up more damage for Shatter to be on that Genji?
Yeah, because Deheng is a really good support. I mean, he has been on this squad for a long time, and he's shown that he can help carry the team.
Right, and we saw his Sombra earlier, right? So
Yeah.
I think that particular defense I find a little odd.
Well, and I just don't. I'm honest. I don't actually like Sombra outside of that support role. It just, there are so many aspects of it that just don't seem to work out as well. But Rafa, I was going to say, he also, I mean, especially for a Lucio player, as I make a lot of Lucio enemies. No, but he obviously is a champion of FPSs, so he could potentially even play it.
Yeah, I think Rafa, at least in this particular best of series, has underwhelmed me a bit. His ults have been a little bit off in comparison to Verbo's. Verbo's definitely looking like he has the better decision making when it comes to the sound barrier. You don't really know if that's a team call or not, or whether it's Rafa's call, but as a whole, the Lucio ults have been a bit better for Immortals thus far.
I feel like we have been seeing him a little bit out of position once in a while too, kind of going a little bit too far forward on the Lucio. All right, but here we go to our second control map. It's going to be Oasis. And so, Shatter 2K back on the Pharah again.
I like this pick from Team Liquid. You know, Agilities has been playing a nice Pharah, but so far, the Sombra advantage has gone to Team Liquid in these maps, and so if we get on that university point again, maybe seeing that pop out as a result. But you still have to be worried about this potentially superior flanking from Immortals, especially from Grim Reality's been seeing a lot of success flanking on that Tracer.
Yep, here we go. On Oasis City Center, Pharah v Pharah incoming. Attacks on the high grounds to start things off. We'll see what Team Liquid can accomplish here.
Grim Reality just bouncing up the ground, trying to take down that Pharah.
I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the Pharah with my pulse bomb. That's right.
No R. Kelly in the cast, Stoa.
No. Thankfully. All right, meanwhile, Agilities. Ooh, nice kill on Nemezer, actually. Immortals gaining a lot of ground, and now the air-to-air. Shatter 2K trying to hit those rockets. But so far, Immortals taking the early lead maybe here. Grim Reality already with that pulse bomb.
Does he get out? Yes, just barely. No, Fate intercepts him with a jump and the Tesla cannon. Shatter, sadly left alone by himself right now, will succumb to the focus fire from Immortals, and Fury is very sad that Concussive Blast, they are toying with the Diva right now. And
Fate's
eventually
been doing a great job of being able to get up there and take out the Mercy.
Weapon system optimized.
Yes, he has. And Fury finally dies. Wow, that was so late. And this is going to be a long delay here. Gets Immortals about 10%, looks like, when all is said and done, thanks to the stagger on the Diva. Grim Reality. How many times have we seen this today? Lurking on the side with the pulse bomb.
He's going for it. I know he's going to go for it. As soon as he finds that target. Looking for that triple blink into the pulse bomb, maybe, perhaps. On board with Shatter 2K
goes down,
right now.
actually. That's really big.
Yeah.
Deheng still has the ultimate up, so Resurrection available. Immortals had a huge ult advantage coming in, but they haven't been able to capitalize it. And now everything's coming in and being invested for Team Liquid.
All right, yeah, they're putting a lot into this one, and they need to get a lot out of it, too. AZK, though, going down, not a great start as Immortals try to hold on to this point, nearly up to 60%. There's a res on the AZK from Dahang, trying to tempo raise him up. Needs a bit more.
Oh no,
Justice is absorbed.
Matrix.
No Justice.
That's how Justice
Only
died
defense
today.
Matrix. That's right. I thought it died to thunderous applause. Oh, wait, is that Liberty? I don't know. I can't remember. We're close to that too. Are you familiar with the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise, Monte Cristo?
Did it end in a defense matrix? Because I think that's the biggest tragedy in Overwatch right
now.
now.
In the end, he couldn't avoid defense matrix. I think that's how it ended, yeah. Can I learn this defense matrix skill? Not from a Jedi. Only evil people use that, definitely. Immortals push back a little bit. Have to avoid that self-destruct. Shatter does have the barrage ready to go if he needs it. AZK coming up big here. Grim Reality, though, with the kill into Dahang.
Everybody playing with traffic.
It's Frogger again. Frogger watch.
Too bad there's no Froghead Lucio in this one.
That's true. Well, there won't be any skins in
yeah,
for a while.
Sad.
Single tear rolls down my face. Shadow 2K with a couple kills. No tears for him, man. Only kills. Still holding on to that barrage. Team Liquid getting a decent amount of percentage built up here.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what Kriv can do with this res. Has to find a lot of people, or at least a good tempo res to get it up. Ooh, I think the D.Va's going to be able to get out of that one. It looked like knocked into the pit, but boosting his way back out. Shatter trying to figure out which door they're coming through and start spamming those rockets through.
Yep. Shadow 2K has been so good with those air-to-air rockets, but right now he needs to continue coming up big with that. Grim Reality poking away at the Mercy. They really want to get that out of the way. Justice rains from above, but not a lot of damage with that Justice, it looks like. Agility still has his barrage. Mezer does go down. A big opportunity here for Immortals. Oh, nice kill onto AZK. Agility's really coming alive, but there's a triple res coming in from the Hang.
Can't quite
Sound
hit it.
barrier.
And just running
can't shoot that shield. All right, tempo res for Agilities. They dropped their own sound barrier, so Immortals did get the later support ultimates. Let's see if it makes a difference.
99% barrier, or barrage rather, comes through. No barrier this time.
Justice from a long way away, but it's okay. Hyped has the double kill with the self-destruct. 99% though for Team Liquid. Immortals with a chance to win it though, as they do have control of the point again.
And nobody's got much to use here either. We're not going to see big reses unless this fight drags on for some time. And the other support ultimates, Lucio's both down very low in that percentage game. So Mezer and Fury will have to stall this for the win. And Grim may be able to get that crucial pick. Can he get the Mercy? He's looking for the Mercy. Can't find it. Dahang jumping forward and
Ooh, that was so close to Hang. Getting out of there just in time with the Angelic Flight. Oh, Rafa does get caught though. Not a great start again for Team Liquid. And Mezer needs to pop that Primal Rage to stay alive. That Pulse Bomb was coming from behind. Ooh, is he gonna toss it? No, not quite. Grim Reality being so patient with that Pulse Bomb. Meanwhile, Team Liquid picking up a couple kills. Immortals may need to back away. It's 99-99 here on Oasis.
Get that health pack.
Yep.
And that's going to tick down. Can he get back? No.
Oh, wow. Team
Forced
Liquid
out of the fight, chunked out. And that means Team Liquid will take City Center here.
That was a pretty close round, but Team Liquid coming out with the win in the end.
Yeah, Dahang there just eluding death time and time again, repositioning himself and making sure he was going to be able to stay alive and keep the heals rolling. And that's a little bit different than the last match we saw, actually. FNRGFE made some sport of killing Dahang on that Mercy, but this time around, he's a little bit slipperier.
Yep. I mean, he's had to play all day with people just gunning for him. So he's starting to kind of have enough of it. His team's starting to protect him a little bit better. Here we go on the Garden stage now.
So
I'm sorry, I mean University.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not seeing Liquid play the Sombra here. If you are going to play Sombra, this is the map to use it on, controlling that. And instead going for the Pharah, a relative rarity, so maybe going for the surprise tactics more than anything. Or because Dahang's had an easy time staying alive.
Shadow 2K, definitely one of the better pairs we've seen. Agility's fighting it out with Rafa, and that's not a fight that Lucio can win too often. Tough times. As the point unlocks.
It's hard to get away from the damage from Genji.
Oh, dang.
And from Tracer when you're on this point because you simply don't have the long sight lines with the Pharah. Yep. So they are able to, Genji's able to double jump up and take that damage down onto the support and onto the DPS. So this is usually why you don't see this run on this particular map.
Yeah.
You can't really abuse that range. There's also a million ways to come in, so spamming rockets through a door to try and zone, not the most effective.
You can't control zones as effectively because there's too many zones to control. Shatter 2K, though, does get the kill on the Fate. So Team Liquid coming in already with the upper hand. Agility's looking for a few more kills here. Kariv does get the kill on the Mezzer, so both teams without their Winston right now. But Shatter 2K kind of untouched up on top.
Finally finding some openings to get the rockets in, and eventually they're going to flip this point. The stall very good as the Winston bubble comes and prevents them from taking it. This has been a good stall for Immortals. We got a lot of additional, and it's just not quite enough. They try and bump him off, but Hype gets there in the nick of time. It's every time. They're staggering so well. Agility's back on right now. They got about additional 20% over the course of that engagement.
Yeah, that was a great extended hold by Immortals, and now they've got time to group up, take the point back again, and they've also they're gonna have 6 ults to do it with. No, actually, that's Team Liquid. They're gonna have 2 ults to do it with. Yeah, that's changing on me. Tons of fun.
That's the danger of trying to stall, is because you end up feeding a lot of ult charge to your opponents.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Immortals coming in with the self-destruct with the Transcendence as well. Fury does go down early. Good start for Agilities. They've got the sound barrier as well, forcing Team Liquid to scatter. Dahang comes in with the res, brings up 2, and now they've got the sound barrier to try to keep them up again. And there's a barrage. Ooh, Shatter getting 1 kill on the Fate before being taken out. And Agilities pulls out the Dragon Blade, looking for targets. Not too many around though. Maybe, yeah, finally takes out Mezzer, but that's gonna be about it. Gets back at the point right now. Fate desperately dashing back to the point. You're on University. A Team Liquid still building percentage here.
They are building percentage, Joel, but they lose a fight that they start with a kind of overwhelming ultimate advantage.
Wow, yeah.
The barrage used rather sloppily. It's not the best way to have that one go down. The sound barrier, again, maybe a little bit too early there for Immortals, but they managed to pull through even with the res.
Yep. Team Liquid, the res, and all those other ultimates, not quite enough. And Immortals in the lead with the control percent now.
Shatter, he really wants to play the Pharah on Oasis.
I guess so. I am surprised to see it on this point, though. It's definitely not quite as good as it is on the other 2 rounds.
You have to be so cautious with it.
Making it work. Rafa does go down, though. Support trading going on for both of these teams. As Immortals tries to sneak their way onto the point from the side here. There's a Primal Rage from Fate. See what he can do. If you're playing fair, you gotta be careful now. Agilities gets a kill on the Mezzer, so Immortals with a good start. Kind of grinding their way through this fight right now. And Agilities has the Dragon Blade if he wants to use it. They may not even need it though. Rafa getting taken out in Immortals. Primed to take this one. Ooh, OT. Back up. Just in time for Team Liquid, but they need more. Dahang gets the 2-man res. Agilities with the sound barrier, but not able to get much more with his ultimate. Grim Reality with the kill on the Dahang, though. So there's a Mercy healing out of the way. And now Immortals back on the point once more. Hyped relatively untouched. And yeah, again, they just have the numbers advantage, and they should be able to take this one. That's going to be it. So Immortals ties up Oasis.
Yeah, in a confusing manner too. This is where Team Liquid, I thought we'd see the Sombra strategy that has been more prevalent, especially over at Apex and then coming in here this weekend, but not today. They're not following in the same laser kitten style of approach, even though they did try that same Hanamura defense, or a similar one at the very least. And so instead we will go to a far more Pharah-friendly point.
Far more Pharah-friendly fare, for sure.
Some might say Pharah necessary in this one.
I would say so. Now it's time for Gardens.
Now it is time for Gardens. And Pharmercy, both of them, both teams will be running it, as we have come to expect.
That's right. So Immortals wants to reach the point first. Team Liquid trying to take the high ground. As they get ready here, they do force Immortals down. Good position for Team Liquid right off the bat. Hype just trying to be as annoying to that Pharmercy as he can.
Agility's getting pretty close and low to the ground there. And Rafa actually wraps around and finds the kill onto the enemy support. Kariv falling.
Wow.
That's going to be a lot of healing and damage boosting gone unless these rockets hit, and they are not to hang. Barely getting out.
Wow, he got so low there, but he's still staying alive the moment. Agility's low now.
He has escaped with nearly no HP so many times on Oasis already.
Yeah. Looks like it will be Team Liquid claiming the point early on. And Rafa, you know, you can talk about his positioning once in a while, but it's definitely one of the better aggressive Lucios we've got. Saw that opportunity for the kill on the Kariv, and he went for it.
Yeah, you don't expect if you're Mercy there either for the Lucio to be wall riding around and trying to pick you off. So Rafa getting sneaky. And AZK will be lurking in the wings here of the Garden, waiting for that engage and the commitment from Immortals.
Here we go. They're going to try to see what they can get done. On the point, trying to jump onto the high ground right away. Kariv staying on the outside of the fight, just trying to stay alive. They lose Grim Reality early, but Shatter 2K goes down in the Pharah v Pharah. Agility's looking for more, trying to get that kill on the Mezzer. They force a Primal Rage out of him. DeHank goes ahead and brings up the Pharah yet again. Liquid back to 6 people.
That's a good res right there.
I think so.
And yeah, easily done for this particular point.
Yeah, Immortals backing off. They know they've got some ultimates to work with, so they do want to regroup a little bit.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm having some audio issues right now.
No worries, man. I'll take care of it. Immortals back on the point right now. Self-destruct. Oh, it gets AZK and Rafa. Immortals, I think they're ready to reclaim this point right here, and they will get the percentage rolling. And Team Liquid, team killed. Wow. Well.
No, it's just going ham right now because of my audio issues. I can still talk, fortunately. Just can't hear anything that's going on in this game.
We can hear you. So be careful about what you say.
Oh, I've never been careful about
Especially
that.
Especially about NA.
I've never been careful about that.
That is true. I don't know why we even bothered to put that set on you. In reality, eat a rocket to hang. And he definitely does. Immortals, a couple ultimates to use here on this defense. Fate looking pretty good. Mezzer goes down early, dived in, was a little bit on his own, and Team Liquid paying for that one. Immortals with a strong defense. They used the sound barrier, but I don't even know how much they really needed. The fight was already really going in their favor.
Well, they thought Rafa was going to be able to come through with the sound barrier of his own, but he gets just taken out at the start of the fight. Immortals holding on to the rest of their ultimates in reserve right now, and this is going to be probably a pretty spectacular end to this game. A lot of res available for both of these teams.
Yep.
And it has been neck and neck, the point bouncing back and forth, and as we know on Gardens, these matches can go for quite a long time in OT.
Yes, they can. We'll see if the... Oh, there it is. Yeah, Fury using that self-destruct to kill the pharmacy. Oh, gets back into the mech just in time, too. Big win for Team Liquid in this fight. Shatter 2K drops a barrage, but they have already gotten enough of a lead to probably take this point back again. Immortals did get the control percent lead, but TL's gonna have a chance to equalize.
After that res, though, Immortals was perfectly okay with not having Kariv commit to the resurrection in that fight. They know that they have the percentage advantage right now, the control percent advantage, so why not just come back, reset when you have the res, and try and just grind it out in OT when they'll have to trickle back in on you after a big res. But this is really predicated on Kariv staying alive right now.
Yep. Primal Rage for Fate. Trying to knock away everybody. Get out of here. Oh, I think he got the Diva. Maybe. AZK, though, getting a Diva. Kariv looking for the res. Maybe. Gonna have to use it here soon.
Well, he's falling to the ground, and
he's not gonna get a chance.
Down. Shatter 2K lands a rocket.
That's rough. Agility's with the barrage. Gets a couple. Pretty even, though. Shatter 2K, the only one left for Team Liquid. And Immortals with a big chance here to turn it around. They will. So once again, it's going to be probably 99 to 99. Immortals still with 3 ultimates. And Verbo's pretty close to that sound barrier, too. So they're coming into this with a great position to take it.
This is going to be a flashy overtime for sure. To hang with a res of his own. Team Liquid, not many tools left to work with. Hype, can he get some kills here with the Diva ultimate self-destruct? How long is this OT going to go?
We'll see. Agilities, one air-to-air, looking for a bit more. There's a direct hit onto Shatter 2K. Got the kill to hang with the res onto AZK right away, it looks like.
And that's
interesting.
Huge.
Wow, hyped. Manages to pick off 2 with the self-destruct. Kareev with the res just to keep the team in the game. They're going to drop the sound barrier right afterwards, and Team Liquid in big trouble. That is going to be a win on Gardens, and Immortals goes up 2-1 on Oasis.
Immortals knew exactly how to handle that situation. Everything went to plan during that overtime.
Oh, yeah.
They get the initial pickoff, which forces the tempo res from Team Liquid. And as the res is coming through, that's when the self-destruct comes, because they know there's not going to be moving out of the way. The Mercy is vulnerable during that period, so can't get out of the way in time, and that really just seals the deal. Then they have the res just to make sure it's going to be a constant 1-2-man advantage for the rest of OT.
Very well played by Immortals, and now they are in a situation where if they can win here on University, they will win Contenders Season 0 for NA. Get that top seed, one of the top seeds anyway, coming in to Contenders Season 1 in August. And here we go. Team Liquid trying to keep their tournament hopes alive, and they will not go with the Pharah this time.
I think this is a better idea. I'd like to see Shatter 2K's Genji here. Definitely think it is the superior choice on this point if they are not going to opt in to a possible Sombra play. Shatter hooking with the shurikens on the side.
Now, very aggressive start here for Team Liquid, trying to get in deep. Immortals now pushing back. No kills in. I spoke too soon. Fate taken out. Kills on both sides. The Winston's getting aggressive. Oh, and Shatter 2K can't get down to the health pack. Immortals with an early lead here in the team fight. And as Rafa falls down, that's going to be Immortals taking the point early on.
Yeah, Agilities with 9 HP, barely escaping to the mini pack up in the top side of the map. And now finally will gain control over that point. So a strong start for Immortals, rather. And this is the tournament point for them right now. They take University, and they will take home Contenders Season 0 for North America.
And what a great result that would be for Immortals, too. Picking up these 2 new Korean players at the beginning of the qualifiers, back at the beginning of the month, and really turning into a very strong team after that.
I mean, it's a turnaround for Liquid, too, who barely even squeaked into the group stage.
Well, they've been playing great as well. Even a good showing here in the finals. We thought it'd be a bit more one-sided, but they're giving Immortals a run for their money. Immortals, the ones in the driver's seat now, though. And Agilities has that Dragon Blade if he wants to use it. AZK goes down.
Another
I think Team Liquid might need to back off.
Kareev. Big pick right there. Headshot onto the Tracer, and now the cleanup goes down. They get the kill onto Dahang as well, chasing people back away from the point, and they didn't have to use any ults. 6 ults for Immortals right now, and so much of that was Kareev getting that initial kill onto AZK.
You know, that's been one of the biggest strengths for Immortals, is that they're able to win fights without dedicating ultimates to do it. How many times have we seen them do this, especially on the control maps, where they win a substantial fight and they come out of it with this huge ult advantage?
And they've done it again. Messer still working towards his. Shatter, is he gonna pull this Dragon Blade out?
We will see. Has to avoid that self-destruct first. Shatter does pull out the Dragon Blade. Couple kills coming in on the Team Liquid side, so this is their chance to flip the point again.
Shatter didn't get anything done really with the blade besides getting that hyped. And now all the ultimates going off. Agility's held on to his longer though, and he's trying to find players outside of the zone.
There's 2
of the Transcendence, and he does pick up 2, including the kill onto Shatter.
Yeah, Immortals being patient with those ultimates, bringing them out second, and it seems to be working out pretty well. Fate with the kill onto AZK. We're up to 99%. OT ticking away. Immortals trying to take the tournament right here, right now. Rafa, the last man standing for Team Liquid, but that is going to be nearly it as Shatter 2K comes in to keep OT going for just a bit longer. And maybe AZK, can he do it? No, knocked away from Hype. Oh, he does get back there just in time. Are you kidding me? And Messer with a chance, but no, he can't get there. And Immortals will take Contenders Season 0.
Wow, great job from Immortals throughout this tournament. Team Liquid at least making some of these maps close and taking one in these playoffs, but Immortals really looking like they are in a different level here in North America.
I think so. I think Team Liquid put on an admirable performance. Apparently my voice is completely giving out. Good timing for it. But in the end, Immortals definitely the ones who are stronger today.
And we talk about ultimate sequences and how you can use them in an efficient manner, and that's exactly what we saw. The self-destruct there, force out the earlier res, punish the res with the self-destruct, and then still have a res players in your pocket to counteract and make sure you're not going to get dragged out in that overtime to a point where the point could actually possibly flip on you and you might lose in that like 100 to 99 scenario.
No, Immortals absolutely utilize their ultimates to the maximum potential, especially there at the end. There's some questions there in those first couple of maps. But I think the end of that map right there, the end of that point was a perfect, I don't know, microcosm for what we just saw from Team Liquid. Is they were fighting tooth and nail that entire time. And they could have easily come into this one and got 4-0'd. And you know, didn't necessarily have to show very much to prove that they were the second best team in NA, but they came out and tried to make a statement here, and against an Immortals squad who is firing on all cylinders, who is clearly on another level. Team Liquid, I would be surprised if they weren't getting close to that level by Season 1.
Well, I'm excited about this team. I mean, Team Liquid, like we've said many times, put on a great showing, and more than that, they improved over the course of the tournament too. And when you see such abrupt and consistent improvement, you really get excited kind of going forward. And I know we've got a lot of World Cup stuff coming up, but hopefully Team Liquid gets a good amount of time to practice and kind of develop, because I'm really excited about seeing them in Season 1.
Yeah. No, and I know Hex has got to be really excited back there, because he's been preaching the good word of Liquid for a year now. Probably.
Well, I've got a soft spot for Team Liquid, man. I mean, that's the website that got me into esports back in StarCraft.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Yeah, so it's cool to see this organization, you know, making waves in Overwatch. I think they've got a great team, and even though they didn't come out with the win today, definitely an admirable attempt.
I think you also have to look at the broader scope. Yes, we can celebrate these victories, but the intent of Contenders is to provide a place for up-and-coming players who are going to show off their skills to potential Overwatch League franchises and owners. And as a result of that, it's been fun to see, even though we know the names on FNRGFE or some of the names on 1-2-3, to have these teams come out at the start of this with what was an open bracket and then make these statement matches, you know, FNRGFE making it to the semis, 1-2-3 making it to the finals. And these are very unexpected results if you had looked at these teams at the start of this tournament.
Yeah, and not to mention the numerous players on some of these teams that didn't make it through. But, I mean, you can just see there's a rich field of players to pick from. And there's only going to be more and more opportunities for these teams and these players especially to show what they have for these potential Overwatch team owners. And I hope they're all watching, because, yeah, there was definitely some things to see today.
Well, Season 0 gets us set up for Season 1. Season 1 gets us set up for Overwatch League. So bigger and better.
There you have it. Yeah. That is the linearness that we're looking for here. Only time will tell what the future holds exactly. But let's go ahead and take a look back at today. Take a look at the bracket, see how we got to this Immortals 4-1 final. Of course, they breezed through that top half of the bracket, beating FaZe Clan and Kungarna. Both of those teams made it through into Season 1. Kungarna beat LG Evil. LG Evil did fall in the elimination bracket, so they will not be moving on to Season 1, but I don't think we've seen the last of them yet. At least the players. We'll see what the org does with that. And then on the bottom half, FNRGFE, they were able to beat Renegades in a close one, which we watched on stream earlier. Team Liquid, of course, won against Envision as well, who was the team that got knocked out in elimination. And then Team Liquid versus FNRGFE, another one that went to 5 maps, where Team Liquid was able to reverse sweep and, of course, go into the finals, which we just saw.
I think with Envy and Rogue returning, these league play for Contender Season 1 and these group stages should be really interesting, to be sure. And with how much Envy has been improving compared to Season 2 in Apex, they've already made the semifinals. They've got that semifinal match coming up later this week to potentially make a second final in 3 seasons of Apex. With that knowledge, once they get back, once they get into a rhythm of scrimming these NA teams, it should improve the region a lot, I think, as a result.
Oh, yeah, no, I was, because, we're going to have a little bit of a break here.
Sure.
And I was really kind of getting excited to, relax and hang out at home and enjoy the sun.
Relaxing. Yeah.
But now I'm just like anxious for Season 1. I'm really excited. Yeah. There's some great teams we're going to see in both Europe and NA. And actually, let's go ahead and take a look at what we're expecting in Season 1. Of course, we've been showing this all day because we really want to make sure everyone knows what is coming as much as we can. There's still a lot of details yet to be confirmed, but we have this. We have the teams, and you can see the team logos right there. And of course, if you want to know more, go to OverwatchContenders.com for all the details. But what we know about Season 1 is that it's going to start the week of August 14th. It's going to be 6 weeks of regular season play, followed by the offline finals sometime in October, with a prize pool of $100,000 per region. And of course, that honestly is secondary to the ancillary benefit of being able to prove what you've got for potential Overwatch League.
Right. And practice moving into that phase two against teams that have been having success all over the world. Of course, Rogue dropping out of Apex and groups, but going to Europe and handily winning Takeover 2. So this is everybody, all the Western teams finally kind of getting back together in one place so we can see that high level of Western competition.
Well, you know, we're closing down on the stream tonight, but I do want to let everyone know, hopefully most of you are still tuned in. There's a little bit of a surprise after we get done with the broadcast. Just a little one, but it's probably worth not going right now and grabbing a snack. So just stay tuned. But we are going to be closing things down. Thank you guys so much for coming and making this such an enjoyable experience.
Hey, it was a great time.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear, too. Yeah. Do you have any final words for the stream before we say peace out?
I don't know if I would have talked about you stripping as the big surprise at the end of this show like that. You couched it in very cloudy language there. But
Something to look forward to, though, right? Yeah. We've all
you can enjoy
no comment.
that.
No comment. Yeah. What happens after the cameras turn off is anyway.
Don't make him mad though. He's gonna hit you, and you're gonna have that like left guy knuckle ring impression in your face. That wouldn't be super attractive.
I don't know. I think that would be a nice look.
Is that a good look for me?
Right there, yeah. Well, eloquently put. Thank you for those final words. No,
Beautiful.
Well, this is Gillfrost, and I'm here with Monty and Doa, and we are going to be saying goodnight to you all, and we'll see you hopefully next time as we conclude North American, and for that matter, all of Overwatch Contenders Season 0. We'll see you at Season 1.
Out, and that's going to be the trigger, but he still doesn't pull the sword. There it goes.
Now Kareev pulls the Transcendence out in response. Goes ahead and uses it. Will they get the kill? So Dehang goes down. And
yes,
that's a
they
decent
will.
pulse bomb. There's the combo they were looking for.
He's looking for the gold.